Chapter 1. The World of One Piece. A gentle breeze caressed the valley, causing the yellow flowers and green grass within to sway gracefully on the other side of the valley. A young boy lay sprawled in the midst of the hillside, crushing the delicate flowers and grass beneath him. This boy, reclining on the slope, was undeniably marring the valley's picturesque scenery, provoking a desire in onlookers to approach and chastise him if a human were to approach and deliver a reprimand. Perhaps the boy would be moved to tears, overwhelmed by emotion. This boy, whose limbs lay limp and eyes vacant, was named Li Wenjin. He himself pondered the reason for his position on the hillside, seeking clarity on the matter. Just moments before, he had been at home, having just finished watching the latest episode of One Piece, harboring resentment towards the author for the plot twists, and finally managing to drift into slumber. Yet upon awakening, he found himself in a valley, a revelation that filled him with bewilderment. Even if it were a prank, it seemed far too frivolous for anyone to relocate him to such a place. For his urban residence bore no resemblance to this expansive valley. Only the remote countryside could host such stunning landscapes. Upon awakening, Li Wenjin felt an urgent need to find his way home. Yet after climbing to the summit of the small hill to survey the direction of the city, he was met with utter confusion. He discovered he was on a small island, surrounded entirely by the vast ocean, with no trace of a city in sight. After lingering in shock for a considerable time, he began to search the island for signs of human presence, convinced that someone must have played a cruel joke on him, depositing him on this solitary isle. The island was not large. After 2 days of exploration, he had scoured every inch of it, yet he found no evidence of human activity. The island's shape was oval, covering an area of approximately 50 kilometers, a realm abundant with wildflowers and grasses, yet devoid of forests. There were no ferocious carnivorous beasts on the island, only ordinary small animals like wild rabbits and chickens. After 5 days of solitary existence, subsisting on foraged roots and drinking from the valley's stagnant water, he barely managed to survive. He had contemplated catching a rabbit or a wild chicken, but his physical condition rendered him incapable of pursuing them. After enduring a fortnight of solitude, the torment became unbearable, and he lay on the mountainside. Unwilling to rise, he longed merely to recline upon the earth and await the embrace of death, convincing himself that this was merely a nightmare, and that upon his demise, he would awaken back in the realm of reality. As he lay there, succumbing to hunger-induced unconsciousness, a warship adorned with a seagull flag approached the vicinity of his island. The vessel, somewhat weathered, bore the marks of a recent battle. At the bow stood a striking female officer, smoking a cigarette, who surveyed the island ahead and commanded her soldiers. "There lies a small island. We shall rest there for a day to repair the ship before returning to naval headquarters." The 4 naval soldiers, their eyes filled with admiration and respect, responded with unwavering resolve. "Yes, ma'am." Major Tina, at the age of 24, had already risen to the rank of major at naval headquarters. Her mission to the South Sea was to apprehend the notorious criminal, Kane Tijin Luo, who carried a bounty of 42 million berries. Though Kane possessed no devil fruit abilities, his swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp, nearing the prowess of a master swordsman, thus presenting a significant challenge for Tina. Their encounter had transpired upon the open sea, where she swiftly employed a black gun formation to sink Kane's ship. However, to her surprise, he managed to swim aboard her naval vessel, successfully dispatching several of her soldiers. The naval soldiers were unable to withstand Kane's onslaught, forcing Tina to confront him directly. Ultimately, she emerged victorious, but Kane had left the ship in tatters, rendering it unfit for the return journey to naval headquarters. Left with no alternative, Tina decided to head back towards headquarters while making a brief stop at a nearby island to effect repairs. The island she chose to anchor at was none other than the small isle where Li Wenjin lay unconscious as the naval vessel docked. The soldiers immediately disembarked to search for usable timber, and one soldier, while seeking suitable materials, stumbled upon the starved and unconscious Li Wenjin. At that moment, Li Wenjin's form had regressed to that of a 14-year-old boy, a stark contrast to his original 25-year-old appearance. Yet Li Wenjin was acutely aware of his youthful transformation. His singular focus remained on returning home, leaving little room in his mind to ponder the sudden alteration of his body. The soldier, upon encountering the childlike figure of Li Wenjin, was moved by compassion and opted to carry him back to the naval ship. Had Li Wenjin retained his adult form, the soldier would have undoubtedly rescued him, but would have bound him before transporting him aboard, as no one could ascertain whether he was friend or foe. On the verge of death, Li Wenjin was cradled by the soldier and returned to Major Tina's warship. Upon resting on the vessel, Tina observed her soldiers returning empty-handed from their search for timber, only to see one of them cradling a peculiar-looking child. She immediately inquired, "What is the story behind this child?" "Report, Major. This child was found on the island. He appears to have fainted from starvation," the soldier promptly replied. Tina furrowed her brow. Gazing silently at Li Wenjin, her contemplation was not whether to save him, but rather where to send him thereafter. Taking him to naval headquarters seemed implausible, as a child without identity would never gain entry. After much deliberation, she finally instructed her soldiers. First, we must revive him once he awakens. We can determine the appropriate course of action. The soldiers, upon hearing Tina's words, were moved to tears, exclaiming, "Major Tina is truly kind-hearted." Accustomed to such reactions, Tina replied, "You should prepare some food for him, otherwise he may perish," as the soldier took Li Wenjin away. Tina returned her focus elsewhere, for she could not afford to concern herself with every castaway encountered at sea. By encountering her, Li Wenjin had merely fulfilled a duty. Tina regarded it as part of her responsibilities as a naval officer, ensuring he was transported to a place where he could survive. Chapter 2. Tina. Upon awakening once more, Li Wenjin quickly realized he was no longer amidst the flowering valley, but rather resting upon a bed. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Although the bed was unfamiliar, the presence of a room signified that he was not alone, and therefore there was hope of returning home. He chose to disregard the grumbling of his empty stomach and sprang to his feet, striding towards the door. However, after just a couple of steps, he felt his body swaying, reminiscent of his previous experiences aboard a ship, though he dismissed it, as his only desire was to engage someone in conversation. Exiting the room, Li Wenjin discovered that he was indeed aboard a vessel, for as soon as he stepped out, the vast ocean and the ship behind him came into view. At that moment, he speculated whether someone had rescued him from the island, or if the individual responsible for his abandonment had returned to reclaim him and whisk him back to his original world. Regardless of the situation, Li Wenjin yearned to converse with someone, to clarify his current circumstances. Thus, he made his way towards the source of the loudest voices. Upon approaching within 5 meters, he spotted a massive seagull flag emblazoned upon the sails of the ship, a sight that, as a devoted fan of One Piece, he recognized instantly as the emblem of the Navy, an identification he would never mistake. A sudden and fierce tempest struck, causing the naval vessel to sway violently, simultaneously jolting Li Wenjin, who had been entranced by the sight of the naval flag, back to consciousness. Upon awakening, Li Wenjin found himself at a loss. Uncertain of how to respond, he had encountered tales of such extraordinary circumstances in novels, yet when faced with his own reality, a chill enveloped him. The world of One Piece was no ordinary realm where an average person could exist safely. Here, everything hinged upon strength. As a mere commoner, Li Wenjin knew that in the One Piece anime, an individual of his ilk would scarcely survive beyond a couple of episodes. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a naval officer noticed Li Wenjin's dazed state and shouted, "Hey kid, the storm is fierce, you'd best return to your quarters." Instantly alert, Li Wenjin turned to the soldier calling him, but before he could discern the man's identity, another colossal wave crashed against the ship, causing it to tilt. In a state of panic, Li Wenjin quickly dropped to the deck to avoid being swept overboard. Positioned on the port side of the vessel, the ship was leaning perilously towards the sea. If Li Wenjin failed to secure himself, he would likely be engulfed by the waves surging onto the deck. Observing the treacherous waters outside, he yearned to retreat to his cabin, yet the water had already inundated the deck, rendering it treacherously slick. He dared not attempt to return. At that moment, Li Wenjin could only cling tightly to the ship's railing, desperate to prevent being swept away by the relentless sea. The tumultuous winds and waves came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet for Li Wenjin, it required every ounce of his strength to ensure he did not plunge into the depths below. As the storm subsided and he lay on the deck gasping for air, a naval soldier approached him, looking down with a mix of incredulity and reproach. "You really are something else. You're exhausted from such a trivial storm. How on earth did you end up on that deserted island?" Li Wenjin, utterly fatigued, nevertheless sat up at the soldier's arrival and inquired, "What time is it? Where are we headed?" The soldier, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Shouldn't you be thanking us for saving your life first?" Realizing his impatience had been unwarranted, Li Wenjin quickly corrected himself. "Thank you, esteemed naval officer." Upon hearing his gratitude, the soldier's demeanor softened. "Our Major Tina wishes to see you. You must accompany me now." Rising to his feet, Li Wenjin grasped the soldier's uniform and implored, "Could you please enlighten me regarding my previous questions first?" In a surprisingly good mood, the soldier replied, "It is the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar. We are currently in the South Sea, and we are returning to the naval headquarters." Initially, Li Wenjin had entertained fanciful thoughts about the ship being constructed by some affluent pirate enthusiast for cosplay purposes. However, upon hearing the soldier's casual remarks, he realized with certainty that he had indeed traversed into the world of One Piece. Li Wenjin, adept at discerning the nuances of authority, recognized the soldier's sincerity. There was no need for deception, especially since they were en route to the naval headquarters where any falsehood would be swiftly unveiled. Dazed, he followed the soldier to the bow of the ship, where Major Tina was commanding her crew to clear the deck of seawater. The soldier saluted Tina and announced, "Major Tina, the child you wish to see has been brought before you." Tina, noticing Li Wenjin's blank stare, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her, suspecting that the child they had rescued might be somewhat mentally challenged. "Is this child we rescued mentally impaired?" Tina directly queried the soldier. The soldier, perplexed, had just spoken with Li Wenjin and found him quite normal, thus preparing to refute her assumption. However, as he glanced back, he understood Tina's concern, having just seen Li Wenjin lost in thought. Irritated, the soldier turned and slapped Li Wenjin on the head, exclaiming, "What's wrong with you? Hurry up and thank Major Tina for saving your life." Li Wenjin was indeed in a daze, for he had just encountered a live character from One Piece, and a beautiful one at that. Although Tina had limited screen time, as a seasoned fan of the series, Li Wenjin recognized her instantly. Now, he was acutely aware that he had crossed into the world of One Piece, an exhilarating yet terrifying realization. His excitement stemmed from the prospect of exploring the world he adored, while his trepidation arose from being an ordinary human, ill-equipped to survive in this universe. Unlike others who traverse dimensions with an inherent advantage, Li Wenjin found himself devoid of any such boon, creating a profound sense of imbalance within him. As he pondered these peculiarities, a sharp pain suddenly jolted him back to reality, accompanied by the irate voice of a naval soldier. Regaining his senses, Li Wenjin promptly turned to Tina and said, "Thank you for saving me, beautiful sister." In that moment, Tina was the sole individual capable of ensuring Li Wenjin's survival in the One Piece world, compelling him to ingratiate himself with her. If she were to take offense and abandon him to a desolate locale, his fate would be dire. Tina, flattered by Li Wenjin's address, felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, as a naval officer, she maintained a degree of decorum, responding to him in a notably gentler tone. "Where are you from, and how did you end up on that deserted island?" Tina inquired. Her question sent Li Wenjin's thoughts racing. He knew that a poorly crafted answer could lead to Tina rescinding her goodwill. Drawing upon his 4 years of experience navigating social dynamics, Li Wenjin quickly replied, "I accidentally fell into the sea while working and ended up stranded on that desolate island." His response, while conventional, was fitting, for countless individuals perish daily in the waters of the One Piece world. Li Wenjin considered himself fortunate to have merely washed ashore on a deserted island. Chapter 3. The Path Forward. On the naval vessel, Tina had anticipated Li Wenjin's response. His appearance did not suggest he had been robbed by pirates. It was more plausible that he had fallen overboard while at sea. After a moment's contemplation, Tina stated, "Then tell me, where is your hometown? I will see to it that you are returned safely." Upon hearing Tina's words, Li Wenjin immediately began to devise a plan. He had no desire to leave Tina's side, for the world beyond was fraught with peril. Only by remaining close to her did he stand the greatest chance of survival. "I have no home, nor family. I am a wanderer, going wherever work may lead me." Li Wenjin devised a plan to elicit sympathy from Tina, hoping she would escort him back to the naval headquarters, thus ensuring his safety. He even entertained the notion of securing a position as a clerical officer within the naval base. Unfortunately, his idealistic aspirations were swiftly dashed by Tina. "Since you have no home, I will take you to Samos Island. The naval subcommander there is my friend. You shall live there in peace," she declared. Samos Island was a stop for Tina on her return to headquarters, and its naval commander was a classmate of hers. While Tina's offer to send Li Wenjin to Samos Island was already a considerable favor, he was disheartened, for he wished to remain by her side. "Beautiful sister, could you take me to the naval headquarters? I wish to join the Navy," he implored, gazing at her with hope, yearning for her acquiescence to enhance his chances of survival. Tina, flattered by his words, nonetheless shook her head firmly. "You lack the necessary credentials to join the naval headquarters." Though he had anticipated this response, Li Wenjin still felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Then, could you send me to Seymour Village in the East Sea?" he asked. If he could not reach the naval headquarters, he would settle for the familiar East Sea, where he believed he could ensure his survival. Furthermore, Seymour Village housed the dojo of Gung Sailang, a notably secure place. If he could become a disciple there and forge a bond with Zoro, perhaps he could carve out a modest reputation for himself. Originally, Li Wenjin had contemplated seeking out Luffy and Ace in Windmill Village, but he ultimately abandoned that idea, fearing that their reckless nature could lead to his demise. Thus, he deemed the ordinary setting of the dojo to be far safer. However, once again, his hopes were shattered by Tina's resolute response. We must return to the naval headquarters. It is during the hours of repose in the evening. Li Wenjin shared a chamber with 10 naval soldiers, refraining from disturbing their rest, instead quietly contemplating his future course of action. With his ordinary physique, he felt a degree of confidence in surviving on a safe island. However, in the world of One Piece, truly secure islands are virtually non-existent, which posed a significant dilemma for him. Additionally, having ventured into the realm of One Piece, he yearned to encounter the diverse beauties and formidable figures that populated this universe, a desire that left him unsatisfied as a seasoned fan of piracy. Regrettably, after thoroughly examining himself, he found no indication of any extraordinary abilities, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Now, having traversed into the world of One Piece, being merely an ordinary individual was a bitter pill to swallow, adding to his gloom. Originally, he had harbored hopes of finding a martial arts dojo to study advanced swordsmanship and ascend to the ranks of a master swordsman. But upon realizing he was already 14 or 15 years old, he could only sigh in resignation. Every strong individual had trained from a young age. At his age, aspiring to become a top-tier expert through sheer training seemed nearly impossible. The only avenue available for Li Wenjin to gain strength was through consuming a powerful devil fruit, as no other means of enhancement came to his mind. With a tinge of worry for the future, he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. The system. In the ensuing 3 days at the naval headquarters, Li Wenjin accompanied the soldiers on deck, assisting with tasks within his capabilities. This was not merely a matter of obligation. Rather, he sought opportunities to engage in conversation with Tina. Unfortunately, Tina seemed indifferent to a man as unassuming as Li Wenjin. Even when his jokes lightened her mood, she regarded him as merely an amusing child. Li Wenjin, feeling quite dejected, managed to pique the interest of the naval soldiers with some modern humor, yet Tina never approached him, leaving him at a loss as to how to capture her attention. At noon on the 3rd day, while Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the ship lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a military vessel approaching and felt an urgent need to alert the sailors. Before he could turn around, a naval soldier patted his shoulder and spoke. "Wenjin, it seems we are to part ways." "Brother Landu, what do you mean? Haven't we yet to reach the naval headquarters?" Li Wenjin inquired of the soldier who had tapped him. Landu stepped closer, pointing to the slowly approaching ship and said, "That vessel belongs to Colonel Smoker. You likely will not need to go to the naval headquarters." Gazing at the ship drawing near, Li Wenjin fell into a profound silence, filled with apprehension for his future. Observing his silence, Landu patted Li Wenjin on the shoulder and remarked, "You are quite an interesting lad. I initially intended for you to accompany us, but it seems you are ill-suited for battle. I hope you can manage well in the East Sea." Turning to face Landu, Li Wenjin noticed him produce a stack of berry and extend it toward him, stating, "Here, Wenjin, this is 500,000 berry collected for your travel expenses. I hope you can find your relatives and persevere." Taking into account that Li Wenjin explained his reason for heading to the East Sea was to visit a relative in the village of West Shermaki. Moved by Landu's gesture, Li Wenjin embraced him tightly, expressing, "Brother Landu, I truly will miss you all." Landu, somewhat speechless, replied, "Wenjin, you are being rather dramatic." Ignoring Landu's words, Li Wenjin was genuinely heartbroken, a small part of his sorrow stemming from bidding farewell to Tina and the others, while the greater portion arose from the impending departure from a safe world, plunging into the perilous universe of One Piece. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Li Wenjin was an ordinary office worker, leading a peaceful and carefree life in modern society. Suddenly, he had to bid farewell to his parents and step into a world where death lurked at every corner. If he were not troubled by this change, it would indeed be a cause for concern. Regardless of what Landu was discussing, Li Wenjin clung to him, seeking an emotional outlet to vent the misfortunes and profound melancholy he had encountered over the past 20 days. At this moment, Li Wenjin's mindset was that of an adult. After expressing his emotions, he no longer dwelled on the past but began contemplating how to navigate his future. The 50,000 berries given by Landu became his lifeline for survival. Thus, he released Landu, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and accepted the berries handed to him. "Landu, I thought I heard that naval soldiers were quite impoverished. How could you possess so many berries?" Li Wenjin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Landu playfully slapped the back of Li Wenjin's head, exclaiming in irritation, "Who says we're all destitute? We are wealthy individuals." Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words, having learned over the past few days that those sailors with families sent their earnings home, while the single ones spent their money without a thought for savings. He couldn't believe that the 50,000 berries were collectively raised by the naval soldiers. Noticing Li Wenjin's skepticism, Landu leaned closer and whispered, Most of this money is actually a gift from Major Tina. We only managed to gather 10,000 ourselves. It seems you have quite the charm. All of us sailors are envious of you. Li Wenjin was taken aback, not because of Landu's words, but due to a voice echoing in his mind. 50,000 berries successfully recharged, system officially activated. The sudden emergence of a system left Li Wenjin in awe. He realized he possessed a hidden talent, merely waiting for the right opportunity to manifest. The path to unlocking this potential lay in wealth. However, it was not his fault for being unaware. Upon awakening, he found himself on a deserted island devoid of any treasures. When he boarded Tina's warship, the sailors aboard were all equally impoverished, and the 50,000 berries he had just received were the first wealth he had encountered. Now, Li Wenjin was eager to explore the system's functionalities, believing that understanding it would empower him to thrive in the world of One Piece. If he could harness the system to become a formidable force, his journey to this realm would transform from a tragic fate into a chance for rebirth. Previously, Li Wenjin had lived a life of compliance. Any ambitions he harbored were ruthlessly crushed by reality. If he could become a strong individual in the One Piece world, he could rekindle those ambitions, but that depended entirely on the system's capabilities. As he contemplated the system, Landu struck him on the head twice, snapping him back to reality. "What are you doing? Were you even listening to me?" Landu demanded. Though still exhilarated, Li Wenjin suppressed his excitement and replied, "Landu, it's just that you mentioned the berries were from Sister Tina, which got me a bit worked up." Landu sighed in exasperation. "That was 2 minutes ago. I just mentioned that Colonel Smoker's warship has arrived." Turning around, Li Wenjin saw a naval vessel approaching, now less than 500 meters away. In less than 2 minutes, the two ships would be side by side. Landu patted Li Wenjin's back, urging, "Hurry and follow me. We need to see Major Tina. She will arrange for you to board Colonel Smoker's ship." "Understood, Landu," Li Wenjin replied, though he yearned to uncover the system's capabilities. However, he knew he must first bid farewell to Tina, his savior who had gifted him a significant sum of berries and helped him activate the system. Chapter 5. Smoker on the left side of the deck. Tina's warship had joined forces with Smoker's. The two vessels now side by side with only a 2-meter gap between them. Smoker, cigar in mouth, stood on his ship, expressing his dissatisfaction to Tina on the opposing vessel. "Tina, you made me wait 3 days at headquarters. What was so important? Am I not allowed to seek you out if there's nothing going on?" Tina was clearly displeased. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I've been dispatched to the East Blue for 3 days without reporting for duty, and I've already received complaints to the Admiral about it. I believe my inquiry is not unreasonable." "Tina, you dare to criticize your superior and yet fear complaints?" she retorted, unimpressed by Smoker's tone. Tina dismissed Smoker's grievances but was aware she had delayed him, so she brought Li Wenjin before him. "This boy is one I rescued along the way. He is an orphan with a relative in the East Blue. I would like you to take him to West Shimogi Village. You made me wait 3 days for this kid?" Smoker glared at Li Wenjin in displeasure. "Tina's decisions are not for you to question. Just tell me if you will take him or not," Tina insisted, fixing her gaze on Smoker. Smoker, seeing her expression, exhaled another puff of smoke and reluctantly replied, "For the sake of our shared past, I will take him to the East Blue, but I will only deliver him to Loguetown. He'll need to find his own way to West Shimogi Village." Tina understood Smoker's character. Him agreeing to take Li Wenjin was already a considerable concession. She turned to Li Wenjin and said, "You heard that. Do you want to go with him to the East Blue? If not, I can send you to Sodomos Island." "Sister Tina, I wish to go to the East Blue. I will find my own way back to West Shimogi Village," Li Wenjin stated with determination. Even with the system activated, he chose the East Blue, as it had fewer powerful pirates, allowing him to gradually enhance his strength. In other seas, he might be eliminated by formidable foes before he could even grow stronger. Thus, he opted for the East Blue to hone his skills. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's decision, Tina turned to Smoker and said, "I entrust this boy to you." Smoker cast a glance at Li Wenjin, beginning to comprehend why Tina showed such concern for him. Evidently, the boy had won her favor. "Get him over here quickly. I want to leave this wretched place as soon as possible. Listening to those fools chatter every day is wearing on my nerves," Smoker remarked impatiently. Tina recognized the implication. Smoker had already missed 3 days of duty in the East Blue, and many disgruntled individuals would likely complain about him. Thus, she promptly arranged for Li Wenjin to board Smoker's ship. With a bridge established, Landu nudged Li Wenjin towards Smoker's vessel. The 2-meter distance was easily crossed in just a few steps. Upon reaching Smoker's ship, Li Wenjin turned back to wave at Tina and Landu, calling out, "Sister Tina, brothers. I will repay your kindness in the future. His gratitude was genuine, for had he not encountered them, he would have faced starvation or the peril of ruthless pirates. As Tina watched Li Wenjin waving at them, she sighed inwardly. The boy had indeed won her affection, or she would not have gone to such lengths for him. However, she found him too frail to be a sailor. Otherwise, she might have considered recruiting him into the Navy. As for Li Wenjin's background, it posed no issue for Tina. Being a major, she could easily take in an ordinary person as a soldier. If Li Wenjin had been a powerful individual, she would have hesitated, as such characters were often spies. On board Smoker's ship, he showed little interest in Li Wenjin. Upon the boy's arrival, he ordered the sailors to set sail. Eager to depart from naval headquarters to avoid further trouble from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Li Wenjin waved incessantly at Tina and the others until their figures faded from his sight. Only then did he slump onto the deck at the bow of the ship, gazing vacantly at the distant ocean, though he appeared lost in thought and truth. He was preoccupied with studying the system. However, his contemplation lasted less than a minute before being interrupted by a voice. "Hey, kid, this isn't Tina's warship. If you want passage to the East Blue, you'll have to work for it. Understood?" Smoker stood beside Li Wenjin, his expression indifferent. Though annoyed at being pulled away from his system research, Li Wenjin knew he had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement, satisfied with his obedience. Smoker turned toward the warship's second-floor quarters and called out to Shiji, "Get out here. I have a task for you." 5 seconds later, a clumsy, wide-eyed girl stumbled out of the room, nearly tripping down the stairs as she hurried toward Smoker. The sight left Li Wenjin speechless. "Lieutenant Commander Smoker," to Shiji reporting. She panted upon arrival. Watching her breathless state, Li Wenjin could only sigh inwardly. Unconcerned with his thoughts, Smoker gestured toward Li Wenjin and instructed to Shiji, "This kid is your responsibility. You two will handle cleaning the warship together." Adjusting her glasses, Tashiji glanced at Li Wenjin and replied calmly, "Understood, Lieutenant Commander Smoker." "Get started now," Smoker ordered, denying Li Wenjin any chance to rest. The boy inwardly cursed Smoker for exploiting child labor. His plans to study the system further were dashed as Tashiji immediately dragged him toward the ship's interior. Observing the earnest young girl, he briefly considered trying to deceive her into giving him time for his research. However, despite her youth, Tashiji was meticulous and left no room for slacking. She led him through every corner of the warship, ensuring a thorough cleaning. By the time they finished, evening had fallen, and exhaustion weighed heavily on Li Wenjin. All he wanted was to collapse onto the deck and rest. Internally, he cursed Smoker. The warship had clearly been neglected for ages, covered in dust and debris. This task had been nothing but a deliberate torment. Chapter 6, The Lottery. After the grueling cleanup, Li Wenjin sat at the bow, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and red. The cool sea breeze soothed his weariness as he took a moment to recover. 5 minutes later, his spirits slightly lifted. He prepared to resume his system research, only for Tashiji to reappear beside him, holding out a boxed meal. "Li Wenjin, your dinner," she stated firmly. "Little Tashiji, you're younger than me. You should call me Brother Wenjin," he teased. At 15, Tashiji might not have been much younger than his current appearance, but mentally, he was far older. Still, she ignored his request. Annoyed by his persistent attempts to patronize her and his delay in taking the meal, she snapped, "I won't call you brother. Are you eating or not? If not, I'm taking it back." Hastily, Li Wenjin grabbed the box and devoured its contents in under a minute. Finished. He handed the empty container back to Tashiji and asked, "Where's Lieutenant Commander Smoker?" Accepting the box, she rolled her eyes. "He's already retired for the night. You should rest too." Li Wenjin promptly inquired, "Where is my resting room?" "On the first floor of the cabin, there are numerous vacant rooms. You may choose one and rest there," Dasky replied candidly. The Smog, a medium-sized warship, boasted many cabins for habitation, yet currently housed fewer than 20 individuals, thus leaving ample rooms unoccupied. The shortage of soldiers aboard the Smog was due to the majority having already departed for Loguetown in the East Sea. Smog had retained only 20 naval personnel to operate the vessel as he awaited Tina, while the remaining sailors had been dispatched ahead. "I understand. You may return now. I wish to rest here before heading back to my quarters," Li Wenjin declared, preparing to delve into the system matters before retreating to his room, thus dismissing Dasky. Uninterested in prolonging the conversation, Dasky allowed him to rest on the deck, yet before departing, she could not resist uttering, "Please refrain from calling me sister in the future. I am clearly older than you." Li Wenjin, upon hearing Dasky's words, couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Understood, Dasky sister." Li Wenjin's deliberate elongation of his speech irked Dasky significantly. She shot him a furious glare before turning on her heel and dismissing him entirely. Observing Dasky's departing figure, Li Wenjin chuckled softly, subsequently redirecting his focus towards a more earnest exploration of the system at hand. The intricacies of the system were paramount to determining the extent of Li Wenjin's future prowess, compelling him to delve into its mechanisms with utmost diligence. After half an hour of meticulous study, Li Wenjin unraveled the functionalities of the system, discovering it to be a confluence of replication and lottery mechanisms. However, he remained uncertain if other capabilities existed beyond this. The replication and lottery features allowed the system to duplicate all inanimate objects from the world of One Piece. Though access to these items necessitated a lottery draw, the lottery was categorized into 4 tiers, a standard draw costing 100,000 berries, a medium draw at 1 million berries, a high-tier draw priced at 10 million berries, and an elite draw requiring 100 million berries. As for the potential outcomes of the lottery, Li Wenjin, lacking prior experimentation, remained oblivious to what he might obtain. Nevertheless, his heart yearned for the acquisition of formidable devil fruits to augment his strength. Moreover, Li Wenjin discovered that within the system, his physical form possessed 10 slots for equipable gear and a backpack with 100 compartments. Having thoroughly examined the system's functionalities, he gazed at the 4 types of lottery draws, feeling a surge of excitement, for the system bestowed upon him, as a novice, 1 guaranteed draw from each category. After considerable contemplation, Li Wenjin resolved to initiate the standard lottery first, directing his thoughts towards it in his mind. The result was, Socks of Pirate Harlock increases defense by 32 points. Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the peculiar item he had drawn, which bore attributes whose utility remained elusive. The most perplexing aspect was the defensive capability. How could he possibly test it without subjecting himself to harm? He certainly could not allow someone to strike him, for a careless blow could lead to his untimely demise. In the end, Li Wenjin decided to keep Harlock's socks in his system's backpack and proceeded to draw from the medium-tier lottery. The next item was Chopper's healing ointment. It could restore bodily injuries, provided one was not missing limbs, as it could treat any wounds. Gazing at this item, Li Wenjin felt a headache coming on. Although its effect was commendable, it was evidently a single-use product, rendering it impossible for him to conduct a test. Resigned, he stored Chopper's healing ointment and began to draw from the high-tier lottery. The next item was the Ghost Spider's sword. It increased stress. Li Wenjin snapped back to reality. Gazing at the naval soldier addressing him from the watchtower, he immediately lowered his head and noticed the gaping hole in the deck, a result of his earlier punch. Without needing further explanation, he understood why the soldier had called out. The sound of splintering must have drawn attention. Fortunately, the dim twilight obscured the damage from the watchtower's vantage point. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wenjin offered a hasty excuse. "Brother Enki, it was just a barrel tipping over. Nothing serious," he replied nonchalantly. From above, Enki grumbled in response, "You'd better be careful. Don't go wrecking things on the ship. If Colonel Smoker finds out, you'll be in deep trouble." Relieved that Enki showed no intention of descending, Li Wenjin exhaled softly. Yet, as he turned back to the shattered deck, a pang of dismay struck him. Repairing such extensive damage was beyond his capability, and he had no idea how to explain it to Smoker. Then, an idea flickered in his mind. After ensuring no one was nearby, he swiftly ascended to the 2nd level of the warship, making his way to Tashiji's quarters. He rapped on her door 5 times in quick succession. Inside, Tashiji had been meticulously polishing her blade when the sudden knocking startled her. The near miss of cutting her own hand only fueled her irritation. Setting the weapon aside with a scowl, she marched to the door, determined to confront the intruder. Upon swinging it open, she was met with Li Wenjin's face. Her displeasure was palpable. "You should be resting by now. What are you doing here?" she snapped. "And why knock without saying a word?" Li Wenjin dared not speak, for he feared Smog would overhear him mention seeking out Dasky, especially since Smog's quarters were adjacent to Dasky's. "Please lower your voice. We mustn't disturb Colonel Smog," Li Wenjin whispered. "What do you want from me? If it's nothing, then please refrain from bothering me," Dasky replied, her mood still sour and her tone brusque. Feigning a cough, Li Wenjin said, "Dasky, I have discovered a perilous location on the deck and thought it prudent to bring you to see it." Upon hearing of a danger aboard the warship, Dasky immediately adopted a serious demeanor and replied earnestly, "Take me there. I must see just how dangerous it is." With his ruse successful, Li Wenjin felt a surge of joy and promptly led Dasky to the site. At the cavernous hole on the deck, Li Wenjin pointed to the breach he had created and said, "Dasky, look at this hole. It seems rather hazardous, does it not?" Dasky furrowed her brows and retorted, "Isn't this where you eat? When I brought you your meal earlier, I did not notice this gaping hole. Surely, you did not cause this yourself?" Li Wenjin quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "How could that be possible? You are already aware of my limited strength. A hole of such magnitude could not possibly have been created by me." Daki regarded Li Wenjin with skepticism. She found it hard to believe her words. However, she was well aware that Li Wenjin's strength was lesser than that of an ordinary soldier, making it implausible for her to have caused such a significant breach. After a moment of silence, Daki gazed at the gaping hole in the deck and remarked, "We should first find some planks to patch it up, or else Colonel Smog will be quite displeased." With the deception successfully executed, Li Wenjin felt quite pleased and assured her, "Do not worry, Daki. I guarantee that the task will be accomplished." Upon hearing Li Wenjin persistently refer to her as sister, Daki, irritated, retorted, "If you continue to call me sister, I shall leave you to repair this hole all by yourself." Li Wenjin hurriedly fell silent, his mind preoccupied with the thought of returning to partake in a coveted lottery. If he were to handle the repairs alone, who could possibly fathom when he might complete them? With an uncharacteristic reticence, he followed Daki, who promptly led him to the deck to patch the gaping hole. Both were mere maintenance workers, ultimately managing to find a few planks to cover the opening, merely to prevent someone from stepping into the abyss. The deck repairs were completed in a mere 20 minutes. Once Daki finished, she retreated to her quarters for rest, scarcely exchanging a word with Li Wenjin. Lost in thoughts of the impending lottery, Li Wenjin refrained from engaging Daki further. Swiftly making his way back to the ship's lower deck, he sought an unoccupied room, locked the door and windows, and prepared to seize his chance at the grand lottery. Seated on the bed, brimming with excitement, he utilized his last opportunity for a high-stakes draw. The item he procured was the splinter fruit, the devil fruit of the clown buggy, which endowed him the ability to disassemble his body to evade enemy assaults. Gazing at the devil fruit nestled in his system's inventory, he hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it. After all, he already possessed a system, and the consumption of a devil fruit seemed less than prudent, particularly since it would render him incapable of swimming. Moreover, the splinter fruit was not among the most formidable of devil fruits. Had it been a Logia type, he would have consumed it without a second thought. After much internal conflict, a thought struck him. Could a devil fruit be treated as an equipment item, perhaps stored in his equipment slot? Acting on impulse, Li Wenjin promptly placed the devil fruit into the equipment slot, and to his overwhelming delight, the splinter fruit indeed fit within his inventory. With Li Wenjin returned to his resting chamber, his heart brimming with delight. He no longer harbored any concerns about surviving in the world of One Piece. His thoughts now revolved around how to amass greater wealth and acquire more exceptional items, elevating his strength to a point where he feared neither heaven nor earth. In this manner, he envisioned himself roaming freely in the pirate world, indulging in whatever pursuits he desired. Contemplating the blissful life that lay ahead, Li Wenjin could not help but roll over twice on the bed, a manifestation of his excitement, only to inadvertently tumble to the floor. Upon landing, he regained some clarity and climbed back onto the bed, resuming his exploration of the system. His current focus was on whether the lottery items could be transferred to the system's backpack, and whether the backpack retained any attributes. Li Wenjin can currently only test the properties of the Ghost Spider Longsword, as there are no other items available for examination. Thus, he prepares to remove the Ghost Spider Longsword from his equipment slot to see if he can take it out. Li Wenjin contemplated in his heart, wishing for the manifestation of the Ghost Spider's longsword. However, as he initiated the process, he promptly received a system warning. The properties of the manifested item would remain unchanged, yet it could not be retracted into the system's inventory. Upon hearing the system's warning, Li Wenjin promptly dismissed the thought of materializing the Ghost Spider longsword. Should he summon the blade, he would be compelled to wield it perpetually to augment his attribute strength, an arrangement most inconvenient for his circumstances. Moreover, the system had already confirmed that materialized equipment would retain its properties, eliminating any need for further testing. What filled him with particular delight was the revelation that he could now utilize additional armaments. The system's equipment slots permitted the bearing of 10 items. By materializing certain gear while physically donning others, his combat prowess would multiply exponentially, a development of truly monumental significance. Yet at present, he couldn't even fill all 10 equipment slots, let alone contemplate materializing supplementary items for personal wear. The disparity between his current limitations and future potential stretched before him like an unbridgeable chasm. Li Wenjin's gaze shifted directly to the 500,000 belly that Tina had bestowed upon him. He contemplated using this sum to partake in a lottery, hoping to procure some valuable equipment. With 500,000 belly, he could engage in the lottery a minimum of 5 times. However, upon arriving in the East Sea, he would still need to allocate funds for sustenance. Consequently, Li Wenjin decided to reserve 100,000 belly, leaving him with 400,000 belly to enter the lottery 4 times. Empty. Empty. Joseph's blade. Strength 28. Empty. Li Wenjin found himself in a state of deep frustration. Having come to the realization that the likelihood of acquiring items through the lottery was rather slim, and that low-tier draws seldom yielded anything of value. Though resigned to the situation, he had no choice but to accept the system's lottery mechanics, despite their apparent futility. After all, the system was merely an inanimate construct, beyond his ability to alter, and he would inevitably rely on it in the future. Engaged in exploring the various functionalities of the system, Li Wenjin toiled until the early hours of the morning, finally resting with a satisfied smile. As for Joseph's blade and the socks of the pirate harlot, he naturally equipped them in his gear slots. Currently, his inventory was rather sparse, but he knew that once he acquired more formidable equipment through future draws, he would readily replace them, making do for the time being. After a night's rest, he was awakened the next day by Dasky, who had come to summon him to assist in cleaning the battleship. Although Li Wenjin felt quite fatigued, he nonetheless rose promptly, preparing to accompany Dashiki to work. In truth, Li Wenjin was reluctant to engage in labor. However, his current prowess paled in comparison to Smoker's, leaving him no choice but to obediently follow Dashiki to fulfill his duties, lest he incur Smoker's wrath. After donning his attire and completing his morning routine, Li Wenjin exited the resting quarters and made his way to the deck to meet Dashiki. Dashiki, dear sister, you look exceptionally lovely today. Li Wenjin was in high spirits and couldn't resist teasing Tashiji upon seeing her. Tashiji immediately became furious and roared at Li Wenjin, I am not your little sister. If you dare call me your sister again, I'll show you the true extent of my swordsmanship. After uttering these words, she glared intensely at Li Wenjin while gripping the hilt of her sword at her waist, as if ready to unsheath it and teach him a lesson should he mention the word sister again. Li Wenjin had yet to respond when Dasky's words incited several naval soldiers on the deck to chime in. Dasky, teach that smooth-talking brat a lesson. Dasky, can you really handle it? What will you do if you can't defeat that little scoundrel? The soldiers' raucous banter left Li Wenjin at a loss for words, prompting him to hastily apologize to Dasky, saying, Sister Dasky, it is all my fault. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from drawing your sword. Upon hearing Li Wenjin admit her fault and refer to her as sister, Dasky let out a cold huff. I am not your sister. You better behave yourself from now on. Watching Dasky walk away, Li Wenjin breathed a sigh of relief. Given his current abilities, he was not afraid of Dasky, however. He wished to keep his strength concealed. After all, Smoker was still aboard the ship, and should his capabilities be revealed, he could only speculate how Smoker would react. If Smoker deemed him a spy, he might eliminate him or cast him into the sea, which would spell disaster for Li Wenjin. Thus, it was best to maintain the status quo. Li Wenjin was still lost in thought when Dasky, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly called out to him, What are you still doing? Come and help me at once. I'll be right there, Li Wenjin promptly replied, hastening after Dasky. The naval soldiers, noticing that Dasky had not clashed with Li Wenjin, quickly lost interest in the unfolding scene, realizing it lacked excitement. After all, they were merely bored and enjoyed witnessing a bit of commotion. The task of cleaning the warship was swiftly accomplished by Li Wenjin and Dasky, primarily because they had already tidied up thoroughly the previous day, leaving only minor maintenance for today. Once the work was finished, Dasky returned to her sword training, completely ignoring Li Wenjin, which left him feeling rather dull. He could only sit beside her, watching her practice. As for Smoker and the other naval personnel, Li Wenjin had no desire to converse with them, especially since they regarded him with disdain, and he had no intention of making a fool of himself. While Dasky trained with her sword, Li Wenjin's unwavering gaze on her made it nearly impossible for her to concentrate. After 20 minutes of this distraction, Dasky finally shouted at Li Wenjin, Why do you keep staring at me? Li Wenjin expressed his innocence, feeling as though he had done nothing wrong, yet was abruptly scolded by Dasky, leaving him quite disheartened. I don't believe I've provoked you. Why did you suddenly raise your voice at me? Dasky, at a loss for words, could only respond with irritation, I dislike being watched while I train. So kindly step aside. Li Wenjin was at a loss for words. With a sense of helplessness, he remarked, I need not observe your training. I shall simply sit here and gaze at the sea. After Li Wenjin finished speaking, she turned away without glancing back at Dasky, instead gazing into the distant sea and beginning to mutter to herself. Chapter 9, The Bounty Hunter. Dasky returned to her training, yet she found herself unable to concentrate. As Li Wenjin's murmurs buzzed in her ears like a persistent mosquito, Li Wenjin was deliberately teasing Dasky, thus he muttered to himself the tale of Journey to the West, eager to observe Dasky's reaction. Although Li Wenjin's storytelling skills were rather mediocre, the tale of Journey to the West utterly captivated Dasuki. She found herself utterly unable to focus on her training, her mind wholly preoccupied with the mischievous monkey and the unpredictable antics he might unleash. Before she realized it, half an hour had slipped away, and Dasuki had unconsciously drifted behind Li Wenjin, standing in quiet absorption as he spun his narrative. And so, Sun Wukong's soul was seized by the ox-head and horse-faced demons, he intoned, dragged down into the underworld. But what chaos might the great sage wreak within the halls of the dead? To uncover the fate of the Monkey King in the Netherworld. Stay tuned for the next installment. Li Wenjin had been speaking for half an hour, his throat parched and dry, so he decided to conclude his tale. Yet just as he rose to depart, Tashiji abruptly seized his shoulder with palpable urgency, exclaiming, "You must continue. Will Sun Wukong perish or not?" Li Wenjin turned her head, casting a half-smile at Daki, remaining silent. Nonetheless, this subtle expression immediately caused Daki to feel flustered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Daki was aware that her previous actions could lead to misunderstandings, yet her curiosity about the subsequent tales of Sun Wukong overwhelmed her. Thus, she decided to take a bold stance, threatening Li Wenjin with a fierce tone. "Hurry up and tell me the rest of the story, or I shall discipline you." What Daki perceived as fierceness was merely seen by Li Wenjin as the endearing demeanor of a little girl, devoid of any real intimidation. "Dear Daki, I have been narrating for half an hour. Surely you must allow me a moment to sip some water." Li Wenjin feigned a sense of grievance, deliberately teasing Dashiki. Observing the ostensibly aggrieved Li Wenjin, Dashiki contemplated for a moment before saying, "Please wait here. I shall fetch you some water." As she watched Dashiki's departing figure, Li Wenjin could not help but think how amusing it was that just moments ago she had appeared so fierce, yet now she scampered off to fetch water, revealing herself to be nothing more than a child at heart. Li Wenjin shook his head in resignation and settled down on the deck to rest, awaiting Daki's arrival with water. After 2 minutes, Daki approached with a lively skip, holding a cup of water, and excitedly handed it to Li Wenjin, exclaiming, "Quickly drink the water, and once you finish, please tell me the story of Sun Wukong." Li Wenjin drained a glass of water in one gulp and then turned to Dasuki, saying, "Very well, considering how obedient my dear sister Dasuki is, I shall regale you with a tale." Dasuki, however, was no longer concerned about being referred to as a sister by Li Wenjin. Her sole desire at this moment was to hear the story of Journey to the West. Li Wenjin, in truth, found himself rather bored. However, now that Daki expressed a desire for him to narrate tales, he eagerly engaged in storytelling. Daki and Li Wenjin quietly conferred, drawing the curious attention of the naval soldiers aboard the ship. Intrigued, they approached to discern the nature of their conversation, only to find themselves enchanted by the unfolding narrative of Journey to the West. They gathered around Li Wenjin, captivated by his storytelling prowess. Li Wenjin spoke until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and by then, he felt a slight scratchiness in his throat. At last, Dasky and the naval soldiers released him, allowing him to return to his quarters for some much-needed rest. Upon returning to his room, Li Wenjin finally grasped the meaning of reaping what one sows. The voyage at sea is often a monotonous affair, and with the presence of a storyteller, the soldiers aboard the warship found themselves invigorated. After enjoying his captivating tales, they eagerly disseminated the stories among their fellow sailors, eventually reaching Smog as well. After a night of rest, Li Wenjin arose the next morning and opened his door, only to be greeted by 2 sailors engaged in casual conversation at his doorstep. Upon spotting him, they exclaimed, "Little brother, you have finally awakened. Hurry and regale us with the tales of Sun Wukong." Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words. In the eyes of the naval soldiers, he had transitioned from a mere brat to a little brother, leaving him uncertain whether to feel pleased or not. 2 elder brothers. "I still have cleaning duties to attend to," Li Wenjin managed to utter after a prolonged silence. "Rest assured, we have already taken care of the cleaning tasks. Colonel Smog will not trouble you." Li Wenjin gazed at the 2 naval soldiers in speechless astonishment. He could hardly fathom the immense power a mere tale could wield. The fact that someone would go to such lengths for the sake of a story, even assisting him with his tasks, filled him with admiration. Regrettably, at this moment, Li Wenjin would prefer to clean the warship rather than recount stories, for he knew that unless he spun his yarn until dusk, the naval soldiers and Dasky would not relent. Cleaning, on the other hand, would require merely 2 hours to complete. Li Wenjin was reluctant to narrate a tale. Yet the naval soldiers had already seized him, guiding him towards the bow of the ship. Upon arrival on the deck, he was met with a sight that deepened his dismay. There, a table was set, accompanied by 7 or 8 chairs, where Dashki and 5 naval soldiers were seated, engaged in casual conversation, as if anticipating his arrival to share a story. Li Wenjin helplessly said to the 2 soldiers guiding him forward, "Could you please allow me to have something to eat and drink first?" The naval soldier replied, "Rest assured, food and water have already been prepared for you. All we ask in return is for you to share a story with us." Li Wenjin was utterly speechless. He found himself at a loss for words and could only obediently follow the 2 soldiers to a seat on the deck. Under the expectant gazes of Dashki and the naval soldiers, he resumed his tale of Sun Wukong. The journey to Loguetown would span 7 days, during which Li Wenjin narrated the entirety of Journey to the West to Dashki and her companions. Throughout this passage, Lin Xiao encountered no pirate assaults, likely due to the fact that he was aboard a vessel belonging to the naval headquarters, which would typically instill fear in any would-be marauders. Even the most formidable pirates would refrain from provoking the authority of the Navy unless they bore a grudge or sought to establish their renown. Over the course of that week, Li Wenjin became quite familiar with Dashki, and even Smoker exchanged a few words with him, marking the beginning of a budding acquaintance. Li Wenjin actually wished to foster a closer relationship with Smoker, as Smoker was heading to Loguetown to assume the position of Marine Branch Chief. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin planned to become a bounty hunter, exchanging pirates' heads for rewards to accumulate wealth for high-tier equipment through lottery draws. By establishing a rapport with Smoker, he could deliver captured pirates directly to him for bounties, thus avoiding the risk of encountering corrupt Marines who might embezzle his rewards. Chapter 10. Loguetown. Smoker's warship arrived at Loguetown, greeted with fervent welcome by the local Marines. Trailing behind Smoker, Li Wenjin also basked in the rare sensation of being received with such warmth. Li Wenjin did not immediately depart from Smog's side upon arrival, but rather intended to accompany Smog in his duties, planning to part ways only after they had settled in. His rationale for this decision was to become familiar with the naval personnel in Loguetown, ensuring that when he returned to visit Smog, he would not be obstructed. After all, it is said that the King of Hell may be merciful, yet the little ghosts can be quite troublesome. Being hindered by ordinary soldiers from seeing Smog would indeed be a tragic fate. Following closely behind Smog, Li Wenjin made his way to the Naval Division in Loguetown. There, Smog proceeded to meet with the retired commander of the Loguetown Naval Division to hand over responsibilities, while Li Wenjin accompanied Dashki to find a place to rest. Under the guidance of the naval officers, both Dashki and Li Wenjin were assigned to a commendable room, which was quite satisfactory. Li Wenjin understood that the soldier guiding him might have misunderstood, believing he was also a confidant brought by Smoker, hence the provision of a comfortable room. With a good place to rest, Li Wenjin naturally refrained from stating that he was not a member of the Navy. In any case, he planned to stay in Loguetown for a few days to gather intelligence on the most wanted pirates in the area, thus facilitating his own maneuvers. After tidying up his room, Li Wenjin stepped out, intending to explore the division and perhaps engage in conversation with Dashki. The Navy division in Loguetown was relatively large. After half an hour of wandering, Li Wenjin had a fair grasp of the division's layout. During his stroll, he greeted every Navy personnel he encountered with warmth, ensuring that the soldiers became familiar with his appearance. Once his exploration concluded, he arrived at the door of Dashki's room and called out, "Dashki, I have something to discuss with you." 2 minutes later, Dashki opened the door with a stern expression, saying, "I've told you not to call me sister. Why do you persist? What difference does it make? Everyone has already acknowledged me as your brother." While aboard the warship, Li Wenjin had, during story time, requested the Navy soldiers to recognize him as Dashki's brother. Eager to hear his tales, the soldiers readily complied, accepting Dashki as Li Wenjin's sister. Although Dashki had never admitted to this relationship, Li Wenjin had boldly declared it before everyone. "I still need to tidy my room. Please do not disturb me." Recognizing that she could not win an argument against Li Wenjin, Dashki resorted to dismissing him. "Dashki, your brother will be leaving here in a few days. Is it too much to ask for a few words with you?" Li Wenjin feigned an expression of profound distress as she conversed with Dashki. After a moment's hesitation, Dashki relented and opened the door, inviting Li Wenjin inside. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wenjin swiftly entered Dashki's room and made her way to the bedside, where she took a seat and began to observe the room's decor. Dashki's quarters were rather sparse, containing merely a wardrobe, a vanity, and a bed. with the rest of the space left conspicuously vacant. However, it was evident that Daki's room was considerably larger than Li Wenjin's. Upon noticing Li Wenjin perched upon her bed, Daki expressed her displeasure, exclaiming, "How dare you sit on my bed?" Li Wenjin was taken aback, pointing at the empty room and exclaiming, "There is only the bed to sit on. Where do you expect me to sit?" Daski glanced around the room and, finding no chairs or similar furnishings, immediately became somewhat indignant and retorted, "You stand and speak to me. After all, I am your elder brother. How can you treat me in such a manner?" Li Wenjin said with evident displeasure, though it was all feigned. "I refuse to acknowledge you as my brother," Daski retorted directly. Li Wenjin sighed and said, "Will you not call me brother before I depart?" In her heart, Daski actually harbored a fondness for Li Wenjin, perhaps due to their similar ages, which allowed for a camaraderie between them. More importantly, Li Wenjin often regaled her with delightful stories, bringing her much joy. Now that Li Wenjin was about to leave, she truly felt a pang of reluctance. "Are you really going to leave, Li Wenjin? Is there any doubt? If I do not leave, what purpose would I serve here? I am not a naval soldier." Daski pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why not join the naval division and become a sailor? That way, you could remain here." Li Wenjin shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "This is not feasible. I still need to earn a living to support my family. Serving in the Navy cannot provide for my 10 wives. "You have 10 wives?" Daski exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Li Wenjin replied triumphantly, "What is there to be surprised about? You will also become one of my wives in the future." Upon realizing she had been deceived, Tashiji grew furious and lunged at Li Wenjin, determined to teach him a lesson with her fists. She had expected her fierce punch to send the seemingly frail Li Wenjin tumbling onto the bed, but to her astonishment, her fist passed straight through his body. The momentum carried her forward, and she collapsed onto the bed instead. Lying there in momentary bewilderment, Tashiji swiftly turned her head, fixing her gaze on the unharmed Li Wenjin. "What just happened?" she demanded. "It seemed as though your body split in two. Was I seeing things?" Li Wenjin smiled in response. "Your eyes do not deceive you. Nor are you seeing illusions. I have indeed split into 2 halves, for I am a wielder of the devil fruit's power." Dashiki's eyes widened even further. Her mouth agape in astonishment, her entire body frozen in stunned silence upon the bed. Li Wenjin waved his hand before Daski's eyes and inquired, "How are you doing, Daski?" Suddenly, Daski grasped Li Wenjin's moving hand firmly and glared at him, stating, "You are using your abilities. Let me see them." "I do not believe your words." Li Wenjin ceased speaking abruptly, severing the hand that Daski had seized. Turning towards her, he declared, "Now do you believe?" Daski glanced down at the half-severed arm of Li Wenjin clutched in her grasp and let out a piercing shriek. "A ghost! A ghost!" Li Wenjin hurriedly stepped forward, covering Daski's mouth with one hand, exclaiming in exasperation, "Did I not mention that this is the power of a devil fruit? Why are you shouting like a lunatic?" Daski, having been momentarily taken aback by the surprise, involuntarily let out a scream. Once Li Wenjin covered her mouth, she quickly regained her composure and gently pushed his hand away. Having calmed down from her earlier excitement, Daski spoke with a serene demeanor. Li Wenjin retrieved the severed half of his arm from Dasuki's grasp and reattached it to his own limb. Once his body was fully restored, he turned to Dasuki and declared, "Now you understand, I am a devil fruit user." Having witnessed the astonishing transformation with her own eyes, Dasuki exhaled in awe and remarked, "This must be a paramecia-type devil fruit." Yet as soon as the words left her lips, a flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Her brow furrowed as she questioned sharply, "When we were aboard the warship, why did you never mention being a devil fruit user?" Chapter 11. The Bounty Hunter 2. Li Wenjin's deliberate revelation of his devil fruit abilities to Tashiji was the result of careful contemplation. Aspiring to become a bounty hunter, he recognized the necessity of demonstrating tangible strength. Otherwise, even if he captured pirates to claim rewards from Smoker, suspicions would inevitably arise regarding his actual involvement in their apprehension. Should Li Wenjin expose his powers prematurely, Smoker might suspect that his previous facade of frailty was merely a ruse, concealing ulterior motives for approaching him and Hina. By unveiling his devil fruit abilities now, however, Li Wenjin could plausibly claim that he had consumed the fruit on the very island where Hina had rescued him, yet remained ignorant of the transformation it wrought upon his body. Fearful of the unknown, he had kept it secret, until encountering Smoker and witnessing his Logia-type abilities firsthand. Only then did he comprehend the existence of devil fruits, granting him the confidence to reveal his own power. This was the narrative Li Wenjin had meticulously crafted, and he recounted the entire sequence to Tashiji. He trusted that once she was informed, Smoker would inevitably learn of it as well, sparing him the need for further explanation. Tashigi, upon hearing his account, chose to believe him. After all, devil fruits were a rarity across the four seas, and it was hardly unusual for someone to have been unaware of their existence. Since you possess a devil fruit ability, she remarked with a hint of enthusiasm. I shall speak to Colonel Smoker about enlisting you as a Marine under his command. I have no desire to join the Marines, Li Wenjin countered. I intend to become a bounty hunter, to earn enough to provide for my 10 wives. Li Wenjin directly thwarted Daki's actions and revealed to her his true intentions. Daki, visibly displeased, retorted, how can you claim to have 10 wives to support when you are merely 15 years old? Li Wenjin replied earnestly, have I not mentioned this before? You are one of the wives I have chosen. The other 9 wives I shall seek out in due time. Please refrain from making such nonsensical statements. I will not become your wife. Moreover, your greed is quite astonishing. Do you truly believe you can marry 10 wives? Do you think you are a celestial dragon? Dashki was profoundly dissatisfied, recognizing that Li Wenjin was clearly deceiving her, and found his words utterly ludicrous. Li Wenjin shook his head and said, I shall not elaborate further. Beginning tomorrow, I will diligently train to become a true bounty hunter, earning enough to support my 10 wives. Dashki, taken aback by Li Wenjin's determination, found herself at a loss for words. She decided to set aside thoughts of his aspiration to become a bounty hunter and directly inquired, how do you plan to train yourself? Would you consider joining the Navy? In that case, Colonel Smoker could assist you in honing your devil fruit abilities. Li Wenjin shook his head and said, my training method differs from yours. What I require is real combat experience. I shall seek out pirates, apprehend them, and in doing so, hone my skills simultaneously. Wouldn't it be too perilous for you to confront pirates in such a manner? Tashigi expressed concern for Li Wenjin. Though his devil fruit abilities were formidable, she perceived his strength as insufficient, rendering him vulnerable against pirates. Are you truly worried about me, dear Tashigi? I am profoundly moved by your concern. Li Wenjin felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time Dashki had shown concern for him, indicating that she still held affection for him. Upon observing Li Wenjin's expression, Dashki instantly grasped his thoughts. Blushing, she indignantly retorted, I couldn't care less about you. Now, get out. Li Wenjin had successfully executed his plan to reveal the devil fruit to Tashigi. Now that Tashigi was urging him to leave, he seized the opportunity to bid her farewell and departed from her quarters. Upon exiting Tashigi's room, Li Wenjin encountered a passing Marine and inquired about where he could view bounty posters. The Marine, under the assumption that Li Wenjin was a trusted associate of Smoker, promptly escorted him to an office brimming with intelligence on wanted criminals from the East Blue. Had the Marine not mistaken Li Wenjin for Smoker's confidant, someone merely seeking to familiarize himself with the East Blue's notorious outlaws, he would never have permitted an outsider like Li Wenjin access to this restricted naval facility. Li Wenjin discovered within the office that the information regarding the wanted criminals was meticulously documented, detailing not only their possible frequent haunts, but also their capabilities. Should Li Wenjin utilize the information on the wanted criminals to track them down, it would undoubtedly save a considerable amount of time and effort in dealing with these offenders. Li Wenjin was filled with excitement as he requested a pen and paper from a naval sailor. In the confines of the room, he diligently transcribed the information regarding the wanted criminal. As for the sailor who provided the pen and paper, he was promptly dismissed by Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin was in his office, transcribing information about the wanted criminal, while Dashki had already arrived at Smoker's office to speak with him. After informing Smoker about Li Wenjin's devil fruit ability, Dashki proposed, Colonel Smoker, should we consider recruiting Li Wenjin into the Navy? However, Smoker was not easily convinced by Li Wenjin's words. He felt the need for further investigation. He wondered if Li Wenjin had truly been powerless when he encountered Tina, as this would ensure that Li Wenjin was not a spy or anything of the sort. After taking a deep drag from his cigar, Smoker replied, I need to think this over. Let him remain here at the division for now. Dashki was deeply disappointed by Smoker's response. With a sense of despondency, she simply said, I understand, before leaving Smoker's office. Smoker noticed her demeanor as she departed. Yet he resolved to thoroughly investigate Li Wenjin's situation before deciding on the matter of his potential enlistment in the Navy. As for whether Li Wenjin would agree, Smoker had not even considered it, believing that he had nowhere else to go and that joining the Navy would be the best outcome for Li Wenjin. If Li Wenjin were to comprehend Smoker's intentions, he would undoubtedly spit in Smoker's face in disdain. Aligning with the Navy offers no tangible benefits to Li Wenjin. Should the Navy be willing to offer him a staggering sum of 100 billion berries, he might contemplate the prospect of joining their ranks. Alas, such a scenario is utterly implausible. Li Wenjin had little time to concern himself with Smog's thoughts. In his office, he diligently transcribed the information of wanted criminals, working tirelessly until 9 in the evening before returning to his quarters for a well-deserved rest, missing out on dinner in the process. Upon entering his room, he gazed at the extensive dossier of 50 wanted criminals and over 300 bounty notices, a surge of excitement coursing through him. These 300 bounty notices represented his forthcoming targets. Should he succeed in apprehending all of them, his strength would surely suffice for him to navigate the Grand Line. Envisioning a future of happiness, Li Wenjin soon drifted into slumber, where he began to realize his grand ambitions in the realm of dreams. Chapter 12. The Bounty Hunter 3. After a night of rest, Li Wenjin rose at 6 in the morning and made his way to the Naval Division's soldiers' training ground to commence a 20-kilometer long-distance run. This training was imperative for him, as he understood that he could not solely rely on the enhancements provided by his equipment. He had to also hone his own physical strength. Only by combining his inherent power with the augmentations from his gear could Li Wenjin aspire to become a formidable force. Li Wenjin has come to realize that with the enhancement of his equipment, he should possess strength comparable to that of a naval officer of the rank of lieutenant. However, with his fragmented abilities, he can only hope to contend with a naval officer of the rank of ensign. Whether he can emerge victorious remains a question of its own. During the 20-kilometer rapid long run, Li Wenjin opted to run without his gear. By the time he completed the run, he found himself collapsed on the ground, devoid of any desire to move, while the other naval soldiers in the training field looked at him with utter disdain. Li Wenjin paid little heed to their contempt, for he was overwhelmed by the sensation that his lungs were about to burst, leaving him gasping for breath. After resting on the ground for 10 minutes to regain some strength, he departed from the training field and made his way toward the exterior of the Naval Division. Li Wenjin emerged from the Naval Division and made his way towards the civilian residential area, for he had resolved to confront a gangster lord who had been terrorizing the town of Roger. This was a task that Li Wenjin had imposed upon himself, one that he deemed essential to fulfill. The name of the gangster lord in Roger was Spawn, a minor figure with a bounty of 500,000, accompanied by 2 henchmen, each carrying a bounty of 200,000. Altogether, their combined worth fell short of 1 million. Li Wenjin's approach to dealing with them could be likened to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, as it was his inaugural encounter in battle, he hesitated to target those with substantial bounties, wary of potential pitfalls. The trio before him served as a practical opportunity for him to hone his skills. With the map of Loguetown in hand, Li Wenjin dedicated 2 hours to locating a tavern frequently visited by the gang leader. Armed with his weapon of choice, a stout club reminiscent of a baseball bat, he steeled himself and ventured into the dimly lit establishment. This weapon was a precautionary measure, as Li Wenjin feared that encountering blood for the first time might unnerve him. Li Wenjin, in contemporary society, is quite the docile individual, having lived for 25 years. The only fights he engaged in occurred prior to his middle school years. Since then, he has refrained from any altercations. If one were to ask him to wield a knife and commit an act of violence, it is likely that Li Wenjin would find himself incapable. Therefore, he has prepared a wooden stick for himself, intending to acclimate to the combat of the world of One Piece before proceeding further. When Li Wenjin entered the tavern, it was still midday, and there were hardly any patrons indulging in libations. However, the sight of Li Wenjin, a child wielding a stick, effortlessly captured the attention of the drinkers. Upon noticing his youthful visage, the tavern's clientele erupted into raucous laughter. "Little one, have you come seeking a fight? Wielding a stick? How utterly amusing. Ha 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 ha." Another chimed in, "I advise you to return home to your mother. This is no place for someone like you." The patrons of the tavern directed a barrage of scornful jests at Li Wenjin, all the while relishing the spectacle. Li Wenjin paid no heed to the rowdy patrons in the tavern. Hefting his wooden cudgel, he strode straight to the bar counter and with a single mighty swing, smashed it to splinters. Then, with an air of brazen arrogance, he declared, "Summon your proprietor, Spain. Today I shall apprehend him to claim the bounty." Li Wenjin's words instantly silenced the entire tavern, drawing wide-eyed stares from all present at this seemingly reckless youth. The bartender appeared utterly unfazed by Wenjin's actions, merely picking up the shattered bottle from the floor with practiced calm before informing him, "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the proprietor immediately." Such composure from the server took Wenjin somewhat aback, yet upon hearing that Spion would arrive, He ceased troubling others and instead settled quietly at a table to await Spian's appearance. Li Wenjin sat in the tavern, while the other patrons began to murmur among themselves. Some admired Li Wenjin's audacity, others lamented his impending doom, and a few urged him to hastily flee the establishment. Indifferent to the patrons' trivial chatter, Li Wenjin paid them no mind. After 20 minutes, some customers, fearing trouble, had departed, while others, unafraid of a brawl, remained to watch the spectacle. Throughout this time, Li Wenjin remained undisturbed. As the 20 minutes elapsed, an elderly man, approximately 50 years of age and clad in resplendent garments, entered the tavern, accompanied by two burly men in their 30s, brandishing knives. Li Wenjin immediately recognized his target and rose from his seat, wielding a stick as he approached the three individuals. Spawn had already heard that a child armed with a stick was sent to apprehend him, and upon seeing Li Wenjin, he instantly recognized him as the one who had come to trouble him. "You two, go over there and teach that little brat a lesson, so he understands who he should not provoke." Spawn dared to enter the tavern only because he had been informed that his opponent was merely a child. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life, as he valued it quite dearly. Upon hearing their boss's command, Span's two henchmen seized their swords and charged at Li Wenjin, intent on killing him, ensuring that the patrons in the tavern would be aware of their brother's prowess. This way, word would spread, and in the future, no one would dare to cause trouble at the tavern. Li Wenjin watched as two burly men charged towards him, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Lacking any experience in combat, he felt utterly unprepared to face two armed assailants. In a moment of desperation, he seized a wooden stick and began to swing it wildly, hoping to land a hit on one of the attackers. The two men, upon witnessing his erratic flailing, quickly discerned that Li Wenjin was merely an ordinary individual with no fighting prowess. This realization dampened their spirits, as bullying someone defenseless offered them little satisfaction. Recognizing their opponent's ineptitude, the brothers opted to engage in a more strategic approach. One would confront Li Wenjin while the other withdrew, intending to resolve the matter with a single adversary. As only one man advanced, Li Wenjin felt a surge of relief. With the threat of two opponents now reduced to one, he believed he could finally engage in a genuine bout. However, despite the odds being in his favor, his combat skills proved woefully inadequate. Even with a singular opponent, he failed to land a blow, and instead, his own attire suffered two deep cuts from the assailant's blade. Had it not been for his covert ability to evade attacks, he would have sustained severe injuries. The man battling Li Wenjin found the encounter perplexing, as he was certain his strike would connect, yet somehow, the blade missed its target entirely. This left him in a state of confusion. Chapter 13. The love of wealth. Li Wenjin engaged in combat with his adversary for 2 minutes, during which he began to grasp the essence of the fight, preparing to playfully spar with his opponent while simultaneously acquiring valuable combat experience. Alas, fate had other plans. While he sought to refine his skills, Spawn bellowed at his subordinates. "What on earth are you two doing? You incompetent fools, how much longer will you waste my time?" At Span's furious roar, Li Wenjin's single opponent transformed into two, swiftly tearing several more holes in his clothing. Li Wenjin understood that he could no longer engage with his opponent. Should he continue, the secret of his splitting fruit would inevitably be revealed. Moments earlier, when he was struck by a blade, he had skillfully evaded harm through his ability, concealed by his clothing. However, his garments were now tattered, and any further disintegration would surely expose him. Thus, he resolved to end the confrontation swiftly, disregarding the potential revelation of his powers, and sought to eliminate his adversary directly. Having made up his mind, Li Wenjin ceased to evade the attacks and allowed two long blades to strike his body. In return, his wooden staff connected forcefully with the head of a burly man, sending him flying into oblivion. Without hesitation, Li Wenjin pivoted towards another opponent, who stood momentarily stunned by the sight of his disintegrating form. With a decisive swing, he struck the man in the waist, propelling him into the air, leaving his fate uncertain. Li Wenjin swiftly dispatched two burly men, a feat accomplished in a mere 10 seconds. The patrons of the tavern, shrouded in dim light, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As for Li Wenjin's ability to split, it was executed in an instant, rendering it entirely imperceptible to the onlookers. Li Wenjin subdued the two burly men and immediately shifted his gaze towards Spike, only to discover that Spike had already turned to flee. Contemplating his 50,000 berries now slipping away, Li Wenjin felt a surge of urgency. Summoning all his strength, He hurled the wooden stick in his hand toward Spike. Li Wenjin's wooden staff struck Spain's head with unerring precision, the sheer force of the blow reducing Spike's skull to a shattered ruin. A grotesque mixture of crimson and pallid brain matter oozed forth, painting a macabre tableau that instantly churned Wenjin's stomach. Overcome by visceral revulsion, he doubled over, retching violently, any inclination to inspect the aftermath utterly extinguished. The tavern's patrons observed this spectacle with bemused detachment. These were no ordinary spectators cowering in fear, but seasoned individuals for whom death held little novelty. Yet the paradoxical sight of the formidable Wenjin, who had just dispatched 3 adversaries with ruthless efficiency, now succumbing to such visceral distress at the sight of gore, left them profoundly perplexed. The dichotomy of his apparent valor and this sudden display of squeamishness defied easy categorization, rendering the onlookers silent in their bewilderment. Li Wenjin, after a bout of dry heaving, expelled the entirety of his breakfast from this morning. He then leaned against the table to rest, preparing to calm his emotions before addressing the matters concerning Spawn and his associates. At that moment, a patron from the tavern approached Li Wenjin, clapping him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Young man, your prowess is quite commendable. You managed to eliminate Spawn and his 2 subordinates. Would you like me to assist you in carrying them to collect the bounty? All I ask in return is a share of 100,000 berries." Li Wenjin was displeased upon hearing someone demand money from him, and he retorted sharply, "Who do you think you are? I don't even know you." The man introduced himself as Jiro and remarked, "You seem reluctant to handle the corpse. If you pay me 100,000 berries, I'll move it for you. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, isn't it?" Clearly attempting to exploit the situation, Jiro's proposal was met with immediate resistance. Li Wenjin would never agree. 100,000 berries was enough for a lottery draw, and he had no intention of handing it over so frivolously. "Which eye of yours sees me afraid of corpses?" he snapped defiantly. "I'll move it myself right now, just watch me." Li Wenjin spoke with great displeasure before striding towards Spain's corpse. Yet after merely 5 steps, the ghastly sight of Spain's shattered skull, with brains and blood spilling forth, forced him to immediately double over in retching once more. Gerald observed Li Wenjin's predicament with crystal clarity, finding the young man's behavior utterly exasperating. The boy was clearly terrified out of his wits, yet stubbornly refused to part with a mere 100,000 berries to enlist his help. Such petty frugality. With an amused smirk, Gerald approached Li Wenjin again and remarked, "Well then, still in need of my assistance? My price remains unchanged, 100,000 berries." Li Wenjin is no longer preoccupied with the matter of 100,000 berries, for without assistance, he would likely lack the courage to transport Span's body back to the naval headquarters. "Very well, 100,000 it is. Bring all 3 of them along. Let us proceed to the naval division." Li Wenjin, having been deprived of 100,000 berries by Jello, spoke with evident dissatisfaction. Jello, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, "You are truly a miserly little rascal." Li Wenjin's tone of dissatisfaction was unmistakable to Jello. It was evident that Li Wenjin harbored reluctance in paying him the 100,000 berries, prompting Jello to shake his head in resignation. Li Wenjin gazed at Jello, preparing to tend to the remains, when a thought struck him. He hurriedly called out to Jello, "Before you take them to the naval division, make sure to retrieve any valuables they possess. However, do remember that those valuables rightfully belong to me." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Jello momentarily halted his steps, his mouth and eyes twitching in silent exasperation, a testament to his utter disbelief. "I have never encountered anyone as miserly as you," Jello remarked, without turning back. Addressing Li Wenjin, Li Wenjin was indifferent to Jello's accusations of stinginess. As long as there was a chance to earn berries, he would not let it slip away. Parting with 100,000 berries for Jello had already caused him considerable distress, and he was determined to seek out valuable items from the 3 individuals to recover at least a portion of his losses. Jello, accustomed to handling corpses, swiftly hoisted the deceased Spike and the 2 heavily injured brawny men onto his shoulders before addressing Li Wenjin. "Let us depart now." Li Wenjin's mood has lightened considerably. Upon hearing Jello's words, he replied, "Wait a moment, I must also search the tavern's bar for any money." Jello, exasperated by Li Wenjin's stinginess, urged him, "Please be swift. I have no desire to squander time here." Li Wenjin nodded slightly and approached the tavern's bar. There, he rummaged through the counter haphazardly and managed to unearth over 20,000 berries, which greatly pleased him. After finishing his search, Li Wenjin and Jiro promptly departed from the tavern, and made their way swiftly toward the naval headquarters. Li Wenjin departed from the tavern, leaving the remaining 4 patrons to engage in an animated discussion regarding his formidable nature and his notorious stinginess. Chapter 14. The Harvest at the Entrance of the Naval Branch. Li Wenjin walked directly in with Jello, unimpeded by anyone, which piqued his curiosity regarding Jello's status. The naval soldiers did not halt him because they recognized Li Wenjin. Yet they did not inquire about Jello's identity, suggesting that Jello was also a familiar face there, likely a frequent visitor to the naval branch. Moreover, Jello appeared quite at ease in this environment, leading him to navigate directly to the bounty collection area without needing guidance from Li Wenjin. The bounty collection area was an ordinary small room, which Li Wenjin had only learned about after questioning the naval soldiers. Jello's ability to find it effortlessly intrigued Li Wenjin greatly. While the naval soldiers were verifying the identities of 3W, Li Wenjin was quite astonished. He could not fathom Jiro's true intentions. After all, Jiro demanded merely a tenth of the reward, which was not an exorbitant sum. For a bounty hunter whose sole purpose was to gather intelligence, this could be considered a paltry amount. Li Wenjin understood that the intelligence exchanged among bounty hunters was exceedingly precious. Sometimes, they would invest as much as 6 months to ascertain the precise location of an adversary. Consequently, informants occasionally demanded a substantial portion, half or even more, of the bounty on a wanted criminal. The mere 10% that Jello requested seemed pitifully inadequate. Uncle Jello, what exactly do you mean? This arrangement offers you no advantage, Li Wenjin inquired, voicing his perplexity. I simply have faith in your abilities to capture formidable pirates, Jello replied. If you manage to apprehend a criminal with a bounty exceeding 10 million, even a mere 10% would amount to a considerable sum. His eyes sparkled with determination. From the glint in Jello's gaze, Li Wenjin discerned his intentions. He had likely witnessed Li Wenjin's transformation abilities at the tavern and recognized him as a devil fruit user. This understanding might how Li Wenjin is now poised to acquiesce to Jiro's request for collaboration, for Jiro, with his 25 years of experience as a bounty hunter, undoubtedly possesses many secrets unknown to others, as well as survival strategies that have enabled him to endure. This knowledge will significantly benefit Li Wenjin's own career as a bounty hunter. I agree to collaborate with you, Uncle Jiro, Li Wenjin stated earnestly. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Jiro erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You are truly a clever child. I hold you in high regard." Li Wenjin initially intended to respond that he did not require Jello's admiration. He merely sought Jello's assistance in gathering intelligence. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a naval soldier, having confirmed the bounty, approached Li Wenjin and Jello, carrying a substantial sum of money. The soldier presented the cash to Jello, stating, "Here are 650,000. Mr. Jello, please count it." Jello accepted the money directly and, with a smile, replied, "We are old acquaintances. I trust you will not miscount." The naval soldier chuckled in agreement, remarking, "Mr. Jello is truly remarkable." Their exchange was abruptly interrupted by Li Wenjin's irate voice. "What is the meaning of this? The bounty clearly states 900,000. Why is there a shortfall of 250,000? Does the Navy intend to embezzle my funds?" Jello and the naval soldier exchanged incredulous glances at Li Wenjin's outburst, prompting Jello to hastily clarify to the irate Li Wenjin, "Are you not aware, young man? Typically, to claim the full bounty, one must capture the fugitive alive. If they are killed, only half the reward is obtainable." Li Wenjin was taken aback. He had indeed never heard of such a thing. When he watched One Piece, capturing the heads of bounty criminals would earn one the full reward. Jello, observing Li Wenjin's expression, discerned his thoughts and promptly explained, "Typically, one must capture a bounty alive to receive the full reward. Only those marked as dead or alive can have their full bounty claimed from their corpses." Jello's clarification was lucid, leaving Li Wenjin at a loss for words. However, the mere thought of losing 250,000 berries for no reason made his heart ache. Chapter 15. Collaboration. Having received the bounty for Spawn, Jello and Li Wenjin decided to seek a restaurant for a meal while discussing their collaboration. Yet, throughout the journey, Li Wenjin was in a decidedly foul mood. Upon entering the establishment, Jello ordered several bottles of beer and a variety of appetizers, cheerfully beginning to indulge. While Li Wenjin lacked the appetite for such revelry, this was not merely due to his prior discontent regarding the bounty, rather. It stemmed from the fact that he had spent all 600,000 berries he possessed on a lottery midway through. To his dismay, he ended up with nothing but 6 empty slots, which left him profoundly frustrated, as the odds of winning anything substantial from the lottery were exasperatingly low. Li Wenjin had received a bounty of 650,000, 10,000 of which he shared with Jello, adding the remaining 100,000 he had. Along with 20,000 collected at the tavern, he had a total of 670,000 berries. After spending 600,000 on the lottery, he was left with a mere 70,000, a pitiful sum indeed. Jello, enjoying his beer and snacks in high spirits, attempted to console the visibly disheartened Li Wenjin, saying, "Brother Wenjin, do not fret over a trifling sum. We can earn much more in the future." Li Wenjin was undoubtedly aware of the implications behind Jello's words. Unfortunately, Jello was mistaken. He was not troubled by Bailey, but rather by the odds of winning the lottery. "You would not comprehend my sorrow, Uncle Jello," Li Wenjin replied. Taking a sip of beer, his mood quite dismal. "At such a tender age, what sorrow could you possibly harbor?" "I truly cannot fathom what goes on in the mind of this little rascal," Jello remarked, exasperated. Li Wenjin cast a disapproving glance at Jiro and remarked, "Today's meal shall be on your account." Just after taking a sip of beer, Jiro was nearly choked by her words, struggling to regain his composure through a series of coughs. "Is this a joke, kid? You just received 550,000. Yet you are unwilling to part with this meager amount? How dare you take advantage of an elder?" Li Wenjin cast another glance at Jiro and spoke with remarkable composure. "I seem to recall that Spade wore a rather sizable ring. Yet when claiming the bounty, I noticed its absence from his hand. Might you enlighten me as to its whereabouts, Uncle Jiro?" Jiro cleared his throat twice in quick succession, masking his discomfort with forced bravado. "Merely the price of a meal," he declared magnanimously. "Your Uncle Jiro can certainly afford to treat you. Consider this dinner my treat." Not a word did he utter regarding the ring, and Li Wenjin chose not to press further. Their partnership was still in its infancy. Allowing Jiro this small indulgence would foster goodwill. After all, the intelligence broker charged modest fees. It was only natural he'd supplement his income through such means. Over their meal, the two discussed their next course of action. Ultimately, they resolved to begin by apprehending all fugitives in Loguetown with bounties below 500,000, a suitable training exercise to hone Li Wenjin's capabilities. Li Wenjin was in discussion with Jello. Yet Smoker was already aware that Li Wenjin had embarked on the path of a bounty hunter. After all, when Li Wenjin went to claim his bounty, numerous Marines had witnessed him. Smoker was not overly concerned about Li Wenjin's new endeavor as a bounty hunter, for he had yet to ascertain the full extent of Li Wenjin's background. Moreover, with Li Wenjin assisting in the elimination of the scoundrels in Loguetown, Smoker found his own burdens considerably lightened. Li Wenjin continued to reside at the naval base, although the Marines were well aware that he was not one of their own. Since Colonel Smoker had not expelled him, the lower-ranking soldiers naturally refrained from meddling. Moreover, Li Wenjin had captured numerous wanted criminals, effectively alleviating some of the Navy's burdens. After collaborating with Jiro for 7 days, Li Wenjin had officially stepped into the life of a bounty hunter and had grown accustomed to combat. Though his performance in battle remained flawed and erratic, under Jiro's guidance, he felt significant progress had been made. During these 7 days, Li Wenjin apprehended 15 fugitives, each with bounties below 500,000 belly, earning him a total of 3.5 million belly in rewards. After giving Jiro his share of 350,000 belly, Li Wenjin was left with over 3.2 million belly. Though Jiro only received 350,000 belly, Li Wenjin knew full well that Jiro's actual earnings far exceeded $1 million. For all the valuables and assets of those captured outlaws had been discreetly appropriated by him. Li Wenjin paid little heed to Jiro's actions. After all, were it not for Jiro providing precise information, he would not have amassed over 3 million berries in just 7 days. Li Wenjin earned over 3 million, and naturally, he was inclined to participate in a lottery. Initially, he intended to enter the intermediate draw. However, he ultimately decided against it, as he preferred to first gather 10 pieces of ordinary equipment. Otherwise, having more than half of his 10 equipment slots vacant would indeed be quite wasteful. Li Wenjin's 3,200,000 Bailey and 32 lottery results led him to finally comprehend that the probability of winning a prize was approximately 1 in 10. The items Li Wenjin obtained were the Ring of Pirate Harlock, which grants an increase of 25 points in strength, the Garb of Pirate Kabeji, which enhances defense by 44 points, and the Bicycle of Pirate Kabeji, which boosts agility by 44 points. Li Wenjin has acquired 3 new pieces of equipment, resulting in an impressive enhancement of his defensive capabilities, which now stand at 76 points, while his agility has reached 44 points, marking a significant overall improvement in his abilities. Li Wenjin once sought out Jello to experiment with the effects of defense and agility. The results of the test revealed that with a defense score of 76, even a regular naval soldier wielding a knife would inflict no harm upon Li Wenjin. To breach his formidable defense, one would require the capabilities of at least a naval non-commissioned officer. With an agility score of 44, Li Wenjin's body became increasingly nimble, enhancing his speed, which could also be considered a form of defense, as evasion is indeed a facet of protection. Jello's prowess was roughly comparable to that of a naval sergeant. Thus he found himself immensely intrigued by Li Wenjin's seemingly impervious physique, believing that collaborating with him would be a fortuitous endeavor. Currently, Jello has commenced the search for adversaries with bounties around 1 million, yet Li Wenjin has stipulated that no wanted criminals should be overlooked. Consequently, Jello must simultaneously monitor for opponents with bounties below 1 million while pursuing those of higher value. Loguetown, being a crucial passageway to the Grand Line, frequently witnesses the passage of pirates. However, some novice pirates possess no bounties, and Li Wenjin has no intention of provoking them. He permits their departure and will only pursue them once they have earned a bounty. After 7 days, Li Wenjin has garnered a degree of renown in Loguetown, with his most notable acclaim stemming not from the captured criminals, but from the fact that he resides within the naval base despite not being a member of the Navy. Chapter 16. Collaboration 2. In the early morning, as Li Wenjin jogged in the training grounds of the Loguetown Naval Base, Dasky unexpectedly arrived to seek him out, which piqued his curiosity. During the preceding 7 days, Li Wenjin had been preoccupied with earning money and training, merely exchanging brief greetings with Dasky upon leaving the naval base, without engaging in conversation. Thus, her approach now left him quite intrigued. "Dasky, my dear, what brings you to me?" Li Wenjin ceased his running and approached Dasky at the edge of the training field to engage in conversation. In response to Li Wenjin's inquiry, Dasky appeared somewhat hesitant and remained silent for an extended period, pondering the reason for her visit to Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin approached Dasky directly, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, and smilingly said, "Feel free to express any concerns. As your future husband, I shall undoubtedly assist you." Dasky, irritated, shrugged off his embrace and retorted, "Who is your wife? I sought you out for a serious matter." Unfazed by her dismissal, Li Wenjin inquired, "What precisely do you wish to discuss?" In a hushed tone, Dasky replied, "I simply wish to know how you trained. How is it that you have become so formidable in just 7 days?" Her question left Li Wenjin at a loss, for he could hardly disclose the secrets of the system. After some contemplation, he evasively responded, "It is all due to the power of the devil fruit. I can feel my strength increasing every day." Upon hearing that it was the power of the devil fruit that had augmented Li Wenjin's prowess, Dasky felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She murmured to herself, "Should I seek a devil fruit to consume?" I have heard that Li Wenjin arrived at the Geely Tavern at 10 in the morning, finding the establishment devoid of patrons and noting that Gilo had not yet appeared. He approached the counter and addressed the tavern owner, Uncle Geely, saying, "Uncle Geely, please bring me some snacks and 2 bottles of beer." "Oh, it's you, Wenjin. What brings you here so early today?" "Usually you come around noon," Geely inquired, familiarity evident in his tone, tinged with curiosity about Wenjin's early visit. "Having nothing to do. I thought I might as well come early." "Don't concern yourself with my affairs. Just hurry and bring me the drinks and food," Wenjin replied, his impatience palpable. "Suit yourself. But you'd best not get intoxicated. Otherwise, when Gilo arrives, he will surely blame me for hindering his earnings," Geely cautioned, a hint of jest in his voice. "How could I possibly get drunk on beer?" "Spare me your prattle and bring the drinks and snacks promptly," Wenjin retorted. "I still can't believe someone managed to wreck my place after only 5 bottles of beer," Geely scoffed, his disdain evident. Li Wenjin felt somewhat uncomfortable. 5 days prior, he and Jello had acquired 1 million and decided to indulge in a night at the Geely Tavern. Unfortunately, Li Wenjin overindulged in his libations, resulting in him drunkenly wreaking havoc and damaging 2 tables within the tavern. However, one cannot solely blame Li Wenjin for this incident. After all, he had previously consumed 5 bottles of beer without succumbing to inebriation. Little did he anticipate that in the world of One Piece, such a quantity would lead to intoxication. Perhaps this was merely a consequence of Li Wenjin's rejuvenated physique, which had diminished his tolerance for alcohol. Although Geely scoffed at Li Wenjin's drinking capacity, he remained dutiful, providing him with 2 bottles of beer and 5 plates of appetizers. With no other patrons in the tavern, Geely, feeling rather bored, struck up a conversation with Li Wenjin. "Young Wenjin, what do you intend to do with all that wealth? It seems you have no inclination to spend it, as Jello always foots the bill during our meals." Li Wenjin took a sip of beer and replied to Geely, "You wouldn't understand. I am saving up for my future wives." How else could I afford to support so many? Jili couldn't help but scoff internally at the youthful naivety of this boy, who was already contemplating a fund for multiple wives. It seemed that Li Wenjin was indeed a rather lecherous young man. Though somewhat speechless, Jili continued to engage in a casual conversation with him, as there were no other patrons in the tavern, and Jili found himself exceedingly bored. Li Wenjin, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, settled in the tavern to rest while awaiting Jiro's arrival. Meanwhile, Jili had no time to attend to Li Wenjin, as the noon hour approached and patrons began to fill the establishment. As the clock struck noon, Li Wenjin finally spotted Jiro and approached him to inquire about any new targets for the day. Jiro, having already seen Li Wenjin at the entrance, responded calmly without surprise, suggesting, "Let us find a place to sit first. You must rest well this afternoon, for tonight we shall seek out a substantial opportunity." Li Wenjin's interest was instantly piqued as he eagerly inquired, "What is this grand objective, and how much is the bounty?" "Do not rush, my dear Wenjin." Jiro replied with a hint of exasperation, "Let us take a seat and converse. There are still many people observing us here." Li Wenjin turned around and saw that the two of them were indeed conversing at the entrance, attracting the attention of the tavern's patrons. Reluctantly, he followed Jello to a secluded corner of the tavern, where they deliberated on their new objectives for the evening. Chapter 17, Collaboration 3 at Jili's Tavern. Jello explained to Li Wenjin over lunch the target they would confront that night. Jello had chosen to target a pair of mountain bandits residing on an island near Loguetown. These bandits were scheduled to arrive in Loguetown at midnight to conduct a transaction, a piece of information Jello had managed to uncover. The bandits, known as Griffin and Griff, were brothers, each carrying a bounty of 2 million berries. Additionally, they commanded a crew of 4 other bandits, each with a bounty of 500,000, bringing the total bounty to an impressive 6 million berries, a substantial undertaking indeed. After discussing the evening's plans with Jello at Jill, Li Wenjin did not hide away like those bounty hunters. Instead, he boldly strolled along the western coastline, gazing at the ships approaching the shore in the distance. Li Wenjin has earned a notable reputation in Loguetown. While other bounty hunters fear Smog's formidable power and have refrained from troubling Li Wenjin, the recent events concerning the Griffin brothers seem to have emboldened them. 5 concealed bounty hunters, upon spotting Li Wenjin standing by the sea, chose to abandon their concealment and approach the shoreline, mirroring Li Wenjin's stance as they awaited the arrival of the Griffin brothers. Li Wenjin observed a group of 5 bounty hunters a dozen meters away, and he exasperatedly inquired of Jello, who was concealed in the shadows, "Uncle Jello, will those 5 individuals deter the Griffin brothers from approaching?" "Rest assured, the Griffin brothers are quite fearsome. They will not be intimidated. It is possible that the 6 adversaries may even approach you directly," Jello replied with a smile. "What are those 5 bounty hunters' backgrounds, daring to encroach upon my business?" Li Wenjin expressed his displeasure. "Do not concern yourself with them. Those 5 are no match for the Griffin brothers. Allow them to advance if they wish," Jello encouraged from his rocky refuge. Li Wenjin, somewhat incredulous, responded, "Uncle Jello, can't you come out and speak? With your abilities, if you cannot best the Griffins, surely fleeing would not pose a problem. At my age, do you truly wish for me to engage in battle?" Jello lamented, feigning injury. At nearly Li Wenjin's metal bat was custom-made for him by Jiro, specifically designed to prevent Li Wenjin from fatally injuring the bounty target, thus safeguarding half of the reward. As he leapt over the rocks, Li Wenjin swiftly approached Griffin's vessel. At that moment, the group of bounty hunters had already lost 1 member and sustained severe injuries to another, leaving only 3 still desperately holding their ground. Li Wenjin stood at the water's edge, refraining from making a move. Griffin and his brother did not immediately confront him. Instead, they resolved to first deal with the 3 bounty hunters. Although Li Wenjin appeared childlike, the Griffin brothers sensed that he must possess formidable skills, for he stood motionless, seemingly unperturbed by their impending assault. Eager to gauge Li Wenjin's prowess, the Griffin brothers unleashed their full combat potential, swiftly incapacitating one of the bounty hunters. The remaining 2, realizing the futility of their bravado, hastily retreated, abandoning their injured companion. Li Wenjin regarded them with disdain. Though the 2 bounty hunters lacked both compatibility and integrity, their talent for fleeing was exceptional. The Griffin brothers found themselves unable to catch up, resorting instead to firing shots in the direction of their escape. Once the 2 bounty hunters had vanished into the distance, the brothers ceased their gunfire and, accompanied by their remaining 20-odd subordinates, proceeded toward Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin had long been itching with anticipation. The arrival of the Griffin brothers was precisely what he desired. He stood his ground, patiently awaiting the approach of the Griffin brothers accompanied by 20 or so bandits. Chapter 18, Collaboration 4. The Griffin brothers approach Li Wenjin. eyeing the metallic baseball bat in his hands. "Kid, are you a bounty hunter? Are you here to claim my head for a reward?" One of them inquired. "You are not mistaken. I am indeed in need of some funds, and I thought I might make use of your lives." Li Wenjin's tone, though undeniably arrogant, belied a serene expression. The Griffin brothers had yet to utter a word when one of the bandits behind them sprang forth, aiming a gun at Li Wenjin while cursing. "You little brat, so audacious. I'll send you to meet the king of hell." Without flinching, Li Wenjin merely raised his iron ball bat to deflect the bandit's bullet attack, a display that revealed to the Griffin brothers that he was indeed a master. With the gunfire now unleashed, Li Wenjin no longer held back. He brandished his iron ball bat and charged towards the Griffin bandit group, deliberately avoiding the Griffin brothers to directly confront the members of the bandit faction. Li Wenjin's action stemmed from a fear that eliminating the Griffin brothers first would allow the 4 bounties of 500,000 each to escape. Thus, he opted to confront the crew of the bandit ship first. With over 20 bandits, they were not intimidated by Li Wenjin's solitary presence, armed with blades. They surged forward to attack him. The bandits refrained from using firearms against Li Wenjin, not due to a lack of skill, but rather from a concern of harming their comrades amidst the chaotic melee, where swords and daggers proved more practical. The Griffin brothers chose not to pursue Li Wenjin initially, preferring to gauge his strength. However, within merely a few minutes, Griffin hastily brandished his long knife and charged at Li Wenjin. In just 2 minutes, Li Wenjin had rendered the 4 wanted criminals unconscious, while he showed no interest in the other unmarked bandits, for their blows would hardly draw a drop of blood from him. After dispatching the 4 bountied foes, Li Wenjin turned his attention to the approaching Griffin brothers, forcefully pushing aside the bandits attacking him as he advanced to meet them. As Li Wenjin's iron ball bat collided with Griffin's blade, he realized that without employing his ability to split, it would be impossible to defeat the Griffin brothers. Consequently, he abandoned all pretense, allowing the Griffin brothers' swords to strike at his head while he swung his iron bat, successfully incapacitating Griffin. Griff, upon witnessing his brother's incapacitation, was rather indifferent. He believed that their victory was assured as long as Li Wenjin's head was severed. All he needed to do was revive his brother. However, just as he bent down to check on his sibling, he was startled to see the headless corpse of Li Wenjin swinging a bat towards him. Griff, an ordinary mountain bandit, had no knowledge of the existence of devil fruits, and the sight of a headless corpse moving sent him into a paralyzing panic. Li Wenjin's iron bat swiftly brought Griff down. The other bandits, observing the headless figure of Li Wenjin engaged in combat, were equally terrified. Li Wenjin did not pursue the bandits, as there was no bounty on their heads. After reattaching his head, he called out to the place where Jiro was hiding. "Uncle Jiro, please come out quickly to clean up." After calling out to Jello, Li Wenjin ceased to concern himself with Griffin and the others on the ground. Instead, he made his way toward Griffin's ship, intending to scour it thoroughly before selling it, as it represented a significant sum of money. Upon boarding Griffin's vessel, Li Wenjin conducted a meticulous search but discovered a mere 300,000 berries, which left him feeling quite disheartened. It appeared that the life of a mountain bandit was not as lucrative as he had presumed. Li Wenjin searched for the vessel for 20 minutes. Upon emerging from the cabin and stepping onto the deck, he discovered that Jello had already apprehended the Griffin brothers along with 4 wanted criminals, binding them and leaving them on the deck. "How did you know I would be here?" Li Wenjin inquired, somewhat astonished. Jello disdainfully replied, "Given your petty nature, how could you possibly let this ship slip away? If you hadn't shown up, that would truly be a surprise." Li Wenjin was utterly exasperated and chose not to engage with Jiro any further, instead inquiring about the matter that concerned him. "How much can this ship fetch?" "Roughly around 1 million. Jiro replied nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance at Griffin's vessel. "So little?" Li Wenjin expressed his dissatisfaction. "That's already quite decent. Surely you didn't expect this dilapidated wreck to be worth a fortune?" Li Wenjin felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had anticipated selling it for 4 to 5 million, only to discover it was worth a mere 1 million, which truly saddened him. Inside the cabin, there were still some supplies for living. "We might as well sell those as well," Li Wenjin sighed. Jello chuckled and reassured him. "Leave it to me. I have already found a buyer. Now, we simply need to sail the boat to the port of Loguetown." "You seem quite well prepared," he added. Li Wenjin was quite pleased with Jiro's competence. He had not anticipated that Jiro had already made preparations regarding the sale of the ship. "My commission, which is merely 1/10, seems quite reasonable, does it not?" "Perhaps you should consider raising my commission," Jiro said with a cheerful smile. Upon the mention of Bailey, Li Wenjin's expression immediately turned serious as he addressed Jiro. "Did you just say something? I did not catch that." "Perhaps I am too fatigued from the battle and in need of rest. I will leave this in your capable hands while I seek a place to sleep." Li Wenjin concluded his remarks and swiftly retreated into the cabin. Jello found himself at a loss for words. Whenever the topic of belly arose, Li Wenjin transformed into an entirely different person. After a deep sigh, Jello gazed at the 6 wanted criminals and a civilian ship before him, and his spirits lifted considerably. This time, he was certain he could earn at least 100,000 belly, which brought him immense satisfaction. Consequently, he hurried to set sail back to the port of Loguetown. Upon his return to the port, Li Wenjin emerged from the cabin, observing as Jello handed over the 6 wanted criminals to the naval soldiers awaiting them. Once the soldiers departed with the criminals, Jello sought out a merchant to inspect the ship's supplies and ascertain the details of the civilian vessel. Li Wenjin, disinterested in such commercial matters, bid farewell to Jello and returned to the naval division for a bath and rest. As for the bounty, Jello informed Li Wenjin that he would address it at the naval division the following afternoon and advised him to wait there. Chapter 19. Dasky Li Wenjin returned to the naval division to rest, and he slept soundly until 1 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, he strolled leisurely around the naval division, awaiting Jello's arrival to deliver funds. Li Wenjin had already made an agreement with Jello, stipulating that the bounty of 6 million berries would belong to him, while the proceeds from the sale of the ship and supplies would wholly go to Jello. This meant that Li Wenjin could participate in the lottery 60 times, which filled him with excitement. When he strolled to the training grounds of the naval division, he noticed Dasky diligently practicing her sword techniques, her focus evident in her every movement. This made Li Wenjin feel somewhat ashamed, as apart from his morning runs, he had not engaged in any other form of training. Li Wenjin's training is predominantly practical in nature, yet he has never truly committed to personal training. Upon witnessing Daki's rigorous regimen, he picked up a piece of wood and approached her to train alongside. Daki, noticing Li Wenjin, joined him in training without uttering a word, as she was determined to complete her self-imposed task of 1,000 sword strikes. For 2 continuous hours, Daki struck the air relentlessly, her effort manifesting in beads of sweat cascading down her face. In contrast, after merely 500 strikes, Li Wenjin abandoned his attempt. Realizing that this method did not suit him, he preferred engaging in actual combat. As Daki completed her task, Li Wenjin hurried over and handed her a towel, saying, "You truly worked hard, sister." Daki accepted the towel and, wiping the sweat from her brow, inquired, "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be out during the day?" "I had some matters to attend to last night and returned rather late," Li Wenjin explained. As soon as Li Wenjin's words fell, a Navy soldier approached and said, "Wenjin, I heard that last night you captured the Griffin and Grease brothers and wiped out their entire mountain bandit gang. You're truly formidable." No sooner had the Navy soldier finished speaking than Li Wenjin realized something was amiss. He immediately turned to look at Tashiji, only to see her expression had turned stern. She handed the towel back to him and said, "I still have training to continue. You all should step aside." Li Wenjin took the towel, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Dasky, witnessing Li Wenjin's rapid transformation from an ordinary individual to someone tenfold stronger than herself, found her competitive spirit ignited. Now, with Li Wenjin having decisively eliminated a bandit group with a bounty of 6 million, Dasky felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if she were drifting further away from Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin turned to glance at the naval soldier who had just spoken, exclaiming with irritation, "Look at the trouble you've caused. If my sister becomes exhausted, you shall feel my wrath." The naval soldier, feeling unjustly accused, retreated sulkily to the side, refraining from further disturbing Li Wenjin and Dasky. Li Wenjin turned his head, gazing at Tashiji, who continued to relentlessly swing her sword in practice. With a heart full of concern, he softly chided, "Must you push yourself so hard? Would it not be better to rest a while before continuing?" Tashiji paid him no heed, her blade cutting through the air with unwavering determination. Helpless, Li Wenjin could only stand by, watching over her lest any mishap befall her. After 500 swings, Tashiji had reached her limit. She had intended to pause and catch her breath, but upon noticing Li Wenjin's watchful eyes, she stubbornly pressed on. Yet after another 100 strokes, her vision darkened, and she swayed, on the verge of collapse. Seeing her falter, Li Wenjin rushed forward, catching her in his arms before she could hit the ground. Without hesitation, he carried her toward her quarters. Her room was not far from the training grounds, and soon enough, Li Wenjin laid her gently upon the bed, urging her to rest. Throughout the journey, Tashiji had weakly struggled against his hold, but exhaustion had rendered her powerless. Resigned, she allowed him to carry her back. "Don't force yourself," Li Wenjin murmured, his voice tender. "Rest now. If you injure yourself in training, it would pain me deeply." At his words, Tashiji turned her face away. refusing to meet his gaze. "What concern is it of yours if I get hurt?" She retorted sharply. "You are my future wife. How could I stand idly by while you suffer? I am not your wife, and I don't need your interference. Don't be stubborn." He sighed. "If you harm yourself now, you'll only hinder your progress. Train steadily, without haste. Even if you never grow stronger, I will always protect you." "I don't need your protection," Dashiji snapped, turning back to glare at him with fierce resolve. "I will become stronger on my own." "Very well, you will." Li Wenjin conceded soothingly. "But until then, take care of yourself." "I don't need you to tell me that," she huffed, her cheeks flushed with irritation. To Li Wenjin, however, her pouting expression seemed more like an endearing display of petulance. Unable to resist, he leaned in and pressed a firm kiss to her crimson cheek. Stunned, Tashiji froze momentarily before snapping back to reality. Seizing a pillow, she hurled it at him with a furious shout. "You pervert. Get out." Recognizing the storm in her eyes, Li Wenjin wisely refrained from further provocation. Catching the pillow, he placed it gently beside her before making a hasty retreat. "Rest well," he called over his shoulder. "I'll visit again tomorrow." As the door closed behind him, Tashiji buried her face beneath the blankets, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion over what had just transpired. Upon leaving Daski's chamber, Li Wenjin made his way towards the bounty collection hall, intending to inquire whether Jiro had paid a visit. However, as soon as he arrived at the bounty office, the soldiers on duty presented him with a box of money, stating that it was Jiro who had instructed them to deliver it to him. Li Wenjin inquired about the situation and ultimately learned that Jello had arrived an hour earlier. Upon discovering that Li Wenjin was not present, he entrusted the bounty to a naval soldier for safekeeping, awaiting Li Wenjin's return to collect it. As for the possibility of the naval soldier embezzling the funds, Jello had no cause for concern, as Li Wenjin was quite a prominent figure within the naval division, and no one would dare to provoke him. Li Wenjin hurriedly returned to his room, carrying a box of money. He excitedly counted all the bills, and only after confirming there were no discrepancies did he instruct the system to recharge the entire amount. Li Wenjin first counted the money before recharging, which was actually a rather tedious task since the system clearly displayed the exact amount during the recharge process, rendering his counting entirely unnecessary. Chapter 20. The combo set the full bounty of 6 million was seamlessly transferred into Li Wenjin's account without a single penny missing. Combined with the 300,000, plus he had looted from the Griffin's ship, and the remaining 60,000 from his previous balance, he now had enough for 64 draws. Without wasting a moment, Li Wenjin proceeded to exhaust all 64 draws in one go. The equipment he obtained was as follows: Pirate Moji's Whip, 42 Strength, Pirate Kabeji's Spinning Top, 36 Agility, Pirate Alvida's Iron Club, 50 Strength, Pirate Moji's Fluffy Ear Covers, 26 Defense, Pirate Kabeji's Sword, 48 Strength, Pirate Kabeji's Shoes, 38 Agility, Chopper's Band-Aid, instantly heals external wounds upon application. Out of 64 attempts, only 7 items were acquired. Yet, far from disappointment, Li Wenjin was overjoyed, for the system had just notified him of a remarkable achievement, the activation of the set system. If he equipped all 5 pieces of Kabeji's set, his coat, sword, spinning top, unicycle, and shoes, he would gain an additional 50 strength, 50 defense, and 50 agility. Among his current inventory of 15 items, 2, the ointment and band-aid, were non-equipable. Of the remaining 13, only 10 could be equipped at once, forcing him to materialize the last 3 and carry them physically. Li Wenjin contemplated and selected the most advantageous equipment method from the 10 items in the system's equipment slot: the 5-piece Kabaji set, the Shattered Fruit, the long sword of the Ghost Spider, the iron rod of Yarlita, Machi's whip, and Joseph's knife. The remaining 3 items were Herrick's socks, Herrick's ring, and Machi's furry ear muffs. These 3 pieces of equipment were directly manifested by Li Wenjin into the world of One Piece. He donned Herrick's ring immediately. However, he found himself unable to wear Machi's furry ear muffs and Herrick's socks, as their appearance was truly bizarre, and he had no desire to embarrass himself in public. Ultimately, Li Wenjin decided to gift the 2 items to Jiro, leaving it to Jiro's discretion whether to wear them or not. For Li Wenjin was resolutely unwilling to don them himself. Li Wenjin bestowed his manifested equipment upon others for a significant reason. He discovered that such equipment possesses durability, and prolonged usage inevitably leads to its deterioration. As for the duration for which these manifested items can persist, Li Wenjin remained uncertain, as this was indeed his inaugural experience with the manifestation of objects. Once the distribution of the equipment was complete, Li Wenjin examined the attributes the gear had conferred upon him: strength, 353 points, agility, 168 points, defense, 84 points. Li Wenjin is exceedingly content with his current attributes. His strength has now reached a level comparable to that of a naval lieutenant officer, coupled with the powers of the split fruit. He feels emboldened enough to engage in a skirmish with a naval major. However, the thought of such a confrontation remains purely hypothetical. He would never be foolish enough to actually challenge a naval major, as he has no desire to find himself on the wanted list. Having made decisions regarding his equipment, Li Wenjin realizes that time is still on his side. He plans to venture out to locate Jello, intending not only to deliver the gear but also to urge Jello to swiftly apprehend all the wanted criminals in Loguetown. Li Wenjin is preparing to launch a grand sweep in Loguetown to earn some Baileys, commencing his venture into intermediate lotteries to further augment his prowess. Li Wenjin's actions were, in fact, a matter of necessity. The probability of winning an item in the lottery is a mere 1 in 10, and to participate in the intermediate lottery requires an astronomical sum of 10 million, a staggering amount for Li Wenjin. Should he fail to earn enough, by the time Luffy sets sail, he would be unable to assemble a complete set of intermediate equipment, a situation he could not bear to endure. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Geely Tavern was already teeming with lively chatter and filled to capacity. However, amidst the bustling crowd, Li Wenjin did not spot Uncle Jello. Approaching the bar, he called out to Geely, "Uncle Geely, have you seen Uncle Jello?" Geely, preoccupied with his business, responded without turning his head, "You might want to check the third room of the inn next door. He is sure to go there if he has made some money." Li Wenjin received news of Jiro and promptly departed from the tavern, making his way to the inn adjacent to it. He was curious to uncover where Jiro ventured upon acquiring wealth. The dilapidated 4-story building displayed a sign reading Moon Inn. Inside the inn's lobby, there were scarcely a few patrons, yet Li Wenjin's gaze immediately fell upon Jiro at the reception desk. Jiro was engaged in conversation with a woman of approximately 40 years, whose charm still lingered. It was evident that Jiro harbored a fondness for her, which elucidated to Li Wenjin why Jiro chose to come here after earning his fortune. Li Wenjin quietly entered the inn's lobby and approached Jello from behind, who was animatedly boasting to the innkeeper. He gave Jello a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Uncle Jello, what are you up to?" Startled by Li Wenjin's sudden touch, Jello turned around to engage in conversation, only to find Li Wenjin making exaggerated faces at him and the innkeeper. "What kind of look is that, you rascal?" "Our relationship is entirely innocent," Jello retorted, visibly irritated. Yes, your relationship is pure, while mine is not. Is that acceptable?" Li Wenjin's response was clearly a jest, which did not escape Jello's notice, leaving him quite displeased. "You little rascal, what exactly are you doing here? Haven't I already left the bounty for you?" As the conversation turned to serious matters, Li Wenjin adopted a more earnest demeanor and addressed Jello. "I need to discuss something with you. Do you have time? If not, we can talk tomorrow morning." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Jello hesitated and glanced at the innkeeper's wife. She had remained silent since Li Wenjin's arrival, clearly of a reserved disposition. When she heard that Li Wenjin wished to discuss important matters with Jello, she calmly said, "Jello, if you have pressing business, go ahead and talk. I will wait for your return." Acknowledging the innkeeper's wife's response, Jello turned to Li Wenjin and suggested, "Let us speak at the Geely Tavern." As they exited the inn, Li Wenjin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Uncle Jello, what is your relationship with that innkeeper's wife?" Jello sighed and replied, "She is merely a pitiable woman. I only wish to help her. Alas, after waiting for 15 years, she still refuses to accept me." The flames of gossip surrounding Li Wenjin ignited instantly, prompting her to assert, "Uncle Jello, could you please clarify a bit?" Jello cast a sidelong glance at Li Wenjin and replied, "Mind your own business. I am under no obligation to disclose my personal affairs." With that, Jello swiftly made his way towards the Geely Tavern, completely disregarding Li Wenjin, who continued to chatter behind him in an attempt to glean information. Li Wenjin pursued Jello to the tavern's entrance. Yet Jello remained silent regarding his affairs with the innkeeper's wife, compelling Li Wenjin to relinquish the matter. Chapter 21. The sweep of Loguetown within the confines of Geely Tavern. Li Wenjin briefed Jello on the impending operation to eliminate all wanted criminals in Loguetown, urging him to gather intelligence promptly. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Jello expressed his confusion, inquiring, "What exactly are you aiming to accomplish? It appears that while you earn quite a bit, you seldom spend it. Why are you so fervently dedicated to amassing wealth?" Li Wenjin directly took out Harlock's socks and the furry ear warmers of Pirate Machi, placing them before Jello, and said, "If you wear them all, you will understand." Jello gazed at the items on the table, rendered speechless, He had no desire to don such shameful accessories in front of so many patrons in the tavern. Li Wenjin discerned Jiro's bewilderment and directly stated, "You are curious as to why I remain unscathed despite being struck? If you merely don these two peculiar garments, you too can possess the same invulnerability as I do." Jiro was instantly astounded. Li Wenjin's body could withstand blades and bullets, a mystery he had long sought to unravel. Yet Li Wenjin had always refrained from divulging the truth. Now, to his astonishment, Li Wenjin claimed that merely relying on the two strange items atop the table would grant him immunity to harm, and he could scarcely believe it. Were these items genuinely effective? Jiro remained hesitant. "I swear by the god of Bailey, if my words are false, I shall never earn a single penny of Bailey again." Li Wenjin unexpectedly made such a venomous vow, prompting Jello to adopt a serious demeanor. Holding two pieces of equipment, he addressed Li Wenjin, "Let us venture outside. This place is rather inconvenient." Upon exiting the Geely Tavern, Jello discovered a deserted alley where he donned both Harlech socks and the plush earmuffs of the pirate Machi. "I don't seem to feel anything. You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Jello remarked with evident displeasure. Li Wenjin couldn't be bothered with explanations. He simply picked up a stone and, with merely a tenth of his strength, hurled it towards Jiro's head. Jiro initially attempted to block it, but Li Wenjin deftly evaded his defense, striking Jiro's head squarely with the stone. Yet, Jiro felt absolutely nothing. Bewildered, Jiro touched his head, finding not a single wound. He froze in astonishment. Though he had distinctly sensed the impact of the stone against his skull, there was neither pain nor injury. His mind struggled to comprehend this paradox. After a prolonged silence, Jiro abruptly drew a dagger and slashed his own arm. Still, no wound appeared. Determined to test further, he then raised the dagger to stab his thigh, but this time, Li Wenjin intercepted his action. Perplexed, Jiro questioned, "Why stop me? I wanted to test it again." Li Wenjin hastily explained, "The defensive capabilities of these two items have their limits. They can only withstand attacks from elite marine soldiers at best. That dagger strike of yours was far too powerful. It might have injured even yourself. Moreover, after enduring multiple assaults, these items will eventually sustain damage and lose their protective properties." Jiro was utterly astonished, never having imagined such peculiar artifacts existed in the world. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, left in silent bewilderment. As Jiro remained stunned, Li Wenjin continued his explanation. "I believe you've witnessed the potency of these items firsthand. This is precisely why I require berries. Every piece of clothing I wear is equipped with the same gear as yours, which is why I remain impervious to attacks. However, these items are prone to deterioration, so I need berries to procure the latest and most formidable replacements. Do you understand now?" Jiro fell into a contemplative silence for 5 full minutes before cautiously inquiring, "Did you create these things yourself?" Li Wenjin shook his head. "This was crafted by my friend, who possesses the powers of a devil fruit, and what he requires is berries." Although Jello was a friend of Li Wenjin, he would never divulge the secrets of the system, thus he could only deceive Jello. Jello, however, believed Li Wenjin's words. For the abilities granted by devil fruits are indeed varied and extraordinary. It is entirely plausible that a fruit exists which endows objects with power. Moreover, Li Wenjin's fruit ability is fragmentation, making it improbable for him to possess any other fruit powers, which further solidified Jello's trust in him. "How much does it cost to manufacture the equipment on me?" Jello inquired with curiosity. 1,000,000 berries per item, and the type remains uncertain. It could be clothing, footwear, weaponry, or perhaps something entirely different. Additionally, each item possesses distinct abilities. Some enhance strength, others increase speed, and some, like what you are wearing, bolster defense. Li Wenjin explained the matter of the equipment to Jiro with remarkable clarity. "There is actually a power-enhancing item. I am quite eager to acquire one. I wonder if your friend still has any available." "I am willing to pay for it," Jiro said, his excitement palpable. Li Wenjin shook his head and remarked, "The item you desire to enhance in strength requires no less than 3,000,000 berries to ensure its creation. Do you possess 3,000,000 berries?" Jello, immediately disheartened, replied, "I do not have 3,000,000 berries." Li Wenjin comforted Jilo, saying, "Our current endeavor is to diligently earn money, allowing us to acquire new equipment, thus enabling us to possess whatever attributes we desire." Jilo nodded emphatically and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall return and promptly investigate the wanted criminals of Loguetown. We shall reconvene at the Geely Tavern tomorrow morning. I entrust this task to you. I will now retire to rest and begin the pursuit of Loguetown's wanted criminals come dawn." Li Wenjin and Jiro both had pressing matters to attend to, so they parted ways directly in the alley. Jiro returned to gather intelligence, while Li Wenjin went back to replenish his strength, preparing for the imminent purge of the wanted criminals in Loguetown. The demise of the outlaws in Loguetown commenced officially after Li Wenjin took a night's rest. Every individual in Loguetown with a bounty exceeding 100,000 was apprehended by Jiro and Li Wenjin, who then exchanged them at the naval division for the respective rewards. Li Wenjin spent a full fortnight purging Loguetown of wanted criminals. He apprehended 3 fugitives with bounties ranging from 5 to 8 million berries, 14 with rewards between 1 and 5 million, and lost count of those below 1 million. His thorough cleansing left the Marine branch with little to do, evoking mixed feelings of relief and frustration among the officers. Their relief stemmed from avoiding dangerous confrontations that could have cost lives. Yet their frustration arose as Li Wenjin had claimed all available bounties, leaving the branch indebted to him by 8 million berries. They now awaited funds from Marine headquarters to settle the debt. The branch even considered withholding payment, dispatching Tashiji to negotiate for reduced compensation. However, Li Wenjin proved unyielding on monetary matters, and Tashiji failed to sway him. In the end, they had no choice but to issue him an 8 million berry IOU. As for Smoker, he rather admired Li Wenjin, whose efforts significantly lightened his workload, allowing him to lounge leisurely in his office each day. Chapter 22. Setting sail in the span of the past fortnight, Li Wenjin amassed a staggering 34 million bailey. Regrettably, the Naval Division's funds fell short, allowing him to withdraw only 26 million bailey. With this sum, Li Wenjin engaged in intermediate lotteries 26 times. Yet he procured merely 2 pieces of equipment: Crocodile's Hook, which augments strength by 95 points, and Crocodile's Cloak, which enhances defense by 100 points. Li Wenjin's handling of these 2 intermediate pieces of equipment involved affixing Crocodile's iron hook and materializing Joseph's blade, which enhances strength by 28 points, before bestowing it upon Jello. As for Crocodile's Cloak, Li Wenjin opted to retain it within the system's inventory, intending to assemble 10 pieces of defensive gear, which he would don when the need arose for enhanced protection. Li Wenjin has already formulated a plan to collect 10 pieces each of attack-enhancing, defense-enhancing, and agility-enhancing gear, so that he can employ different equipment against varied adversaries. As for the present, he intends to focus on augmenting his strength. For only with formidable power can he apprehend more fugitives, thereby amassing greater wealth in the form of berries. After a fortnight of relentless pursuit, there are scarcely any wanted criminals left in Loguetown. Those fortunate enough to evade capture have already fled to the sea. Li Wenjin feels that it is time for him to set sail. Before departing, his first priority is to seek out Daski, for she is to be his future wife, and he wishes to offer her some comfort to prevent her from feeling sorrowful upon his departure. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Wenjin arrived at Daki's room, just as she was rising to prepare for her training. Upon hearing that Li Wenjin was about to depart, a shadow of sorrow crossed Daki's face. To console her, Li Wenjin promised to visit frequently and entrusted her with an IOU for 8 million berries from the Naval Division, which seemed to pacify her. After spending 2 hours soothing Daki, he proceeded directly to Smog's office to discuss a matter of importance. In Smog's office, he found the latter reclining in his chair, leisurely puffing on a cigar. This was Smog's usual demeanor, and Li Wenjin paid little heed to it as he approached and stated, "Brother Smog, I am preparing to leave Loguetown to pursue pirates." Smog exhaled a ring of smoke and inquired, "Have you spoken to Daki about this?" "I have already informed her." Li Wenjin replied, "I suspected you would eventually leave, especially after your extensive pursuits of wanted criminals in Loguetown. I didn't anticipate your departure would come so swiftly. Do you truly find yourself in dire need of funds?" Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words in response to Smog's probing question. Aware that the latter was not easily deceived, any falsehood would be readily discernible to him, Li Wenjin remained silent. And Smog did not press further. "If you are unwilling to speak, I shall not force you. However, do remember, do not perish out there and cause Dashki sorrow." Li Wenjin patted his chest confidently and declared, "When it comes to matters of survival, I possess considerable assurance." Smoker nodded in agreement, "If that is the case, you may depart as you wish. Brother Smoker, could you possibly lend me a din mushy? I wish to get in touch with Daski while I'm outside." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's request, Smoker rummaged through his desk and tossed a din mushy to him, saying, "This creature requires meticulous care. Be cautious not to let it perish." "Rest assured, Brother Smoker, I shall tend to it diligently," Li Wenjin replied as he accepted the din mushy. "You may take your leave now. I shall continue to rest." Smoker issued his farewell. "Then I shall take my leave," Li Wenjin stated. Having completed his task and not wishing to linger, As Smoker watched Li Wenjin depart, a sigh escaped him. He reflected that Li Wenjin was indeed quite remarkable, exhibiting a rapid progression in strength. If only he could join the Navy, he would undoubtedly be a valuable asset among its ranks. Regrettably, the Navy headquarters could not trace Li Wenjin's origins, thus obstructing his path to enlistment. Now that Li Wenjin had chosen the life of a bounty hunter, he was still, in a sense, aiding the Navy, and Smoker was more than willing to assist him. Exiting the Navy's branch, Li Wenjin made his way directly to the port of Loguetown, where Jello awaited him for their voyage. Li Wenjin had long informed Jiro about his plans to set sail, and Jiro had already prepared the ship and supplies, eagerly awaiting Li Wenjin's departure to capture the wanted criminals. Having tasted the benefits of Li Wenjin's weapons and equipment, Jiro had grown increasingly enthusiastic about making money. Over the past fortnight, he had handed all his earnings to Li Wenjin in exchange for 2 new pieces of gear: Pirate Herrick's attire, Defense 40, Pirate Herrick's boots, Agility 30 now. Armed with 5 pieces of equipment, Jiro could confidently confront wanted criminals with bounties around 2 million. This newfound strength only deepened his obsession with collecting more gear. Li Wenjin arrived at the coast of Loguetown precisely at 10 in the morning, and he successfully located the vessel docked at the harbor belonging to Jiro. The boat that Jiro purchased is a sleek monohull sailboat, renowned primarily for its remarkable speed, lacking any attributes of defense or offense. Li Wenjin boarded the small sailboat, and Jiro, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "Wenjin, you have arrived rather late, haven't you? Unlike you, who is all alone, I have a wife back in Loguetown, so my journey naturally takes longer." Li Wenjin retorted with irritation, "Oh, come on, you little brat. You already have a wife, yet here I am, much older and still without a partner." Jiro expressed his dissatisfaction. Li Wenjin immediately burst into laughter, smiling with a hint of mischief as he remarked, "Aren't you the owner of the Moonlight Inn?" Jello sighed deeply. "Please, do not mention her. The more you speak of her, the more heartbroken I become." Li Wenjin is now aware that Jiro has been passionately pursuing the owner of the Moonlight Inn for over 20 years. More than 2 decades ago, Jiro began his pursuit. Yet the owner ultimately married another man, compelling Jiro to relinquish his hopes. However, 15 years ago, following the tragic demise of the innkeeper's husband at sea, Jiro re-emerged to continue his pursuit. He chose to remain in Loguetown solely to care for her, ensuring that she would not suffer unduly from her husband's death. Unfortunately, although the innkeeper agreed to be with Jiro a decade ago, she has consistently refused to marry him, a source of deep anguish for Jiro. The innkeeper's reluctance to wed Jiro stems from the fact that her late husband was once a close brother to Jiro. She fears that marrying Jiro would lead to gossip, suggesting that he has taken his brother's wife, a notion she wishes to spare him from. Chapter 23. At C2, Li Wenjin no longer mentioned the matter concerning the proprietress of the Moonlight Inn. Jiro, accompanied by 2 hired crew members, set sail towards the small island of Apple Village, located to the east of Loguetown. Li Wenjin and his companions embarked on this expedition to eliminate the wanted criminals located east of Loguetown. Their initial target was a bandit den situated near Apple Village, where the notorious bandit leader, Golandi, had a bounty of 5 million berries on his head. Li Wenjin was able to access information regarding wanted criminals in the vicinity of the East Sea, primarily due to the data he had gathered from the Naval Division. Now, as he set sail, his notebook began to prove its worth. However, the task of locating the fugitives still required the assistance of Jiro, for Li Wenjin was entirely unfamiliar with navigation. Thus, he entrusted his notebook to Jiro, allowing him to select the most suitable route to eradicate all wanted criminals in the East Sea. This time, Jiro designated 10 wanted individuals located east of Loguetown for Li Wenjin, and the route was a straightforward line, signifying that Li Wenjin was to sweep through them with determination. After embarking on the sea, Li Wenjin initially felt a surge of excitement. However, after 4 monotonous hours of sailing, his interest in the vast ocean waned, leading him to retreat to the cabin to rest while awaiting their arrival at the destination. Throughout the 7-hour voyage, Li Wenjin and his companions encountered not a single pirate, which left him quite disheartened. He had envisioned a thrilling encounter with pirates, where he could seize their treasure and commandeer their vessels. It seemed that the East Sea, reputedly the weakest of all, lived up to its reputation. Devoid of even a single pirate, a veritable disgrace in the realm of the Pirate King. Upon landing at the shores of Apple Village, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Initially, Jiro intended to take a brief respite, but Li Wenjin deemed time too precious and insisted on directly confronting the mountain bandits. Unable to dissuade Li Wenjin, Jiro relented and led him towards the hideout of the bandit leader, Golandi. The bandits, residing in the mountains, had opted to construct their dwellings at the base for convenience in their nefarious activities. This particular day had been rather dull for Galanti, but at 8 o'clock, one of his underlings burst in with news that two armed individuals were approaching them, igniting a spark of excitement within Galanti. Despite the fact that there were only two adversaries, Galanti resolved to entertain himself by toying with them, a welcome distraction from his recent bouts of ennui. He summoned all his subordinates, brandishing torches as they advanced towards the direction of the approaching foes. His spirits soared with exhilaration, and their pace quickened. Within merely 10 minutes, they spotted the enemies 100 meters ahead. Li Wenjin and Jello traversed for 2 hours before reaching the vicinity of the bandit lair belonging to Golant. Initially, Li Wenjin had anticipated a prolonged search within the mountains for Golant. However, to his astonishment, Golant emerged unexpectedly, much to Li Wenjin's delight, as this revelation promised to save him a considerable amount of time. Upon witnessing Golant's arrival, Jello chose to halt his advance, allowing Li Wenjin to confront Golant alone while he stood by, eager to observe the unfolding drama. When Li Wenjin saw the opposing force of 50 to 60 men, he promptly removed the beast tamer Machi's whip from his equipment slot and donned Crocodile's attire instead. Swapping out a single piece of gear reduced Li Wenjin's strength by 42 points, yet bolstered his defense by 100. His reasoning was simple. He could now disregard the attacks of the 50-odd bandits and focus solely on swiftly eliminating Grant. Grant, upon witnessing a mere child charging toward them wielding a metal bat, felt an intense surge of irritation. The sheer audacity of being so blatantly underestimated fueled his rage, compelling him to vow to tear the boy limb from limb. A distance of 100 meters meant little to Li Wenjin. He closed the gap in under 10 seconds. The moment he reached Grant, he swung the iron bat straight for the bandit leader's head, utterly disregarding the bullets fired at him by the surrounding outlaws. Grant raised his blade to block the incoming strike, but the sheer force behind Li Wenjin's blow sent him staggering back a step. Instantly, Grant realized he could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. Yet before he could fully gather his wits, Grant froze in shock. His men's bullets, upon hitting Li Wenjin, simply clattered harmlessly to the ground, leaving the boy unscathed. While Grant stood dumbfounded, Li Wenjin wasted no time. Eager to plunder the bandits' hideout, he pressed his assault relentlessly, smashing Grant's weapon aside before delivering 2 brutal strikes to the head. To his credit, Grant, a bandit worth 5 million in bounty, managed to evade 2 of Li Wenjin's attacks in his panic. But ultimately, 2 crushing blows to the skull sent him crumpling to the ground, unconscious. From the moment Li Wenjin charged into Grant's ranks to the instant the bandit leader fell, barely a minute had passed. By the time Grant's bewildered underlings processed what had happened, their leader was already lying defeated at their feet. Li Wenjin, impervious to blades and bullets, found himself in a favorable position after the demise of Gorant. As Gorant's henchmen regained their senses, they scattered in panic. A few audacious bandits attempted to reclaim Gorant, only to be sent sprawling by a single blow from Li Wenjin. To covet his prey was a folly of the highest order. A mere strike from him determined their fate, leaving their survival to chance. "Brother Wenjin, it seems your strength has notably increased," Jiro remarked, observing the resolution of Gorant. He approached Li Wenjin, adding, "Spare me your superfluous words. I recall there is a bounty of 300,000 on a certain bandit, yet I have not seen him make an appearance. Let us hasten to search for him together." Li Wenjin surveyed his surroundings, hoping to locate the bandit valued at 300,000, having already secured 5 million from Golan. He found it perplexing that he was still preoccupied with the minor bandit. Feeling somewhat helpless, Jello decided to assist Li Wenjin in his search for the elusive thief. Ultimately, despite their efforts, they were unable to find the bandit, likely because he had not participated in this operation. With no success in locating the bandit, Jello carried Golan and followed Li Wenjin towards the bandit's lair, which was a mere 500 meters ahead, intent on plundering the hideout. At Golan's lair, 3 bandits were stationed as guards. Initially intending to thwart their advance, they quickly capitulated after Li Wenjin delivered a thorough beating. Consequently, they surrendered Golan's treasures, allowing Li Wenjin to amass an additional 600,000 berries, along with a selection of jewelry and gold ornaments. After thoroughly ransacking Golan's hideout, Li Wenjin and Jello made their way directly to the coastal area where their ship was docked, preparing to return aboard for some much-needed rest. Chapter 24. Eradicating the pirate crew of the East Sea. On the return journey to the coast, Li Wenjin inquired of Jello, "Uncle Jello, what shall we do with Golan? We cannot possibly take him along to apprehend the next wanted criminal." "Worry not," Jello reassured him. "Among the islands we pass, there is one with a naval base where we can safely deliver Golan." With Jello's solution in hand, Li Wenjin felt no further need to question, as his primary concern was to secure the berries. Upon returning to the sailboat, they found that it was already deep into the night. Jello took Golan below deck, intending to confine him, and Li Wenjin followed, curious to inspect the cell that Jello had prepared. Li Wenjin gazed in astonishment at the large iron cage in the sailboat's hold, filled with numerous iron handcuffs capable of restraining 20 individuals without a doubt. Uncle Jiro, your preparations are quite thorough. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed, Li Wenjin remarked with a sense of admiration. After securing Golan in handcuffs and locking him within the iron cage, Jiro replied, better safe than sorry. If they were to escape, all our efforts would be in vain. Jiro's meticulous preparations reflected his 25 years of experience as a bounty hunter, earning Li Wenjin's respect and alleviating his concerns about the captured fugitive attempting to flee. Engaging in conversation about their next target, Li Wenjin eventually returned to his quarters to rest. As Jiro and Li Wenjin took their respite, the sailboat, under the guidance of 2 crew members, continued its journey toward the next island, with their imminent target being the pirate Dote. Dote, with a bounty of 6 million, had long occupied a deserted isle. The Eastern Sea Navy had previously attempted to capture him, but Dote was exceedingly vigilant. The moment the Navy drew near his secluded domain, he would swiftly evade capture, eluding their grasp entirely. Li Wenjin and Jello arrived at the island occupied by Dorte at 5 o'clock the following morning. Upon discovering Li Wenjin's sailboat, which possessed only 4 crew members, Dorte did not retreat. Instead, after receiving a report from one of his underlings about the arrival of the 4-member vessel, he led over 30 of his men to encircle Li Wenjin's small boat on the shore, intending to seize it by force. Dorte's audacious actions, however, were met with an even more formidable response from Li Wenjin, who decisively broke both of Dorte's legs and imprisoned him alongside Golandi. Notably, even Dorte's 2 underlings, each carrying a bounty of 400,000, failed to escape. The bounty hunter Li Wenjin confronted Dorte's pirate crew with unyielding resolve. Li Wenjin achieved victory, collecting a treasure of 570,000 from Dortmund, along with numerous gold and jewels, a small sailing vessel, and a bounty of 680,000. The ship of the Dortmund pirate crew, manned by the hired sailors of Jiro, followed closely behind, continuing their pursuit of Li Wenjin and his companions. Jiro's meticulous preparations filled Li Wenjin with admiration. Indeed, with 25 years of experience as a bounty hunter, his thoroughness was commendable. Li Wenjin swiftly dealt with the Dort pirate crew, completing the task of seizing their treasures in merely an hour, before resuming his journey towards the next target. The bandit Shika was a notorious group of marauders residing near Greengrass Town, with a bounty of 5,600,000. Upon arriving at the island housing Greengrass Town at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wenjin boldly ventured alone to the lair of the bandit Shika, where he decisively eliminated the threat. Li Wenjin's encounter with the Shika bandit group, Li Wenjin emerged victorious, amassing a staggering 1.2 million belly, along with a substantial collection of gold and jewels, and a bounty of 5.6 million. Within 2 hours of Li Wenjin's defeat of the Shika bandits, Jello arrived in Qingqiao Town, where he sold the ship of the Dote pirate group to a local and scrupulous merchant for a mere 800,000 belly. Although selling the ship back in Loguetown might have yielded a higher price, the presence of the Dote pirate group's ship would have hindered Li Wenjin's pursuit of the wanted criminals, thus necessitating the sale to the merchant in Qingqiao Town. With the Shika bandits dealt with, Li Wenjin and his companions continued their journey, reaching the lair of the 4th wanted criminal, the bandit Shuanggun Moko, who carried a bounty of 8 million belly, near Anma village. The island on which Anma village is situated is merely a small isle. Traversing the entire island would take no more than 2 Li Wenjin versus the Moko bandits. Li Wenjin emerged victorious, plundering 900,000 berries along with an assortment of gold and jewelry, and claiming a bounty of 8.5 million. Originally, Li Wenjin could have secured a bounty of 9 million. But alas, a bandit worth 500,000 managed to slip away with hair-like swiftness, much to Li Wenjin's chagrin. As for Moko, the bandit leader, his treatment post-capture was rather lenient. Unlike his ruthless peers, Moko adhered to a peculiar code, robbing without bloodshed, earning him special privileges from Li Wenjin, including an extra fruit and chicken drumstick with each meal. Having apprehended the 4th wanted criminal, Li Wenjin and his crew set their sights on the 5th, Enrichcott, captain of the Flying Rat Pirates, with a bounty of 8.6 million, accompanied by his first mate, valued at 3 million. The Flying Rat Pirates were known to prowl the waters near Moons in town, pillaging unsuspecting vessels. Yet, their exact whereabouts remained elusive. Thus, Li Wenjin resorted to loitering near moons in town, deliberately luring the pirates into the open. The sailboat of Li Wenjin was manned by only 4 crew members, making it a prime target for pirate raids. For 2 days, Li Wenjin and his companions lingered near Moonsand Town, where they encountered the Flying Squirrel pirate crew. When the crew attempted to plunder, Li Wenjin offered no resistance. Instead, he permitted the members of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew to board his vessel. It was only after they had done so that Li Wenjin unleashed his fury, annihilating the entire pirate crew. His initial submission was rooted in a fear of the pirate crew's cannons, which could easily devastate his unarmed sailboat. Furthermore, the Flying Squirrel pirate crew maintained a distance that rendered it difficult for him to retaliate. As for the worthless members of the pirate crew, Li Wenjin cast them into the sea, leaving their fate to the whims of chance. Li Wenjin and the Flying Squirrel pirate crew, Li Wenjin emerged victorious, amassing a bounty of 2,400,000 berries, along with a considerable quantity of gold and jewels, and a single vessel. In addition to a reward of 11,600,000 berries. 5 batches of wanted criminals have been apprehended, and Li Wenjin, alongside Jiro, is preparing to proceed to the Navy base in Loguetown to claim their reward for the captured criminals, before continuing the pursuit of the remaining 5 wanted individuals. Loguetown, an island city of commerce, has attracted the interest of the world government, leading to the establishment of a Navy base there to prevent pirate incursions that could threaten the town's prosperity. The commanding officer of the Navy base in Loguetown is Major Milonge. Though he is neither particularly malevolent nor benevolent, he embodies the archetype of a conventional naval officer, ensuring that he does not exploit the weak nor cower before the wicked. Chapter 25. The annihilation of the pirate crew in the East Sea. Li Wenjin arrived at the port of Loguetown at the early hour of 4 o'clock in the morning. Thus he chose to rest aboard the vessel, while Jiro ventured into Loguetown to gather intelligence regarding the temperament and character of Major Milonge. Jiro's intent was to ensure that when they claimed the bounty, they would not encounter any difficulties, as bounty hunters often face such challenges. Given the substantial sum they were to claim, the likelihood of complications was even greater. Jiro aimed to ascertain Milonge's disposition before deciding on the method to claim the bounty. Should Milonge prove to be amiable, Jiro would directly escort the wanted criminal to claim the reward. However, if Milonge's character were found lacking, he would forego some profit and sell the fugitive to the bounty hunters on the island, allowing them to claim the reward instead. While this approach might incur a loss of some currency, it would significantly enhance their safety. Nevertheless, Li Wenjin, upon hearing Jiro's words, did not pay them much heed. Instead, he directly inquired, "Does Milonge have any formidable backing at the naval headquarters?" Jiro looked at Li Wenjin in astonishment, perplexed by the intent behind his question. "Uncle Jiro, do not be dazed. Please swiftly answer my question." Li Wenjin urged Jiro to respond swiftly to the inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Jiro replied, "Major Milonge likely lacks any significant backing. Otherwise, he would not have remained a major in Loguetown for a decade without advancing to lieutenant colonel." Li Wenjin pressed further, "What about his capabilities?" Jiro responded, "He should not be regarded as formidable. He holds a civilian position and did not ascend to major through military achievements. In that case, let us proceed to claim the bounty. I will ensure that Milonge dares not withhold our reward." Upon hearing that Milonge possessed neither influential backing nor formidable strength, Li Wenjin immediately ceased to worry about him. "Brother Wenjin, what method do you intend to employ to make Milonge submit? Surely you wouldn't resort to brute force, would you?" Jielua expressed concern. Fearing that Li Wenjin might act recklessly, Li Wenjin cast a glance at Jiro, expressing her displeasure as she remarked, "Do I appear to be a fool? I would never engage in such foolishness." Upon finishing his words, Li Wenjin proudly produced the transponder snail gifted to him by Colonel Smoker, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the transponder snail bestowed upon me by Colonel Smoker. If Milonge dares to withhold my bounty, I shall promptly inform Smoker and let him administer a proper lesson to Milonge." Jello, speechless, gazed at the transponder snail in Li Wenjin's hand, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Brother Wenjin, why didn't you reveal this earlier? I wasted 4 hours in town seeking information unnecessarily." Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, "If we can avoid troubling Colonel Smog, it would be best not to inconvenience him, lest others accuse us of bullying due to our influence." Jello initially contemplated offering a rebuttal, but ultimately refrained, instead muttering, "Then let us proceed to the Navy division in Loguetown." Li Wenjin nodded and instructed, "You all go and bring out the wanted criminals. We shall set off at once." Jello, without further ado, summoned 2 employees to accompany him to the cabin, where they extracted all 10 wanted individuals. The two crew members hired by Jello were bounty hunters from Loguetown, brought along through Jello's expenditure of 1 million Bailey. These men were not required to engage in combat, and even though Li Wenjin felt that the sum was somewhat excessive for their services, Jello insisted on the payment, leaving Li Wenjin with no grounds to dispute. Upon reaching Loguetown, a testament to its status as a commercial island, Li Wenjin felt as though he had arrived in a modern city, surrounded by countless vendors and a myriad of shops. Li Wenjin ambled along the path, occasionally pausing to purchase some snacks from the roadside. However, trailing behind him were 10 handcuffed fugitives, their presence instilling a palpable fear in the onlookers, who dared not approach. Even the proprietor of the snack stall hesitated to accept his payment, ultimately leaving Li Wenjin to toss the money onto the counter himself. Among the captured, there was one who resembled the notorious bandit, Shika. It seemed he had finally been apprehended, with a bounty rumored to be around 5 million. 5 million is hardly significant. Did you notice the gaunt figure in the midst? That is the captain of the Flying Squirrel pirate crew, whose bounty reportedly exceeds 8 million. The others appear to be similarly formidable, likely all being local wanted criminals. Who exactly is that child? He seems to be the leader. Could he be someone of great significance? I do not recall hearing of him before. Let us not draw too near. If those individuals were to revolt, it would spell trouble. What is there to fear? They appear gravely injured and are constrained by iron chains. Is your timidity a mark of manhood? Li Wenjin savored his snacks while eavesdropping on the lively discussions among the surrounding crowd, finding the experience quite amusing. Wenjin, we should head to the naval division quickly. We are drawing too much attention, Jiro remarked, exasperated with Li Wenjin's casual demeanor. It was perplexing to Jiro that, despite their critical missions, Li Wenjin chose to leisurely stroll about, which left him feeling rather frustrated. Heeding Jiro's advice, Li Wenjin reluctantly set aside the skewers of takoyaki he had been enjoying and followed closely behind Jiro as they made their way to the naval division. The naval division in Loguetown had already received word that someone was approaching with 10 wanted criminals, prompting the soldiers to take precautions and swiftly organize 100 naval personnel to await their arrival at the entrance. When Li Wenjin and Jello arrived at the entrance of the naval division, Jello immediately approached the naval soldiers to hand over the matter of 10 wanted criminals, while Li Wenjin was assigned to rest in the division hall. Approximately half an hour later, Li Wenjin heard Jello's roar. How dare you withhold our bounty? Do you know who our young master is? Upon hearing Jello's roar, Li Wenjin recognized it was time for him to intervene. He proceeded directly to the room where the wanted criminal was being held. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the still fuming Jello and feigned a frown, saying, Jello, what on earth is all this noise about? You should be mindful of your demeanor. Sir, this wretched naval division dares to withhold our bounty. Should we notify Colonel Smoker and have him teach this naval division's commander a lesson? Li Wenjin feigned a frown, saying, My elder brother has daily responsibilities. He scarcely has the time to come here. It would be best not to disturb him. Allow me to speak with the minister here first. The naval soldiers, listening intently to the exchange between Li Wenjin and Jiro, refrained from speaking freely, for they had learned that Li Wenjin's elder brother held the rank of colonel, a position superior to that of their own minister, Mailange. Chapter 26, Extermination of the Pirates of the East Sea. 3. After the performance, Li Wenjin confronted the naval soldiers, demanding to see Major Malang. The soldiers, however, did not immediately comply. Instead, they arranged a room for them to rest and promptly sent a soldier to inform Major Malang. In his office, Major Malang was reclining, contentedly reflecting on the news he had just received about the capture of 10 wanted criminals, anticipating a lucrative reward. Just as he was drifting into a pleasant daydream, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the room, accompanied by a loud announcement. Major Malang, this is Lieutenant Keiji. I urgently need to speak with you. Upon hearing there was an urgent matter, Malang straightened himself and called out, Come in. Lieutenant Keiji entered and, with a serious tone, relayed the situation. Major Malang, there may be complications regarding the bounty. The child who brought in the wanted criminals is said to be the brother of Colonel Smoker from Loguetown. He is quite displeased with our withholding of his bounty and wishes to speak with you. Malang, already familiar with Colonel Smoker, who had been transferred from naval headquarters to quell the pirates in the East Sea and was rumored to possess a Logia-type devil fruit ability, raised an eyebrow at the mention of the name. Can you confirm that he is indeed Colonel Smoker's brother? Could he be an imposter? Keiji promptly produced a newspaper, spreading it before Malang and pointing to an accompanying image. Major Malang observed this photograph taken when Colonel Smoker landed in Loguetown. The 2 children following him are the ones in question. The boy here is the one who has just arrived at our station. Malang scrutinized the newspaper for 2 minutes before turning to Lieutenant KG with a request. Can we establish contact with the Loguetown branch? We can reach the Loguetown naval branch. But direct communication with Colonel Smoker is not feasible, KG replied. There's no need to contact Smoker. Simply inquire with the Loguetown Navy if they are aware of Smoker's brother. If the child outside is indeed Smoker's sibling, the Loguetown Navy should possess that knowledge. Despite his uncertainty regarding Li Wenjin's relation to Smoker, Malang felt compelled to verify, as the matter involved a substantial sum exceeding 10 million berries. After 5 minutes, Lieutenant KG returned to Malang's office, stating, Major Malang, I've clarified the situation. Even if the child is not Colonel Smoker's biological brother, he has a close connection to him. Malang frowned, pressing for clarity. Can you elaborate? KG hurriedly explained. I called the Loguetown branch for details, and they informed me that the child resides at the Loguetown Naval Branch and indeed refers to Colonel Smoker as Big Brother, given that the child lived at the Naval Branch and addressed Smoker in such a familial manner. It was unlikely anyone would believe his claim of no relation. As Malang pondered how to manage the situation with Li Wenjin, KG hesitated before adding, Major Malang. The Loguetown Navy also relayed another piece of information, though they could not confirm it. Speak plainly, what is the rumor? Malang demanded. It is said that the boy named Li Wenjin has already apprehended all the wanted criminals in Loguetown, which is why he has taken to the sea to capture more. And there are whispers that he possesses a devil fruit ability. The ability to capture wanted criminals, coupled with the potential of a devil fruit power, indicated that Li Wenjin was quite formidable. Moreover, his association with Colonel Smoker suggested he had influential backing. Faced with such strength and connections, Malang was reluctant to provoke Li Wenjin, deciding to forego the imminent bounty of over 10 million berries, which left him in a rather displeased state. In his discontent, Malang chose to avoid an encounter with Li Wenjin altogether, instructing KG, disperse the full bounty to him and hasten their departure. Lieutenant KG nodded, affirming, I will attend to it immediately. Meanwhile, at the Loguetown Naval Branch, Li Wenjin, who had anticipated a meeting with Major Malang to personally prove his identity to Smoker, was taken aback when the Loguetown Naval Branch unexpectedly provided the full bounty without him ever meeting Malang. Although Li Wenjin was bewildered by the events transpiring around him, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon receiving the full amount of money. The absence of Malang did not concern him in the least. After departing from the naval base in Loguetown, Li Wenjin reveled in a delightful feast, indulging in the local delicacies to his heart's content. He also purchased a few small gifts for Dasky and Smog, preparing to present them upon his return. Naturally, Dasky's gifts consisted of exquisite gold and silver jewelry along with fine clothing, while Smog's gift was an assortment of 10 high-end cigars, each priced at 20,000 berries, which astonished Jiro. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wenjin returned to the ship to rest, while Jiro busied himself with the pirate ship of the Flying Squirrel Pirates and the treasures they had amassed, which required Jiro to find buyers. Once inside the cabin of the sailboat, Li Wenjin gazed at the sum of over 61 million Li Wenjin mused to himself, envisioning Jiro adorned with the plush ear muffs of Moki, a whip of Moki coiled around his waist, Joseph's blade slung across his back, and the iron rod of Yalata resting upon his shoulder. The imagery was simply delightful, and the thought brought a smile to Li Wenjin's face. Chapter 27. Returning to Loguetown. Li Wenjin completed the distribution of the equipment and felt a surge of confidence, believing he could confront a naval major head-on. This realization brought him immense satisfaction. However, he surmised that he would still be no match for a major of Tina's caliber. Resting on the sailboat until 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Wenjin finally saw Jello return after finishing his tasks. To his delight, Jello brought back 7 million berries. This sum represented Jello's own commission, yet he handed it all over to Li Wenjin, requesting that he procure a few more pieces of equipment in return. Li Wenjin currently possesses 2 pieces of equipment suitable for Jello, yet he refrains from bestowing them upon him, as such an act would unveil his identity as the creator of specialized gear. After resting at the harbor for a night, Li Wenjin set sail once more at 6 o'clock the following dawn, accompanied by Jello and their companions. This expedition was dedicated to capturing wanted criminals. With Li Wenjin's enhanced prowess, they successfully apprehended the remaining 5 fugitives. Bandit Prando, with a bounty of 600,000 berries, yielded 400,000 berries, along with 2 of his subordinates, each worth 300,000, and a collection of gold and jewels. Bandit Lansasi, with a bounty of 650,000 berries, provided 70,000 berries and a variety of precious metals and gems. Bandit Cavadote, bearing a bounty of 800,000 berries, resulted in a haul of 170,000 berries and numerous treasures. The Blackbird Pirates, with a bounty of 760,000 berries, offered 60,000 berries, a ship, and an assortment of gold and jewels. The Green Pepper Pirates, boasting a bounty of 870,000 berries, contributed 300,000 berries, a ship, and a wealth of precious items. Upon capturing all 10 wanted criminals, Li Wenjin and his crew set sail back to Loguetown, preparing to exchange their bounties and take a brief respite before their next venture. Reflecting on their 20 days at sea, Li Wenjin mused that bandits are far easier to apprehend than pirates, as the former operate within fixed territories, while the latter roam unpredictably. Li Wenjin spent 20 days capturing 10 wanted criminals, primarily due to the excessive time devoted to tracking the pirate crew. Had he focused solely on apprehending bandits, he could have accomplished the task in a mere 7 days. Upon returning to the port of Loguetown, Li Wenjin gazed upon the town with a sense of nostalgia, for it marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. As Li Wenjin descended from the sailboat accompanied by 7 wanted fugitives, the patrolling naval soldiers at the port swiftly approached to assist him in escorting the criminals to the naval division. Upon witnessing the apprehension of the fugitives, Jiro decided against following Li Wenjin back to the naval division. Instead, he set forth with 2 pirate ships and the amassed treasures of gold and jewels to engage in trade. Li Wenjin made an appointment with Jello to meet at the Geely Tavern the following day, bringing along a gift as he made his way towards the naval headquarters. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Li Wenjin's first visit was to see Smoker. Without Smoker's protection, he would not have been able to successfully obtain the bounty on the wanted criminal, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Smoker. Li Wenjin encountered Smoker, who remained reclined in his chair, leisurely puffing away at his inexpensive cigar, continuously exhaling wisps of smoke. "Brother Smoker, this humble gift is for you," he said. Li Wenjin placed the cigar he had purchased upon Smog's desk. Smog cast a glance at the cigar before promptly taking it for himself, remarking, "You, my friend, have become quite the wealthy individual. To bestow a gift as meager as this is truly miserly of you. It seems the rumors circulating about your stinginess are indeed founded in truth." Li Wenjin felt utterly speechless, inwardly cursing those who spread rumors. When he participated in the system lottery and spent berries, he was exceedingly generous. It was merely in real life that he tended to be frugal. Unfortunately, with matters pertaining to the lottery, Li Wenjin could only harbor thoughts in silence, unable to defend himself against the moniker of a miser. "Brother Smoker, all my money is set aside for marrying a wife. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to support one in the future. I must save more," he lamented. Smoker merely chuckled, utterly unconvinced by Li Wenjin's words, for the bounty he had acquired had already surpassed 100 million berries. How could he possibly be incapable of supporting a wife? "I couldn't care less about your affairs. How long do you plan to stay upon your return? Daski misses you daily, to the point where she lacks the motivation to train. You ought to comfort her properly. Daski is an essential subordinate of mine. Lacking strength is simply unacceptable. You must speak with her earnestly." Smoker's words filled Li Wenjin with excitement. He had not anticipated that Daski's heart already belonged to him. This realization prompted him to exclaim, "Then I shall go find Daski, Brother Smoker." "Go ahead," Smoker replied, noting that Li Wenjin was no longer inclined to converse and promptly ushered him away. Upon exiting Smoker's office, Li Wenjin hurried directly to Daski's quarters, only to find it empty. He had no choice but to inquire with a passing soldier about Daski's whereabouts. The soldier's response astonished Li Wenjin. He revealed that Daski had rushed to Li Wenjin's room the moment she heard of his return, hastily returning to his own room. Li Wenjin found Daski indeed waiting for him. Without hesitation, he embraced her and spun around twice in delight. "You must let me down," Daski protested, playfully thumping her tiny fists against Li Wenjin's chest. Li Wenjin obediently set Daski down, but in that fleeting moment, he playfully stole a kiss from her, inciting her ire as she continued to pound on his chest. "This is a gift for you. Please don't break it," Li Wenjin said, producing a concealed present from his chest and offering it to Daski. Li Wenjin bore only the jewelry intended for Daski, while the clothing and other items he purchased for her had already been delivered to her room by the naval soldiers. Daski hesitated for a moment, refraining from accepting the gift that Li Wenjin extended. Noticing her reluctance, he promptly thrust the present into her embrace. "What are you trying to do? You're so annoying," Daski exclaimed angrily, pushing away Li Wenjin's hand that rested on her chest. Li Wenjin had already presented the gift, and he directly addressed Daski, saying, "Brother Smog mentioned that you think of me daily. To the extent that you neglect your training. Is that truly the case? Daski's face instantly flushed, and she dared not meet Li Wenjin's fervent gaze. Instead, she lowered her head in silence, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Even a fool could discern that Daski harbored genuine feelings for Li Wenjin, which filled him with exhilaration. He embraced Daski once more, spinning around the room with her despite her struggles. Chapter 28. New equipment. Li Wenjin and Dasiki engaged in conversation within the confines of the room until darkness enveloped the sky. Only after this did Li Wenjin allow Dasiki to depart, having successfully soothed her, ensuring that she could train with peace of mind in the future. Once Dasiki had left, Li Wenjin proceeded directly to the location where bounties were collected, retrieving his reward with promptness. As Li Wenjin collected the bounty, the evening had already deepened. The naval soldiers, having grown familiar with Li Wenjin, engaged him in conversation. After recounting his exploits and capturing the wanted criminal, they entrusted the entirety of the bounty to him. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Wenjin immediately indulged in 50 intermediate draws, depleting his entire reserve of berries. The rewards included crocodile shoes, agility increased by 80 points. Robin's bodysuit, defense enhanced by 70 points. Jester Buggy's flying knives, strength augmented by 60 points and agility by 60 points. The swift blade. Ukshu, strength amplified by 88 points. Ruby ring, strength raised by 60 points and agility by 60 points. Li Wenjin gazed at the 5 newly acquired pieces of equipment, feeling a sense of helplessness. Among these items, only the ruby ring and Baki's flying dagger were of any use to him. The others were utterly unsuitable for his needs. After pondering for quite some time in his room, Li Wenjin resolved to gift the Liangkuai dagger, Wuxue, and the ruby ring to Daski, hoping to enhance her strength and prevent her from overtraining, which could harm her health. As for Baki's flying dagger, he decided to materialize it and keep it on his person, thereby augmenting his own attributes. The remaining 2 pieces of equipment would have to remain in the system's inventory for the time being. Once the decision was made, Li Wenjin materialized the Liangkuai dagger, Wuxue, and the ruby ring, and made his way towards Daski's room. Upon arriving, he found that Daski had left her door ajar and was sitting inside, lost in thought. As if reminiscing about something, her cheeks still flushed. "Daski," he called out, "what are you doing? Why is the door left open?" Li Wenjin entered Dashiji's chamber, his voice startling her momentarily. Yet her gaze swiftly shifted to the blade he held. After scrutinizing the weapon intently for a while, Tashiji retrieved a book from her bosom and began leafing through its pages. 2 minutes later, with a mixture of astonishment and delight, she exclaimed, "It truly is Yuki. Wherever did you find this, Wenjin?" Li Wenjin said with great displeasure, "Which is more important, the sword or me? I've been standing here for so long, and all you ask about is that. You didn't even offer me a seat to sit down and talk. Both the sword and you are important, Brother Wenjin." Tashiji hesitated for a moment before replying, her voice tinged with slight embarrassment. Li Wenjin was left speechless. In Daski's heart, he was regarded on the same level as a renowned blade. At a loss for words, he ultimately handed the Liangkuai knife, Wuxue, to Daski. "This is a gift for you. Use it wisely. This weapon possesses magical qualities, and you will come to understand its power once you wield it." Li Wenjin briefly explained the functions of the fine-grade sword to Tashiji, yet it was evident that Tashiji remained skeptical about the notion of weapons possessing magical properties. Despite her disbelief in Li Wenjin's words, Tashiji still took hold of the renowned blade, Snowcrow, intending to examine it thoroughly. The moment Tashiji grasped the hilt of Snowcrow, she immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body. Her strength seemed to double instantaneously, leaving her utterly stunned, frozen in place within the room. Li Wenjin did not disturb Daski as she sat at the edge of the bed, patiently awaiting her to gather her thoughts and regain her clarity. 10 minutes elapsed, and Daski, caressing the ebony weapon in her hands, turned to Li Wenjin with a query. "Brother Wenjin, what is the meaning of this? I feel as though my strength amplifies when I hold it. I have already mentioned that this is a weapon imbued with magical properties. You were skeptical just moments ago, but now you must believe," he replied. However, Daski found his response somewhat unsatisfactory, for she sought a deeper explanation regarding the connection between the weapon and the enhancement of her power, rather than a vague assertion of its enchantment. "Brother Wenjin, if you do not disclose the reason to me, I shall ignore you," Daski declared with a hint of displeasure. "If you give me a kiss, I shall reveal the reason," he countered. Li Wenjin fixed his gaze upon Daski and playfully teased her. Daski shot him a glare, choosing not to pursue the matter of the weapon any further, instead focusing her attention on the exquisite knife, Wuxue, unfazed by Daski's indifference. Li Wenjin refrained from offering any explanations. Instead, he produced a ruby ring and handed it to her, stating, "This ring possesses magical properties akin to that of the weapon. You should carry it with you henceforth." Upon receiving the ruby ring, Daski promptly adorned her finger with it, eager to ascertain the veracity of Li Wenjin's claim. To her astonishment, she felt her strength surge once more. Now, Daski was filled with curiosity about the true nature of this magic. Yet the thought of kissing Li Wenjin rendered her speechless, leaving her to gaze at him in silence. Li Wenjin was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Daki's mind. However, he refrained from elucidating them to her, as he deemed it was not the opportune moment. Only when he had grown stronger would he confide in Daki. Unlike Jiro, who was a free spirit capable of dismissing his sudden surge in power, Daki's newfound strength would undoubtedly draw inquiries from Smoker. Should Smoker discover that Li Wenjin had a friend capable of imbuing weapons with attributes, he would undoubtedly investigate Li Wenjin further. Presently, Daki remained oblivious to the reasons behind her strength. Even if Smoker were to notice her enhanced capabilities and question Li Wenjin regarding the weapon attributes, he could merely deflect, claiming that the gear was found while apprehending a fugitive, and that he too was ignorant of the weapon's properties. Daki gazed at Li Wenjin for a full 10 minutes without a word, and he understood that she would not pry further, which left her feeling somewhat aggrieved, her lips pouting in disappointment. Li Wenjin, perceptive to her expression, recognized that it was not the right time to share his thoughts. Instead, he could only embrace her and offer solace. In Daki's room, he spent an hour comforting her, ultimately agreeing to 2 unequal treaties that appeased her spirit. Once Daki had calmed, Li Wenjin took his leave, meandering leisurely through the naval base before returning to his quarters to rest. As Li Wenjin departed Daki's room, the clock struck 10 in the evening. He had no choice but to refrain from staying in her room, considering that both he and Daki were still in the tender years of 15. After a leisurely stroll around the naval base, Li Wenjin felt a sense of tranquility wash over him as he returned to his room to bathe and retire for the night. For tomorrow held other significant matters to attend to. Chapter 29. A year. The following morning at 10 o'clock. Li Wenjin convened with Jiro at the Gilly Tavern to deliberate on their next destination. Simultaneously, he entrusted Jiro with 2 surplus pieces of equipment for him to manage. Jiro, in turn, handed over the entirety of the proceeds from selling the ship and gemstones to Li Wenjin, requesting him to continue augmenting his arsenal. After finalizing their plans with Jello, Li Wenjin returned to rest, preparing to set out again in 3 days to eliminate the wanted criminals near the East Sea. Upon arriving back at the Marine branch, Li Wenjin had one crucial task left to handle: copying the information on East Sea's wanted criminals from the Marine branch records. Li Wenjin's previous records may have undergone recent changes, necessitating a verification of the current whereabouts of the wanted criminals, as well as ascertaining if any have been eliminated. The 3 days swiftly elapsed, during which Li Wenjin devoted his time to accompany Daski. He then set out once more with Jiro to pursue the apprehension of fugitives at sea. For this prolonged expedition, Jiro recruited 10 crew members responsible for the ship's operations and navigation, simultaneously aiding Li Wenjin and Jiro in guarding the captured fugitives. The 10 crew members selected by Jiro were longtime acquaintances, trustworthy individuals, and with Li Wenjin's formidable prowess, most would think twice before targeting him. This time, Jiro's chosen targets were still those with bounties under 10 million. As for Li Wenjin and his crew, these fugitives represented the safest and swiftest means to amass riches. Opting for more formidable pirates, who were elusive and constantly on the move, could result in a month without capturing a single criminal, which would not align with Li Wenjin's financial ambitions. Li Wenjin and Jello, 2 individuals collaborating in the East China Sea, traversed the region in pursuit of ordinary fugitives. When encountering bounties under 10 million, they apprehended the criminals without hesitation. However, for those with bounties exceeding 10 million but not surpassing 15 million, they engaged in combat to assess their capabilities. Victorious encounters resulted in capture, while defeats necessitated retreat. As for fugitives with bounties exceeding 15 million, Li Wenjin and Jello opted to evade them. Should trouble arise, Li Wenjin would engage momentarily, employing his ability to scatter and escape, leaving their adversaries powerless. In the second month of the year 1517 in the sea-round calendar, Li Wenjin and Jello returned to Loguetown for the 3rd time within a single year. During this period, first, Li Wenjin had become a prominent figure in the East China Sea, having captured over 300 fugitives within the year, thereby significantly enhancing the region's security. The notorious pirates had retreated into hiding, fearful of being discovered by Li Wenjin. Notably, the moniker Stingy Old Miser had spread throughout the East China Sea, vexing Li Wenjin, who prided himself on his generosity, albeit directed primarily toward lottery endeavors. Second, Li Wenjin's equipment had been entirely upgraded. The 10 items provided by the system included Navy Standard Longsword, Strength 100, Navy Standard Shoes, Agility 100, Navy Standard Hat, Defense 100. Navy Standard Cloak, Defense 100, Navy Standard Clothing, Defense 100, Ghost Spider's Longsword, Strength 120, Crocodile's Iron Hook, Strength 95, Doma's Twin Swords, Strength 85, and Flower Sword Vista's Twin Swords, Strength 160. The 4-fragment fruit was also included. Li Wenjin preferred to don the 5-piece Navy Standard set due to its ensemble attributes, which collectively enhanced strength, defense, and agility by 200 points each. The twin swords of Flower Sword Vista were acquired through an extravagant expenditure of over 100 million berries in a high-tier lottery. Li Wenjin's manifestation is accompanied by the following equipment. Harlech's Ring grants an increase of 25 to strength. Black Star Gem Ring bestows an enhancement of 120 to both strength and defense. Jester Bucky's Throwing Knives enhances strength and agility by 60 each. Swiftblade Sakura adds 80 to strength. Pirate King's Bracelet increases agility by 80. The Black Star Gem Ring and the Twin Swords of Flower Sword Vista, both of which are high-tier equipment, have consumed a significant portion of the bounty Li Wenjin earned. Were it not for Jiro discovering a novel method of generating income, Li Wenjin would hardly possess sufficient berries to partake in the lottery. Currently, Li Wenjin's augmented attributes are as follows. Strength, 1045. Agility, for 40. Defense, 620. Li Wenjin's system backpack contains the following items. Baki's Red Nose, Chopper's Ointment, Chopper's Band-Aid, and Robin's tight-fitting attire. Thirdly, Li Wenjin has discovered a new means of generating income by allowing Jiro to auction off his unused attribute gear, thereby compensating for some of the losses incurred from the lottery. Li Wenjin invested 1 million Bailey in a lottery, acquiring low-tier equipment that Uncle Jello could sell for a return of 30 to 40,000. Equipment with slightly better attributes could yield between 50 to 80,000. However, the majority possessed unsatisfactory attributes. As for mid-tier and high-tier equipment, neither Li Wenjin nor Jello had sufficient utilization, nor would they sell them to others. Moreover, the manifested equipment is subject to deterioration. Thus, even if Li Wenjin possessed superior gear, he would refrain from selling it, preferring to await its eventual obsolescence for replacement. Fourthly, a new limitation imposed by the system was discovered by Li Wenjin, pertaining to manifested equipment, which can only accommodate 10 items. Any excess would prove superfluous. This restriction was experimentally established by Jello, who, upon attempting to sell the unneeded equipment of Li Wenjin, inadvertently discovered that possessing more tea every time Li Wenjin watched Jello engage in battle, adorned in that eclectic array of gear, he could not help but burst into laughter. For the sight was truly hilarious, and Li Wenjin found it utterly irresistible. Consequently, Jello, often teased by Li Wenjin, refrained from donning his equipment unless absolutely necessary, only resorting to that comical attire in dire circumstances. Chapter 30. The Navy's 6 styles at the Loguetown Navy branch, Smoker had now ascended to the rank of colonel, a promotion attributed to Li Wenjin's fervent pursuit of wanted criminals, which brought a semblance of peace to the East China Sea. Additionally, Li Wenjin's relentless self-promotion as Smoker's subordinate led the Navy headquarters to credit the tranquility of the East China Sea to Smoker's efforts. As for Li Wenjin, he was largely overlooked by the Navy headquarters since he was not a member of the Navy, and they showed little interest in promoting him. The Navy headquarters announcements heralded the newly appointed Colonel Smoker, who had dispatched his brother to eliminate pirates in the East China Sea, ensuring the safety of its citizens, which conveniently coincided with Smoker's promotion. Smoker had indeed protested, claiming that the accolades were undeserved, yet the Navy headquarters disregarded his objections and proceeded with the elevation to colonel. Smoker's promotion was also advantageous for Li Wenjin, as it meant that when he collected bounties at the East China Sea Navy branch, the division leaders greeted him with warm smiles and never withheld his rewards. Upon returning to the Loguetown Navy branch, Li Wenjin made his way to Smoker's office to report in. Entering the office, he casually took a seat opposite Smoker and remarked, "Brother, you seem to be enjoying an increasing amount of leisure these days. Isn't leisure a good thing?" "I find it rather pleasant," Smoker replied, exhaling a ring of smoke with a nonchalant demeanor. "Do you not wish to return to the Navy headquarters and remain here indefinitely?" Li Wenjin was filled with perplexity. He could not comprehend why Smoker chose to remain in the quaint town of Loguetown. Smoker shook his head and replied, "It is not yet the right time. I must wait a little longer. Reluctant to divulge any further information, Smoker left Li Wenjin with no option for inquiry. Consequently, he directly presented Smoker with a box of cigars valued at 1 million. This is a gift from my elder brother. I am off to seek out Dashki. After Li Wenjin finished speaking, he prepared to leave Smog's chamber. Wait a moment before you go. I have matters to discuss with you. Li Wenjin was somewhat astonished that Smog had sought him out for a matter. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Speak, my friend, he said. Li Wenjin sat back down in his chair. Are you interested in joining the Navy? I could recommend you to the Navy headquarters, Smog suddenly stated, leaving Li Wenjin utterly astonished. Li Wenjin pondered for a moment and said, a person like me surely cannot join the naval headquarters. Smoker shook his head and replied, the things you have accomplished this past year clearly indicate that you are not a spy sent by someone else. With my recommendation, there should be no issue with you joining the naval headquarters. Li Wenjin hesitated for a moment before declining Smoker's offer once more. Brother, I still wish to remain a bounty hunter, for I must earn my livelihood. As a Marine, I would find no fortune to be made. For Li Wenjin, joining the Navy would bring more disadvantages than benefits. Becoming an official Marine would strip him of the freedom to pursue wealth as he pleased, and he would be bound by the rigid hierarchy of Marine headquarters, leaving him with scarcely any liberty. Are you truly unwilling? If you joined Marine headquarters, your strength could reach even greater heights. Smoker pressed once more, hoping to sway him. He believed that if Li Wenjin enlisted, matters concerning him and Tashiji would become far simpler to resolve. Li Wenjin shook his head, declining Smoker's proposal. Smoker did not press the matter further. Since Li Wenjin was unwilling to join the Marine headquarters, he simply dismissed him. If you do not wish to join, so be it. You may now seek out Tashiji. Then I shall take my leave, brother. Li Wenjin bid farewell to Smog and proceeded directly to Daski's chamber, where she had long been awaiting his arrival. At this juncture, the bond between Daski and Li Wenjin had been firmly established, and the entire naval division was already privy to their relationship. Thus, Li Wenjin no longer felt the need for discretion. He embraced Daski at the threshold of her room and bestowed a kiss upon her. Daski, now accustomed to such displays of affection from Li Wenjin, merely shot him a fierce glare before pulling him into the room to converse. Li Wenjin engaged in idle conversation with Daski for 2 hours, taking advantage of her presence during this time, before finally releasing her and making his way toward the location to claim his reward. Upon returning to Loguetown, he brought back 7 wanted criminals, enabling him to collect a bounty of 60 million. Although this sum is not particularly substantial for Li Wenjin at this stage, it affords him the opportunity to participate in 6 lottery draws. Should he be fortunate enough to win a high-level piece of equipment, it would significantly enhance his capabilities, which is undoubtedly a favorable outcome. Claiming the reward has become second nature to Li Wenjin. He completed the process in a mere 15 minutes before returning to his room, eager to test his luck. In Li Wenjin's room, even after 4 months of absence, it remains impeccably tidy, a testament to Daski's frequent visits to maintain its cleanliness. Lying on the bed, Li Wenjin fully recharges Bailey and immediately begins to draw. Empty, 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 Naval 6 Styles Training Manual, empty. Upon discovering the Naval 6 Styles Training Manual, Li Wenjin leaps from the bed in a surge of excitement, eager to examine the introduction to the training manual. The Naval 6 Styles Training Manual, achieving 400 points in strength, agility, and defense grants access to the Naval 6 Styles, with its power determined by the level of these attributes. Li Wenjin has come to realize that this notebook is merely a disposable item, as it contains no specific training methods. Feeling quite helpless, Li Wenjin has no choice but to utilize it for himself. Initially, he had considered passing on the Navy 6th style to Daski for her learning, but the fact that it is only a one-time consumable has left Li Wenjin in a state of frustration. Li Wenjin had already amassed 400 points in 3 attributes. After utilizing the Navy's 6th form training notes, he immediately sensed his newfound ability to wield the Navy's 6th form. At that moment, within the confines of his room, he hesitated to act recklessly. Seizing the opportunity, with the clock striking 4 in the afternoon, he departed from the Naval Division in search of a secluded location to test the formidable power of the Navy's 6th form. Half an hour later, Li Wenjin arrived at a remote coastline on the western shore of Loguetown, where he began his relentless experimentation to ascertain the extent of the enhancement the Navy's 6th form could provide to his strength. Initially, during his trials, he struggled with precision, frequently missing his targets and veering off course. However, as 2 hours elapsed, Li Wenjin gradually became adept at the Navy's 6th form. He continued his training until the early hours of the morning, at which point he recalled his appointment with Jiro the following day, prompting him to return to the naval division and retire to his room for rest. Through his experimentation, Li Wenjin concluded that the Navy's sixth form could augment his strength by approximately 3 to 4 levels, a commendable enhancement indeed. Chapter 31. The Black Wolf Pirate Crew in Loguetown. Li Wenjin initially intended to linger for a week. However, having unexpectedly acquired the Navy's sixth form, he resolved to extend his stay to half a month, allowing ample time to master the technique before embarking on his next voyage. Li Wenjin's prowess has significantly increased, and he is no longer inclined to let go of his targets. With a bounty exceeding 10 million, he intends to capture every wanted criminal he encounters, exchanging them for opportunities to partake in a lottery. Uncle Jiro, upon receiving news of Li Wenjin's actions, must also revise his plans to avert any unforeseen complications while dealing with high-value fugitives. Just as their current vessel necessitates replacement with a new assault-class ship, they must also recruit additional crew members responsible for combat and maintenance aboard. After Li Wenjin finished discussing matters with Jello, his daily routine consisted of training the Navy's 6 styles on the West Coast during the day and accompanying his future wife, Daski, for leisurely outings in the evenings. Loguetown serves as an essential waypoint on the journey to the Grand Line. However, it is not obligatory to dock there, as one may simply sail past without landing on the island. Furthermore, the presence of Colonel Smoker and the formidable Li Wenjin in Loguetown deters ordinary pirates from approaching. Yet, on the 10th day of Li Wenjin's training, Jello unexpectedly arrived on the West Coast, seeking out Li Wenjin, who was diligently practicing the 6 styles. Li Wenjin, my friend. It seems you may be in trouble, Jello panted, standing before him and uttering words that left Li Wenjin bewildered. Please clarify, what trouble am I actually in? Li Wenjin ceased his training and approached Jiro. Jiro took 2 deep breaths, calming himself before speaking. Do you still remember the Grey Wolf pirates we encountered before? The Grey Wolf pirates were a crew Li Wenjin had come across at sea 2 months prior while pursuing a wanted criminal. Given that their bounty stood at 16 million berries, Li Wenjin had chosen not to provoke them. Li Wenjin had no intention of provoking the Grey Wolf pirate crew. However, the crew seemed determined to not let him be. The Grey Wolf pirate crew sought to eliminate Li Wenjin to establish their notoriety. Naturally, Li Wenjin was not one to be trifled with. After engaging in battle and discovering that the leader of the Grey Wolf crew, Grey Wolf himself, was inferior in strength, Li Wenjin swiftly annihilated the crew and claimed their bounty. Grey Wolf was a notorious criminal, merciless and beyond redemption, making him a prime target for Li Wenjin, who knew that even the lifeless body would yield a reward of 16 million. Li Wenjin was more than willing to dispose of Grey Wolf, especially considering his formidable strength. If the situation escalated aboard the ship, it was conceivable that Jello and his companions might struggle to maintain control. Thus, Li Wenjin opted to eliminate Grey Wolf and transport the remains to collect the bounty. Now, upon Jello's unexpected mention of the Grey Wolf pirate crew, Li Wenjin felt a surge of curiosity and remarked, I do recall that fellow. His prowess was commendable. The Grey Wolf pirate crew had been eradicated by them. Yet the troubling news was that Grey Wolf's brother, Black Wolf, accompanied by the Black Wolf pirate crew, was en route to exact vengeance for his sibling. Li Wenjin was quite astonished. With the formidable presence of Smog in Loguetown, it was audacious for the Black Wolf pirates to dare approach. This indicated that the Black Wolf pirates must possess considerable prowess. Just how much bounty does the Black Wolf pirates have? I observe that you, dear uncle, appear rather concerned. Li Wenjin's strength had significantly increased. He felt no fear towards the Black Wolf pirates, speaking with a calm demeanor. Jiro furrowed his brow and remarked, the captain of the Black Wolf pirates, Black Wolf, has a bounty of 31 million. It is said that he possesses the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. And aboard his ship, there is also a vice captain with a bounty of 12 million. The mention of a pirate with a 31 million bounty stirred a sense of excitement within Li Wenjin, as he saw this Black Wolf as an opportunity to test the extent of his own abilities and discern whether he had indeed made substantial progress. When will Black Wolf arrive? Li Wenjin inquired eagerly. Observing Li Wenjin's enthusiasm, Jiro felt somewhat exasperated. He had initially intended to suggest that Li Wenjin seek Smoker's assistance, but it seemed unlikely that Li Wenjin would be receptive to that idea. After a moment's hesitation, Jiro finally replied, they're already near Loguetown. They will arrive either tonight or tomorrow morning. Then I shall rest at the port of Loguetown tonight. I must confront Black Wolf to gauge my current capabilities, Li Wenjin declared. Jiro, gazing at the exceedingly exhilarated Li Wenjin, sighed and cautioned, Wenjin, Do remember that your opponent is no ordinary foe. He is a devil fruit user. Just like yourself. Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, this past year has been a trial for fledgling competitors. Now that a formidable opponent has emerged, it serves as a perfect opportunity to gauge my capabilities. If I can easily handle the Black Wolf, we shall thereafter set our sights on capturing all the wanted criminals in the East China Sea. Do as you wish. After all, with your immortal body. If you cannot defeat them, you can always flee, Jiro replied, somewhat exasperated. Thus, it is settled. Please make arrangements for a place at the port where I can rest. I shall wait there tonight for the arrival of the Black Wolf pirate crew. Li Wenjin issued a direct command to Jiro, instructing him to make arrangements to confront the Black Wolf pirate group. Although Jiro grumbled a bit, he ultimately bid farewell to Li Wenjin and returned to prepare for the impending encounter with the pirates. After Jiro's departure, Li Wenjin did not retreat to rest. Instead, he continued his training in the Navy 6 styles until 6 o'clock in the evening. He then made his way to the port of Loguetown, where he found the designated resting place arranged by Jiro. The port of Loguetown was already bustling with a considerable number of naval soldiers patrolling the area, likely aware of the impending arrival of the Black Wolf pirate group and thus taking precautionary measures. The Black Wolf pirate group, consisting of 500 members, had initially caused Li Wenjin some concern regarding potential devastation to Loguetown. However, upon witnessing the numerous naval soldiers on patrol, his worries about the pirates' numerical advantage began to dissipate. Now, he resolved to rest adequately, understanding the importance of maintaining focus in the face of the Black Wolf threat. While the minor scoundrels would naturally be dealt with by the Navy. As for the vice captain, who bore a bounty of 12 million, that matter was entrusted to Jiro for resolution. Li Wenjin's resting place is a warehouse located 200 meters from the port. Whenever the Black Wolf pirates make their appearance, he can swiftly confront them within half a minute. As time gradually transitions to the early hours, the port of Loguetown remains far from tranquil, instead filled with a cacophony of sounds. The source of this uproar comprises bounty hunters, naval soldiers, and some audacious civilians who have gathered to witness the spectacle. The bounty hunters of the East Sea harbor rather unfavorable sentiments towards Li Wenjin, as he has nearly usurped their livelihoods. Were it not for his connection as the brother of Marine Colonel Smoker, he would have already faced trouble from these bounty hunters. Now that they have learned of the Black Wolf's intention to trouble Li Wenjin, they eagerly flock to witness the unfolding drama, hoping for a scenario where both the Black Wolf and Li Wenjin are mutually incapacitated, allowing them to reap some rewards. Chapter 32. Becoming stronger at 3:30 in the morning. Jello entered Li Wenjin's resting quarters. Wenjin, the Black Wolf pirates have been sighted in the waters near the port and should make landfall in about 20 minutes. He stated with a serious expression. I understand. Please prepare yourself, Li Wenjin replied, dismissing Jello. He took a moment to calm his mind before heading towards the port of Loguetown. As he stepped out of his resting chamber, he noticed the port was still ablaze with lights and bustling with activity at 3:30 in the morning. Numerous naval soldiers and onlookers lingered in the vicinity. Due to the presence of naval soldiers, the spectators did not encroach upon the landing area, allowing Li Wenjin to seamlessly enter the port and await the arrival of the Black Wolf pirates. The naval soldiers did not impede Li Wenjin, evidently following Smoker's orders. After all, the Black Wolf pirates were specifically targeting him. It would be remiss for him not to show up. In a nearby room at the port, Smoker and Tashiji observed Li Wenjin standing by the water. Colonel Smoker, do you think Wenjin will be all right? Tashiji inquired with concern. Do not worry. Li Wenjin possesses formidable strength, though he himself remains unaware of it, Smoker replied with a smile. Colonel Smoker, I find your words somewhat perplexing. Can one truly be oblivious to their own capabilities? Tashiji questioned, struggling to comprehend Smoker's statement. Smoker chose not to respond to Tashiji's inquiry. Instead, he merely smiled and said, You will understand as you continue to observe. Reluctant to elaborate further, Smoker left Tashiji to fixate on Li Wenjin, ready to intervene should he find himself in peril. Li Wenjin stood at the harbor for 10 minutes before the Black Wolf pirates finally approached the docks. At a glance, Wenjin recognized Black Wolf, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger brother, Grey Wolf. Surveying the port of Loguetown, Black Wolf felt no fear. Ever since consuming his devil fruit, he had never tasted defeat. Even with a Marine captain stationed in Loguetown, he remained undaunted. After assessing the situation, Black Wolf turned his furious gaze upon Li Wenjin, the wretched fool who had slain his brother, forcing him to delay his journey to the Grand Line for vengeance. The mere sight of Wenjin filled him with the urge to tear the man apart. Originally, Black Wolf and Grey Wolf had planned to set sail for the Grand Line together. However, Black Wolf deemed their crew too small and chose to linger on nearby islands, continuously recruiting more men. Grey Wolf, disinterested in recruitment, had taken their pirate crew out for a casual voyage, only to meet his demise at Wenjin's hands. Black Wolf should have learned of his brother's death much sooner, but Wenjin had seized Grey Wolf's ship and sold it, delaying the news for a month before the surviving crew members finally tracked him down. Upon hearing of his brother's fate, Black Wolf resolved to exact vengeance without a second thought for the enemy's strength. In his mind, he was the strongest in the East Blue. Once the Black Wolf pirate's ship docked securely at Loguetown's harbor, Black Wolf stood at the prow, glaring down at Li Wenjin with contempt. "So, it was you who killed my brother," he sneered. "Tell me, are you prepared to join him in death?" Li Wenjin was brushed by the sea breeze for 10 minutes, and his heart had long since calmed. Upon hearing the brazen words of the Black Wolf, he replied with remarkable composure, "I have come to escort you to reunite with your brother in the underworld." Li Wenjin was even more arrogant than him. The Black Wolf had no desire to waste further words on Li Wenjin. Gripping his massive cleaver, he leaped from the bow of the boat directly above Li Wenjin's head, poised to cleave the insolent man in two with a single stroke, sending the haughty Li Wenjin swiftly to join his younger brother in the afterlife. Li Wenjin gazed at the formidable blade hovering above him, swiftly employing his swift knife, Sakura, to deflect the strike, sending the Black Wolf hurtling away. Nearly plunging into the sea below, the Black Wolf landed perilously close to the water, merely half a meter away, his countenance darkening as he realized that Li Wenjin's strength seemed to surpass his own. Undeterred and somewhat incredulous, the Black Wolf steadied himself and launched another assault with his blade, aiming for Li Wenjin's head. Yet, he was once again thwarted by Li Wenjin's knife, forced to retreat 2 steps, narrowly avoiding another fall into the ocean. No longer underestimating Li Wenjin, the Black Wolf declared, "Boy, today you shall witness my ultimate power." With that proclamation, his body began to sprout fur and sharp claws, transforming into a werewolf within moments. Discarding his weapon, the Black Wolf lunged at Li Wenjin with his razor-sharp claws. This time, his speed was markedly enhanced, and before Li Wenjin could defend against the assault, the Black Wolf shifted his attack towards Li Wenjin's waist. With no means to evade, Li Wenjin opted to withstand the blow, disregarding the Black Wolf's onslaught and instead aimed his knife at the creature's head. The audacity of Li Wenjin's fearless attack startled the Black Wolf, but he quickly regained his composure, using his formidable teeth to intercept Li Wenjin's blade while his claws continued to strike at Li Wenjin's chest and waist. Li Wenjin observed the Black Wolf, which had been knocked back 2 or 3 steps with its teeth shattered, and he felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. In the past, he had merely preyed upon the weak, which had led him to underestimate his own prowess. Acknowledging his formidable abilities, Li Wenjin's confidence surged dramatically. The Black Wolf no longer commanded his respect. His thoughts had already begun to drift towards the prospect of effortlessly defeating the 7 warlords of the sea and the admirals of the navy. Chapter 33, Reaping Great Profits. Li Wenjin, lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, found himself momentarily frozen in place. Meanwhile, the injured Black Wolf had descended into a frenzy, lunging towards Li Wenjin with wild abandon, vociferously summoning his crew from the Black Wolf to disembark and assist him in confronting Li Wenjin. The raucous cries of Black Wolf jolted the dazed Li Wenjin back to reality. Li Wenjin gazed upon the rabid Black Wolf charging toward him once more, along with the members of the Black Wolf pirates leaping down from their ship. Instantly, his demeanor turned grave. This time, the Black Wolf pirates had been drawn here by Li Wenjin himself. If they were to inflict harm upon Loguetown, his conscience would be burdened. Thus, he abandoned all restraint and resolved to unleash his full strength against them. His first target was the frenzied Black Wolf. As the beast lunged for his chest, Li Wenjin split his body in 2, his upper half soaring through the air, his blade slashing across the Black Wolf's back, eliciting a pained howl. Well aware of the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by Zoan-type devil fruits, Li Wenjin wasted no time. After wounding the Black Wolf's back, he swiftly drove his blade through the fleeing beast, piercing its chest 5 times in rapid succession, leaving gaping holes in its wake. Yet, the Black Wolf, a wanted criminal with a bounty of 30 million berries, proved resilient. Even under Li Wenjin's full assault, it managed to evade fatal strikes, surviving the onslaught. By now, pursuing the Black Wolf had grown complicated. Its underlings had opened fire, bullets raining down upon Li Wenjin, forcing him to stand his ground with no room to evade. Fortunately, ordinary bullets posed no threat to him. Reassembling his divided form, he surged forward, cutting down any pirate foolish enough to obstruct his path. Their terrified comrades could only retaliate from a distance with desperate gunfire. Amidst the chaos, Smoker seized the moment. With a commanding shout, he ordered the Marines to advance. Waves of soldiers flooded toward the Black Wolf pirates, while seemingly ordinary docked vessels suddenly revealed hidden cannons, bombarding the pirate ship relentlessly. Panic erupted among the Black Wolf pirates as they scattered in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wenjin finally closed in on the Black Wolf, who was desperately clawing his way back to his doomed vessel. Li Wenjin originally intended to employ the Navy Sixth Form's moonwalk to soar directly onto the Black Wolf ship. However, with Smoker's sudden appearance, he found it rather inconvenient to utilize the Navy's Sixth Form. Should Li Wenjin resort to it, Smoker might begin to harbor suspicions regarding his true identity, a consequence Li Wenjin was keen to avoid. Thus, he was left with no choice but to ascend the Black Wolf's vessel in a similar manner as the Black Wolf himself, by means of a leap. Upon pursuing the Black Wolf onto the ship, Li Wenjin was immediately met with an onslaught from the pirates aboard, leaving him helplessly watching as the Black Wolf slipped into the cabin. Frustration surged within him as he could not ascertain where the Black Wolf had concealed himself. Enraged, he unleashed a massacre upon the pirates on deck before pursuing the Black Wolf deeper into the ship. The Black Wolf was a wanted criminal with a bounty exceeding 30 million. Allowing him to escape would inflict considerable anguish upon Li Wenjin, and he resolutely refused to let such an event transpire. Inside the cabin, numerous pirate members lurked. As Li Wenjin fought through them, he simultaneously sought the whereabouts of the Black Wolf. Yet, despite scouring the entire ship, he found no trace of his quarry. Filled with immense frustration, when he returned to the deck, he was taken aback to find Smoker resting with the captured Black Wolf, while the other Navy soldiers were busy clearing away the pirates. "Smoker, brother, why have you stolen my prey?" Li Wenjin approached Smoker and pointed at the Black Wolf in his arms. Smoker replied with a smile, "When I caught him, he was already aboard a small boat, ready to flee by sea. It would be unfair to claim this as my own hunt. He is rightfully your prey." Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words. No wonder he could not locate Black Wolf in the cabin. It turned out that the audacious scoundrel had already escaped in a small boat. Unfortunately for Black Wolf, he encountered Smoker, a formidable opponent from the Natural Element faction. Otherwise, he might have had a genuine chance to flee. The bounty on Black Wolf appeared to be quite substantial, but Li Wenjin had to settle for seeking the vice captain with a bounty of 12 million. After scanning the surroundings for quite some time, he still could not find any sign of the vice captain of the Black Wolf pirates. Observing Li Wenjin's fruitless search, Smoker immediately deduced what he was looking for and remarked, "You need not search any further. That vice captain has already been dealt with by your friend and is likely being dragged away now." It turned out that the vice captain had been eliminated by Uncle Jello, which somewhat eased Li Wenjin's spirits. At least this time, their battle had not been in vain. They had finally achieved something. "Your friend possesses considerable strength, though he seems to have some peculiarities. His attire is rather flamboyant, giving the impression of being somewhat eccentric," Smoker remarked suddenly. Li Wenjin nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. He finally understood why he had not seen Jello on the battlefield. It was likely because he had dressed so unusually that after defeating Black Wolf's vice captain, he hurriedly left the port to change his clothes. Every time Li Wenjin beheld Jello's outlandish outfit, he could not help but chuckle. He imagined that the naval soldiers and the onlookers would also find amusement in Jello's appearance. It seemed that Jello would soon gain notoriety, albeit not for the best reasons. "Brother Smoker, I shall take my leave and return home now. I leave this place in your capable hands." Li Wenjin observed that the members of the Black Wolf pirates surrounding him had been vanquished by the Navy, leaving only a few who had fled. He then took his leave of Smoker. Li Wenjin contemplated the idea of returning to rest adequately, for starting tomorrow, he would embark on the pursuit of formidable pirates. No longer would he live in fear of the notorious criminals with bounties exceeding 20 million, for his strength had grown significantly, enabling him to engage in grand ventures. Smoker, observing the glimmer of determination in Li Wenjin's eyes, understood that he had recognized the extent of his own power. This was indeed a moment of unwavering confidence, and it seemed that the large pirate crews in the East Sea would soon encounter difficulties. After bidding farewell to Smoker, who made no attempt to intervene, Li Wenjin disembarked directly, returning to the naval headquarters under the watchful gaze of the naval soldiers and the intrigued crowd. In this battle, Li Wenjin gained considerable fame. The notorious Black Wolf, with a bounty of 31 million, could not withstand even 5 minutes against him before he was forced to retreat in disarray. The residents of Loguetown and the naval soldiers witnessed these events with clarity. Chapter 34. The Grand Ambition upon returning to the naval headquarters. Li Wenjin pondered his own strength, and with a sense of exhilaration, he gradually drifted into slumber. After a restful 5 hours, as he stepped out to seek out Jiro, he noticed that the townsfolk greeted him with warmth, their eyes reflecting a newfound respect. In response to the friendly salutations from the residents, Li Wenjin reciprocated, engaging in cheerful interactions and relishing the adoration cast upon him, which significantly uplifted his spirits. Previously, although everyone recognized Li Wenjin's prowess, his youthful appearance had prevented them from truly venerating him. Now, with his formidable abilities revealed, he was no longer perceived as a mere child but acknowledged as a genuine powerhouse. The journey to the Geely Tavern, which typically required only 20 minutes, extended to over an hour as Li Wenjin exchanged greetings with the townspeople. Though the interactions left him somewhat fatigued, he found joy in the attention. Upon entering the Geely Tavern, Li Wenjin was taken aback to find it bustling with patrons, despite the fact that it was merely 10 in the morning. As he overheard snippets of conversation, he couldn't help but smile, for much of the chatter revolved around Jiro's peculiar attire from the previous day, with a smaller portion discussing the battle that had taken place in the early hours. The tavern owner, Geely, upon spotting Li Wenjin at the entrance, approached him directly and whispered in his ear, "Wenjin, Jiro mentioned he is waiting for you at the Moon Inn. You should go find him." Li Wenjin was somewhat taken aback. He had designated this meeting point, so it was puzzling that the location had suddenly changed. Jilatong promptly responded with a chuckle, "Indeed. Jiro did come here for a brief moment, but after being teased by the patrons, he left in a rather foul mood." Now it made sense to Li Wenjin why Jiro had altered the meeting place. It seemed that his attire from the early morning had garnered quite the notoriety in Loguetown, perhaps even eclipsing Li Wenjin's own fame. However, this particular kind of notoriety was clearly not what Jiro desired. It was likely that he would refrain from frequenting crowded places for a while, waiting for this tedious wave of attention to subside before re-emerging among others. After exchanging pleasantries with the tavern's patrons, Li Wenjin bid farewell to Jilatong and made his way to the lobby of the Moonlight Inn, where he found Jiro engaged in conversation with the innkeeper. "Uncle Jiro, it seems you have become quite the renowned figure in Loguetown," Li Wenjin remarked playfully as he approached Jiro. Having noticed Li Wenjin's arrival, Jiro responded with irritation, "This is all you're doing. Who told you to give me such an assortment of bizarre equipment? Surely, this cannot be blamed on me. I cannot dictate what others bestow upon me." Li Wenjin feigned innocence. Jiro shot a sidelong glance at Li Wenjin, his displeasure growing. "Do not deceive me. I have never seen you don any of that equipment. Did you purposely give me those items? How could that be? Some of your gear is even superior to mine. I was merely trying to enhance your prowess out of goodwill," Li Wenjin insisted, but Jiro remained unconvinced, shaking his head. "I am not interested in your excuses. Just tell me what it is you want." Li Wenjin cast a glance at the proprietress before turning back to Jello, remaining silent. Jello, comprehending Li Wenjin's intent, led him to a guest room on the second floor of the inn, where they engaged in conversation. Within the confines of the room, Li Wenjin recounted his plan to capture high-profile fugitives with bounties exceeding the usual amounts, urging Jello to prepare for the pursuit. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Jello was not particularly astonished, having witnessed Li Wenjin's formidable prowess during his battle with the Black Wolf the previous day. He recognized that confronting high-ranking fugitives was merely a matter of time for Li Wenjin. After a moment of contemplation, Jello remarked, "Fugitives with bounties exceeding 20 million have already established their own territories, making them relatively easier to locate. However, their numbers are considerable, which may pose some challenges in dealing with them." Li Wenjin replied nonchalantly, "No matter how numerous the common folk may be, they are utterly insignificant to me. You needn't concern yourself with that. It's not that I fear them," Jiro explained, "but rather that they might obstruct your pursuit of the wanted criminals, allowing those fugitives to escape." This reasoning caused Li Wenjin to frown. The prospect of targets slipping away was indeed a troublesome matter for him. After pondering for 5 minutes, he finally declared, "Regardless, we must attempt it. If they truly manage to flee, then fate has decreed they live another day." Jiro nodded. "Since you are unconcerned about their escape, I have nothing further to say. I shall return to prepare, and we shall set sail in 3 days." As Jiro turned to leave, Li Wenjin added, "Should we encounter low-bounty targets along our path, we shall deal with them as well. Keep that in mind." Without looking back, Jiro responded, "Worry not. I have no intention of sparing even the lesser criminals. After all, they too are worth their weight in berries." With matters settled, Li Wenjin departed Moon Tavern and returned to Marine headquarters. Knowing he would soon be away, he resolved to spend the remaining 3 days with Tashiji, lest their next reunion be long delayed. The Black Wolf pirates had left no lasting scars upon Loguetown. Within those 3 days, the townsfolk had already begun to forget the incident. Now, the tale of Li Wenjin's clash with the pirates circulated only among tavern-goers and bounty hunters, fading into obscurity. At noon on the 3rd day, Li Wenjin and Jiro, accompanied by 10 crew members, bid farewell to Tashiji at Loguetown's harbor before setting sail once more to continue their grand pursuit of wanted criminals. Their vessel, the Pineapple, was a medium-sized sailing ship capable of accommodating 100 crewmen at full capacity. Yet with only 12 aboard, its cabins stood eerily vacant. Once the Pineapple embarked, Li Wenjin and Jiro convened in the ship's office to deliberate their next quarry. Li Wenjin retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and settled beside his desk. After taking a sip, he turned to Jiro and inquired about their upcoming targets. Jiro promptly pulled out 5 wanted posters from his pocket and stated, "These 5 individuals are our next objectives. They are all pirates with established bases, making them relatively easy to locate." He spread the 5 wanted posters across the desk, allowing Li Wenjin to clearly see the individuals depicted on them. Upon noticing one of the posters, Li Wenjin fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on ambitions he had long harbored. Chapter 35. Rescuing Nami. The 5 wanted criminals selected by Jiro for Li Wenjin were as follows. The Toothsome Pirate Crew, Captain Robert Aegis, with a bounty of 26 million. The Liquor Pirate Crew, Captain Tyler Jason, with a bounty of 18 million. The Mars Pirate Crew, Captain Will Robin Hood, with a bounty of 28 million. Raji's Ben, with a bounty of 24 million. Raji's Ben is merely a wanted criminal without a pirate crew. Jiro chose to capture him because he has been lingering in Champagne Town for over a year without departure. Fishman Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million. The reason for Li Wenjin's sudden distraction lay in his sighting of the Fishman Arlong, which inevitably led him to contemplate matters concerning Nami. Nami had already become one of Li Wenjin's chosen candidates for a future spouse. Previously, he had deemed himself insufficiently powerful to confront the Fishman Arlong. However, having now surpassed Arlong in strength, upon encountering the bounty notice for Arlong, Li Wenjin's foremost thought was to eliminate him and rescue his future bride, Nami. As for the original narrative of One Piece, Li Wenjin had no desire to concern himself with it, having traversed worlds. He could not bear the thought of missing the chance to woo the woman he adored. It would be utterly disheartening to have ventured into the world of One Piece only to leave without pursuing his affections. Jello noticed that Li Wenjin was fixated on Arlong's photograph and assumed it was simply due to Li Wenjin's curiosity about fishmen, believing he had never encountered one before. "Wenjin, this is a fishman from the Grand Line. You seem quite intrigued by him." Li Wenjin awoke and pointed directly at the photograph of Arlong, exclaiming, "How long will it take us to reach him?" Jello was taken aback, realizing that Li Wenjin seemed genuinely intrigued by the fishman Arlong. "He was our 3rd target. We must first contend with the Jaws pirate crew and the drunken pirate crew before we arrive at Arlong's gathering point. Then let us proceed directly to Arlong without wasting any time along the way," Li Wenjin asserted resolutely. "Li Wenjin, do you have some sort of grudge against this fishman? Why are you so eager to confront him?" Jello inquired. "Uncle Jello, that is not your concern. We simply need to reach him swiftly," replied Li Wenjin. "However, if we confront Arlong first, we will then have to backtrack to deal with the drunken pirate crew and the Jaws pirate crew, which would consume a considerable amount of time." Jello found Li Wenjin's fervent desire to confront Arlong rather perplexing. Upon hearing Jello's words, Li Wenjin and Jiro engaged in a brief discussion in the office before returning to the deck to rest, eagerly anticipating their arrival at their first destination, the island inhabited by the notorious Toothsome Pirate Crew. The captain of this crew indeed possessed a pair of extraordinarily large fangs protruding prominently from his lips, rendering him quite unsightly. Despite his unattractive appearance, the captain stood at an imposing height of 2 meters and 26 centimeters, complemented by his robust physique and his formidable weapon, a spiked club, making him resemble a monstrous humanoid. When Li Wenjin and his companions discovered the giant Tooth Pirate crew, they found them basking leisurely in the sun on their stronghold, a small deserted island. Li Wenjin was in haste to seek out Nami, showing no inclination to waste words on the Jaws pirate crew. Upon landing on the island, he unleashed his full might, launching a ferocious assault on the crew, resulting in the demise of over half of their members. The captain of the Jaws pirate crew suffered a shattered ribcage at Li Wenjin's hands, narrowly escaping death. As for Li Wenjin, thanks to his ability to fragment, he sustained not even a scratch. With the Jaws pirate crew dealt with, Jello promptly began to loot their treasures with his crew, moving with remarkable speed due to Li Wenjin's order to complete the looting within an hour. as they needed to hasten to Kokoshia village. Jello found Li Wenjin's demeanor perplexing. Despite encountering a bounty of 5 million on a wanted criminal en route to confront the Jaws pirate crew, Li Wenjin had chosen to ignore him entirely and charged straight ahead. The spoils from the Jaws pirate crew amounted to over 7 million berries, alongside various treasures, including a captain with a bounty of 26 million and 2 combatants each boasting a bounty of 6 million, not to mention a single vessel of the Jaws pirate crew. After dispatching the Jaws pirate crew, the Pineapple sailed onward towards the Rum pirate crew, advancing tirelessly day and night. Jello could not help but voice his grievances to Li Wenjin, yet the latter remained indifferent to his complaints, urging them to press on. The captain of the Rum pirate crew, a 30-year-old sharpshooter wielding dual pistols, found his firearms utterly ineffective against Li Wenjin, ultimately succumbing to a brutal defeat and becoming a captive of Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin's fury towards his adversaries is well-founded. The reason lies in the fact that upon arriving at the gathering place of the liquor pirate crew, he found them conspicuously absent. This unfortunate delay caused him to wait until nightfall, only to encounter the crew returning from their plundering escapades. The 5 to 6 hours of waiting naturally soured Li Wenjin's mood, leading him to unleash his frustration upon the liquor pirate crew, whom he thoroughly chastised. The liquor pirate crew had amassed a bounty of 8 million berries, along with a trove of gold, silver, and jewels, not to mention a ship and one wanted criminal with a bounty of 18 million. Having dealt with the liquor pirate crew, the Pineapple ship continued its voyage. As they approached Kokoshia village, Li Wenjin's excitement grew exponentially, his thoughts consumed by Nami and her presence in the village. Departing from Loguetown, they had apprehended the giant tooth pirate crew and the liquor pirate crew, reaching the shores of Kokoshia village in a mere 4 days. This swift journey was attributed to Li Wenjin's relentless urging of the Pineapple ship, compelling it to sail day and night. Upon arriving at the port of Kokoshia village, Li Wenjin, accompanied by the vessels of the 2 pirate crews, found that no onlookers dared to approach. However, 2 fishermen at the port seemed particularly intrigued by his 3 ships. Observing the arrival of Li Wenjin's vessels, they leapt into the sea, swimming eagerly towards him. Li Wenjin would not show any courtesy towards the fishermen, for he understood that these creatures might wreak havoc beneath the waves, potentially sinking their vessel. Consequently, he swiftly employed the Navy's 6th style, the gale foot, launching the 2 approaching fishermen into the air. Perhaps due to the buoyancy of the water, the 2 fishermen, though struck and spitting blood, did not perish. However, they could no longer continue their assault. Li Wenjin said to Jiro, "You may go and bring them here. I have some inquiries to make." Jiro, feeling quite curious, replied, "Wenjin, this is your first time here, is it not?" "Yet. I cannot shake the feeling that you are remarkably familiar with this place." Li Wenjin kicked Jiro fiercely, his face dark with displeasure. "Enough of your nonsense," he snapped. "Go capture them immediately. If they escape, I'll deduct your wages." The mere mention of losing money sent Jiro into action. Without hesitation, he took 2 crew members and plunged into the sea to retrieve the 2 fleeing fishermen. Chapter 36. Kokoyashi under Li Wenjin's command. Jiro and his men swiftly hauled the 2 fishermen back onto the ship. Without delay, Li Wenjin began his interrogation. "Where is Arlong now?" he demanded. Despite their injuries, the captured fishermen remained defiant. "How dare you harm noble fishermen like us?" one spat arrogantly. "Big brother Arlong will avenge us." Their insolent response displeased Li Wenjin greatly. In a cold, deliberate motion, he drew his blade. "Answer my questions immediately," he said icily. "The slower one dies. Now, where is Arlong?" The fisherman stubbornly refused to answer, fueling Li Wenjin's fury. Without hesitation, he slashed one across the throat, then turned his murderous gaze to the survivor. "Speak now, or join your friend in death." Trembling uncontrollably, the remaining fisherman stared at his lifeless companion, his voice reduced to a stammering whimper. Li Wenjin watched the incoherently babbling merman and, with a swift swing of his blade, dispatched the last of the aquatic creatures. "Brother Wenjin, what's gotten into you lately? You seem unusually irritable." That merman was just about to speak. "And you went ahead and killed him," Jilo remarked with a furrowed brow as he observed Li Wenjin eliminating both of the captured mermen. Sheathing his sword calmly, Li Wenjin replied, "Irritable? Since when is eliminating a couple of villains considered abnormal?" Jilo shook his head repeatedly. "You never used to kill so casually before. Enough talk. What's done is done. Let's make landfall quickly and not waste any more time," Li Wenjin retorted dismissively. Li Wenjin does not acknowledge his own mania. And Jello finds himself at a loss for words. After all, it is a matter that pertains solely to Li Wenjin, and he feels powerless to intervene. As long as Li Wenjin remains stable, he has no desire to offer further counsel. for it is evident to Jello that Li Wenjin's arrival in Qixiao village is driven by a distinct purpose. Li Wenjin and his companions landed in Qixiao village, unaware that a merman had already witnessed their arrival and the demise of two of his kind. This particular merman, initially bored as he swam along the ocean floor, was taken aback when he observed his two comrades being ruthlessly dispatched by Li Wenjin while they approached the pineapple vessel. The shocking sight rendered him too frightened to venture to the surface. As Li Wenjin and his group made their way ashore, the merman swiftly retrieved the bodies of his fallen companions, clutching them tightly as he retreated towards a long paradise. Upon reaching Qixiao village, Li Wenjin addressed Jello, instructing him to remain there, ready to call for assistance if needed, while he took a leisurely stroll through the village to deal with Along. Jello glanced around at the seemingly unremarkable village, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "This village appears rather ordinary. What is it that makes it noteworthy?" Li Wenjin cast a glance at Jiro, speaking with a tone laden with sorrow. "You cannot possibly understand. There is a woman here who requires my salvation." Jiro was momentarily rendered speechless. The source of Li Wenjin's recent agitation, it turned out, was a woman, leaving Jiro at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Brother Wenjin, are you not already wed to a naval wife in Loguetown? How is it that you now find yourself enamored with another woman? Is your heart not too fickle? Your affairs are of no concern to me. Do you presume I am like you, a mere innkeeper, unable to resolve matters for 15 years? Li Wenjin, flushed with anger and humiliation, mercilessly exposed Jilo's old wounds. "Fine. I wash my hands of your sordid affairs. Go if you must. I'll wait here. You'd best return swiftly." Jilo could no longer bear to concern himself with Li Wenjin's matters. Let him chase after other women if he pleased. It was none of Jilo's concern. In the end, the one who would suffer the consequences would be Li Wenjin himself. Humph! Li Wenjin let out a cold snort and made his way towards Qixiao village. Within the confines of Qixiao village, some villagers had secretly witnessed Li Wenjin's confrontation with the fishermen from their windows. Upon seeing him enter the village, they hastily closed their doors and windows, fearful of being associated with him and facing retribution from the fishermen upon his return. Li Wenjin initially intended to inquire about Nami's whereabouts, but upon observing the villagers closing their doors and windows, he resigned himself to the task of seeking out Nami's home alone. Remembering the storyline of One Piece, Li Wenjin recalled that Nami's residence was situated atop a solitary mountain. He leapt onto the rooftops of the village, gazing towards the mountains and houses beyond. Before long, he spotted two houses perched atop the peaks and proceeded to descend from the rooftop, making his way towards one of the mountains. However, after taking only a few steps, he encountered an obstruction in his path, none other than a minor character from One Piece, the village officer, a Jin from Coco Village. A Jin's sudden appearance brought a measure of joy to Li Wenjin, as it spared him the trouble of wandering aimlessly and provided him with a guide to Nami's home. "Young man, this is not a place for you. You should leave quickly. Fisherman Arlong will be Aravan." Li Wenjin patted the knife at his waist and chuckled. "I am a bounty hunter, here to capture Arlong. If he comes to me, I shall save some time in locating him." A Jian shook his head repeatedly. "Ah. The youth truly lack awareness of the world as perils. The fishmen are indeed terrifying, and they possess a colossal sea monster that can effortlessly ravage an entire village." Li Wenjin had no interest whatsoever in engaging with Ah Jian's idle chatter. His gaze swept across the surrounding dwellings until it settled upon a conspicuously aged and abandoned house. Pointing decisively at the derelict structure, he declared, "Do you see that house? I shall demonstrate how effortlessly I can reduce an entire village to ruins." Li Wenjin, after finishing his words, raised his foot and delivered 4 powerful kicks to the dilapidated house, severing the 4 pillars that supported it with the Navy 6th style. The gale foot. Consequently, the decrepit structure collapsed with a resounding crash due to the absence of support. Chapter 37. Nami. Li Wenjin's flamboyant actions left Jian utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the demolished house. Observing Jian's stunned expression, Wenjin strode over nonchalantly and patted his shoulder, remarking, "You middle-aged fellows are so easily astonished. A mere fishman like Arlong is but a dish on my dining table. Do you comprehend?" Regaining his senses, Jian glanced alternately between Wenjin and the wreckage of his home, a surge of exhilaration stirring within him. Li Wenjin is exceptionally formidable, this time. The fishman Arlong may truly be defeated. However, until Li Wenjin triumphs over Arlong, Jian still finds it difficult to fully believe in Li Wenjin's strength. Thus, Jian forces himself to remain calm. 2 minutes pass, and Jian turns to Li Wenjin and declares, "If you can capture Arlong, I am willing to offer you 10 million berries." Li Wenjin fixed his gaze upon Jian, scrutinizing his attire with a discerning eye before uttering with palpable disdain. Do you truly possess such wealth? Frankly, I find it rather unconvincing. Aegean's expression faltered, tinged with visible discomfort as he hastened to clarify. Indeed. I may not have such means personally, but our entire village could pool together the required sum. As a bounty hunter, should you succeed in defeating a Long, rest assured we would honor our financial commitment. Li Wenjin smiled and said, I do not require your money. I have come in search of a girl. For that is what I truly desire. Aegean's expression immediately darkened. Have you come to apprehend Nami? Did she provoke you outside? Li Wenjin understood well what Aegean was contemplating. He directly clarified, I am not here to apprehend her. Rather, I have heard that the young lady possesses exceptional navigational skills. I hope she can become my navigator and guide me to the Grand Line. Li Wenjin was not there to capture Nami, which instantly alleviated Aegean's anxiety. He glanced at Li Wenjin and said, I am unaware of how you acquired this information, but Nami is currently an officer at Arlong Park. If you wish to recruit her as a navigator, you must first defeat Arlong. Then tell me where Nami is, and I shall seek her out myself. Li Wenjin replied with unwavering directness. Aegean hesitated for a moment but ultimately answered, she should be at Arlong Park. She has been there for quite some time. The knowledge that Nami was at Arlong Park brought great joy to Li Wenjin, for it meant he could eliminate Arlong, seize his treasures, and subsequently take Nami away. As for Nami's consent, Li Wenjin was resolute. Whether she agreed or not, he would ensure she complied. He would not let an opportunity slip through his fingers. If Nami refused, he would simply capture her and nurture their relationship over time. Since Nami is at Arlong Park, I shall make my way there now. After speaking, Li Wenjin turned and walked away without hesitation. Aegean watched Li Wenjin's receding figure, hesitating briefly before ultimately deciding to follow in pursuit. May I accompany you? He called out as he hurried after her. Li Wenjin spoke without turning his head. If you have no fear of death, then follow along. Aegean pursued Li Wenjin and replied with utmost calm. After all these years, this is the first time I've felt the hope of defeating A Long, even if it means death. I must see it for myself. Suit yourself. After all, to me, A Long is nothing more than a minor obstacle, Li Wenjin said with a laugh. Within 5 minutes, Li Wenjin and Aegean had returned to the shoreline. Addressing a somewhat astonished Jiro, Li Wenjin declared, We're heading to A Long's paradise now. You're far too swift. I expected you to be gone for hours, Jiro remarked. Li Wenjin pointed at Aegean and said, He knows where the person I am looking for is, so I need not search extensively. Jielua immediately understood. The woman you seek is likely not at a Long amusement park. Indeed, she is at a Long amusement park. We must not waste any more time. Let us proceed swiftly, preferably before nightfall, to resolve matters with A Long and his associates. Jielua glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He hurriedly instructed the crew to set sail towards a Long amusement park. Li Wenjin set forth towards Arlong Park, while the fleeing fisherman returned with the corpses of 2 companions to report to Arlong. Arlong gazed upon the lifeless bodies of his fallen brethren, a chilling glimmer flashing in his eyes as he commanded a nearby fisherman officer, summon all our kin at once. We shall journey to Kokoyasi village and capture that detestable scoundrel to feed the fish. Officer Karubi hastily interjected, Brother Arlong, let me and Jinbi handle this. If you wreak havoc upon Kokoyasi village, it will not bode well with Nami. Arlong, filled with indignation, retorted, No, I must undertake this personally. Karubi endeavored to persuade him further, but was interrupted by an approaching fisherman who reported, Brother Arlong, 3 ships are heading our way, 2 of which bear the pirate flag. Upon hearing this, the fisherman who had returned exclaimed, Brother Arlong, the ones who slaughtered our kin are aboard those 3 ships. Ha ha ha, Arlong erupted into maniacal laughter. Then turned to Karubi, stating, It seems they are indeed coming for us. I shall remain here to await their arrival. You, summon the brethren back. Karubi replied, I shall do so immediately. At Arlong Park, such a significant event unfolded, and Nami, working atop the roof, was already aware of what transpired. Yet, she exhibited no reaction, continuing instead to sketch her nautical charts within her room. In her heart, she regarded Li Wenjin and his companions merely as another batch of fools come to meet their demise, utterly indifferent to their fate. What occupied Nami's thoughts was the insufferable bounty hunter, Iron Chicken, who had apprehended all the wanted men in the East Blue, leaving her with scant earnings over the past year. Consequently, her goal of accumulating 100 million berries seemed an elusive dream. If Li Wenjin were to know that Nami cursed him daily in her heart, he might even feel a sense of joy, for even in her hatred, it signifies that he occupies a place in her thoughts. Kokochia village is not far from a lone paradise. It took Li Wenjin and his companions merely half an hour to reach the waters near Alone Paradise. In order to prevent the fishmen from approaching and wreaking havoc on the vessels, Li Wenjin instructed Jello and the others to dock the ship a kilometer away from Alone Paradise. The Pineapple, still harboring 2 wanted criminals, posed a significant risk. Should they manage to escape, Li Wenjin would suffer considerable losses. Thus, he directed Jello and the crew to anchor near the shore. Whereupon he promptly disembarked from the Pineapple and proceeded on foot towards Alone Paradise. Li Wenjin's actions were naturally noticed by Arlong and his crew. However, when Arlong observed that Li Wenjin wasn't fleeing but instead approaching them, he disregarded the 3 ships and focused on preparing to deal with Li Wenjin first before handling the men aboard those vessels. The primary reason Arlong chose not to confront Jello and the others was because they already knew exactly who Li Wenjin was. As a notorious bounty hunter in the East Blue, Li Wenjin's appearance was familiar to most wanted criminals operating in these waters. Moreover, many of the outlaws he had captured were figures of some renown in the East Blue. Thus, Arlong decided to prioritize eliminating the greater threat, Li Wenjin, before turning his attention to the underlings. After all, reputation precedes a man like the shadow of a towering tree. The fact that the notoriously ruthless Li Wenjin had apprehended so many wanted criminals spoke volumes about his formidable skills. Though Arlong harbored no fear of him, he had no intention of underestimating his opponent and suffering an unexpected defeat. Chapter 38, Nami, Part 2. Upon arriving at the entrance of Arlong Park, Li Wenjin noticed the fishmen stationed there glaring at him with hostility, yet none moved to obstruct his passage. Unconcerned by the minions' aggression, he strode past them with unshaken composure, entering the heart of Arlong Park without hesitation. Inside, Li Wenjin immediately spotted Arlong reclining on a sun lounger, flanked by his 3 fishman officers. "Have you come to capture me?" Arlong inquired, his earlier agitation now replaced with calm amusement, ready to engage in this deadly game. Li Wenjin did not respond to Arlong. Instead, he cast his gaze around, hoping to catch a glimpse of Nami. After surveying the surroundings, he found no trace of her. Since she was not outside, she must be within the confines of Along's paradise. Consequently, Li Wenjin's attention turned toward the rooftops of the buildings. Li Wenjin's indifferent demeanor immediately incited the discontent of the fishermen leaders. "Iron Scrooge, our elder brother is addressing you. Are you even listening?" Li Wenjin harbored a profound disdain for being referred to as Iron Rooster. The mere utterance of this moniker by Chiyo incited an immediate fury within him, prompting him to retaliate with a swift kick aimed at Chiyo. "I utterly loathe being called by nicknames. Should you wish for your demise, I shall gladly escort you to the afterlife." The force of his kick surged toward Chiyo, and beside him, the octopus humanoid, Xiao Ba, witnessing the impending impact, hastily drew 2 weapons to shield himself from the oncoming energy. Although Xiao Ba successfully intercepted the force, he was nonetheless propelled several steps back, ultimately landing unceremoniously on the ground. Li Wenjin's single strike made Along realize that his subordinates were no match for Li Wenjin. He quickly called out to stop Kelluobi and Jio, who were rushing towards Li Wenjin. "Kelluobi, Jio, don't go," before Along could finish his sentence. Kelluobi and Jio were sent flying back, colliding directly with him, causing the 3 of them to tumble to the ground. Kelluobi and Jio, injured, were unable to stand up immediately, while the unharmed Along quickly regained his footing. His eyes reddened as he glared at Li Wenjin. "What are you staring at? If you kneel down and surrender, you might suffer less. Otherwise, I will make you understand what it means to wish for death." Li Wenjin remained unfazed by Arlong's menacing glare and arrogantly retorted. Arlong glanced back at Karubi, Chu, and Hatchan, realizing they were temporarily unable to assist, then turned his gaze back to Li Wenjin with a cold declaration. "It seems negotiations are futile. Today, I shall ensure your demise here." With those words, Arlong lunged at Li Wenjin, attacking with the ferocity of his clawed palms and razor-sharp teeth. Confident in his mastery of iron body defense, Li Wenjin made no effort to evade. Instead, he countered with the precision of the 6 powers finger gun, piercing a small hole through Arlong's chest. Arlong's assault, whether the slashing palms against Li Wenjin's torso or the snapping jaws aimed at his neck, proved utterly futile, leaving no mark upon him. Staring into Arlong's stunned, paralyzed eyes, Li Wenjin withdrew his bloodied finger from the wound. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating kick, sending Arlong hurtling into the towering walls of Arlong Park, reducing them to rubble upon impact. Li Wenjin deliberately kicked Alung away, sending him soaring into the high-rise, far from the seaside. If Alung were to escape into the water, it might consume Li Wenjin's time to deal with him. At present, Li Wenjin's thoughts were solely focused on Nami, leaving him little inclination to engage and play with Along. Therefore, after Along was propelled into the room of Along Paradise, Li Wenjin swiftly pursued him, intent on launching another attack to eliminate Along once and for all. Upon bursting into the room, Li Wenjin immediately spotted Along wielding a serrated knife, glaring fiercely at him. Remarkably, the small hole in Along's chest seemed to have vanished, leaving behind only a faint scar as a testament to its existence. Li Wenjin could not help but admire the remarkable regenerative abilities of the fishman, who had swiftly recuperated from his injuries and even possessed the strength to wield a large serrated knife. Li Wenjin's recent kick, though not executed with full force, still possessed a considerable strength of 70 to 80%. Remarkably, Along emerged with only minor injuries, which greatly impressed Li Wenjin. In his eyes, Along's bounty should have surpassed 30 million. The Navy likely refrained from increasing the reward out of respect for the maritime hero, Jinbi. Li Wenjin was lost in thought. But Along wasted no time. Brandishing his large serrated blade, he swung fiercely towards Li Wenjin, aiming to cleave him in two. Li Wenjin snapped back to his senses and swiftly drew his cherry blossom blade, gripping it firmly in hand. As Along's massive serrated sword slashed toward his waist, he deliberately activated his split ability. His upper torso intentionally lunged toward Along, feigning the illusion that he had been cleaved in half, with the upper portion of his body collapsing toward his foe. Upon witnessing Li Wenjin seemingly bisected by a strike, Along indeed felt a surge of exhilaration. However, his triumph lasted no more than 2 seconds before a searing pain erupted in his chest. The next moment, his entire body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Li Wenjin, with the upper half of his body, struck Along with a surprise knife attack, leaving him no chance to escape. Swiftly, he flew to where Along had collapsed and plunged the blade 5 times into his vital points, leaving him barely clinging to life. Having dealt with Along, Li Wenjin reassembled his severed body, then hoisted Along over his shoulder and strode out of the room. Outside, the fishmen, upon seeing Li Wenjin carrying the unconscious, or perhaps lifeless, Along, let out furious howls. They lunged at him in a frenzied assault, desperate to reclaim their fallen comrade. Li Wenjin showed no mercy towards these individuals, delivering a swift and powerful kick that sent them all flying. As for their survival, it was of no concern to him. 20 minutes had elapsed since Li Wenjin entered Along Paradise and vanquished Along and his aquatic minions. At this moment, Jiro and Ajian, who had been trailing behind Li Wenjin, finally arrived at Along Paradise. Upon witnessing the multitude of fallen fishmen scattered across the ground and the sight of Along slumped on Li Wenjin's shoulder, Ajian was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he stood frozen in place. These were not tears of sorrow, but rather tears of joy born from rebirth. After 6 years of unwavering perseverance, they had finally encountered a savior who had liberated them from the tyranny of Along and his fishmen. In that instant, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Li Wenjin observed the arrival of Jello and promptly approached him, tossing Aaron into his arms while saying, "Attend to his treatment lest he perish. I have other matters to attend to." As Li Wenjin's words faded, a crisp feminine voice chimed in from behind him. "You mustn't treat him. Merfolk possess remarkably swift recuperative abilities." Li Wenjin immediately turned around and caught sight of the little girl hiding in the corner of the wall. It was none other than Nami, the very person Li Wenjin had longed to see. Chapter 39. Nami 3. Nami's appearance instantly captivated Li Wenjin's attention, as well as that of the officers of the Arlong pirates. "Nami, how dare you betray Brother Arlong?" Li Wenjin turned around and discovered that he had been flung away. Kirby was speaking, and both Cho and Little Eight had regained their composure. The trio was advancing toward Nami with malicious intent. How dare 3 fishmen confront his future wife? With a swift move characteristic of the Navy's 6 styles, Li Wenjin appeared before the trio of fishmen and unleashed a barrage of 3 powerful kicks, sending them hurtling away once more. This time, Li Wenjin exerted every ounce of his strength. It was uncertain whether the 3 fishmen could regain consciousness in a short span of time. After incapacitating the fishmen, Li Wenjin promptly approached Nami and, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "Are you Miss Nami? I am acquainted with you. You are the bounty hunter known as Iron Rooster, am I correct?" Nami's words made Li Wenjin's mouth twitch in irritation. He despised being referred to as Iron Rooster, and now that Nami had called him thus, he felt powerless to retaliate, which left him quite displeased. "Miss Nami, I am Li Wenjin, not Iron Rooster," he said with a hint of exasperation. Nami retorted, "But out there, they all refer to you as Iron Rooster." Just as her words hung in the air, Aegean suddenly interjected. Nami, Lord Li Wenjin is our benefactor. How can you address him as Iron Rooster? That is exceedingly disrespectful. Upon seeing Aegean, Nami could no longer contain her previously suppressed emotions. She leaped into Aegean's embrace, weeping, while casting envious glances at Li Wenjin, wishing to drive Aegean away so that she could seek comfort from him instead. Jilo approached Li Wenjin with a smile and remarked, Wenjin, you ought to avert your gaze. It seems that the lovely young lady shows little interest in you. You should hasten to search for treasure instead of interrupting their conversation. Li Wenjin shot a glare at Jello and strode angrily towards Arlong's tower, intent on seizing Arlong's wealth. He had no desire to interrupt the nostalgic exchange between Aegean and Nami. He felt it prudent to allow Nami some time to vent her emotions. Half an hour later, with a buoyant spirit, Li Wenjin emerged from the Arlong Park building, bearing a large sack of treasures. True to his reputation as the notorious villain who had conquered 8 towns, Arlong had amassed a staggering sum of 190 million berries within the building, alongside a considerable collection of gold and jewels, which significantly elevated Li Wenjin's mood. As he stepped outside, he heard Nami's voice call out, Li Wenjin, what is it that you are carrying on your back? Li Wenjin glanced back at Nami, speaking with a tone of curiosity. Surely, there are treasures within, having defeated Arlong. I am entitled to claim his riches. You cannot take the treasures. Those treasures rightfully belong to me, Nami exclaimed emphatically. Li Wenjin was at a loss for words. Do provide a reason. This treasure here certainly cannot be yours. Nami pondered for a moment and replied, Now that the Arlong pirates have been defeated, I am the most formidable presence here, and thus, the treasure rightfully belongs to me. Li Wenjin extended his hand and gave Nami a thumbs up, exclaiming in exasperation, Miss Nami, I must express my admiration for your twisted reasoning. Nevertheless, I cannot bestow upon you the treasure, for I have numerous subordinates to support. Humph, you claim not to be a miser. Yet I perceive you to be an even more steadfast miser than a true miser. Li Wenjin, refusing to relinquish the treasure, was met with Nami's ire. Say what you will, but I shall not part with the treasure, he declared, adopting a defiant stance, indifferent to Nami's taunts of being a miser. Observing Li Wenjin attempting to depart with the treasure in tow, Nami quickly interjected, Hey, I heard you wish for me to be your navigator. If you agree to hand over the treasure, I shall concede to your request. Upon hearing Nami's words, Li Wenjin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He strode confidently to her side and presented the treasure, declaring, It's a deal. Nami, taken aback, numbly accepted the treasure, still in a daze, unsure of what had just transpired. In her mind, the notoriously frugal Li Wenjin would never agree to such a transaction. Yet, here he was, handing over the treasure without hesitation, leaving her perplexed about his true feelings towards wealth. Li Wenjin felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for Nami had consented to join him. The loss of a little wealth was of no concern to him. After all, he was not truly enamored with treasure. The system was the one that cherished it. Had the system's lottery not required berries, he would have no interest in amassing riches. Instead, he would casually capture a few pirates and spend his days at home with his wife, which represented his ideal life. Currently, Li Wenjin focused on enhancing his strength to protect his beloved wife. Once he attained invincibility, he would retire and return to her side. Nami, after taking the treasure, stared blankly for a full 2 minutes before looking at Li Wenjin with a hint of grievance and saying, May I retract my earlier proposal? Li Wenjin shook his head repeatedly, saying, You have already accepted the treasure. You cannot go back on your word. Nami stomped her foot on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, I truly have fallen into your trap. Li Wenjin said with a cheerful smile, No matter what you say, you have already agreed, and I shall not let you go. Nami fell into a moment of silence, her tone calming as she inquired, Are you setting sail now? Li Wenjin observed the expression on Nami's face and discerned her desire to return to Kokoja village for a while. Thus, he promptly stated, I can wait for you here for 7 days. Thank you, Nami replied, her tone suddenly softening as she returned the treasure to Li Wenjin. She then proceeded towards Aegean, evidently preparing to make her way back to Kokoja village. Li Wenjin did not pursue Nami, as he had matters to attend to with Jello, including the aftermath of the Long Paradise incident, which also required his attention. Time swiftly passed, and 5 hours later, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Nami, visibly displeased, cast a reproachful glance at Li Wenjin and remarked, What brings you to my home? Do you not have your own ship? Li Wenjin sat comfortably at the table in Nami's living room, savoring the snacks and drinks prepared by Noki Gao, and leisurely replied, My ship is tasked with returning pirates to Loguetown, and at present, I have no place to reside except here. Nami planned to stay in Kokoyashi village for 7 days, during which Li Wenjin arranged for Jello to transport the 5 wanted criminals and their pirate ship back to Loguetown. This round trip would conveniently take exactly 7 days, allowing Li Wenjin to remain in Kokoyashi village and keep Nami company. In Kokoyashi village, a lively festival was underway. Nami remarked, "If you were to go there, there would be ample lodging available for you. Why come to my home with ulterior motives?" It was evident that Nami was skeptical of Li Wenjin's excuse. At that moment, Noki Gao approached Li Wenjin and filled his cup with more drink, saying, "There you have it, Nami. Wenjin here is the savior of Kokoyashi village. What does it matter if he stays with us?" Nami was clearly displeased by Noki Gao's defense of Li Wenjin. "Sister, why do you assist a stranger instead of me?" Noki Gao shook her head, choosing to disregard Nami's complaint. She lifted her teacup and departed, fully aware of the affection reflected in Li Wenjin's eyes for Nami, thus refraining from interrupting their conversation. Chapter 40. The Purge of the East Sea. With Arlong defeated by Li Wenjin, Kokoyashi village began to bustle with activity. As Li Wenjin resided in Nami's home, villagers frequently visited, bringing gifts for him. Over the course of the 7 days, the villagers had come to understand that Li Wenjin had come to vanquish Arlong, primarily fueled by his desire to marry Nami. Li Wenjin found himself at a loss when it came to explaining the situation. He had merely expressed his desire for Nami to serve as his navigator. Yet by the time the word reached Kokoshia village, it had inexplicably morphed into a claim that he wished to marry her. While the villagers of Kokoshia spoke of this rumor as a reflection of his true feelings, Li Wenjin would never concede to such an assertion. He had no intention of refuting the gossip. In fact, he secretly relished the thought of it spreading further. Nami, understandably infuriated by the rumors, felt powerless to halt their proliferation and resorted to venting her frustrations on Li Wenjin, insisting that he personally travel to Kokoshia village to clarify the falsehoods. Regrettably, Li Wenjin paid her no heed. As 7 days elapsed, the pineapple ship returned to Kokoshia village, and Li Wenjin bid farewell to Nokigo before awaiting Nami's arrival aboard the ship. Nami's departure could extend for an indefinite period, and thus, Li Wenjin was compelled to grant her one final evening to bid farewell to her friends in Kokoshia village. Li Wenjin returned to the pineapple ship at 4 in the afternoon. Upon boarding, he immediately retreated to his quarters, depositing all the berries brought back by Jello into the system to commence his lottery endeavor. Li Wenjin's wealth has now surpassed 270 million. He directly utilized the high-level lottery 27 times, resulting in the following acquisitions: the Golden Staff of Enel, the Thunder God, which grants an increase of 260 points in strength; the Feathered Cloak of Marco, the Phoenix, enhancing defense by 240 points; and the Champion Belt of Shisasabagas, the Fighting Champion, which boosts defense by 180 points. Regarding these new 3 pieces of equipment, Li Wenjin expressed a sigh of resignation. He could only replace the Golden Staff of Enel, while the other 2 items would remain in the system's inventory as reserves. Li Wenjin removed Doma's Twin Swords, which granted an additional 85 points of strength from manifestation, and equipped Enel's Golden Staff in the gear slot, thereby augmenting his strength by another 175 points. 175 points of strength roughly equate to that of a Marine petty officer. He decided to bestow Doma's Twin Swords directly upon Jiro, as he was well aware that Jiro had likely deduced his identity as the one who imbued equipment with additional attributes. Having followed Li Wenjin for over a year, it was only natural for Jiro to suspect his secret. Yet, being astute, Jiro refrained from exposing Li Wenjin's little ruse, lest it strain their relationship. After adjusting his gear, Li Wenjin strolled to the bow deck to rest, intending to hand the weapons to Jiro and discuss their upcoming voyage. Originally, their plan had been to capture 5 notorious pirates before returning to Loguetown. However, after apprehending 3, they had already made a detour back once. Thus, their current course required thorough reconsideration. After 2 hours of deliberation aboard the Pineapple, Li Wenjin and Jiro finalized a new list of targets. In addition to the 2 previously missed, Jiro added 6 more names: Kalando Pirates, bounty of 16,000,000 berries; Golden Feather Pirates, bounty of 24,000,000 berries; Tomato Pirates, bounty of 15,000,000 berries; Mountain Bandit King, Mark Monkey, bounty of 38,000,000 berries; Black Star Pirates, bounty of 22,000,000 berries; Windblade Pirates, bounty of 20,000,000 berries. With their objectives set, Li Wenjin retired to his quarters to rest, awaiting Nami's arrival at dawn before setting sail once more to continue their pursuit of wanted criminals. At 11 in the evening, just as Li Wenjin had fallen asleep, Jiro abruptly knocked on his door. "Wenjin, Miss Nami has arrived. She insists we depart immediately." Hearing of Nami's arrival, Li Wenjin swiftly rose and followed Jiro to the deck, where he found her already commanding the crew to set sail. Li Wenjin approached Nami with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "Nami, aren't you going to converse with Noki and the others for a while longer?" Nami glanced at the now darkened village of Kokoshia and replied, "We are all destined to leave. Does it truly matter whether we depart sooner or later?" While Nami spoke with an air of calmness, Li Wenjin could discern a hint of reluctance in her demeanor. Thus, he offered her a comforting assurance, "Whenever you wish to return, I shall accompany you back to see this place." Nami, expressing her discontent, retorted, "When I want to come back, I will return on my own. I am not bound to you, so there is no need for your assistance." All right. You may do as you please," Li Wenjin replied with resignation. After a brief silence enveloped them, Nami turned to Li Wenjin and asked, "I have heard that you intend to venture into the Grand Line. When do you plan to set sail?" "Perhaps in about a year," he responded. "During this time, we aim to capture all the bounty criminals in the East Blue before proceeding." Nami, filled with curiosity, asked, "With all the money you are earning, what is the ultimate purpose? Are you merely hoarding it all?" Li Wenjin removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Nami, saying, "You wear it for now, and I shall explain to you how I have been utilizing my funds." Nami hesitated for a moment, gazing at the dark, unremarkable ring. Yet she eventually slipped it onto her middle finger. Instantly, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her body. Surprised, she examined the ring on her finger, hoping to discern some unique feature, but to her dismay, she found nothing out of the ordinary. "What is happening? Please enlighten me," Nami inquired, unable to comprehend the situation. The concept of equipment possessing attributes was no longer a secret, and Li Wenjin straightforwardly elucidated the matter to Nami, omitting only the fact that he was the creator of the equipment. After absorbing Li Wenjin's explanation, Nami reflected, "No wonder you are constantly amassing treasures. It seems you aim to exchange them for even more formidable gear." "Indeed, you are correct. Therefore, we must strive to earn money. Who knows? Perhaps one day you may possess the strength of an admiral," Li Wenjin replied with a smile. Nami shook her head repeatedly, saying, "An admiral? If I could merely attain your current level of power, I would be utterly content." Li Wenjin smiled and said, "Then let us strive to amass wealth. You will eventually possess my level of prowess." Nami, now aware of the significance of equipment, felt a spark of interest regarding the notion of earning money to acquire it. Consequently, she began to engage in discussions with Li Wenjin about the strategies to amass greater riches. Together, Nami and Li Wenjin, two avid fortune seekers, embarked on their quest for wealth. Chapter 41, The Mars Pirates. The Pineapple ship set sail, with its first target being the Mars Pirates, who had a bounty of 28 million berries. The Mars Pirates were a rather unfortunate crew, for before Li Wenjin could locate them, they sought him out, intending to plunder the Pineapple ship. Li Wenjin was troubled by the difficulty of locating them, yet they appeared on their own accord. Without hesitation, Li Wenjin soared directly to the ship of the Mars pirate crew, single-handedly vanquishing them all. With the demise of the Mars pirate crew, Li Wenjin and his companions set their course for Flying Fish Island, the hideout of Raji's bin. However, it would be misleading to refer to it merely as a hideout, for Raji's bin openly operated in Flying Fish Island, eluding capture by others. The island gained its name due to the abundance of flying fish in its vicinity, renowned throughout the East China Sea. Furthermore, the delectable flavor of the flying fish attracted numerous humans to the island, gradually transforming Flying Fish Island into a bustling hub within the East China Sea. Li Wenjin and his companions departed from Kikishia village to Feiyu Island, taking a total of 5 days for their journey. During this time, they not only apprehended the Mars pirate crew, but also eliminated 3 or 4 minor foes, each with bounties in the millions. Upon reaching Feiyu Island, Nami and Jello set about managing the pirate ship and the spoils they had collected, while Li Wenjin proceeded directly to the tavern, a familiar haunt of his, in search of information. The Senkei Tavern, nestled within a secluded alley of Feiyu Island, could be described as a locale within a slum. After inquiring for directions for quite some time, Li Wenjin finally located the Senkei Tavern. As he stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of menace, which swiftly dissipated, redirecting the gaze of all patrons toward him. Upon observing the clientele, Li Wenjin understood the source of the earlier tension, for nearly every individual present bore the unmistakable guise of bounty hunters. Li Wenjin paid no heed to the bounty hunters and prepared to seek out the tavern owner to inquire about the whereabouts of Rajesh. However, barely 5 steps into his journey, a man clad in gray obstructed his path. Li Wenjin, with a frosty expression, inquired, "Who are you? Are you seeking trouble?" The man in gray who obstructed Li Wenjin swiftly waved his hands, saying, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to ask if you are indeed Li Wenjin." Li Wenjin raised an eyebrow and said, "I am indeed Li Wenjin. What brings you to seek me?" As Li Wenjin's words fell, the tavern erupted into a lively commotion. "I told you he's a miser, but none of you believed me. Is he really that strong? He's just a kid. What's a miser doing here? Trying to steal our business? Obviously. If he weren't after Rajesh Ben, why else would he come here with nothing better to do?" The bounty hunters in the tavern were all discussing Li Wenjin, which greatly displeased him. Being called a miser repeatedly made him deeply uncomfortable. The gray-clad man blocking Li Wenjin's path noticed his furrowed brow and immediately shouted at the bounty hunters, "Enough talk. I have business to discuss with Li Wenjin." The gray-clad man seemed to hold considerable authority in the tavern, for his roar instantly silenced the entire establishment. With the tavern quiet, the man turned to Li Wenjin and said, "I am Dong Jesse, a bounty hunter like yourself, brother. I don't care who you are. Why are you stopping me? If you have nothing important to say, get out of my way. I have urgent matters to attend to." "Young man, you must be here to capture Rajesh Ben, correct?" "What if I am? I don't need your help. You may not know this, but Rajesh Ben is already severely injured and likely doesn't have much time left." This statement finally caught Li Wenjin's full attention. "What happened? If he is wounded, why haven't you gone after him?" Dong Jesse smiled. "Though he is gravely injured, his marksmanship remains deadly. Ordinary men stand no chance against him. We're all waiting for his condition to worsen before making our move." "Why are you telling me this? Do you expect me to deal with Rajesh Ben for you?" Dong Jesse nodded without hesitation. "You're exactly right. We need you to confront Rajesh Ben. In exchange for half the bounty, I'll tell you his whereabouts." Li Wenjin sneered coldly. "Are you implying that without your assistance, I would be incapable of locating Rajesh Ben?" Dong Jesse nodded solemnly. "Rajesh Ben possesses extraordinary skills and evasion. Otherwise, he would have been captured long ago during his year-long stay on Flying Fish Island. Now that he is severely injured, his hiding place will be even more concealed. Without our cooperation, young man, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to find him." Dong Jie's words left Li Wenjin feeling rather helpless. If this mission were to detain him for too long, he might as well pursue other wanted criminals instead. Spending 10 days or even half a month on a single fugitive was hardly worthwhile. After a moment of silence, Li Wenjin spoke again. "If you can locate Rajesh Ben before dawn, I will agree to split the bounty with you, half for your efforts." Dong Jie grinned in satisfaction. "Deal." With the agreement settled, Dong Jie promptly dispatched the bounty hunters in the tavern to gather intelligence on Rajesh Ben's whereabouts. Meanwhile, he and Li Wenjin remained in the tavern, awaiting news. To pass the idle time, Li Wenjin inquired about the circumstances surrounding Rajesh Ben's injury. Dong Jie proceeded to recount a tale so compelling that it nearly dissuaded Li Wenjin from pursuing Rajesh Ben altogether. Rajesh Ben was a master of firearm modification and marksmanship, as well as an expert in tracking and concealment, an exceptionally intelligent and formidable individual. Yet, even the most brilliant minds occasionally commit foolish acts. Originally, Rajesh Ben had been a bounty hunter himself, partnered with another hunter named Landos Chi. Together, they were hailed as the golden duo within the bounty hunting circles. Rajesh wielded firearms, while Landos specialized in blades. Their combined prowess had once led them to eliminate a pirate with a bounty of 36 million berries in the East Blue, earning them widespread acclaim. However, that very same pirate also cost Landos his life. When they went to claim the bounty, Marine Commander Keaton withheld half of the reward. Enraged by this injustice, Landos demanded the return of the captive so they could collect the full bounty at another Marine branch. But Keaton refused to relinquish the prisoner, provoking Landos into a violent confrontation. Defying the Marines within their own stronghold was, unsurprisingly, a fatal mistake. Landos was swiftly slain by Keaton. By the time Rajesh received word and rushed to intervene, Landos was already dead. In desperation, Rajesh stormed the Marine base alone and retrieved his fallen comrade's body. From that moment onward, Rajesh became a wanted man, forced into a life of flight. Yet even in exile, he never abandoned his vow of vengeance. His presence on Flying Fish Island was no coincidence. He had learned that Keaton occasionally visited the island to conduct clandestine dealings. 5 days prior, Rajesh had finally seized his opportunity and assassinated Commander Keaton. However, During the act, he was grievously wounded by a mysterious figure engaged in negotiations with Keaton. Chapter 42. A new subordinate in the tavern. Li Wenjin awaited the hour of 10 o'clock when two bounty hunters returned to report that they had located Rajesh Bin. They urged Li Wenjin and Dong Jies to hasten, lest Rajesh Bin slip away once more. Following closely behind the bounty hunters, Li Wenjin navigated through the slums, ultimately arriving at the facade of a dilapidated building. The leading bounty hunter declared, "Brother Dong Jies, Rajesh Bin is within." Dong Jies turned directly to Li Wenjin and said, "Young brother, it is now your moment. We shall await your return outside." Li Wenjin scoffed, "You truly are timid." Dong Jies replied with a wry smile, "We lack the strength of our younger brother and can only wait outside for his victorious return." Li Wenjin had no intention of wasting time and strode directly into the building, searching for where Rajesh Bin might be hiding. The dilapidated four-story structure stood quietly in the darkness. As he reached the third floor during his methodical sweep, a sudden gunshot shattered the silence. A bullet struck him squarely in the chest. At the very instant the bullet struck Li Wenjin, he instantly activated his iron body technique, rendering the projectile utterly ineffective. Yet before he could even discern the shooter's location, 3 more bullets found their mark, each precisely targeting his forehead, chest, and temple, the most vital points of the human body. Li Wenjin could not help but admire the situation. Despite the pitch-black darkness of the room, this moving target had been struck with unerring precision, each bullet finding its mark. Rajesh Bin was indeed a marksman of legendary skill. After 4 consecutive shots, Li Wenjin naturally discerned the shooter's position and charged straight toward it, bursting through 2 shattered doors. He swiftly located Rajesh Bin, or rather, Rajesh Bin allowed himself to be found. He made no attempt to flee, sitting motionless on the ground. "So it's you," Li Wenjin murmured. "No wonder 4 bullets couldn't wound you. It seems my fate is sealed today." The moment Rajesh Bin finished speaking, a dark stream of blood spilled from his lips, revealing to Li Wenjin the gravity of his injuries. Li Wenjin approached Rajesh Bin and remarked, "You are familiar with me." Rajesh Bin nodded in acknowledgement, the illustrious Iron Rooster. Indeed a well-known figure among fugitives. Li Wenjin curled her lips in disdain, expressing her discontent with the nickname. Rajesh, without acknowledging Li Wenjin, directly remarked, "Why haven't you come to apprehend me yet? Aren't you eager to claim the bounty on my head?" Li Wenjin smiled and said, "I have heard your story and find you quite admirable. I would like to converse with you a little more." Rajesh responded, "To receive such praise from the notoriously frugal Iron Rooster, I am truly honored." Li Wenjin admired how composed Rajesh Bin remained even in the face of death, and thus addressed him, "If there are any unfulfilled wishes lingering in your heart, speak them now. I shall assist if within my power." Rajesh Bin cast an odd glance at Li Wenjin and remarked, "You truly are a peculiar individual." With a faint smile, Li Wenjin replied, "I act solely according to my own whims. Had I not been in dire need of money, releasing you would have meant nothing to me." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Rajesh Bin erupted into laughter, a fit so violent that it wrenched another mouthful of dark blood from his lips, further draining the feeble remnants of his vitality. Li Wenjin remarked, "What is there to find amusing? If you possess no desires, I shall take you away this very moment." Rajesh, without uttering a word, tossed a small box to Li Wenjin and stated, "I am already on the brink of death and harbor no wishes. This trinket is yours." Rajesh, nearing his end, showed no fear of deceit as Li Wenjin promptly accepted the box and opened it, only to exclaim in astonishment, "The devil fruit." Indeed, it was the devil fruit, which I seized from Colonel Kadun during our encounter. I had intended to sell it, but unexpectedly, the individual I was trading with turned hostile. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have perished on the spot. Rajesh spoke in a feeble tone. Li Wenjin gazed at the devil fruit, then turned his weary eyes to the listless Rajesh Bin. With a sigh, he remarked, "You've given me this, and now I'm uncertain whether I should still apprehend you." Rajesh Bin chuckled weakly and replied, "I'm already at death's door. Whether you arrest me or not makes no difference to me." Li Wenjin remained silent for 2 minutes before resolutely stating, "Are you willing to follow me?" Rajesh, taken aback, responded, "What could you possibly want from a man who is destined to die?" Li Wenjin said calmly, "I can cure you." Rajesh Bin fell silent. Given the choice between life and death, no one would willingly choose the latter. Rajesh Bin was no exception. "Can you truly save me?" Rajesh Bin finally asked. "I possess a rare elixir," Li Wenjin replied. "As long as there remains a single breath within you, no matter the severity of your wounds, it can restore you instantly." After Li Wenjin finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Rajesh. Waiting for his response, Rajesh remained silent for a moment and then said, "I am a wanted criminal. Do you truly wish for me to accompany you?" By uttering these words, Rajesh indicated his willingness to join Li Wenjin's ranks and serve as his subordinate. Li Wenjin wasted no time and immediately took out Chopper's ointment, tossing it to Rajesh. "Consume this, and your body will be restored," he said. "As for your concerns, you may temporarily wear a mask and remain aboard my ship. Once we enter the Grand Line, no one will spare a second thought for a minor figure like you." After Li Wenjin finished speaking, Rajesh Bin had just swallowed the ointment, and then he felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body. The areas that had been in pain were no longer aching. Rajesh Bin, who was already on the verge of death, had no fear that Li Wenjin might have given him poison. Thus, upon receiving the ointment, he consumed it without hesitation. Within a minute, Rajesh Bin felt something miraculous. His injuries had completely vanished. Apart from some lingering discomfort from excessive blood loss, it was as if he had never been wounded at all. "How is your condition? Do you have the strength to engage in combat with me?" inquired Li Wenjin. Rajesh Bin flexed his body slightly and replied, "Young master, this subordinate is perfectly capable." Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, "You address me as young master so soon. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it." Rajesh responded, "The young master has bestowed upon me a new lease on life. Henceforth, I shall be but the young master's servant." Li Wenjin, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Call it whatever you wish. However, we are pressed for time to engage in battle. When the moment arrives, make your appearance to assure those outside that you are unharmed, and then proceed to await my arrival at the port." Rajesh Bin instantly grasped Li Wenjin's intention, which was to feign a confrontation and then make a swift escape. This way, Li Wenjin could later justify to the bounty hunters outside that Rajesh Bin had sustained no injuries, thereby conveniently sidestepping the matter of his release. Chapter 43, The Mindful Dojo. Li Wenjin had entered the building for over 20 minutes. If he did not emerge soon or create some commotion, the bounty hunters outside might grow suspicious. The plan between Li Wenjin and Rajesh Bin had been firmly established. They would feign a battle within the confines of the building. And soon, the sounds of gunfire and destruction filled the air. Outside, Dong Jiez was initially growing impatient, contemplating sending someone inside to investigate. But upon hearing the cacophony of gunfire and combat, he decided against it. However, it was too long before Dong Jiez found himself utterly bewildered. For he witnessed Rajesh Bin leap from the third-floor window and make a swift escape, appearing entirely unscathed. A minute later, Li Wenjin also emerged from the building, confronting Dong Jiez with visible anger, exclaiming, "Are you toying with me? Rajesh Bin does not look injured at all. Had I not been cautious, I would have been shot." Dong Jiez, at a loss for words, could only respond with resignation. "When we encountered him yesterday, he was indeed gravely wounded." Li Wenjin was instantly filled with fury, delivering a swift kick towards Dong Jiez, exclaiming, "Do you take me for a fool? A serious injury cannot heal so swiftly. The matters concerning Rajesh Bin are best left to you. I shall take my leave from Flying Fish Island." Dong Jiez evaded Li Wenjin's attack and chose not to engage in further conversation, instead hastily departing with the bounty hunters, wary of potential retribution from Rajesh Bin. Li Wenjin observed as Dong Jiez and his companions fled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he made his way towards the port, ready to rendezvous with Rajesh Bin before departing from Flying Fish Island. At 2 o'clock in the morning, upon his return to the port, a figure donned in a black cat mask approached Li Wenjin and said, "Young master, I am Rajesh Bin." Gazing at Rajesh Bin, clad entirely in dark attire and wearing the enigmatic mask, Li Wenjin chuckled, "Your movements are quite swift. Where did you procure such attire and the mask?" Rajesh Bin replied, "Young master, I have been on Flying Fish Island for over a year. There are indeed a few secret bases." Upon hearing the mention of a secret base, Li Wenjin immediately expressed his curiosity, inquiring, "Do you have a secret base? Is there any treasure hidden there?" Rajesh shook his head and replied, "This past year has been solely devoted to seeking revenge. I have had no time to pursue wealth." Li Wenjin, feeling utterly helpless, sighed and said, "Let us return to the ship. When we are aboard, you shall refer to yourself as the Black Cat to avoid revealing your true identity." Rajesh Bin nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, sir. Could you refrain from calling me sir?" Li Wenjin replied, exasperated. Rajesh Bin remained silent, and Li Wenjin realized that he simply did not agree with him. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he led Rajesh Bin back to the pineapple. Upon their return, they found Jiro and Nami fast asleep, with only 2 crew members keeping watch on the deck. Li Wenjin first organized the crew and promptly set sail. He then returned to the cabin with Rajesh, arranging a resting chamber for him. Once all matters were settled, Li Wenjin retreated to his quarters to admire the devil fruit. Li Wenjin obtained a devil fruit. Yet neither he nor Rajesh Ben could identify its type. After scrutinizing it for a long while without success, Li Wenjin decided to store it away for the time being, planning to seek Smoker's assistance in investigating it upon returning to Loguetown. As a high-ranking officer's descendant within the Marine headquarters, Smoker possessed the authority to access the Marine's comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia. Departing from Flying Fish Island, Li Wenjin and his crew continued their pursuit of wanted criminals. With the addition of Black Cat, Rajesh Ben, their missions became significantly easier. Among the 6 targets assigned by Jiro, only the confrontation with the Mountain Bandit King required substantial time. The rest were swiftly resolved. As for other bounties below 10 million berries, Black Cat handled them effortlessly, eliminating the need for Li Wenjin to intervene. Though Jiro harbored suspicions that Black Cat might be Rajesh Ben, he kept his thoughts to himself, as the feline's true identity bore no relevance to him. Over the course of a month at sea, Jiro found himself utterly outmatched by Nami's negotiation skills. Consequently, he relinquished the responsibility of selling pirate ships and treasures to her, dedicating himself solely to gathering intelligence. A month passed, yet Li Wenjin refrained from returning to Loguetown, fearing an explosive encounter between Nami and Tashiji. Thus, he resolved to delay his homecoming until his relationship with Nami deepened further. After exchanging captured criminals for bounties at 2 separate marine branches, smaller bases lacked sufficient funds to cover the full rewards, necessitating multiple visits. Li Wenjin and his crew continued their operations across the East Blue. 3 months elapsed without a single return to Loguetown. Instead, they arrived at Shimatsuki Village, the very place Li Wenjin had intended to visit upon first entering the world of One Piece. Shimatsuki Village housed the Isshin Dojo, where Roronoa Zaro had trained under Koshiro. Initially, Li Wenjin had no plans to disembark here, as reliable sources confirmed Zaro's departure from the village. Moreover, his true interest lay in apprehending his next target, the infamous Buggy the Clown. In Li Wenjin's estimation, capturing Buggy seemed improbable, given the clown's uncanny luck. He couldn't help but wonder what unforeseen complications might arise during the attempt. Li Wenjin ultimately chose to land in Zimaziji village, driven by an insatiable curiosity. He yearned to uncover whether Gung Shiralang, a character frequently speculated to possess the strength of an admiral in the One Piece anime, truly had such formidable power. Upon reaching the coast of Zimaziji village, Li Wenjin made his way towards the renowned Isshin Dojo. The dojo held significant prestige in the village, and a mere inquiry led him directly to its location. As he journeyed towards the Isshin Dojo, Li Wenjin took a moment to assess his current attributes and equipment configuration. 10 items in the system's equipment slot included 5 standard Navy gear pieces, Enel's golden staff, the twin swords of the flower sword Petas, the long sword of the ghost spider, and General Deo Bowman's blade, along with the split 5 flare fruit. General Deo Bowman's blade grants an increase of 160 points to strength. As for the replaced item, Crocodile's iron hook, Li Wenjin materialized it and gifted it to the Black Cat as an equipment piece. Unfortunately, the Black Cat seemed rather indifferent to its use, merely strapping it to its back as a means of augmenting its strength. Li Wenjin's equipment includes the bracelet of the Pirate Kinks, the Black Star gemstone ring, the flying knife of the Clown Buggy, the swift sword Cherry Blossom, and the black gloves of Akainu. Akainu's black gloves increase strength by 150 points and defense by 150 points. Li Wenjin currently possesses 3 primary attributes: strength, 1410, agility, 440, defense, 770. Li Wenjin's system backpack is equipped with Urk's feather cloak, the Admiral's exclusive cape, defense 300 points, the Admiral's exclusive military cap, defense 300 points, Chopper's hemostatic patch, the Clown Buggy's red nose, and Nico Robin's bodysuit. Li Wenjin originally possessed another piece of high-tier equipment, the Champion's belt of Shishes and Bagas, providing an additional 180 defense points. Later, he materialized and gifted it to Black Cat as well. With Black Cat's enhanced capabilities, when dealing with minor wanted criminals, Li Wenjin no longer needed to intervene, which considerably lightened his burden. In Li Wenjin's eyes, any wanted criminal with a bounty below 10 million berries was merely a petty thug. Chapter 44, Kushiro. Over the past 3 months, Li Wenjin has amassed a fortune of over 700 million berries, yet he has only obtained 4 pieces of high-grade equipment. The reason for this is Li Wenjin, in an effort to enhance the capabilities of Nami and the Black Cat, spent over 300 million berries to procure intermediate-level lottery draws. From this considerable investment, He managed to acquire more than 30 intermediate-grade pieces of equipment for use by the Black Cat, Nami, Jello, and others. During this substantial lottery endeavor, Li Wenjin encountered a peculiar phenomenon. While drawing from the intermediate lottery, it was possible to obtain lower-grade sets. In this instance, out of the 30 draws, he received 2 sets of low-tier equipment, Baroque Works Mr. 7 set, Frog Hat, Defense 30, Frog Top, Defense 30, Frog Skirt, Defense 30, Frog Shoes, Agility 30, Frog Pistol, Strength 30, Mr. 7's Red Glasses, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Purple Coat, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Purple Pants, Defense 26, Mr. 7's Black Shoes, Agility 26, Mr. 7's Yellow Pistol, Strength 26. Each of these 2 low-tier sets offered attributes of strength, agility, and defense, each contributing an additional 50 points. Should one don all 5 pieces, they would possess at least the strength of a Navy corporal. However, due to the relatively modest attributes of these sets, Nami, Jello, and the Black Cat regarded them with disdain. Consequently, Li Wenjin decided to entrust them to Nami for safekeeping, intending to auction them off at a later date to recoup some funds. Contemplating his own attributes, Li Wenjin gradually made his way to the Isen Dojo, where he observed a few children training within the fenced courtyard, prompting him to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The Isen Dojo was situated on a modest, low-lying hillside, surrounded by vast expanses of farmland and woodland, devoid of any nearby residences, rendering it a relatively secluded and tranquil locale. As he took in the serene atmosphere of the dojo, Li Wenjin's mood began to settle, and he approached the main building. Upon entering the fenced courtyard, he continued towards the dojo structure but was intercepted by a young man. "Who are you, and what is your purpose at the Isen Dojo?" the young man inquired, eyeing the sword at Li Wenjin's waist with a hint of caution. "I seek your dojo's master, Mr. Gungshiro. If you could kindly inform him on my behalf, I would be most grateful." After a moment of hesitation, the young man replied, "Please wait here. I will inform the master." Li Wenjin nodded and said, "Go ahead. I shall wait here." As the young man departed, Li Wenjin turned his gaze towards the children in the courtyard. They had ceased their training and were now observing Li Wenjin as he entered the One Heart Dojo. In recent years, Li Wenjin has hunted down numerous fugitives, accumulating a considerable aura of menace. Coupled with his indifferent and apathetic demeanor, the children devoted to the dojo dare not approach him, opting instead to observe from a distance while whispering amongst themselves about his identity. Li Wenjin pays them no mind, his thoughts solely occupied with his purpose for being here, to spar with Master Gung Sailang before promptly departing from Zimaziji village to seek out the wandering clown, Baki, in the East Sea. After approximately 2 minutes, a young man returned, approaching Li Wenjin with utmost respect. "Master Gung Sailang, please step inside," he implored. The sudden shift in the young man's demeanor piqued Li Wenjin's curiosity, yet he refrained from inquiring further, choosing instead to follow the young man into the dojo's main hall. Inside the dojo, Li Wenjin beheld Master Gung Sailang seated cross-legged at the center, behind him a grand character for stillness emblazoned on the wall. Exuding an air of authority and gravitas, Li Wenjin approached Sailang, maintaining a distance of 3 meters, and with a respectful gesture declared, "I am the bounty hunter Li Wenjin." Sailang, wearing a warm smile, replied, "I am aware of your reputation. However, I am curious as to what brings such a renowned bounty hunter to my humble dojo." His demeanor was amicable, and Li Wenjin, hesitant to state his intention directly, tactfully remarked, "I had the pleasure of a brief encounter with your disciple, Zoro. He spoke highly of the exceptional swordsmanship practiced at the Sailang dojo, which prompted me to pay you a visit." Sailang, possessing considerable experience, discerned that Li Wenjin's true purpose was to challenge him. Thus, he candidly responded, "Young brother, at such a tender age, and with considerable skill, is it wise to engage in a contest of strength with an old man?" Acknowledging the clarity of Sanlang's words, Li Wenjin confidently stated, "Since the esteemed Master Sanlang has grasped my intentions, I shall be forthright. In the near future, I intend to venture into the Grand Line. And before embarking on that journey, I wish to ascertain my own capabilities. Therefore, I seek your assistance in evaluating my strength." Li Wenjin exuded a palpable aura of menace, and Gung Sailang initially harbored no intention of engaging in combat with him. However, he soon realized that Li Wenjin merely sought to gauge his own prowess, sparking Gung Sailang's curiosity towards him. In his past encounters with formidable warriors possessing a similar intensity of killing intent, Gung Sailang observed that they often became irritable or displayed eccentricities due to the weight of their lethal presence. Yet, In Li Wenjin, he perceived an unusual tranquility, as if he remained untouched by the ominous energy that typically influenced others, which took Geng Xilang by surprise. Li Wenjin had, after all, dispatched over 1,000 bandits and pirates, making the accumulation of such a formidable aura entirely reasonable. The reason for his immunity to its effects lay in his belief that he was merely eliminating malevolent NPCs. He did not perceive his actions as excessive. Given that Li Wenjin was not seeking trouble, Geng Xilang felt it was of little consequence to assist him in testing his abilities. He directly addressed Li Wenjin, saying, "Please follow me to the backyard. This location is not conducive to combat." With Geng Xilang's agreement to assist, Li Wenjin felt a sense of satisfaction and followed him out of the main hall of the martial arts school. Traversing a corridor until they arrived at a flat sandy area in the backyard, Geng Xilang approached a weapons rack beside the sandy ground and retrieved 2 wooden swords. Tossing one to Li Wenjin as he remarked, "For the purpose of testing your strength, I believe this will suffice, my young friend." Li Wenjin was rather indifferent. As his swordsmanship was not particularly refined, he relied more on his physical prowess in combat. Taking the wooden sword, he swung it a couple of times before simply stating, "Fine." In the middle of the sandy ground, Li Wenjin addressed Master Kushiru, saying, "Master, I am not a professional swordsman but a devil fruit user. Please be aware." Master Kushiru smiled and replied, "Please, make your move." Li Wenjin wasted no time. With a swift motion reminiscent of a naval 6, he suddenly appeared before Geng Xilang, thrusting his sword directly towards Geng Xilang's chest. In response to the sudden appearance of Li Wenjin, Geng Xilang merely waved his wooden sword lightly, deflecting the attack with ease. Li Wenjin held a wooden sword in his right hand. However, when it was knocked from his grasp, he swiftly unleashed a palm strike towards Geng Xilang's chest with his left hand. Regrettably, before his palm could even approach Geng Xilang, he was compelled to retreat hastily, as Geng Xilang's wooden sword was already on the verge of striking his shoulder. After taking 2 quick steps back to evade Geng Xilang's onslaught, Li Wenjin realized that in order to land an attack on Geng Xilang, he would need to harness the powers of the devil fruit. Abandoning any reservations, Li Wenjin summoned all his strength to assault Geng Xilang. Yet, Geng Xilang evidently possessed the ability of observation haki. Even with Li Wenjin's ability to split, he still failed to make contact with Geng Xilang. Furthermore, Geng Xilang exhibited no surprise at Li Wenjin's devil fruit powers, as if such abilities were entirely commonplace for him. Chapter 45. Buggy in the guest room of the Isin Dojo, Li Wenjin lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Expressing his sentiments with a sense of melancholy, considering the strength of the dojo master, it is indeed a pity to remain here. Geng Xilang, seated across the table from Li Wenjin, merely smiled at his words without offering a response. The fierce battle between Li Wenjin and Geng Xilang concluded with Geng Xilang emerging victorious. Exhausted, Li Wenjin was unable to land a single blow on his opponent and ultimately had no choice but to concede defeat. Once the clash had ceased, Geng Xilang escorted Li Wenjin to the reception room, instructing the disciples of the dojo to prepare a cup of tea for him, allowing him a moment to recuperate. After finishing a cup of tea, Li Wenjin felt somewhat revitalized and directly inquired of Geng Xilang, "Master of the pavilion, given my current strength, would there be any issues if I ventured into the Grand Line?" Geng Xilang, casting a curious glance at Li Wenjin, replied with a smile, "Young brother, why do you pose such a question? Are you aware that I have traveled to the Grand Line?" Li Wenjin was momentarily at a loss for words. He had completely forgotten that today marked his first encounter with Geng Xilang. The sudden inquiry posed by Geng Xilang, devoid of any suspicion regarding Li Wenjin's past secrets, was quite a courtesy extended to him. After a brief silence, Li Wenjin spoke. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope the esteemed host can forgive me." Li Wenjin's apology left Geng Xilang with a favorable impression of him, prompting Geng Xilang to offer some guidance. Lifting his teacup, he took a sip and remarked, "Young brother, your strength is commendable. Navigating the Grand Line should pose no issue, provided you refrain from provoking pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. That should not be a problem." Geng Xilang's words were quite clear, and Li Wenjin had already come to the realization that his current capabilities would not suffice for unrestrained dominance in the Grand Line. The formidable pirates with bounties surpassing 100 million berries typically possess strength on par with that of a Navy headquarters lieutenant commander. In other words, Li Wenjin's current prowess falls short of even that level. Li Wenjin stood up and respectfully addressed Master Koshiro, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. It seems I still need to hone my skills before venturing into the Grand Line." Master Koshiro replied, "Young man, your efforts in capturing wanted criminals have brought peace to the East Blue. I merely offered a few words of advice. There's no need for you to dwell on it. Li Wenjin expressed his gratitude, stating that he remains thankful for the assistance provided by the curator. Li Wenjin exchanged pleasantries with Gung Sailang before taking his leave, saying, "Master of the pavilion, I have matters to attend to, so I shall bid you farewell here." Gung Sailang replied, "Young brother, do take your leave. I shall not see you off." Li Wenjin cupped his hands in farewell to Koshiro and departed from the Ishin dojo, heading straight for the shore where the pineapple was anchored. Aware of his inadequate strength, he felt time pressing upon him. If he couldn't enhance his abilities within a year, his journey to the Grand Line would inevitably be delayed. Determined, Li Wenjin resolved to swiftly capture more wanted criminals to bolster his power. There was no longer any room for leisure. Upon returning to the pineapple, he immediately ordered Jiro to set sail at full speed toward their next destination. His urgency left both Nami and Jiro somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, as the captain, his command was absolute. Jiro had no choice but to comply. While Nami pestered Li Wenjin for an explanation, unashamed of his defeat against Koshiro, Li Wenjin recounted the incident plainly. Nami showed little reaction to the story itself, though her interest was piqued at the mention of earning berries. Since Li Wenjin was now focused on rapid wealth accumulation, she refrained from further questions. By noon 3 days later, they finally located Buggy the Clown's whereabouts. The rogue had been drifting aimlessly across the East Blue, making his capture a troublesome endeavor. Langa Island, a mere 2 to 3 square kilometers in size, hosted only a single village. Jiro's intelligence indicated that Buggy had recently taken up residence there, prompting Li Wenjin's pursuit. Even before docking, Li Wenjin spotted Buggy's pirate ship anchored along Langa's coast. He commanded the pineapple to approach swiftly. The Buggy pirates, noticing the pineapple's advance, waited until it entered their firing range before launching a barrage of cannonballs. While Jiro and the crew handled the pineapple's affairs, Li Wenjin soared toward the enemy vessel using moonwalk. The sight of a flying man sent Buggy's crew into a panic. They fired wildly at Li Wenjin, desperate to shoot him down. Ordinary bullets, however, were futile against him. Deflecting the shots effortlessly, Li Wenjin landed on the deck and swiftly incapacitated every pirate aboard. After clearing the ship, he realized Buggy himself was absent. Resigned, he looted the vessel's treasures before setting off to hunt the clown on the island. Within half an hour, Li Wenjin and Nami had stripped the ship bare. The haul for million berries in cash, gold, and jewels worth another 4 to 5 million. Plus the medium-sized pirate ship itself promised profits exceeding 10 million berries. As Li Wenjin gleefully tallied the spoils, Jiro rushed over. "Wenjin, Buggy the Clown is heading this way." Li Wenjin's interest was suddenly piqued. He turned to Jiro and said, "You take the pirate ship away. I shall go to the island to meet him." Jiro replied, "Wenjin, do you happen to know the clown Buggy?" Li Wenjin inquired, "What prompts such a sudden question from you?" Jiro replied, "Every time you mention the Joker Baki, you seem to possess an uncanny familiarity with him, which inevitably raises my suspicions." Li Wenjin was taken aback and, after a moment of hesitation, replied, "You will understand in due time. If I were to disclose it now, I fear it would frighten you terribly." Jello scoffed dismissively, "A bounty of merely 16 million? There is nothing for me to fear." Li Wenjin cast a glance at the arrogant Jello and remarked, "The clown Buggy is a member of the Roger Pirates." Jello immediately burst into laughter, saying, "Wenjin, your skills in deception have certainly diminished." Li Wenjin stated earnestly, "What I am saying is indeed true." Li Wenjin's solemn expression took Jello by surprise, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Are you truly not deceiving me?" Li Wenjin nodded affirmatively, stating, "I did not deceive you." Jiro, upon confirming the news, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, fear gripping him as he sat down abruptly on the deck. Trembling, he inquired of Li Wenjin, "Could it truly be so? How could the bounty for a member of the Roger Pirates be so low?" Li Wenjin replied helplessly, "If you ask me, whom shall I ask? Perhaps Buggy is deliberately concealing his true capabilities." Jiro inwardly urged himself before speaking with some hesitation. Should we perhaps refrain from apprehending him, lest unforeseen complications arise? Li Wenjin curiously remarked, "It seems you are quite afraid of the Roger Pirates. A mere clown like Buggy has sent you fleeing." Jello retorted with irritation, "You have never encountered Roger, so you cannot fathom his might. I have witnessed his power firsthand. The overwhelming aura he emanated still makes my legs tremble at the mere thought." Li Wenjin, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "I can't be bothered with you. I am off to meet the clown Buggy. If you are afraid, you might as well take the ship and keep your distance." Jello nodded earnestly, "You are absolutely right. It would be wise for me to stay far away." Jello's palpable fear of the Roger Pirates left Li Wenjin speechless. prompting him to depart from Buggy's ship and soar towards Lang Island. Chapter 46. A year later, upon arriving at Lang Island, Li Wenjin awaited by the shore for the arrival of the clown Buggy. Within 5 minutes, Buggy, accompanied by more than 20 of his subordinates, hurriedly approached the coast. However, upon spotting Li Wenjin and the pirate ship that had already set sail, Buggy's expression soured dramatically. His thoughts raced. All his treasures were aboard that ship, and with it now stolen, the likelihood of recovering his wealth appeared bleak. His only recourse was to capture the young man before him, hoping to exchange him for his ship and riches. As Buggy approached Li Wenjin, he coldly declared, "Return my ship, and I shall grant you a swift death. If you..." Yet, before he could finish, he was abruptly yanked by the collar from behind. Annoyed, he turned to see his first mate, Kabeji, gripping his clothing, while his subordinates trembled in fear. "Captain Buggy, that is the bounty hunter Iron Rooster," Kabeji stammered, his voice betraying his anxiety. The infamous bounty hunter was well known across the East Sea, having captured numerous pirates, even those stronger than their captain Buggy. Kabeji's instinct was to flee. The other pirates who had accompanied Buggy shared Kabeji's sentiment, all eager to escape. Iron Rooster? Buggy mused, struggling to recall who that might be. The name seemed vaguely familiar. He was not particularly concerned with bounty hunters. His focus lay solely on amassing treasure. He had only heard Kabeji mention Iron Rooster a couple of times, dismissing it as unimportant. Noting Buggy's lack of response, Kabeji pressed on, "Captain Buggy, we should retreat at once. We stand no chance against him." Red Nose. "You wouldn't dare suggest fleeing, would you?" Buggy, intent on reprimanding the cowardly Kabeji, suddenly heard the term Red Nose directed at him. Infuriated, he seized Kabeji by the collar and growled, "Who are you calling Red Nose? Do you wish to die, Kabeji?" Struggling to breathe under Buggy's grip, Kabeji could barely articulate a response. He resorted to pointing at Li Wenjin, indicating that it was the latter who had uttered the term Red Nose. Li Wenjin was utterly speechless. This clown, Baki, truly lived up to his role as the jester, provoking in him an overwhelming desire to voice his critique. Li Wenjin could only call out once more, "Red Nose, it was I who called you just now." Li Wenjin spoke again, only to find that the clown Buggy still clung tightly to Kabeji, leaving Li utterly exasperated. He prepared to stride over and confront Buggy himself. Yet the moment he lifted his foot, Li froze in bewilderment. Buggy and his crew had already bolted, vanishing into the distance with startling swiftness. Stunned, Li stood rooted to the spot, momentarily unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. By the time he regained his senses, Buggy and his subordinates had already disappeared into the thickets along the shore, leaving Li to ponder whether pursuit was even worth the effort. Damn it. In the end, Li Wenjin could no longer restrain himself and let out a furious curse before sullenly making his way toward the shoreline, resigned to returning to the pineapple. As for the clown Buggy, he had no choice but to let him go for now. Truth be told, Li Wenjin had never truly expected to capture Buggy this time. Yet, what truly vexed him was that the battle had even begun before the clown had already slipped away, an outcome he had never anticipated. Li Wenjin now cannot help but admire the fact that the Joker Buggy has managed to evade capture by the Navy in the East Sea for over a decade. It is evident that he possesses considerable skill, understanding precisely whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Li Wenjin was merely contemplative. He initially intended to test the capabilities of the clown Buggy to ascertain whether he possessed hidden strengths, but it appeared that such an endeavor was now futile. If clown Buggy indeed harbored concealed prowess, he would undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual, for he was willing to relinquish both his pirate ship and treasure, which indicated a resolute heart. In the coastal forests of Long Island, clown Buggy observed as Li Wenjin utilized the moonwalk to soar back to the pineapple ship. Finally, he felt a sense of relief, yet thoughts of his treasure and pirate ship still tugged at his heart. Captain Buggy is truly clever, managing to lead us away with such finesse. He is indeed a master of deception, Kabaji exclaimed joyfully from behind Buggy. Although Buggy was deeply pained by the loss of his treasure, he feigned pride, declaring, "You should realize who I, Captain Buggy, am. Deception comes effortlessly to me." Kabaji responded, "Captain Buggy, our pirate ship has been stolen. What shall we do now?" Buggy replied, "We are pirates, so naturally we shall seize another. First, let us find a vessel to depart from here. Perhaps that fellow will return." Kabaji, Machi, and the other members of the Buggy pirate crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Captain Buggy, let us set sail at once." As for Buggy's affairs, Li Wenjin paid them no heed. Upon returning to the pineapple ship, he commanded Jello and the others to set sail immediately in pursuit of the next bounty. Jello, intrigued by Li Wenjin's swift return, inquired about the situation. Li Wenjin recounted Buggy's escape, which left Jello feeling quite disheartened regarding Buggy, a member of the Roger pirate crew. Li Wenjin, in a bid to swiftly enhance his prowess, issued a command aboard the ship to implement a two-shift system for the crew. One shift would operate during the day and the other at night, ensuring that the vessel could sail continuously for 24 hours whenever at sea. By January of the year 1518 in the Sea Circle calendar, it had been a full year since Li Wenjin had returned to Loguetown. His infamous reputation as a miser had begun to resonate throughout the world. After all, Li Wenjin single-handedly subdued the pirates and bandits plaguing the East China Sea, earning him the adoration of the local populace, who regarded him as their savior. However, had he been slightly less avaricious, the common folk of the East China Sea might have honored him with a shrine, offering daily prayers in his name. The surge in his notoriety led many merchants and villagers from various locales to solicit his assistance in ridding their lands of bandits and pirates, thereby revealing a lucrative avenue for Li Wenjin. Naturally, Nami, the adept negotiator, extracted the utmost benefits from the merchants and villagers, consequently making the entire East China Sea aware of the two super misers, Li Wenjin and Nami. They were affectionately dubbed the miserly couple by the populace, infamous for their unwillingness to part with even the slightest sum, never once covering the costs of meals during negotiations, leaving the burden entirely on the merchants and villagers. Chapter 47. New equipment. A whole year had elapsed, and Li Wenjin now wielded high-grade equipment, the attributes of which had significantly improved compared to a year prior. 10 pieces of system equipment: Admiral's military hat, defense 300, Admiral's cloak, defense 300, Admiral's shoes, agility 300. Admiral's uniform, defense 300, Admiral's weapon, strength 300. The set bonus for the 5 pieces of the Admiral's ensemble grants an additional boost of 500 to strength, agility, and defense. Marco's feather cloak, defense 240, dual swords of the flower sword Bitis, strength 160, Admiral Doberman's blade, strength 160, Ghost Spider's longsword, strength 120, 444 evil fruit. Li Wenjin is adorned with a remarkable array of 10 formidable pieces of equipment. Enel's golden staff enhances strength by 260 points. Enel's golden bracers augment strength by 200 points and defense by 200 points. Enel's golden anklets boost strength by 200 points and agility by 200 points. Enel's golden toe rings increases agility by 300 points. Enel's golden earrings elevate strength by 300 points. With these 5 pieces, Li Wenjin benefits from the set bonus, which grants an additional 500 points to strength, agility, and defense. The system indicates that Enel's set comprises 8 pieces, and should Li Wenjin acquire the remaining 3, he would receive a further enhancement of 1,000 points across all 3 attributes. Regrettably, he has yet to obtain the last 3 pieces and must await future opportunities to collect them. Admiral Akainu's black gloves provides an increase of 150 points to strength and 150 points to defense. Pirate King's bracelet enhances agility by 80 points. Black Star gem ring adds 120 points to both strength and defense. Sapphire ring increases strength by 160 points. Jesus Cloth's pearl necklace boosts strength by 260 points. Currently, Li Wenjin has successfully assembled a total of 20 pieces of equipment, culminating in the following attribute totals: strength, 3,390 points, agility, 1,880 points, defense, 2,610 points. Li Wenjin has now replaced his weapon with Enel's golden staff, while his former high-quality sword, Sakura Blow, has been entrusted to Nami for safekeeping. They plan to sell it upon returning to Loguetown. Nami also possesses a considerable number of outdated attribute equipment in her possession, all destined for auction houses. In the course of the past year, Li Wenjin amassed a fortune of 50 to 60 billion berries. However, the total sum of berries and treasures aboard the Pineapple, when combined, barely reaches 3 million berries. If they do not expedite the sale of the discarded equipment from Nami, they may find themselves in a state of dire financial straits. While 3 million berries may seem substantial to an ordinary individual, it signifies poverty for Li Wenjin and Nami. Li Wenjin's system backpack currently contains only 4 items. The first is Buggy the Clown's red nose, capable of deflecting attacks 3 times. The second is Nico Robin's bodysuit. Though classified as mid-tier equipment, Li Wenjin has always been reluctant to discard it. The third is Doc Q's golden apple. Its effect is as follows. When thrown, there is a 50% chance that within a 100-meter radius, the area will transform into a poisonous mist zone. Within this zone, All humans or animals will suffer a reduction of 1,000 points in their attributes for 10 minutes, while the mist itself lasts only 1 minute. The other 50% chance. It remains nothing more than an ordinary apple. Were it not for its 3 uses, Li Wenjin wouldn't even know what purpose it served. The poison mist affects friend and foe alike. Anyone within its range will have their abilities diminished. Therefore, after throwing the apple, Li Wenjin must avoid the mist zone for that 1 minute. Only after the minute passes can he utilize the remaining 9 minutes to confront enemies weakened by the poison. The 4th item is Chopper's Hemostatic Patch, capable of instantly healing any external injury. This item is useless to Li Wenjin, as he possesses the Baroque no Mi, rendering him immune to external wounds. Only internal injuries affect him. As for the crew of the Pineapple, Nami and Black Cat are both outfitted in high-tier equipment. Their strength is considerable. Nami rivals a Marine lieutenant, while Black Cat, due to his innate prowess, stands on par with a Marine captain. Their strength is measured against officers from Marine headquarters. If compared to officers from the 4 Blues, Nami would at least be a captain and Black Cat a commodore. As for Jiro, he does not wear a full set of high-tier gear, opting instead for ordinary mid-tier equipment. This is not because Li Wenjin refused to provide him with better gear, but because Jiro himself declined. Jiro knows that once Li Wenjin and the others return to Loguetown, they will set sail for the Grand Line. However, he has no desire to follow, for in Loguetown, a certain landlady awaits him. Moreover, nearing 50 years of age, he has no wish to burden Li Wenjin's crew on their journey through the Grand Line. Thus, Jiro hopes Li Wenjin will grant him a sum of money, allowing him to settle down in Loguetown with the landlady, living out their days together. Li Wenjin acquiesced to Jello's request, promising to provide him with 100 million berries once Nami had sold the equipment, allowing him to live peacefully in Loguetown. Over the past 2 years, although Jello had not participated in battles, he had significantly contributed to intelligence gathering and tracking down fugitives. Had it not been for Jello's diligent inquiries, Li Wenjin would not have amassed 50 to 60 billion within a year. Thus, Li Wenjin felt little remorse in granting Jello the 100 million berries. Li Wenjin's return to Loguetown was not of his own volition. Rather, it was prompted by a call from Smoker, who insisted that he return immediately. The reason behind this urgency was Smoker's promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral, necessitating his return to Navy headquarters. Naturally, Tashiji would accompany him back to the headquarters as well. The rationale for Smoker's ascension to the rank of Rear Admiral mirrored the circumstances surrounding his previous promotion to captain. Both were attributed to Li Wenjin's successful apprehension of the pirates in the East Blue. Consequently, the accolades for these accomplishments were erroneously bestowed upon Smoker by the Navy headquarters. After all, every time Li Wenjin collected his bounty, he would cite Smoker's name, leading the Navy headquarters to credit all of Li Wenjin's deeds to Smoker. Li Wenjin was rather indifferent to the situation, for he had adeptly leveraged Smoker's reputation to secure the bounty, thus making use of Smoker's esteemed name. Moreover, with Smoker's promotion and return to the Navy headquarters, Li Wenjin found himself with an additional ally who could potentially assist him within the naval ranks. After all, venturing into the Grand Line could lead to unforeseen encounters with the Navy, and having a supportive Rear Admiral at the headquarters would undoubtedly grant Li Wenjin the advantage of early intelligence, helping him evade potential peril. Upon returning to Loguetown, Li Wenjin was preoccupied with the thought of Dasky and Nami. He could only wonder what might transpire should these 2 women cross paths. The prospect of a confrontation between them was enough to give him a headache. He could only pray that the scatterbrained Dasky would remain unconcerned about Nami. As for Nami, she would be easier to manage. With gentle reassurances, he could gradually persuade her, especially since she had been closely following him. Chapter 48. Returned to Loguetown. As the Pineapple sailed back to the shores of Loguetown, Li Wenjin gazed at the familiar town with a sense of nostalgia. It had been a year since he had lingered in one place for a full 3 days. Each day had been spent drifting across the seas in search of wanted criminals, or capturing pirates who preyed upon the merchants and villagers on various islands. The tasks entrusted to him by merchants and villagers largely involved criminals who bore no bounties, many of whom were first-time offenders unknown to the Navy, which naturally did not issue wanted notices. The Navy preferred not to expend resources on capturing lesser criminals, choosing to ignore them as long as they did not cause significant disturbances. Upon the Pineapple's steady arrival at the dock, Li Wenjin turned to Jello and said, "We shall rest for a while upon our return before embarking on our journey to the Grand Line. Please take good care of yourself." Jello, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "The wealth I have accumulated over these past 2 years is sufficient to last me for decades without the need for work. You need not worry about me." I shall enjoy a peaceful retirement in Loguetown, alongside my boss. Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, you truly are carefree. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy towards you. Jiro cast a sidelong glance at Nami, who stood behind Li Wenjin, and with a tone imbued with sincerity. He replied, take good care of yourself. I must return now to attend to my boss. Li Wenjin understood the implications of Jello's words. With irritation, he retorted, mind your own business and be on your way. Jello chuckled, bid farewell to Li Wenjin, and swiftly made his way toward the Moonlight Inn, leaping onto the harbor above. Li Wenjin gazed at Jello, whose swiftly vanishing silhouette signaled his longing for the proprietress. As Jello departed, Li Wenjin turned to the Black Cat and Nami behind him and inquired, what are your plans now? Will you accompany me to the Naval Division? The Black Cat shook his head and replied, young master, I shall remain here to tend to the ship. With the Black Cat staying behind, Li Wenjin then asked Nami, and you? Nami, with a playful smile, responded, I wish to visit the Naval Division and discover who the woman is that dares to vie for my husband. Li Wenjin was instantly troubled, for although Nami was smiling, he could discern from her gaze that she surely intended to embark upon some endeavor, which left him feeling quite apprehensive. Noticing Li Wenjin's silence, Nami expressed her discontent, saying, what is the matter? Don't you wish to take me along? Li Wenjin quickly shook his head, exclaiming, how could that be? Come along with me. Nami let out a disdainful huff, then you should lead the way without delay. Wait a moment, he replied, I will return to the cabin to fetch the gifts. Upon his return, Li Wenjin prepared an assortment of equipment for Smog and Dashki, instructing them to take it to the Navy headquarters. Within the confines of the Navy headquarters, possessing strength undoubtedly proves advantageous, simultaneously ensuring their safety. For as long as one's power is formidable enough, safety can be guaranteed regardless of the location. Once back in the cabin, Li Wenjin meticulously packed the gifts and, accompanied by Nami, made his way towards the Navy branch in Loguetown. Along the path to the Navy branch, Li Wenjin once again drew the attention of the townsfolk of Loguetown. However, the overwhelming aura he exuded deterred ordinary residents from approaching him. While the citizens of Loguetown refrained from getting too close to Li Wenjin, they engaged in discussions about him. Is that the Iron Rooster? Indeed, he is remarkably strong. I dare not even meet his gaze. They acknowledged that his strength seemed to grow increasingly formidable. Over the past 2 years, no pirates had dared to set foot in Loguetown, a testament to the prowess of the Iron Rooster. The men of Loguetown were engrossed in conversations about Li Wenjin's exploits in capturing pirates. Who is the woman accompanying Li Wenjin? One inquired. That lady is none other than Li Wenjin's wife. I heard from my husband that they are referred to as the Iron Rooster couple. Isn't Li Wenjin supposed to be marrying Dashki? Why has he taken another wife? Could he be contemplating polygamy? If so, Dashki might indeed be in a pitiable position. The women of Loguetown engaged in speculation about the relationship between Nami and Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin, upon overhearing the gossip of the long-tongued women, felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the Naval Division. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Naval Division, Li Wenjin finally exhaled in relief and turned to Nami behind him, saying, let us first pay a visit to Brother Smoker. Nami calmly replied, I wish to see Dashiji first. Li Wenjin, feeling helpless, replied, then I shall accompany you. Nami cast a sidelong glance at Li Wenjin and remarked, you seem rather apprehensive. Is it not permissible for me to meet Dashki alone? Li Wenjin chuckled awkwardly and said, how could that be? I merely feared that you might lose your way. Nami retorted disdainfully, do you really think I wouldn't ask for directions? With a resigned sigh, Li Wenjin approached a naval soldier, requesting him to escort Nami to meet Dashki, while he himself sought out Smoker. The naval soldier, well aware of the relationship between Dashki and Li Wenjin, regarded him with a peculiar glance upon seeing him return with yet another woman, especially one who wished to meet Dashki. Nevertheless, the soldier ultimately led Nami to Dashki. As Li Wenjin walked, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Nami and Dashki, rendering him somewhat dazed. He passed by the naval soldiers, who greeted him, but he remained unresponsive, trudging straight to Smoker's office. Upon reaching the threshold of Smoker's office, Li Wenjin finally regained his composure. He knocked a few times before entering the office directly. Brother, you remain as leisurely as ever. Upon opening the door, Li Wenjin beheld Smog reclining in a state of repose. You have returned rather swiftly. I had anticipated your absence would extend for several more days. I received a call from my elder brother and have been journeying tirelessly since. Li Wenjin spoke briefly before taking a seat across from Smog. She placed a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace upon the desk. Upon noticing the gifts, Smog's lips twitched slightly at the unexpected gesture. Am I not a man? Are you truly offering me such adornments? Surely, these are intended for Dasky, are they not? Brother, she replied, these items are not for you. I merely wish for you to deliver them to Sister Tina upon your return to the Navy headquarters. Li Wenjin, while explaining, removed the backpack he was carrying and produced a set of naval uniform, presenting it to Smoker with the words, "This is truly a gift for you, my brother." Smoker gazed at the naval attire, his brow furrowing slightly. How could you possibly possess a naval uniform and weaponry? You haven't gone and harmed any members of the Navy, have you? Li Wenjin shook his head repeatedly and directly explained to Smoker, "Brother, Dasky must have informed you about the weapon attributes. This set of equipment is crafted from devil fruits, and if you wear it, it could enhance your strength by at least 1/5. Smoker was already aware of the attributes of weaponry, having previously tested Dasky's weapon, which indeed amplified his power. Chapter 49, Nami. Dasky, upon learning that the 5 pieces of equipment could augment his strength by 1/5, Smoker resolved to personally test them. He instructed Li Wenjin to rest in the office while he proceeded to the adjacent small conference room to don the 5 pieces of equipment. 5 minutes later, Smoker returned to the office, his expression jubilant as he exclaimed, "Wenjin, can these be produced in large quantities?" "Brother, that set alone would require at least 1 billion berries to manufacture, so it is unlikely that many can be made," Li Wenjin replied, shaking his head. Li Wenjin stated that the requirement of 1 billion Bailey is indeed accurate, as acquiring a single piece of intermediate equipment costs approximately 10 million. The probability of obtaining a complete set is even lower, making Li Wenjin's estimate of 1 billion rather conservative. Li Wenjin participated in a high-stakes lottery, entering over 60 times before finally acquiring a set of intermediate naval uniforms. Coupled with the one he already possessed, he now owns 2 sets of naval attire. He decided to gift one to Smoker and intended to present the other to Tashiji, for it is only the Navy that may don such uniforms in battle. Anyone else attempting to fight in naval garb would likely incur the wrath of the naval headquarters. Upon learning that a single set cost a staggering 1 billion, Smoker was momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, he had contemplated bringing back several sets for his naval comrades, but that now seemed utterly impossible. Given the scarcity of naval uniforms, Smoker's gaze shifted to 3 pieces of jewelry adorning the desk, and he inquired, "These 3 pieces must possess some attributes as well, correct?" Noticing the gleam of desire in Smoker's eyes, Li Wenjin quickly interjected, "Brother, you wouldn't be contemplating embezzling the gift I prepared for Sister Tina, would you?" Smoker feigned a cough to mask his momentary greed and replied, "How could I possibly do such a thing? I would never covet a gift meant for another. That is not just any gift. It was specially selected for Sister Tina, and you must not take it for yourself." Smoker then redirected his attention from the jewelry back to Li Wenjin and asked, "Wenjin, how many pieces of attribute-enhancing equipment do you still possess?" Li Wenjin furrowed his brow and remarked, "What does elder brother intend to do with those pieces of equipment? No matter how many you carry, they will prove futile. If everyone brings 10 items, their effectiveness will be diminished." Smog replied, "After all, these are merely external objects. Carrying an excess may hinder the enhancement of one's own capabilities. I merely wish to acquire a few items as gifts." Smog's perspective holds merit. The reliance on equipment to bolster strength indeed dulls the awareness of training. After all, if one can enhance their abilities without rigorous practice, few would willingly endure the hardships of training. Even Li Wenjin himself seldom trains. He merely engages in combat with formidable opponents, which substitutes for his usual training. Li Wenjin fell into a moment of silence, ultimately choosing not to acquiesce to Smoker's request, instead bestowing upon him the surplus equipment. This decision was not born out of a fear of monetary compensation from Smoker, but rather from a profound concern regarding the Navy headquarters. He feared that they might discover his ability to craft equipment with attributes, leading to potential repercussions such as being apprehended for experimentation or imprisoned to exclusively produce gear for the Navy. Presently, by gifting the equipment to Smoker and Tina, he expressed gratitude towards these 2 individuals for their kindness, thus recognizing them as his closest allies in the world of One Piece. At this juncture, Li Wenjin's strength had yet to reach a level where he could withstand the might of the Navy, compelling him to maintain a low profile and avoid any unnecessary complications. Li Wenjin expressed his concerns to Smoker in detail, and Smoker fell into silence, refraining from further mentioning the matter of acquiring equipment. He was acutely aware that if certain radical factions within the Navy headquarters were to discover Li Wenjin's situation through those supplies, it was indeed possible they might apprehend him and bring him back, thereby inflicting direct harm upon him. Smoker set aside 3 pieces of jewelry and turned to Li Wenjin. saying, "We shall depart from Loguetown in 3 days to return to Navy headquarters. I will gift the jewelry to Tina." "Thank you, big brother," Li Wenjin replied with a smile. After spending half an hour in conversation with Smoker in the office, Li Wenjin shared his plans to venture into the Grand Line. And Smoker, in turn, provided him with some important precautions regarding the journey. As their conversation drew to a close and Li Wenjin was about to leave the office, a thought suddenly struck him. He promptly addressed Smoker, "Big brother, I found a devil fruit outside. I wonder if you could help me investigate what kind of fruit it is when we get back to Navy headquarters." Smoker was taken aback. "You are quite fortunate to have found a devil fruit. Bring it to me, I will take a picture, and once we return to headquarters, I will assist you in identifying it." "Thank you, big brother. I will bring it to you tomorrow. Now, I must go find Dasky." Upon hearing Li Wenjin mention Dasky, Smoker's expression darkened. "I have heard rumors that you have been seeing another woman. If you dare to betray Dasky, I shall not let you off easily." Li Wenjin felt a sudden wave of embarrassment and swiftly exited Smoker's office to avoid any trouble. Observing Li Wenjin's hasty retreat, Smoker shook his head repeatedly. Although he was not particularly inclined to interfere in Li Wenjin's romantic entanglements, he felt a sense of responsibility towards Tashiji, his subordinate, and deemed it necessary to show some concern. Upon departing from Smog, Li Wenjin made his way towards Dashi's room, his heart increasingly burdened with concern for both Dashi and Nami as he drew nearer. Upon arriving at the door of Dashi's chamber and hearing no sounds of discord within, Li Wenjin felt a semblance of relief wash over him. At the very least, the situation had not deteriorated further. He knocked thrice upon the door and prepared to enter, only to discover that it was locked. Resigned, he called out, "Dashi, please come and open the door." From within, Dashi's voice replied, "Who are you? And why should I open the door?" The tone of her response revealed to Li Wenjin that Dashi was somewhat displeased. "I am your husband, Li Wenjin. Open the door at once, or I shall be compelled to break it down." Li Wenjin was quite forthright. As he understood that speaking softly at this moment would yield no results, it was far better to adopt a more resolute stance. Li Wenjin's approach was indeed correct. Daki soon pouted in annoyance and opened the door, exclaiming, "Do you still want to damage my door?" Before Daki could finish her words, Li Wenjin enveloped her in a warm embrace and swiftly stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him, disregarding Daki's struggles. Inside the room, Nami sat on Daki's bed, her expression unremarkable, which reassured Li Wenjin that nothing untoward had transpired between Daki and Nami. Daki's anger appeared to be nothing more than a petty tantrum. With the situation under control, Li Wenjin felt a sense of calm and devised a strategy to console both of them. Chapter 50, The Grand Line. The day after their return to the Navy headquarters, Li Wenjin took Daki out shopping, while Nami sought out Jello to address equipment matters. The trio carried on as though nothing had occurred. As for how Li Wenjin managed to placate Daki and Nami, even he found it difficult to articulate. It seemed likely that the two had already conspired to maintain peace before his arrival at Daki's room. Li Wenjin, indifferent to the reconciliation of others, remained unconcerned as long as no incidents occurred, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He spent his day dining, shopping, and strolling with Dasky, time swiftly slipping away. Amidst the day's activities, he managed to capture a photograph of his devil fruit and, upon returning to the Navy division, entrusted the image to Smoker. For 3 days, Smoker was preoccupied, needing to hand over his duties to the newly appointed Navy colonel before departing from Loguetown. Li Wenjin had encountered this new colonel once, a young man in his 20s. Their meeting was cordial, yet Li Wenjin discerned the flicker of disdain in the colonel's eyes directed towards him. Given the colonel's apparent aversion, Li Wenjin resolved not to remain at the Navy division. He informed Nami to secure a room for them at the Moonlight Inn. Once Smoker and Dasky departed, Li Wenjin planned to stay at the Moonlight Inn for 4 days before embarking on his journey to the Grand Line in pursuit of new opportunities for profit. With no high-profile fugitives left to apprehend in the East Sea, he sought to capture pirates traversing from the 4 seas to the Grand Line, thus collecting bounties. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and by the morning of the 4th day, at 9 o'clock, Li Wenjin bid farewell to Dasky and Smoker at the Loguetown harbor before returning to the Moonlight Inn. Following Smoker's departure, the newly appointed Navy colonel treated Li Wenjin with marked rudeness, discouraging him from visiting the Navy division under the pretense of ongoing special training. Li Wenjin learned from veteran Navy personnel that the new colonel believed Li Wenjin had usurped their glory, insisting that capturing fugitives was the Navy's prerogative. Aware of this animosity, Li Wenjin chose to remain at the Moonlight Inn, awaiting Nami to finalize their equipment before they set forth to the Grand Line. For days passed, and Nami completed the arrangements, selling the equipment for over 600 million berries, after allocating 100 million to Jello. The remaining 500 million were earmarked for Li Wenjin's lottery pursuits. Li Wenjin is currently not lacking in high-grade equipment, as he partakes in top-tier lotteries costing 100 million berries each. Regrettably, his fortune has not favored him, leading to 5 consecutive disappointments that have left him quite disheartened. In Loguetown, there are no longer any places of sentimental value for him. On the 8th day at noon, the Pineapple set sail towards the Grand Line. Accompanying Li Wenjin on this journey are only Nami, Black Cat, Heg, Duman, and Canny Ram. Duman and Ram have been loyal crew members for a year, brimming with youthful ambition and yearning to explore the Grand Line. Conversely, the other 8 crew members, hindered by age or lack of courage, declined to follow Li Wenjin on this adventure. While they were unwilling to embark, Li Wenjin did not press them, for they lacked any fighting spirit, and he had no desire to bring them along. Duman and Ram, however, are different. After a year of working alongside Li Wenjin, they dedicated all their earnings to Jiro, acquiring attribute-enhancing equipment, which they now carry. Presently, Duman and Ram possess strength comparable to that of junior lieutenants, qualifying them as competent combatants. And since they are eager to follow Li Wenjin, he naturally provides them with superior gear to further enhance their abilities. The journey from Loguetown to Reverse Mountain takes 4 days, yet by the 3rd day, Li Wenjin sensed trouble brewing as they lacked a professional cook aboard the ship, resulting in inadequate meals. Nami can cook to some extent, but after 2 days, she expressed her reluctance to continue, stating that she is a navigator, not a chef. Consequently, the 4 men were left to choose the most skilled among them to prepare their meals. Ultimately, Canny Cam was selected for his culinary abilities, which were limited to merely avoiding burnt dishes, leaving Li Wenjin with little appetite. Li Wenjin resolved that upon entering the Grand Line, he would immediately seek a chef to prepare meals for them on the ship. After 4 days, he finally beheld the ominous dark skies in the distance. He promptly declared a night's rest at their current location, intending to venture into the turbulent waters before Reverse Mountain the following day. The decision to rest was prudent, as it was already 6 in the evening. Attempting to navigate the area surrounding Reverse Mountain at night would significantly increase the risk of the Pineapple ship sinking. For the sake of safety, it was wiser to set sail in the morning, whereupon Nami's navigational prowess would ensure a secure passage through Reverse Mountain. With the imminent entrance into the Grand Line, Li Wenjin felt an exhilarating thrill, envisioning the prospect of overpowering all pirates and exchanging their bounties for a rapid enhancement of his own strength. This would allow him to pursue his ambitions without hesitation. Filled with anticipation for the Grand Line, he finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours, only to be roused by Nami the next morning, at precisely 7 o'clock. The Pineapple ship officially embarked towards the domain of Reverse Mountain. Li Wenjin and his 3 companions had made all necessary preparations, ready to heed Nami's commands at any moment, ensuring a safe passage through the perilous waters of the upside-down sea. The first obstacle before the Pineapple was a myriad of swirling currents. The second was the colossal geysers erupting from the ocean floor, and the third was the ominous weather, accompanied by gusty winds. These 3 challenges compelled Li Wenjin and his companions to remain vigilant and attentive, refraining from casual conversation to avoid missing Nami's directives, which could lead to catastrophic errors. Nami, renowned as the foremost navigator in the world of One Piece, skillfully guided them through the tempestuous winds, treacherous whirlpools, and towering waterspouts, enabling them to approach the shores of the Red Line safely. The 5 aboard the Pineapple had never laid eyes on the Red Line before, and the sight of the towering landmass left them utterly astonished, filled with a sense of wonder and reflection. Li Wenjin held little interest in the Red Earth continent. His musings were fleeting, and he soon turned his attention to seeking the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Following the direction of the ocean's current, he effortlessly located the entrance, promptly rousing Nami and the others from their reverie as they set sail toward the entrance of Reverse Mountain. The ocean surged continuously toward the entrance of Reverse Mountain, and by simply following the flow of the water, one could easily discover the entrance. Chapter 51. The Grand Line to the entrance to Reverse Mountain was truly magnificent. Yet Li Wenjin and his companions had no time to appreciate its beauty. They understood that any lapse in their navigation could lead to disaster within the treacherous waters of Reverse Mountain. It was only once the Pineapple ship officially entered the channel of Reverse Mountain that they found the opportunity to marvel at its wondrous scenery. Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the refreshing droplets of water from either side of the channel, and his spirits lifted, free from excitement or worry. After approximately 20 minutes navigating the upside-down mountain channel, they reached the summit. At the moment the Pineapple soared into the sky, Li Wenjin beheld the breathtaking vista of the red Earth continent from above. Regrettably, the pineapple's flight was fleeting, before he could fully appreciate the view. They descended back into the channel, heading towards the Grand Line. The ascent took 20 minutes and the descent merely 5. The pineapple swiftly arrived at Twin Cape. To Li Wenjin's relief, the feared whale Labu did not appear, easing his anxieties considerably. Upon docking at the lighthouse of Twin Cape, Li Wenjin eagerly leaped from the vessel and dashed towards the small cottage by the lighthouse, hoping to find Dr. Kurokas, the physician of the Pirate King. Li Wenjin believed Kurokas must possess considerable skill, as one who had lived in Twin Cape for so long would surely have encountered the brutal pirate crews. The fact that Kurokas had managed to reside there for decades without incident indicated a certain level of capability, at the very least. He must have the strength of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, for otherwise, those ruthless pirates would not have allowed him to survive. Upon entering the small dwelling, Li Wenjin found it devoid of any presence, suggesting that Kurokas had ventured into the belly of Labu. Resigned, Li Wenjin stepped outside and waited by the shore for Kurokas's return. As he emerged from the cottage, he spotted Nami approaching nearby. "Wenjin," Nami inquired. "Is there no one inside the room?" Li Wenjin shook his head, stating that no one was present. They must have descended to the seabed, perhaps into the belly of the giant whale. Nami, having already heard about the twin heroic whale and the ship Dr. Kurokas from Li Wenjin, found no strangeness in his words. Nami suggested, "Then let us wait here. Do you not have matters to discuss with Kurokas?" Finding a large rock by the shore, Li Wenjin and Nami settled down to converse. Li Wenjin inquired, "Nami, how many record pointers have you brought?" Nami replied, "You need not worry. I have already prepared several, including quite a few permanent pointers." A year prior, Li Wenjin had made preparations to embark on the Grand Line. Thus they had commenced the collection of record pointers well in advance. However, the responsibility of gathering these pointers had always rested upon Nami's capable shoulders, and Li Wenjin remained truly unaware of the exact number of record pointers she had prepared. Li Wenjin, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Which islands do the permanent pointers you have collected point to?" Nami pondered before responding, "The islands are Gourmet Island, the Kingdom of Alabasta, and Greentown. Those are the only 3. How can there be so few?" Li Wenjin expressed his disappointment. He had anticipated a bounty of permanent pointers, envisioning the thrill of traversing the Grand Line in pursuit of pirates. Now, with just 3 permanent pointers, his choices were regrettably limited to a mere trio of routes. Nami, noticeably displeased, retorted, "Do you think creating permanent pointers is an easy task? It's exceedingly troublesome. If it weren't for the fame of Gourmet Island, Alabasta, and Greentown, no one would bother to make pointers for such places." The implication in Nami's words was clear to Li Wenjin. Ordinary islands rarely warranted the creation of permanent pointers. Only those grand and prosperous islands attracted the endeavor to produce and sell them. Li Wenjin hurriedly apologized. "It was my mistake, my dear wife." Nami let out a cold snort and disregarded Li Wenjin, rising to observe the conditions of the nearby waters at Twin Cape. Li Wenjin sat on the stone for a full 2 hours, finally witnessing an old man emerge from the sea and crawl ashore. He promptly approached the figure. Upon reaching the coastline, Li Wenjin observed Kurokas, who was busy shaking off the water from his body, and inquired, "Are you Mr. Kurokas?" Kurokas glanced at Li Wenjin, then at the pineapple, and upon realizing they were not part of a pirate crew, he straightforwardly replied, "What are you doing here? Why not simply leave?" Li Wenjin smiled and said, "The crew of the Pirate King is here. How could I possibly leave without at least paying my respects?" Kurokas furrowed his brow and replied, "I am unaware of what you are speaking about." Li Wenjin remarked, "Dr. Kurokas of the Straw Hat Pirates. Surely you do not wish to deny your affiliation with the Roger Pirates?" Kurokas immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Are you implying that you intend to capture me?" "Bounty hunter Iron Rooster?" Li Wenjin raised an eyebrow, expressing her surprise at Mr. Kurokas' acquaintance with her. It was indeed an honor. Kurokas remarked, "Throughout the past year, a multitude of EC pirates have ventured into the Grand Line, believing it to be less perilous than their home waters. What instills fear in them is none other than you, the bounty hunter known as Iron Rooster." Li Wenjin was somewhat astonished. No wonder he had failed to capture many bounties exceeding 20 million in the latter half of last year. It turned out they had all flocked to the Grand Line, which left Li Wenjin both helpless and astonished. Li Wenjin paused for a moment before speaking directly. "Mr. Kurokas, you need not worry. I would never dare to apprehend a crew member of the Pirate King. The Iron Rooster did not come to capture him." Kurokas immediately relaxed and said, "You are aware of my identity, yet you do not come to seize me. What, then, is the purpose of your visit?" Li Wenjin hurriedly remarked, I wonder if Mr. Colokas possesses the ability to utilize haki. Colokas, taken aback, cast a glance at Li Wenjin and responded, it seems you are already prepared to venture into the new world. Li Wenjin nodded affirmatively. Naturally, to embark on the Grand Line, one must explore the new world. Otherwise, what is the purpose of being here? Colokas hesitated for a moment. If you seek to learn haki, I am of no assistance, for I do not possess the ability. However, I can introduce you to someone who does. Whether he will choose to teach you, however, is beyond my assurance. Although Li Wenjin felt a tinge of disappointment at Kurokas's inability to wield haki, he was nonetheless pleased that Kurokas was willing to make an introduction. Thank you, Mr. Kurokas. May I inquire about the esteemed individual you intend to introduce? Kurokas replied, I shall provide you with a letter of introduction. When you locate him, should he be inclined to teach you haki, he will certainly reveal his name. The air of mystery surrounding this person left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat bemused. Li Wenjin did not inquire with Kuroskas, but rather sought to ascertain which island in the first half of the Grand Line had the highest bounty on pirates, as he intended to venture there to capture them. Chapter 52. Kuroskas. Li Wenjin inquired of Colokas about the region of the Grand Line where pirates are most abundant. Yet Colokas refrained from responding, instead retreating towards the room beneath the lighthouse, completely disregarding Li Wenjin. Alas, I have heard of a fellow with an extravagant afro, known as Brooke, who now appears to be on the brink of death. What a pity indeed. Li Wenjin feigned a sigh and revealed his trump card. He expressed his disbelief in Kurokas and his disinterest in Brooke's news. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Kurokas abruptly halted his steps, hesitating for a moment before turning back to inquire of Li Wenjin. With that distinctive afro, this individual is indeed peculiar. I must admit, I have not heard of such a person. Please, elaborate. I find it quite intriguing. Li Wenjin observed Kurokas, feigning ignorance while fully aware of the situation. Li Wenjin regarded Kurokas with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, choosing silence as she watched Kurokas put on a performance. Kurokas, too, recognized that his words were somewhat dubious, and Li Wenjin's expression clearly conveyed that she was acutely aware of everything that transpired. With a resigned sigh, Kurokas returned to Li Wenjin's side and, visibly displeased, said, If you have something to say, just say it. I am willing to share everything I know. Li Wenjin expressed his satisfaction, saying, This is how it should be. Informing me of certain trivial matters will not bring you any loss. Kurokas, with a tone of disdain, retorted with a cold snort, revealing the location of pirates only serves to enable you to capture them. It's rather displeasing for me to be the one to say such things. Li Wenjin comprehended Kurokas's sentiment perfectly. Pirate King Roger would rather surrender than initiate the great pirate era, and naturally, his crew would not assist others in apprehending pirates. Li Wenjin, by invoking the matter concerning Brooke, tempted Kurokas to divulge where the most pirates could be found along the Grand Line, which naturally left Kurokas quite irked. Li Wenjin patted his chest and assured Mr. Colokas, Rest assured, as long as you inform me of the island with the highest concentration of pirates, I shall divulge the matter concerning Brooke. Colokas did not respond to Li Wenjin. Instead, he retrieved some permanent pointers from his person and tossed them to Li Wenjin, stating, Travel to this island, and you will discover where the pirates are most abundant. As for the other matters, you may investigate them on your own. Li Wenjin took the permanent pointer and noticed it was inscribed with Rajiki's Island. This island was unfamiliar to him, prompting him to consider inquiring with Colokas. However, upon raising his gaze, he observed Colokas's displeasure, instantly realizing that posing the question would be futile, as Colokas would undoubtedly refuse to respond. Stowing away the permanent pointer, Li Wenjin smiled and addressed Colokas, saying, Mr. Colokas, please do not be upset. I will promptly inform you about Brooke's situation. Then do not linger. Do not waste my time, Colokas retorted, his tone tinged with agitation. Li Wenjin, attuned to this urgency, refrained from prolonging the conversation and directly recounted the fate of the Rumar pirates, detailing how they had perished, leaving only Brooke, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi Nomi fruit, transformed into a skeleton, and now resided in the Bermuda Triangle. After half an hour, once Colokas had absorbed the information, he fell into a contemplative silence, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. I never anticipated such a fate for the Rumar pirates. If Laboon were to learn of this, it would surely break his heart. Li Wenjin comforted Colokas, saying, Mr. Colokas, there is no need for concern. At least Brooke is still alive, is he not? He will surely be able to console Labu the whale. Colokas cast a sidelong glance at Li Wenjin, his expression somewhat solemn as he replied, I do not know where you obtained this information, but I hope that when you pass through the Devil's Triangle, you can find Brook and convey Labu's message to him." Colocas's demeanor was serious, and Li Wenjin responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Mr. Colocas, when I traverse the Devil's Triangle, I shall certainly locate Brook." Colocas nodded, choosing not to discuss Brook further. He then addressed Li Wenjin. "I will return to write you a letter of introduction. You may take it and leave directly." Mr. Colocas. "Wait, I have one final question," Li Wenjin interjected, blocking Colocas's path back to his room. Colocas replied, "You may ask, but I cannot assure you that I will answer." Li Wenjin was utterly speechless. Despite being invited to inquire, there was no assurance of a response. Colocas was truly a source of frustration. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask, "How long until a pirate ship arrives at the exit of Gemini Cape?" Colocas glanced at Li Wenjin, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "You don't seriously intend to block the entrance and capture all the pirates entering the Grand Line, do you?" Li Wenjin's thoughts were laid bare, and he could only chuckle awkwardly without responding to Colocas's words. The entrance of Twin Cape might remain devoid of pirates for several months, or conversely, a multitude of pirate crews might arrive within a month. If you believe fortune favors you, then you may wait here. Colocas's words filled Li Wenjin with disappointment. He had envisioned making a substantial profit at Twin Cape before venturing into the Grand Line. Little did he know that few pirates traverse the waters of Twin Cape, compelling him to relinquish his plan to lie in wait. "I think I shall take my leave from here, Mr. Colocas," Li Wenjin sighed, indicating his imminent departure from Gemini Cape. Approximately 20 minutes later, he received a letter from Carrascas, the address inscribed on the envelope igniting a spark of joy within him. The address led to the Sabaody archipelago, specifically the Nakambar, a place Li Wenjin knew well. It was the residence of the formidable Rayleigh. This revelation stirred an inexplicable unease within him. Furthermore, Li Wenjin believed that with his exceptional persuasive skills, he could convince Rayleigh to entrust him with the matters of hockey, filling him with exhilaration. He expressed gratitude for Mr. Carrascas's letter, promising to convey his thanks upon his return. "If you survive to come back," came the retort. "Considering your reckless pursuit of pirates, I question whether you will reach the Sabaody archipelago alive." To this, Li Wenjin assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Carrascas. I possess unwavering confidence in preserving my own life. Whatever endeavors you undertake are of no concern to me. I merely hope you can locate Brook in the Devil's Triangle and inform him regarding Labu. I shall undoubtedly find Brook. You have my word, Mr. Carrascas." Li Wenjin, filled with a sense of excitement, conversed briefly with Carrascas before bidding him farewell. "Mr. Carrascas, thank you for your kind hospitality. I must take my leave now." Carrascas nodded in response, "You may go. I hope to hear good news from you in the future." After parting ways with Carrascas, Li Wenjin called out to the wandering Nami, handing her the permanent pointer to Rajikis, instructing her to set sail towards Whiskey Peak. Chapter 53. Whiskey Peak. Li Wenjin did not choose to go to Rajkiv Island, as mentioned by Colocas. Instead, he desired to seek out a wretched woman and rescue her from the depths of despair. Li Wenjin's thoughts were naturally occupied by Nicole Robin. However, instead of heading directly to Alabasta, he chose to first visit Whiskey Peak. The route to Whiskey Peak is one of the established 7 trade routes, and Li Wenjin preferred this path in hopes of encountering some pirates along the way, thus seizing an opportunity to earn a bounty of berries. Had he followed the permanent compass's directions, the likelihood of encountering pirates would be nearly non-existent, as pirates typically navigate along the 7 routes and seldom rely on permanent compasses. Upon departing from Twin Cape, the pineapple ship began to experience peculiar weather patterns. Fortunately, Nami, the exceptional navigator, skillfully guided the vessel through all dangers, leading Li Wenjin to feel that choosing Nami as his wife was indeed a fortuitous decision. In 2 years, Whiskey Peak would evolve into a den for bounty hunters. Yet Li Wenjin could not ascertain its current state. He could only hope that it had not yet transformed into such a lair, enabling him to apprehend some wanted criminals. After 3 days, the pineapple ship entered a tranquil sea, signaling the approach to Whiskey Peak. Li Wenjin, knowing this was a precursor to their destination, immediately perked up and went to the bow to gaze out at the distant waters. Throughout these 3 days, he and his crew had not enjoyed a proper rest, as they were repeatedly roused from sleep to contend with the bizarre weather of the Grand Line, leaving them somewhat fatigued. Before the pineapple ship even neared the port of Whiskey Peak, Li Wenjin spotted a large square by the coastline, accompanied by a small town behind it. The town, comprising around 400 to 500 houses, could be deemed a modest village. However, it seemed eerily deserted. Upon docking at the port, there was no sign of life, which struck Li Wenjin as peculiar. "What's going on? Why is there no one at the port?" he inquired, Nami standing behind him, Also found the absence of people in the town rather odd. Li Wenjin shook his head helplessly and said, "Who knows what's going on? Let's dock the ship first and check out the town." Under Nami's command, the Pineapple smoothly anchored at the harbor. When Li Wenjin and Nami stepped onto the port square, 200 to 300 people immediately surged out from the surrounding buildings, rushing toward them and encircling the pair. Li Wenjin was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding around him. This was his first voyage on the Grand Line, and he couldn't recall offending anyone. "Skinflint, we never imagined you'd dare set foot on the Grand Line. Today, we shall ensure your demise," a voice sneered from the encircling crowd. A gap formed in the ranks of his assailants, revealing 3 men striding toward him. The speaker was a middle-aged man brandishing a pistol. Just as Wenjin pondered how these strangers recognized him, Nami suddenly interjected. "Wenjin, those 3 are wanted criminals from the East Blue. Madcap Blutch, bounty 16 million berries. Mad Dog Brack, bounty 16 million berries. Blue Eagle Gunman Grandy, bounty 28 million berries. They were all targets we intended to capture, but they eluded us in the East Blue. Who would have thought they'd fled to the Grand Line?" Nami explained succinctly. The pieces fell into place for Wenjin. These ruffians must have recognized his ship, the Pineapple, hidden themselves, and now sought to ambush him upon his landing. Facing 3 pirates whose bounties didn't even breach 30 million berries, Wenjin felt little excitement. With a disdainful glance at Grandy, he remarked, "You insignificant vermin escaped me in the East Blue. Today, I shall rectify that oversight here." Grandy scoffed coldly. "Perhaps we cannot best you alone, but our leader will surely finish you." Li Wenjin was taken aback. "You 3 little rascals actually have an older brother?" Grandy did not respond to Li Wenjin's words. Instead, he stepped aside with the Mad Dog and the Mad Cat, clearing the path for a tall, slender man clad in blue garments, with flowing silver hair, to pass through. "This is our elder brother, the notorious pirate from the South China Sea, the silver-haired demon, Ratty Shuan, with a bounty of 58 million. Grandy proudly introduced his elder brother to Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin was utterly speechless. He had assumed that when Gulen Di mentioned a great pirate, it would be someone with a bounty exceeding hundreds of millions. To his dismay, it turned out to be a mere underling worth only 58 million, which left him profoundly disappointed. Fortunately, the plaza was teeming with wanted criminals. If he apprehended them all, the total bounty would surpass 200 million, a decent haul for Li Wenjin. Without wasting further words, he exchanged a glance with Nami, signaling her to join Black Cat and the others who had just disembarked, dealing with those insignificant minions. Just as Li Wenjin signaled Nami, Lady Shoen had already approached him. Instead of attacking immediately, Shoen spoke with eerie calmness. "Young man, I hear you're a renowned bounty hunter in the East Blue. If you join my pirate crew and sail with me to the New World, I'll spare your life." "Big brother, how can you let him join us? He's our enemy." Gulen Di blurted out anxiously. Lady Shoen cast a frigid glance at him and said, "Do I need your permission to make decisions?" Chilled by Shoen's icy stare, Gulen Di recoiled and fell silent. Turning back to Li Wenjin, Shoen repeated, "Well, will you join us?" Li Wenjin cast a disdainful glance at Randy Shoen and remarked, "However, my sole desire is to exchange your life for the bounty." As soon as Li Wenjin finished speaking, he witnessed Laddie Shin drawing a massive machete, nearly 1 meter long, from behind and swinging it directly toward his face. Laddie Shin's eyes were bloodshot, and coupled with his silver hair and frenzied fighting style, the moniker Silver-Haired Demon was indeed fitting. Naturally, Li Wenjin evaded the silver-haired demon's attack with ease, though the latter's swift assault momentarily posed a challenge. Had Li Wenjin resorted to his devil fruit abilities or brute force, he could have effortlessly subdued the silver-haired demon. However, he was reluctant to employ either method at this moment. Utilizing his devil fruit powers against such an opponent would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, far too excessive. Moreover, Li Wenjin sought to engage in combat with the silver-haired demon to hone his own skills, as this marked his first encounter with a pirate boasting a bounty exceeding 50 million. As for enduring attacks head-on, Li Wenjin was even more disinclined. Over the past 2 years of testing, he had discovered that the durability of his manifested equipment diminished with prolonged combat, deteriorating even faster when absorbing direct blows. Thus, in his current battles, he generally avoided taking hits outright, opting instead for a more agile and evasive fighting style. Chapter 54. Earning money. When Li Wenjin became entangled with the silver-haired demon, Nami and the Black Cat launched their assault on other pirates, plunging the square into chaos. Li Wenjin, after a brief 2-minute encounter with the silver-haired demon, gauged the extent of the demon's formidable powers. Consequently, he ceased to toy with the adversary and swiftly unsheathed the golden staff from his back, launching a full frontal assault against the silver-haired demon. The demon's strength was comparable to that of a naval colonel, which paled in comparison to Li Wenjin, who was nearing the rank of a rear admiral. Moreover, with Li Wenjin unleashing the abilities of the fragmented fruit, the silver-haired demon found himself utterly overwhelmed and resorted to fleeing. However, the humanoid creature, reminiscent of a sea monster, could not escape Li Wenjin's pursuit. Employing the Navy's Six Styles technique known as Saru, he pursued the retreating demon. In the midst of the demon's panicked gaze, Li Wenjin's golden staff struck its head, rendering it unconscious and collapsing to the ground. With the silver-haired demon vanquished, Li Wenjin promptly turned his attention to the remaining pirates in the square. These ordinary pirates stood no chance against him, as they were swiftly knocked down by his rapid and fierce kicks. The entire battle reached its conclusion in a mere 20 minutes, leaving the square littered with defeated pirates and filled with their agonized cries. Indifferent to the lamentations of the pirates, Li Wenjin and his companions, Nami and Black Cat, scoured the square with a plethora of bounty notices, seeking out the wanted criminals to bind and detain them in one central location. As the threat of the silver-haired demon was neutralized, the townsfolk of the nearby houses, initially hesitant, felt a surge of excitement and curiosity about the unfolding events. However, due to Li Wenjin's overwhelming prowess, they dared not emerge. Ultimately, the town's mayor, accompanied by 2 residents, approached the square with hands raised high in a gesture of goodwill, signaling their peaceful intentions to Li Wenjin. "Esteemed sir," the mayor began, "I am Miglan Kaba, the mayor of Loguetown. We are profoundly grateful for your assistance in ridding us of the silver-haired demon. Please, allow us the honor of expressing our gratitude." Li Wenjin gazed at Kaba and suddenly remarked with a smile, "I am but a bounty hunter. If you wish to express your gratitude, a mere offering of bile will suffice. I require nothing more." Kaba, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My lord, the total funds our small town can muster amount to only a few million." Li Wenjin glanced at Kaba, clearly skeptical of his claims. After all, with thousands of people in Whiskey Peak, how could the total be merely a few million? Even if each individual possessed only 100,000 berries, the entire town would amount to over 100 million. Li Wenjin turned back to glance at the more than 20 wanted criminals captured by Nami and the others. He addressed Kaba, saying, "We are in town to procure some supplies before departing. Carrying these bounty criminals poses certain complications. If you are willing to assist us, I can offer you 1/10 of the reward." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Kaba's eyes sparkled with excitement. For the bounty criminals captured by Li Wenjin were valued at no less than 100 to 200 million. A share of 1/10 would amount to at least 15 million, igniting enthusiasm in Kaba and the 2 men accompanying him, who were already bounty hunters themselves. The prospect of effortlessly acquiring over 10 million was enough to elate anyone, and Kaba was no exception. He promptly replied to Li Wenjin, "Please, esteemed sir, allow us a moment to return and deliberate on the matter of the wanted criminals." Li Wenjin nodded, encouraging them to depart. As Kabaz and his companions left, Li Wenjin felt quite content. Spending a bit of money to rid himself of burdens was indeed a favorable decision. The reason Li Wenjin entrusted the bounty criminal to Kabaz was that he discerned Kabaz possessed a certain degree of combat prowess, distinguishing him from an ordinary mayor. Furthermore, given the original narrative indicating that Whiskey Peak was a haven for bounty hunters, Li Wenjin immediately surmised that Kabaz held dual roles as both the mayor of Whiskey Town and a bounty hunter. "Li Wenjin, I overheard your conversation with Kabaz. Are you truly willing to offer 1/10 of the bounty? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Nami approached Li Wenjin, expressing her dissatisfaction. Li Wenjin replied, "It is rather troublesome to be constantly accompanied by a fugitive. Isn't it preferable to resolve matters with a bit of money?" Nami responded, "I never claimed your actions were inadequate. I merely believe your retribution seems rather excessive." Li Wenjin was at a loss for words. "So how many berries do you propose to offer?" Nami replied, 5 million berries will suffice." Li Wenjin remarked, "I have already consented to give 1/10. You cannot possibly expect me to retract that, can you?" Nami scoffed softly, "From now on, such matters shall be entrusted to me. Do you understand?" Li Wenjin sighed, "Very well then, from now on I shall heed your words, my esteemed wife." As Li Wenjin conversed with Nami, Kabaz approached once more. Addressing Li Wenjin with respect, "My lord, we concur with your proposal. However, the matter of funds may require until tomorrow for preparation." Li Wenjin pointed directly at Nami and said, "This is my wife. Regarding the bounty, you may discuss it with her." Li Wenjin entrusted the matter of the wanted criminal to Nami and directly proceeded to meet with Black Cat and the duo of Ram and Dooman. His confrontation with the gunslinger, Lan Ing, was rather straightforward, resulting in a swift resolution. However, Ram and Dooman, due to their comparatively lower prowess, sustained some injuries while contending with the frenzied cat and the frenzied dog. Approaching Duman and Ram, Li Wenjin inquired, "How are your injuries?" Duman and Ram replied, "Captain, it is merely a few minor wounds. We shall recover swiftly." Li Wenjin cast a glance at them and said, "Please rest well. I shall prepare some equipment to enhance your strength, yet do not neglect your own training." During the training sessions with Mao, Ram, and Duman, Li Wenjin insisted they train without their gear, for they were permitted only 10 pieces of equipment. If they failed to train diligently, they would achieve no more than the rank of a rear admiral. Ram and Duman were instantly elated, expressing their gratitude to the captain. "Thank you, Captain. We will strive earnestly." After engaging in light conversation with Ram, Duman, and Mao, Li Wenjin was invited by Kabaz to rest at the inn, where a sumptuous meal awaited them. Within the inn, after conversing with Kabaz and the others for 3 hours, Li Wenjin gained insight into the circumstances surrounding Whiskey Peak. The silver-haired demon had arrived 4 months prior, seizing control of Whiskey Peak with the intention of recruiting formidable subordinates to Li Wenjin's luck was rather splendid. Having drawn 7 times from a lottery of 70 million berries, he acquired a set of intermediate gear, the Mr. 5 coffee-colored robe, providing an additional 80 points in defense. The Mr. 5 coffee-colored trousers, also granting 80 points in defense. The Mr. 5 coffee-colored shoes, enhancing agility by 80 points. The Mr. 5 red scarf, contributing another 80 points in defense. The Mr. 5 revolver, augmenting strength by 80 points. And the Mr. 5 coffee-colored glasses, which doubled his observational range. The set's attributes collectively enhanced strength, agility, and defense by 100 points each. Li Wenjin gifted this equipment to Duman, a fellow marksman, and the Canonio aboard the Pineapple, as it was perfectly suited for his needs. Upon donning the ensemble, Duman's prowess surged to that of a Navy headquarters captain, with a few more intermediate pieces. His combat capability could ascend to that of a Navy headquarters major. At present, Nami's strength only matched that of a Navy major. Her potential was much higher. Yet, like Li Wenjin, she refrained from donning peculiar gear, resulting in her arsenal being predominantly jewelry. Consequently, her capabilities were limited to the Navy headquarters major level. Ram gazed enviously at Duman's new equipment, lamenting that Li Wenjin had drawn only 1 set of intermediate gear, leaving none to bestow upon her. The second stop for Li Wenjin and his companions was the small garden of 2 giants. Initially, Li Wenjin intended to capture them, but upon observing his diminutive pineapple ship, he could only helplessly abandon the idea, as his vessel could not accommodate 2 giants. As for the small garden, it required a year to accumulate magnetic force. A fact Li Wenjin had anticipated, for he possessed a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Unfortunately, he could not proceed directly to Alabasta. Li Wenjin's excursion to the little garden was merely to engage in combat with 2 giants, to ascertain the extent of his own strength and whether he could contend with the bountiful reward of 100 million berries offered for the capture of these 2 members of the giant race. After sailing for 2 days, the pineapple ship arrived at the little garden. As they approached the island, Li Wenjin took a moment to caution Nami against exposing any part of her body in the forest, lest she fall victim to the ancient island's virus. After all, the pineapple ship was devoid of a physician to attend to Nami's ailments. Upon docking at the little garden, Li Wenjin turned to Duman and Ram and said, "You 2 remain aboard the ship and keep watch. We shall investigate the situation on the island." Duman and Ram responded, "Understood, Captain." Having completed the arrangements for the ship's watch, Li Wenjin soared into the air with a graceful moonwalk, meticulously surveying the terrain of the small garden. It was only after he discerned the resting place of the 2 giants that he returned to the vessel. Addressing the pineapple, Li Wenjin turned to Black Cat and Nami, saying, "Come, I shall take you to witness the giants." Nami, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Just how large are the giants?" Li Wenjin shook her head and said, "I have never truly seen them. Who knows how old they are? When we encounter them later, we shall naturally discover the answer." Nami, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, "Then let us hasten to have a look." Li Wenjin, Nami, and the Black Cat leaped from the pineapple, with Li Wenjin leading the way towards the direction of the giants. As for which giant they might encounter, be it Dongli or Baroque, Li Wenjin was uncertain. For during his aerial observation, he had only caught a vague glimpse of silhouettes. Thus, he simply chose a giant at random to approach. Along their quest to locate the giants, Li Wenjin and his companions faced numerous assaults from ancient beasts. However, under the command of Li Wenjin's golden staff, those primordial creatures were rendered harmless, akin to docile kittens. Li Wenjin even captured an ancient triceratops, compelling it to guide them towards the giant. The small garden, which could be traversed by the giant in a mere 10 minutes, took took Li Wenjin and his companions a full half-hour to reach the resting place of the giant. Before them lay the giant Dongli, who lay asleep against a small hill, completely oblivious to the presence of these tiny beings. Do you truly wish to confront this giant, Wenjin? I believe it would be wiser for us to flee, Nami said, her heart sinking at the sight of Dongli. She instantly regretted following Li Wenjin to see the giant. Without having witnessed him, her fear had been somewhat mitigated. Yet now, faced with the reality of the giant, dread enveloped her, for she was but a fraction of his size, her entire being dwarfed by a single finger joint of his. If the giant were to lose his temper, she feared she might be crushed into a pulp. Thus, she urgently implored Li Wenjin to reconsider battling the giant, and Li Wenjin disregarded Nami's words, resolutely intent on confronting the giant. Nami, genuinely fearful, decisively remarked, "Very well. I shall return to the ship. You can stay here to battle the giant. Just remember to preserve your life." With that, she swiftly departed, leaving Li Wenjin speechless. As Nami left, Li Wenjin turned to the trembling black cat that remained, saying, "If you are frightened, you might as well go back with Nami." Though shaking, the black cat steadfastly replied, "I will not leave as long as my master has not. Suit yourself, but during the fight, be sure to keep your distance," Li Wenjin advised. The black cat, unwilling to retreat, received a caution for safety before Li Wenjin boldly approached Dongli, eventually halting near the giant's head, and shouted, "You wretched giant, rise at once." With a shout from Li Wenjin, Dongli immediately opened his eyes to gaze at Li Wenjin, and then, with a startled expression, exclaimed, "Why are you disturbing my rest?" Li Wenjin, feeling disgruntled, declared, "Regardless of whether you choose to rest or not, I am here to defeat you. Stand up at once." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's intent to vanquish him, Dongli erupted into a fit of laughter, cackling uncontrollably. His laughter was so boisterous that Li Wenjin had no choice but to cover his ears, patiently awaiting Dongli to cease his raucous mirth. For any words he uttered would likely go unheard amidst the cacophony. Chapter 56. The Little Garden 2. After 5 minutes of unabated laughter, Dongli finally stood and addressed Li Wenjin. "Since you have come to challenge me, Dongli, as a warrior of Albarf, I cannot refuse." It was only then that Li Wenjin realized just how tall Dongli truly was, towering over him to such an extent that he found himself at a loss for how to contend with him. Surely, he could not rely on the moonwalk to soar into the air to confront him. That would be an imprudent expenditure of energy, one that he could not sustain for long. Li Wenjin pondered on strategies to confront Dongli, while the black cat was already trembling with fear. Dongli's boisterous laughter had left him utterly astonished. Now, as Dongli rose to his feet, the fact that he did not collapse onto the ground was a testament to his courage. "Are you ready, young man? I am about to launch my attack," Dongli declared, noticing Li Wenjin's silence and directly announcing the commencement of battle. Li Wenjin awoke, removing the golden staff from his back, and with a cold snort declared, "I am prepared. You may strike at any moment." "Then I shall not hold back," Dongli replied, launching a powerful right fist towards Li Wenjin. The sheer force of the blow generated a gust that nearly destabilized Li Wenjin. In response, he swiftly leapt into the air to evade Dongli's onslaught. The giant's might was formidable, though his speed in both attack and movement was considerably diminished. Li Wenjin pondered a strategy to counter Dongli, relying on his agility to seek an opportunity to target Dongli's vulnerable areas. With his punch missing its mark, Dongli then spotted Li Wenjin soaring towards his waist and immediately swung his outstretched right arm in an attempt to send Li Wenjin flying. Li Wenjin watched helplessly as Dongli's right arm was about to collide with him. With a resigned sigh, he continued his desperate retreat, attempting to evade Dongli's assault. Yet Dongli's relentless right arm pursued him unerringly along his escape path, leaving him utterly without refuge or means of avoidance. Li Wenjin now fully comprehended that although Dori's attacks were slow, their immense range made evasion exceedingly difficult. Moreover, being airborne left him incapable of exerting his full strength. Thus, Li Wenjin decisively retreated toward the clearing created by Dori's massive fist. Upon landing, he was immediately confronted by Dori's left fist. This time, facing a direct frontal assault with a relatively narrower range, Li Wenjin deftly evaded with a swift Soru. Yet, the sheer force of the punch's wind still destabilized his footing. Dori showed no hesitation, his right fist followed without pause, forcing Li Wenjin into continuous retreat with no opportunity to counterattack. After a minute of relentless assault, the ground had sunk half a meter under Dori's devastating blows. Realizing the futility of passive evasion, Li Wenjin intercepted the next left punch with his golden staff. The moment the staff met Dori's colossal fist, an overwhelming force surged through him, rendering resistance impossible. Seated on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Li Wenjin had initially considered using his Bara no Mi powers to escape. However, recognizing the attack's vast range, he instead allowed the momentum to hurl him backward. Only as he neared collision with a tree did he activate his devil fruit ability to disperse and reassemble behind it. Before he could even catch his breath, Dory's right fist was already descending upon him once more. Desperate, Li Wenjin shouted, "Stop." Miraculously, the fist halted mere meters away, though the resulting gust still sent him tumbling to the ground, trembling. Dory lowered his head to Li Wenjin's level and rumbled, "Little one, was it you who called for a halt?" Li Wenjin rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and declared, "It was I who called for a halt. I hereby officially concede. You truly are a warrior of Albuff, and this duel has rightfully been yours." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Dongli erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha. It has been nearly a century since I tasted victory in combat. To triumph today is indeed exhilarating." Li Wenjin understood the implication behind Dongli's words. For nearly 100 years, Dongli and Baroque had engaged in battles within this little garden, neither achieving victory. Now, having unexpectedly won in this duel, Dongli felt a sense of joy, even though it was not against Baroque himself. As the battle concluded, Li Wenjin reflected on his initial intention to capture two giants, feeling a twinge of shame, for he recognized that with his current abilities, he could not possibly defeat them. Though he could employ cunning strategies to outsmart them, Li Wenjin was unwilling to resort to such despicable tactics, as they did not align with his character. After a brief respite, Li Wenjin turned to Dongli and said, "Uncle Dongli, could you escort me to the eastern coast? I would like to treat you to some fine wine." "Fine wine, you say? That indeed sounds delightful. I shall accompany you," replied Dongli, eager at the prospect of the wine, as he extended his palm towards Li Wenjin, signaling him to leap onto his hand. Li Wenjin did not immediately leap onto Dongli's palm, but instead called out to the distant forest, "Black Cat, hurry over here. We must return to the ship." The Black Cat, with a look of resignation, emerged from the woods. He had no desire to ascend to Dongli's palm, preferring instead to make his way back on foot. However, with Li Wenjin summoning him, he had no choice but to exit the forest and accompany Li Wenjin onto Dongli's hand. Having witnessed the recent battle in its entirety, the Black Cat felt acutely aware of his own insignificance in the face of Dongli's formidable power. Now, standing upon Dongli's palm, he couldn't shake the thought that Dongli might suddenly clench his fist and crush him into a mere pulp. Li Wenjin paid no mind to the thoughts of the Black Cat, for the moment Dongli stood up, he beheld another giant approaching. Evidently drawn by the sounds of the recent battle, curious to discern what had transpired, the giant, Baroque, halted before Dongli and inquired, "Dongli, who is this little fellow in your hands? Were you just engaged in combat with them?" Dongli found himself momentarily speechless, as he had never asked for Li Wenjin's name. He thus lowered his gaze and asked, "What is your name, little one?" "Li Wenjin," came the reply. "Li Wenjin. What a peculiar name," Baroque remarked. Li Wenjin expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking on the peculiarity of his name. "Ha ha ha, you certainly have a distinct personality." Dongli responded with a hearty laugh. Chapter 57, Rajakov. After his laughter subsided, Dongli proceeded to introduce Li Wenjin to Baroque while simultaneously presenting Baroque to Li Wenjin. Ultimately, the four of them set off together towards the coastline where the pineapple was docked. En route to the pineapple, upon learning of Dongli's recent triumph over Li Wenjin in their duel, Baroque regarded Li Wenjin with an odd gaze, as if to suggest, "Are you not going to challenge me once more for the sake of fairness?" Li Wenjin paid no heed to Baroque's gaze, for he had no desire to engage in a duel with him, only to be mercilessly defeated. At this juncture, Li Wenjin had come to a clear understanding of his own standing and thus had no intention of battling with giants. Upon arriving near the pineapple ship, Li Wenjin and the Black Cat leapt aboard, instructing Ram and Dooman to bring forth all the wine from the ship as hold for the two giants to enjoy. Both Ram and Dooman, being youthful and intrigued by the giants, showed no signs of fear. After presenting the wine, they eagerly posed questions to the giants, engaging in lively conversation. "Black Cat, did you notice? Dooman and Ram surpass you in strength." Li Wenjin jested with the Black Cat. The Black Cat scoffed, saying, "They have not witnessed the battle that just transpired. Otherwise, they would be in a more lamentable state than I." Li Wenjin smiled gently, choosing not to jest with the Black Cat any longer. Instead, he approached the two giants to converse about their past stories, while also curious about their standing as warriors within the giant tribe. Meanwhile, Nami, upon seeing the two giants approach, retreated back into the cabin. showing no intention of emerging even as Li Wenjin engaged in pleasant dialogue with them. However, when night fell and the giants brought a dinosaur to the shore to invite Li Wenjin and his companions for dinner, Nami was reluctantly coaxed out by Li Wenjin to join the giants' feast on the island. Engaging in conversation with Dongli and Baroque until the early hours, Li Wenjin and his companions eventually returned to the pineapple ship to rest, preparing for their continued voyage the next day. Lying in bed, Li Wenjin reflected on the events of the day. His current strength was insufficient to confront even Dongli and Baroque, let alone take on Crocodile to retrieve Robin. As he lacked the protagonist's aura that Luffy possessed, his immediate goal was to bolster his strength. And only when he felt capable of defeating Crocodile would he approach Nico Robin. The time was not yet ripe for that. With this thought in mind, Li Wenjin silently resolved to forego Alabasta and head directly to Ragegif Island, as introduced by Colocus. After a night's rest, he arose at 6 in the morning and commanded the pineapple ship to set sail for Ragegif Island, without bidding farewell to Dongli and Baroque. Although Nami and the Black Cat found it peculiar that Li Wenjin had abruptly changed course, they complied with his orders without question. Departing from Little Garden, they navigated an uncharted route, thereby avoiding the giant goldfish of Food Island, and made a smooth exit towards Ragegif Island. Because they were not following the standard shipping lanes, the pineapple ship encountered no passing vessels. For 3 consecutive days, Li Wenjin remained unaware of their exact destination. Had it not been for the permanent pointer, they would have surely been lost in the vast ocean. On the afternoon of the 3rd day at sea, while resting on the ship's bow, Li Wenjin suddenly heard the voice of a Den Den Mushi. Instantly, he recognized it as Smoker's call, for he was the only one aware of this number. Rushing back to the office where the Den Den Mushi was kept, Li Wenjin answered, "Brother Smoker, what do you need?" However, the voice on the other end was not Smoker S, but rather a woman S. "Wenjin, it's Tina, not that scoundrel Smoker." "Ah, it was Sister Tina. Is there something you need, Sister Tina?" Li Wenjin pondered. It seemed that Smoker had returned to the Navy headquarters and delivered a gift to Tina. Otherwise, she would not have called him. "Is it that Tina cannot call you without a reason?" He mused. "Of course, Sister Tina can call me anytime. Thank you for the gift. I'm glad to hear you liked it." "That is wonderful. I was worried that you might not enjoy it," she replied. After Li Wenjin finished speaking, the voice in the transponder snail suddenly transformed into Smoker's voice. "You should refrain from speaking for a moment. Let me have a word with Wenjin first." "Wenjin, this is Smoker." It seemed that Smoker had snatched the transponder snail away, Li Wenjin thought. "Brother Smoker, what brings you to me?" "It pertains to the photograph of the devil fruit you provided. I consulted an acquaintance within the Navy, and he informed me that it is an animal-type devil fruit, specifically the cat fruit, jaguar form." Realizing it was an animal-type devil fruit, Li Wenjin felt a tinge of disappointment. However, the fact that it belonged to the carnivorous subclass of animal types offered him some solace. Had it been an ordinary herbivorous creature, his dismay would have been far greater. "Thank you very much for your assistance, Brother Smoker," Li Wenjin promptly replied. "This is merely a trivial matter. Have you arrived at the Grand Line yet?" "I have indeed arrived. The Grand Line truly deserves its reputation as a realm for the skilled. I was defeated shortly after setting foot on the 2nd island." "You're not injured, I hope?" "It was merely a sparring match. I am unscathed." After a brief 5-minute conversation with Smog, the phone was handed over to Tina, with whom Li Wenjin chatted for another 3 minutes before the call was passed to Dasky. The duration of Li Wenjin's conversation with Dasky was considerably lengthy, spanning a full half hour, until Smog ultimately disconnected the call, bringing an end to the conversation. Once the call concluded, Li Wenjin took a moment to rest in his room before returning to gather the devil fruit he had procured. He made his way to the deck, approaching Ram. "Ram, this devil fruit is of the Zoan type, specifically the cat fruit, jaguar. I intend for you to consume it. You are likely already aware of the implications of devil fruits, so take a moment to consider whether you wish to partake." Ram, being well acquainted with the concept of devil fruits due to Li Wenjin's frequent use of his disintegration abilities, understood the gravity of the situation. He gazed at the devil fruit, resolutely accepted it, and promptly devoured it in a few bites before rushing to the edge of the deck to retch over the side. Ram's determination to consume the devil fruit stemmed from his realization that without its powers, reaching Li Wenjin's level of prowess was nearly impossible. By consuming the fruit, he felt a glimmer of hope in his pursuit of Li Wenjin. Even if he couldn't fully catch up, possessing the abilities granted by the devil fruit would at least prevent him from hindering Li Wenjin's progress. Chapter 58. Ragegif Island. With Ram having consumed the devil fruit, the crew aboard the pineapple ship could no longer be considered weak. The power bestowed by the fruit would enhance Ram's strength at least threefold, making him comparable to Duman, who donned a mid-tier outfit. The addition of Ram's combat capabilities brought joy to Li Wenjin, as he realized he would no longer need to deal with the minor adversaries, allowing him to focus on confronting the main threats. During the subsequent 4 days at sea, Li Wenjin diligently trained Ram in combat, passing the time during the otherwise monotonous voyage. Finally, on the 5th day at noon, the pineapple ship entered a refreshingly stable sea area. This signaled their arrival in the waters surrounding Rajekif Island, and judging by the pleasant weather, it seemed the island was either a spring or autumn isle. Half an hour later, Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the pineapple ship, spotting the coastline of Rajekif Island in the distance. However, what he observed was not a welcoming shore but a stretch of coastline densely populated with trees. Given the absence of a proper port, the pineapple ship began to circle the island. Soon, they spotted 3 or 4 vessels heading in the same direction, undoubtedly aiming to land on the island. Nami swiftly directed the pineapple ship to pursue the other boats, following the vessels. They were soon greeted by a bustling port where Li Wenjin even noticed several pirate ships confidently docked. The presence of pirate ships at the port piqued his curiosity, for this area of the Grand Line was typically under naval control, and ordinary pirates would not dare to appear so brazenly. The open presence of these pirates indicated the existence of some unusual circumstances. As the pineapple ship docked at the port, Li Wenjin observed the nearby town, which only deepened his intrigue. He noticed pirates openly strolling about, armed with swords and guns, as if they had no cares in the world. This sight left him more perplexed than ever. Let's set aside the matter of capturing wanted criminals for now, Nami suggested. We should first gather information about the situation on Rajekif Island. She too found the scene at the port to be quite peculiar and offered a constructive suggestion. Li Wenjin paused in contemplation and remarked, "You make a valid point. Let us first gather intelligence. Ram, you shall remain aboard to hone your fruit abilities while also ensuring the vessel's safety. Haimao and Duman, accompany us to the island to investigate the affairs of Rajekif Island." In organizing the reconnaissance mission, Li Wenjin directly designated the personnel involved. Given that Haimao and Duman were former bounty hunters, they would undoubtedly possess the necessary skills for gathering information. As for Li Wenjin and Nami, although not specialized in intelligence gathering, they were certainly capable of inquiring about general matters. Li Wenjin, Nami, Black Cat, and Duman arrived at the port. Li Wenjin promptly assigned Black Cat and Duman to gather intelligence, while he and Nami meandered through the quaint town, subtly inquiring about common information. They disembarked at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Li Wenjin arranged to reconvene with Black Cat and Duman at the pineapple ship at 8 o'clock in the evening to summarize the specific information they had uncovered. As Li Wenjin wandered the charming port town with Nami, he soon overheard intriguing news that Rajekif Island was not actually called Rajekif Island. Rather, it bore another name, as it was home to the kingdom of Rajekif. The port town where Wenjin Li disembarked was merely one of the 4 small towns in the kingdom of Rajiv Mich Town. The other 3 settlements were Milan Town, Miji Town, and Mickey Town. These 4 hamlets encircled the royal palace of Rajiv, with Mich Town currently hosting Wenjin Li, situated to the south of the palace. Moreover, Mich Town served as the second port of call for those arriving from the twin capes of Reverse Mountain. The first port town along this route was Kashawi Town on Kashawi Island, the initial stop along the first of the 7 navigational paths leading to Sabaody Archipelago in the Grand Line. The second island along this course was none other than the Kingdom of Rajiv. Whiskey Peak, incidentally, marked the 4th of these 7 routes. Having gleaned a general understanding of Rajiv's affairs, Wenjin Li and Nami proceeded to explore various shops, purchasing sundries while discreetly gathering more precise intelligence about the kingdom. They lingered in Mich Town until 7 in the evening, sharing supper before returning to the pineapple. Though the hour had not yet struck 8, Black Cat and Duman had already boarded the vessel. Without delay, Wenjin summoned them to the ship's conference room to deliberate upon the intelligence they had gathered. Li Wenjin, along with Black Cat and Duman, spent half an hour in the conference room discussing matters concerning the Rajekif kingdom. They finally grasped certain aspects, yet due to the limited time, they could not delve into further details. Now, Li Wenjin also comprehended that Kalokas had introduced this island to him primarily because the first route leads to the Sabaody Archipelago, recognized as the safest passage through the Grand Line, which, by extension, is the domain with the highest pirate population. The information gleaned by Black Cat, Duman, and Li Wenjin regarding Rajekif Island revealed that the first route to the Sabaody Archipelago is indeed the most secure. The rationale behind this is that the islands and nations along this route do not prohibit pirates from traversing their territories. Rather, they support the pirates' presence, believing that pirates contribute to the nation's financial revenue. Thus, they allow pirates to pass through, albeit with a stipulation designed to prevent malevolent pirates from wreaking havoc on their islands and nations. The established rule dictates that pirates must refrain from committing crimes or engaging in fights within towns. Otherwise, all islands along the first route will deny entry to any pirate who breaks this rule. To reach the Sabaody archipelago, pirates must navigate through 9 islands. Should they cause trouble on any one of these islands, the remaining 8 will refuse them landing rights, thus dissuading pirates from misconduct to avoid being hunted when attempting to dock at other islands. In the case of unruly pirates, their fellow seafarers would unite to thwart their disturbances, ensuring the preservation of this singular safe route to the Sabaody archipelago. If pirates harbor grievances, the 9 islands provide secluded areas for them to settle their disputes, allowing them to engage in their skirmishes without interference from the island authorities. Furthermore, among these 9 islands along the first route, 2 host naval detachments that are poised to pursue any pirates inciting unrest. It is likely that the world government recognizes the futility of completely eradicating pirates, should they attempt to obstruct every pirate seeking passage to the New World. The entire Grand Line would be thrown into turmoil. Consequently, they have designated this specific route for pirates, mitigating disturbances on other islands and alleviating pressure on the world government, while also enabling better regulation of pirate activities. Chapter 59. Rajekachev III Li Wenjin had begun to grasp the intricacies of the Rajekachev kingdom's affairs and was contemplating strategies for apprehending the notorious pirates. Firstly, capturing them within the confines of the small town was untenable, as such actions would lead to his expulsion from the Rajekachev kingdom, rendering future landings on the subsequent islands precarious. Moreover, he needed to exercise restraint in his efforts. An overwhelming display of force could intimidate ordinary pirates, dissuading them from engaging in conflict with him. Secondly, he was compelled to traverse the first route of the Grand Line swiftly. Should his pace falter, the other islands would become aware of his pursuit of pirates, potentially uniting against him, thus placing him in considerable jeopardy. Thirdly, it was prudent for him to commence his efforts with lesser-known bounties. Targeting high-profile fugitives initially might alert the smaller criminals, causing them to refrain from confrontation. The fourth consideration was how to entice the pirates to abandon the safety of the town and engage him in battle. If certain pirates were reluctant to seek trouble, he could not coerce them into conflict. As he lay in his room, reflecting throughout the night, an ingenious plan began to take shape. He would employ both provocation and baiting techniques. The provocation method involved taunting the pirates to incite voluntary confrontations, simplifying their capture. The baiting strategy, a contingency plan, entailed using a substantial sum of berries to lure the pirates into a skirmish. However, overuse of this tactic might arouse suspicion. Thus it was best employed sparingly. Lastly, it was advisable for him to remain incognito during battles. Should the pirates memorize his visage, repeated provocations might lead to scrutiny. Therefore, he resolved to don a mask and frequently alter it to avoid recognition. Contemplating the complexities of capturing fugitives left him feeling somewhat drained, as the routes introduced by Colocas, while abundant in pirates, also imposed numerous limitations, making the task seem more convoluted than direct confrontations. After a night's rest, at 7 in the morning, Li Wenjin summoned Black Cat, Duman, and Ram to share his devised plan. Upon outlining his strategy, he instructed them to initially seek pirates with bounties below 30 million berries. Once they had apprehended those, they could then pursue those with higher bounties, while refraining from engaging those exceeding 100 million until they had strengthened their own capabilities. Black Cat suggested, "Master, locating the fugitives may consume considerable time. We should first ascertain the whereabouts of all pirates in Miki Town, addressing them one by one, thus optimizing our efficiency." Li Wenjin concurred, "Your suggestion is astute. We shall proceed as you advised. Let us commence our efforts now, aiming to eradicate all pirates from the Rajekachev kingdom within 5 days." With the plan firmly established, the 5 immediately dispersed to execute their tasks. By 4 in the afternoon, they reconvened at a local eatery in Miki Town to share their findings. Black Cat reported, "Master, there are 25 wanted criminals in Miki Town, the most formidable being the captain of the Night Wolf pirates, with a bounty of 42 million berries. The remaining fugitives do not exceed 20 million. Li Wenjin felt a tinge of disappointment. Why are there only minor characters? The Black Cat replied with a smile, "Young master, this is, after all, the second island of the route. To find those with higher bounties, it is likely we must wait until we reach the 5th island." Li Wenjin sighed. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Let us commence our actions now. At that moment, Nami suddenly interjected. What do you plan to do with the captured fugitives? We do not have a place to detain them. Nami's suggestion posed a crucial dilemma, leaving Li Wenjin somewhat troubled. After all, securing over 20 fugitives was no simple task. The Black Cat remarked, currently, our only option is to sell the fugitives to bounty hunters. Although this may incur some financial loss, it is the simplest and quickest solution. Li Wenjin was somewhat astonished. Are there bounty hunters here as well? Aren't all the pirates passing through legally? Would bounty hunters even have business in such a place? The Black Cat replied with exasperation, Young master, surely you don't believe you're the only one who has thought of using provocation as a tactic? Most bounty hunters here employ the same methods as you to capture pirates. However, they operate alone, even if they successfully provoke their targets. They rarely have the opportunity to actually apprehend them. Li Wenjin frowned and asked, if we resort to provocation, will our chances of success diminish? The Black Cat chuckled and replied, Young master, there's no need for concern. Pirates are, by nature, a rebellious and unruly lot. Why else would they take to the seas? The likelihood of our taunts succeeding is at least 80% or higher. Then where shall our first target be today? Li Wenjin could hardly contain his eagerness to commence work immediately. Young master, tonight we shall head straight to the Cat's Tavern, the very den where the most wanted criminals gather. With a stroke of fortune, we might apprehend a dozen fugitives in one fell swoop. The Black Cat's response filled Li Wenjin with delight. Then let us depart at once, he declared. After hastily settling their supper, each of them donned a mask and set forth toward the Cat's Tavern. By the time they arrived, the clock had struck 5 in the evening. The tavern was teeming with patrons, though the majority bore the savage glares of pirates and bounty hunters. Li Wenjin and his 4 companions entered Cat's Tavern wearing masks, immediately capturing the attention of the patrons within. After all, in the pirate legal haven of Rejectshift, pirates have no need to conceal their identities. The sight of individuals like Li Wenjin, adorned in masks, suggests they are either notorious criminals sought by the world government or simply individuals with a penchant for disguise. However, the fact that all 5 don masks is exceedingly rare. It is improbable that each of them shares this peculiar affinity, thus significantly heightening the likelihood of them being fugitives. If Li Wenjin were to learn that they were mistaken for wanted criminals while donning masks, one can only ponder what thoughts might occupy his mind. Upon entering the tavern, Li Wenjin surveyed the patrons with a keen gaze, swiftly identifying a group of bounty criminals. Although they were mere minor figures, their collective worth amounted to a staggering sum of 1 to 200 million. Chapter 60, Rajkachov. Li Wenjin discovered that they were merely minor characters. So he promptly produced a list of wanted criminals. As he perused the names, he compared them with the notorious figures in the tavern, brazenly announcing, Enter, bounty of 12 million belly, Giraffe, bounty of 16 million belly, Kotiki, bounty of 17 million belly, Kabadi Fu, bounty of 15 million belly. Li Wenjin took a deep breath and called out the names of 15 wanted criminals one by one. Finally, he declared to them with unwavering determination, We are the masked bounty hunters. If you possess even an ounce of courage, meet us at the rocky terrain 1 kilometer east of the town's exit by 8 o'clock tonight. I intend to capture every last one of you and claim the bounty on your heads. As Li Wenjin concluded his words, the tavern erupted into a lively uproar. Who are these 5 individuals? How audacious they are, murmured one patron. Wearing masks, they must be hiding something sinister. I cannot contain myself. I must teach them a lesson. How is it possible that there are even more arrogant scoundrels than our Black Bull pirate crew? Provoking 15 wanted criminals at once, they must be courting death. I suspect they are merely posturing and will likely not leave the town tonight. Amidst the clamor of the tavern, Li Wenjin and his 4 companions found a table to sit and rest, seemingly indifferent to the pirates and bounty hunters bustling around them. As Li Wenjin and his companions had just taken their seats and had yet to order food or drink, the bounty of 16 million on Jelif prompted him to approach Li Wenjin. With a frigid gaze, he stated, Your failure to depart immediately suggests that you intend to remain here until 8 o'clock this evening. Li Wenjin replied blandly, It is as it is. What do you wish to do? If you intend to act now, I have no objections. Jelif let out a cold laugh. Very well, you certainly possess courage. I shall wait until 8 this evening to play with you thoroughly. After speaking, Jelif turned to a man not far behind him. Kaka, go immediately and inform our brothers to investigate whether there are any ambushes at the battlefield. If there are none, we shall be there tonight to confront this masked bounty hunter group. Once Jelif had made his arrangements, he strode directly into the tavern and approached the highest bounty, Kotick. Kotick, my friend, would you care to join me this evening? Kotick took a sip of his drink, glanced at Li Wenjin and his companions, and calmly replied, "Rest assured. I shall return. I too wish to meet these fellows." Upon hearing Kotick's words, the other wanted criminals in the tavern erupted in cheers. Expressing their desire to join in the evening's festive, Li Wenjin now felt a surge of joy, as he had not anticipated that his words would provoke such a significant stir. By 8 o'clock that evening, he would confront not merely a dozen wanted criminals from the tavern, but potentially all the fugitives within the quaint town of Mickey. The prospect of resolving the entire wanted roster in Mickey Town in one fell swoop exhilarated him, as it would substantially reduce the time he spent seeking out these outlaws. As for the Black Cat's concerns about escalating the situation, Li Wenjin was utterly indifferent. In fact, he welcomed the idea of it intensifying, for it would mean he could handle the entire affair in a single night rather than over the span of 5 arduous days. Originally, the plan devised by the Black Cat and his associates entailed a gradual approach to eliminate the wanted criminals in Mickey Town over 5 days. But now, thanks to Li Wenjin's upheaval, that strategy lay in tatters. For 2.5 hours, Li Wenjin and his 4 companions were under the vigilant gaze of the pirates within the tavern, who were wary of any attempt to escape. Moreover, the number of wanted criminals inside the tavern continued to swell. Li Wenjin had already spotted more than 20, not accounting for those with bounties below 500,000. If those were included, the count would easily reach 40 or 50. As for the criminals with bounties exceeding 1 million, Li Wenjin had no interest in counting them. At present, the total assembly of pirates within the Kate Tavern had surpassed 300, not to mention additional pirates lingering outside. Thus, the number of adversaries Li Wenjin would face that evening would undoubtedly exceed 500. The Kate Tavern was situated 3 kilometers away from the predetermined battleground. And as Li Wenjin noted the time, he rose resolutely, leading Nami and the others towards the agreed-upon location. Meanwhile, the wanted criminals in the tavern also began to rise. Trailing behind Li Wenjin and his companions, apprehensive that they might attempt to flee along the way, Li Wenjin had no intention of fleeing. The wanted criminals followed closely behind him, successfully exiting Mickey Town and continuing towards their designated location. Initially, the fugitives planned to eliminate Li Wenjin immediately upon leaving the town. However, outside the town, they spotted the notorious leader of the Night Wolf pirate crew, who was waiting to observe the unfolding drama. Consequently, they refrained from acting on their impulse and resolved to wait until they reached the agreed-upon spot to strike. The site of the impending confrontation was a small rocky area, approximately the size of 2 football fields. Li Wenjin and his 5 companions, along with over 500 pirates and wanted criminals, effectively filled the entire rocky expanse. Additionally, beyond this area, a handful of audacious residents from Mickey Town ventured forth to witness the spectacle, along with opportunistic bounty hunters hoping to capitalize on the chaos. The bounty hunters' intentions were straightforward. The 5 masked individuals, daring enough to provoke such a multitude of pirates, must possess considerable skills. Should the masked figures and the pirates engage in a fierce battle, the bounty hunters aimed to seize the opportunity to capture 1 or 2 of the wanted criminals amidst the turmoil. Li Wenjin, accompanied by Nami and the others, arrived at the heart of the rocky terrain. He then turned to address the pirates trailing behind him, stating, "Let us resolve our issues here. You may choose to confront me as a group or one by one. The decision is entirely yours." Chapter 61. Rajicha of 5 Li Wenjin's words provoked a furious reaction from over 500 pirates, who felt utterly disrespected by his audacity. Instantly, several hot-headed pirates charged towards him. A dozen pirates rushed at Li Wenjin, yet he refrained from retaliating, recognizing them as mere underlings that could easily be dealt with by Duman alone. However, before they could reach Li Wenjin, Rajef intervened, urging everyone to remain calm and suggesting he would approach first to gauge their strength. "Rajef, you dare to provoke all of us. Can you truly match him in combat? If you find yourself overwhelmed, feel free to come and seek my assistance," he jeered, laughter echoing in his voice. The captain of the Night Wolf pirates, known as Night Wolf, had come merely to observe the spectacle, and upon hearing Rajef's words, he couldn't help but mock him. Rajef retorted with a haughty snort, "Night Wolf, do not presume that without you we are incapable. We will personally handle these 5 scoundrels." Night Wolf, grinning slyly, replied, "I hope you 1T require my assistance to collect the corpses." Rajef scoffed again, preparing to counter Night Wolf's taunts. The ongoing bickering between Rajef and Night Wolf irked Li Wenjin, who was eager for battle. He interrupted Rajef's incessant chatter, shouting at Night Wolf and his crew, "Are you done yet? I did not come here to listen to your nonsense, but to fight you." And as for you, Night Wolf, do you think I will let you leave today? All pirates present are my goods in exchange for berries. The notorious fugitives accompanying Li Wenjin to the rocky area had bounties exceeding 400 million, which filled him with exhilaration. Eager to resolve this matter and convert them into rewards, Night Wolf, while notorious in the South Sea, had learned humility after a past defeat in the Grand Line. Now, confronted with Li Wenjin's brazen treatment, his pent-up frustration erupted violently as he lunged at Li Wenjin. Rajef, witnessing Night Wolf's intent to seize their prey, rallied the pirates in the rocky area to charge at Li Wenjin as well, aiming to claim some bounties for themselves before Night Wolf could deal with the five masked individuals. A chaotic brawl erupted instantly, and Li Wenjin, exhilarated by the unfolding conflict, chose to evade Night Wolf's attack while targeting the bounties of those with rewards below 20 million. Li Wenjin's actions are indeed justified. Had he confronted the Night Wolf directly, the other pirates would have been instilled with fear and fled in haste. Thus, he chose to eliminate those with lower bounties first, ultimately targeting the notorious Night Wolf, the most wanted criminal. This chaotic melee proved to be exceedingly advantageous for Li Wenjin's faction, as the pirates were reluctant to fire their weapons, fearing they might injure their own comrades. In stark contrast, the sharpshooters, Black Cat and Dooman, were able to unleash their volleys without restraint, dispatching 30 to 40 pirates within a mere minute. Under the relentless pursuit of Night Wolf, Li Wenjin swiftly eliminated Rajef and one of his companions within a minute. Infuriating Night Wolf, who berated Li Wenjin as a coward for refusing to engage him in battle. Li Wenjin had come with the sole purpose of making money, so Night Wolf's furious curses had no effect on him. He remained amidst the pirate ranks, seeking out those with high bounties to eliminate. Amidst the chaotic melee of 500 to 600 combatants in the cover of darkness, the loss of a few wanted criminals went largely unnoticed. However, after a mere 10 minutes, the pirates began to panic as they realized half their comrades now lay motionless on the ground. Some of the more timid among them were already preparing to flee. This outcome was entirely within Li Wenjin's expectations. He pursued only those fleeing pirates who carried bounties, ignoring the insignificant underlings. Night Wolf had initially chased after Li Wenjin, but the latter's Sara movement was far too swift. Within 5 minutes, Night Wolf had completely lost track of him. When he finally spotted Li Wenjin again, the situation had drastically deteriorated. Most of the high bounty pirates were already sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Though Night Wolf was hot-tempered, he was no fool. Under such circumstances, failing to grasp the truth would have made him more foolish than an imbecile. Abandoning his pursuit of Li Wenjin, he cautiously avoided the faint glow of the distant town's lights, slinking through the darkness toward the outskirts of the rocky terrain, careful not to alert his adversary. Li Wenjin had observed Night Wolf's movements from the start, but he did not immediately give chase. His priority was to eliminate the fleeing underlings still within the rocky area. Though these lowly pirates were no match for even a single strike from him, their sheer numbers forced him to employ Soru at full speed to ensure none of the wanted criminals escaped. Meanwhile, Nami, Ram, Dooman, and Black Cat were relentlessly hunting down the scattering pirates, leaving none alive within their reach. After 5 minutes of relentless assault by Li Wenjin, the pirates in the rocky area had diminished significantly, leaving only a few for Nami and her companions to deal with at their leisure. After Li Wenjin ceased his assault, he immediately employed the moonwalk technique, propelling himself toward the direction of the town. He knew that any delay could allow the Night Wolf to slip back into the town, potentially creating complications for him. Although Li Wenjin wore a mask, there remained the possibility of being recognized, which could impede his subsequent actions. However, even if discovered, Li Wenjin would not be daunted. A mere phone call to Smoker could easily deflect any inquiries, allowing him to continue his expeditions to other islands. Yet, such a scenario would render him a focal point of scrutiny upon reaching the island, adversely affecting his operations there. Thus, it was imperative for Li Wenjin to eliminate the Night Wolf before he could enter Mickey Town. As the Night Wolf successfully navigated away from the rocky terrain and made his way back to Mickey Town, a wave of relief washed over him. In his mind, Li Wenjin was a far more formidable adversary than the one who had previously bested him, making his escape from Li Wenjin's clutches feel like a stroke of luck. Gazing at the increasingly familiar silhouette of Mickey Town, the Night Wolf felt a sense of ease. However, in the next moment, he was utterly taken aback, for he beheld a figure descending from the sky before him, the very masked individual he dreaded. Li Wenjin confronted the Night Wolf, launching a swift strike with a golden staff. Intent on swiftly dispatching his adversary to return to the rocky domain and address the bounty hunters. Chapter 62, The Spring Chamber of Commerce. Li Wenjin carried the unconscious Night Wolf towards the rocky area. The prowess of Night Wolf was quite formidable, as he was a user of the wolf-type devil fruit. It took Li Wenjin a full 2 minutes to subdue him, thanks to Night Wolf's remarkable recovery abilities and agility. The swift resolution of the encounter was largely due to Li Wenjin's decision to withstand Night Wolf's assaults head-on. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 5 minutes to bring him down. Upon returning to the rocky area, Li Wenjin discovered that only Nami and her 3 companions remained standing, while the rest lay sprawled on the ground. Surrounding the rocky area, a multitude of bounty hunters and civilians observed the scene, none daring to venture into the territory, having been intimidated by the formidable combat prowess displayed by Li Wenjin and his allies. Even when some pirates attempted to flee, those who had not yet crossed the boundaries of the rocky area did not dare to seize the opportunity, leaving it only to the pirates who had successfully escaped the confines to be pursued by the bounty hunters. Rejoining Nami and the others, Li Wenjin immediately instructed Black Cat, Duman, and Ram, "You 3 must return to the port at once. Intercept any pirate ships attempting to depart. Their vessels now belong to us. Do you understand?" Heeding Li Wenjin's command, Black Cat, Duman, and Ram disregarded their exhaustion and promptly made their way towards the port of Loguetown. The command issued by Li Wenjin resonated beyond the rocky confines, reaching the ears of both bounty hunters and civilians alike. They were struck by a sense of incredulity and helplessness. Some bounty hunters contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to raid the pirate ships at the harbor, but now, given that Li Wenjin was audaciously claiming both the supplies and the vessels, they dared not approach the formidable figure that was Li Wenjin. As the Black Cat departed, Li Wenjin surveyed the scattered pirates and called out towards the expanse beyond the rocky area, "Regardless of your identity, any of you willing to offer me 90% of the bounty for these wanted criminals may take them away. Those who seek to earn some berries, feel free to come forward." Li Wenjin's words immediately stirred a commotion among the people outside the rocky area. Within less than 2 minutes, 4 or 5 bold individuals approached, walking up to Li Wenjin and inquiring, "Esteemed sir, is what you just mentioned truly the case?" Li Wenjin, adorned with a mask that obscured his expression, spoke in a calm tone, "I speak not a word of falsehood." The 4 bounty hunters exchanged glances before addressing Li Wenjin. "Might we implore you, esteemed sir, to grant us a moment's reprieve so that we may return to procure the necessary funds?" Li Wenjin nodded, urging, "You must hasten your pace. Should anyone else take their place, I shall not intervene." The 4 bounty hunters departed the rocky area with exuberance, swiftly making their way back to Loguetown. Following suit, other bounty hunters also raced towards Loguetown, and even some civilians joined in the hurried exodus. Li Wenjin comprehended the intentions of those individuals. They were all eager to return with money. If indeed a transaction were to succeed, it was likely that any bounty hunter or civilian who had brought funds would swiftly converge upon the scene. The Rajekachav Kingdom, being a nation with a naval division, allowed those bounty hunters and civilians to deliver a wanted criminal to the naval base in merely 4 hours. In that short span, they could amass a considerable fortune. Anyone unwilling to do so would surely be harboring ulterior motives. 20 minutes later, the first group of bounty hunters returned to Loguetown, and after successfully exchanging the wanted criminal for money with Li Wenjin and his companions, other bounty hunters and civilians promptly rushed forward, waving their cash in front of him. Li Wenjin was solely responsible for collecting the money, while Nami meticulously cross-checked the list of wanted criminals one by one to prevent anyone from exploiting the chaos, attempting to exchange a paltry sum of berries for a high-value bounty. The reason Li Wenjin handled the money collection was that he could instantly input the amounts into the system, ensuring that even a single missing berry would be detected, thereby saving time on manual counting. Some individuals, observing that Li Wenjin didn't count the money, tried to shortchange him by withholding a few bills, hoping to slip through unnoticed. Naturally, they were swiftly kicked away by Li Wenjin, their money confiscated, leaving those opportunistic schemers in utter despair. In the rocky area lay over 300 pirates. Though the majority were not wanted criminals, only about a third carried bounties. Within 2 hours, all the low-value bounties had been claimed. As for those with rewards exceeding 10 million berries, 10 remained unclaimed, much to Li Wenjin's frustration. After all, the bounty hunters and civilians had already pooled together 200 million berries, no small feat, but the remaining 10 fugitives would require at least another 200 million, an amount truly beyond their means. Just as Li Wenjin was vexed over these 10 criminals, a rotund man named Audi Xiaowen, flanked by 2 bodyguard-like figures, approached him. "I am Audi Xiaowen of the Spring Merchants Guild," the portly man declared. "I am willing to take those 10 wanted individuals off your hands, though I do have a small request I hope you will consider." Naturally, Li Wenjin was pleased that Audi Shoen was willing to take the fugitives, but the mention of a small request made him cautious. Go ahead and state your terms. Li Wenjin replied. If it's too unreasonable, I won't agree. Audi Shoen smiled. We are legitimate businessmen, nothing untoward. We merely ask that you sell us the pirate ships and their cargo at 80% of their value. What do you think? The Spring Merchants Guild certainly knows how to strike a deal, Li Wenjin remarked, slightly taken aback. You're pressed for time, Audi Shoen reasoned smoothly. Selling these assets to us would be mutually beneficial. A win-win, wouldn't you say? Li Wenjin furrowed his brow. It was truly impressive that Audi Shoen could discern his urgency. This individual was evidently not an ordinary character. After a moment of silence, Li Wenjin stated, I am willing to sell all my goods to you. But I require payment in full. I will not extend credit. Audi Shoen immediately chuckled. Our Spring Commerce Association has established a foothold on every island of the Grand Line. So you need not worry about our financial capabilities. Although Li Wenjin is unaware whether the Spring Chamber of Commerce is indeed a grand establishment, he chooses to place his trust in Audi Xiwen for such matters can be easily verified. Since you have surmised that we are pressed for time, let us expedite our transaction. Li Wenjin did not hesitate, agreeing to the transaction without delay. Audi Shoen immediately summoned over 30 subordinates, who began to meticulously verify the bounty on the wanted criminal. In less than 5 minutes, an enormous leather suitcase was placed before Li Wenjin. Audi Shoen then stated, Here lies the sum of 230 million Bailey. I kindly ask you to confirm its receipt. Li Wenjin opened the suitcase and promptly opted for a recharge, thereby obtaining 230 million bellies. Audi Shoen, witnessing this, observed how Li Wenjin merely placed his hand over the bellies within the suitcase, causing the entire contents to vanish instantaneously. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Li Wenjin was not overly concerned about revealing his ability to absorb bellies. After all, the powers of the devil fruit are extraordinarily diverse, and his capacity to absorb bellies was not particularly alarming. Chapter 63, Sword Island. Li Wenjin and Audi Shoen successfully completed the transaction involving the wanted criminals and continued their journey towards the port of Mickey Town, where they were to negotiate the acquisition of a pirate ship and its supplies. As for the remaining pirates lying in the rocky area, their fate was of no concern to Li Wenjin. Others would deal with them. The pirate ships docked at Mickey Town's harbor were easily identifiable, as one could discern which vessels belonged to the captains captured by Li Wenjin simply by observing the pirate flags. However, when it came to appraisals, Nami was the more adept, so Li Wenjin entrusted her to negotiate with Audi Shoen regarding the pirate ship and its provisions. Meanwhile, the trio of Black Cat, Duman, and Ram was tasked with guarding the pirate ships, ensuring they were not stealthily pilfered, while also retrieving the treasures aboard. After an extensive bargaining session that lasted until 7 o'clock the following morning, Audi Shoen finally conceded to Nami's expertise, purchasing the pirate ship and its cargo for 300 million berries. At the coastline of the Mickey Town port, Audi Shoen gazed at Nami with admiration and remarked, Miss, would you consider joining our Spring Chamber of Commerce? With your remarkable abilities, you could choose any position below that of vice president. Li Wenjin, visibly displeased, exclaimed, Are you truly attempting to encroach upon my territory? Do you seek your own demise? Audi Shoen hastily replied, I merely spoke out of inspiration. Please do not take offense. My lord. Li Wenjin let out a cold snort and said, The transaction has been completed. We must now depart from Mickey Town. Let us take our leave here. Suddenly, Audi Shoen produced a communicator and handed it to Li Wenjin, saying, This is a communicator for you to contact me. I believe it will be of use to you. Li Wenjin hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the phone call. Li Wenjin has come to realize that the Spring Chamber of Commerce is indeed a vast organization, with its influence spread across numerous strongholds along the Great Maritime Route. When the time comes to apprehend fugitives and procure supplies, it is exceedingly convenient to approach the Spring Chamber of Commerce. Thus, he decides to accept the telecommunication device from Audi Shoen. Having acquired the device, Li Wenjin bids farewell to Audi Shoen and boards the Pineapple, setting sail towards the next island. Li Wenjin and his companions had stirred quite a commotion in Mickey Town, and the news had spread like wildfire. If they remained any longer, they would undoubtedly attract a crowd, and their identities would be compromised. As the Pineapple set sail from Mickey Town, Audi Shoen's bodyguard approached him, saying, Young master, why must you pay the Iron Rooster such a hefty sum? They are in a hurry, and we could negotiate a lower price. Audi Shoen replied calmly, You are not a merchant. You wouldn't understand. This is an investment in the future. I believe he will provide us with immense assistance later on. The bodyguard fell silent, aware that he was merely a protector and not versed in the intricacies of commerce. However, he could not discern what made Li Wenjin worthy of such an investment. Since the young master deemed him so, he could not counter that assertion. After a moment of contemplation, Audi Shoen issued an order to his bodyguard. Inform all our outposts that if the Iron Rooster arrives at their location or if there are any leads on him, they must notify me immediately. The bodyguard replied, I will take care of it at once, young master. As the pineapple departed, Li Wenjin pondered the risk of his identity being exposed. Yet, having just earned over 700 million berry, his spirits were high, and he chose to disregard the potential danger. Upon returning to the cabin, he immediately initiated a series of 7 elite draws: a black cloak of Shanks, defense 400, agility 400, an elegant sword of Shanks, strength 500, critical hit chance 5. Having drawn 2 exceptional pieces of equipment, Li Wenjin's mood brightened. He swiftly removed the Ghost Spider's longsword and Marco's feathered cloak, donning the new items instead. He intended to bestow the Ghost Spider's longsword and Marco's feathered cloak upon Ram, enhancing his combat prowess. After concluding the draws, Li Wenjin exited the lounge, presenting the 2 items to an excited Ram before retreating to Nami's quarters for a well-deserved rest. Given that both Nami and Li Wenjin had spent the night negotiating with Audi Shoen without proper rest, they were eager to sleep now that the pineapple had set sail. Departing from Mickeytown, Lin Xiao and the others set their sights on the next destination, Swallow Island, specifically Swallowtown, a settlement 5 times smaller than the kingdom of Rajikif. The island only hosts Swallowtown as its sole village. Swallowtown is under the jurisdiction of the kingdom of Gadamas, which encompasses 3 islands, Swallow Island, Chiga Island, and Gadamas Island, all of which are significantly smaller than Rajikif Kingdom. After 2 days of navigation, the pineapple entered the tranquil waters of Swallow Island. This island is a quintessential summer isle, distinguished from Alabasta not by arid deserts but rather by its warm climate. As Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the pineapple, he caught sight of Swallow Island's coast, and, before fully discerning its state, noticed an intriguing spectacle ahead. He promptly instructed Black Cat to accelerate towards the unfolding drama. In the waters ahead, 6 pirate ships were embroiled in a fierce skirmish, igniting a thrill within Li Wenjin. He felt compelled to partake in this exhilarating chaos. Otherwise, he would feel a sense of discontent. If fortune favored him, he might see some advantageous spoils once the battle among the 6 pirate ships concluded. As the pineapple drew closer, within 200 meters of the 6 pirate vessels, Li Wenjin could clearly identify the ships and their respective flags. Nami lowered her binoculars and remarked to Li Wenjin, Wenjin, the combatants ahead are the Green Cedar pirate crew, the Ashes pirate crew, the Steel Frog pirate crew, and the Black F. Li Wenjin carefully surveyed the situation and realized that the 4 pirate crews Nami mentioned were jointly assaulting the 2 unidentified vessels. It appeared to be a case of seasoned pirates bullying newcomers, which further piqued Li Wenjin's interest. My dear, what are the bounties on those 4 pirate crews? Li Wenjin intended to seize an opportunity, but first needed to ascertain their worth. If the bounty was too meager, he wouldn't intervene personally, leaving it to Black Cat and his crew to handle. However, if the reward was substantial, he would personally engage for his own amusement. The captain and vice captain of the Black Feather Pirates were both wanted criminals, with a combined bounty of 72 million. The other 3 pirate crews had bounties barely exceeding 20 million. Armed with this knowledge, Li Wenjin prepared to take action himself, though only after their battle concluded, ensuring an easier victory. Chapter 64. The Black Feather Pirates. The 2 new pirate crews displayed remarkable resilience, holding their own against the 4 veteran crews in a fierce and evenly matched skirmish. Yet Li Wenjin could discern that the older crews held the upper hand. Prolonging the fight would inevitably lead to their triumph. The clash of the 6 pirate crews went unchallenged, no authorities intervened, and no ships dared approach to spectate. Only Li Wenjin's pineapple, bold and unbothered, lingered nearby to observe the chaos. At sea, battles posed no threat to civilians on the island, so the local authorities turned a blind eye to pirate conflicts beyond the shore. The 6 crews had certainly noticed the pineapple, but preoccupied with their own adversaries, they paid it no mind. Moreover, with only a single vessel, they dismissed any threat it might pose. Little did they know, those aboard the pineapple were wolves in sheep's clothing, predators who devoured without leaving a trace. Half an hour passed, and Li Wenjin grew drowsy from the prolonged stalemate. The battle had merely shifted from long-range cannon fire to close-quarters combat, with no decisive outcome in sight. Wenjin, should we move in now? Nami, who had been observing through binoculars, spoke up. All the wanted criminals have gathered on the Black Feather pirate ship. If we strike now, we can eliminate them all at once. Li Wenjin took Nami's telescope and gazed towards the ship of the Black Feather pirates. Indeed, he spotted 5 individuals surrounding 2 women, who were quite beautiful. To his astonishment, they were both female pirates. He turned back to Nami and inquired, "Why didn't you inform me that the leaders of the new pirate crew are women?" Nami immediately furrowed her brows and responded with irritation, "What, do you have some interest in them?" "Oh, I was merely making an observation. You needn't take it to heart." Li Wenjin hastily clarified his intentions to avoid any misunderstandings with Nami. "There is no time for hesitation. You must decide whether to engage in battle now, or the fight will conclude, and they will return to their ship." Nami urged him, and without further delay, Li Wenjin declared, "I will confront those wanted criminals. You intercept their vessel. That is our prize." With arrangements made, Li Wenjin soared towards the Black Feather ship using his moonwalk technique, landing not far from the 7 individuals who remained vigilant. As he ascended into the air, Black Feather had already begun to take notice of him. Upon seeing Li Wenjin approach, Black Feather immediately sought to halt the combat to discern Li Wenjin's intentions, while Black Feather wished to cease hostilities. The 2 women remained resolute in their assault, brandishing their swords and relentlessly attacking Black Feather and his crew, though they kept a wary eye on the approaching Li Wenjin. Observing the ongoing conflict among the 7, Li Wenjin cleared his throat and asserted, "Everyone, stand down. I have something to say." Yet, the battle persisted, and his words fell on deaf ears, inciting Li Wenjin's frustration. He swiftly drew the golden staff from his back and launched a direct assault, delivering 7 consecutive strikes that sent the 7 adversaries sprawling. Among them, the weakest, the vice captain of the Black Feather pirates, was rendered unconscious by Li Wenjin's blow. Black Feather, the strongest among them, quickly regained his footing after being struck and warily regarded Li Wenjin, inquiring, "Who are you? Have you come to assist those 2 women?" Li Wenjin sneered disdainfully. "Did you not witness how I effortlessly sent them flying as well? If I wished to save them, the solution is hardly complicated. Eliminating you all would suffice." Heiyu's expression darkened, utterly perplexed by Li Wenjin's intentions. Yet, the sheer strength of the man rendered him powerless to interfere. "If you have no intention of aiding them, why involve yourself in our battle? There's no benefit for you in this," Heiyu retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Wenjin chuckled lightly. "I am a bounty hunter. With so many wanted criminals gathered in one place, it's practically a fortune delivered to my doorstep. How could I possibly resist?" Heiyu's face paled instantly. Without another word to his 3 companions, his arm transformed into a winged black bird, and he swiftly took flight towards Sword Island. Damn it! The sudden metamorphosis startled Li Wenjin, but his instincts kicked in immediately. Recalling Heiyu's bounty of 54 million berries, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful moonstep, intercepting the fleeing figure. With a swift swing of his staff, he launched an attack. Though Heiyu's speed in flight was not extraordinary, his agility midair was remarkable. 3 consecutive strikes from Li Wenjin failed to land a single blow. Li Wenjin furrowed his brow, realizing that in the air, he was utterly unable to exert his agility, rendering him powerless against the Black Wing. Furthermore, the 3 wanted criminals aboard the Black Wing were already contemplating their escape, leaving him with no choice but to relinquish one side. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Li Wenjin resolved to allow the Black Wing to depart, for the 4 wanted criminals below held greater value than the Black Wing itself. However, before permitting the Black Wing to escape unscathed, Li Wenjin would not allow it to depart leisurely. Observing Li Wenjin, Black Wing abruptly turned and flew back toward his vessel, which momentarily relieved him, prompting him to hasten his return toward Swallow Island. Yet, the instant he pivoted, he felt a violent blow to his back, causing him to expel a copious amount of blood as he plummeted toward the sea. Fortunately, his robust Zoan-type physique enabled him to regain flight just before submerging, and without a backward glance, he fled frantically towards Swallow Island. Li Wenjin felt a tinge of regret as he flew back to the Black Feather. He had intentionally left one hand, gripping a golden staff, suspended in the air to launch a surprise attack on the Black Feather. However, to his dismay, the Black Feather did not plunge into the sea, leaving him thoroughly disappointed. Nevertheless, disappointment aside, he needed to deal with the 3 wanted criminals aboard the Black Feather. The fact that the Black Feather had escaped could only be deemed a matter of fate. Turning his attention to the remaining 3 bounty criminals, Li Wenjin found the task considerably easier. With just a few swift maneuvers, he caught up to the trio attempting to flee and incapacitated each of them with a single strike of his staff. Once the wanted criminals were subdued, He gathered all four of them and tossed them together. He then addressed the two vigilant women observing him, saying, "You two, behave yourselves. You are not on the bounty list, and I have no desire to cause you trouble. Once we reach the shore, I shall set you free." The two women sighed in relief, understanding that if Li Wenjin had intended to engage them, they would have had no choice but to surrender and be captured. Any attempt at resistance would likely result in a fate similar to that of the four men lying on the deck. Chapter 65. The female pirate having resolved the situation aboard the Black Feather. Li Wenjin turned his attention to the other ships and discovered that Nami and her companions had already dealt with the minor thugs. With everything settled, Li Wenjin contemplated his next move and promptly retrieved the phone bug given to him by Audi Xuan, dialing his number. The call connected, and a voice on the other end inquired, "Is this the bounty hunter, the masked man?" Li Wenjin concealed his identity from Audi Xuan. Thus Audi Xuan could only refer to him as the masked man. "Mr. Audi Xuan, you may simply call me Li Wenjin. My dear masked man, are you not afraid of revealing your identity? It would be futile to continue this charade, as I require Mr. Audi Xuan's assistance." He. "Then I shall address you as young Wenjin. How may I assist you?" "I am currently at Swar Island, and would like to know if the Spring Chamber of Commerce has a branch there. I wish to negotiate a deal with them, at the same price as last time. What do you think, Mr. Audi Xuan?" It appears that Mr. Wenjin has captured another batch of pirates. "Congratulations, Mr. Wenjin. I shall promptly inform the branch at Swar Island to complete the transaction." "Thank you, Mr. Audi Xuan. I will be 1 kilometer off the port of Swar Island. Please have them come out to sea for the transaction. I fear there may be a disturbance if they arrive at the port." It seems Mr. Wenjin has made quite a substantial haul. I will notify them immediately. Please wait for half an hour. I am once again grateful, Mr. Audi Xuan. There is no need for formality, Mr. Wenjin. I must now end this call to attend to your matters. Of course, the head of the telephone bug collapsed entirely, indicating that the call had ended. Li Wenjin put away the telephone bug and approached the two female pirates, saying, "You two, come aboard my ship. I will let you go once we reach the shore." The two female pirates appeared to be around 25 years of age. One had golden hair, while the other sported blue hair. Both women possessed striking beauty, though their clothes were tattered, revealing considerable skin, making them quite alluring. However, Li Wenjin merely appreciated their appearance and held no interest in them. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's intent to take them ashore, the blonde woman's expression darkened with fury. "What do you mean? Do you intend to steal our pirate ship?" Li Wenjin glanced at the blonde woman and said nonchalantly, "You are all my captives now. Naturally, your treasures and ship belong to me as well. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing that Li Wenjin truly intended to seize their ship, the blonde woman flew into a rage and turned to the blue-haired woman, shouting, "Hyles, let's fight him." The blue-haired woman, equally furious, glared at Li Wenjin and declared, "You're right, sister. We'll fight him." With renewed determination, the two women snatched up their swords and charged at Li Wenjin, their eyes blazing with fury, as if they wished to reduce him to ashes. But Li Wenjin had no intention of indulging their defiance. He swiftly drew his golden staff and struck the already exhausted women unconscious. Having subdued them, he lifted their limp bodies, intending to toss them back onto the pineapple. However, just as he prepared to leave the Black Feather, Nami's voice rang out, "Wenjin, I saw what happened just now. You were rather brutal with those ladies." Her tone was teasing, and Li Wenjin understood she was jesting. Without hesitation, he handed the unconscious women to her and said, "Then you take them back. I'll stay here to gather some treasures." Nami accepted the two women and asked, "What about this pirate ship? Should we sail it to SWO Island?" Li Wenjin shook his head repeatedly and recounted to Nami the details of his call to Audi Xuan, assuring her to remain at the pineapple ship, as her presence would be required for negotiations later. After Nami departed with two women, Li Wenjin, alongside the Black Cat, Duman, and Ram, commenced a thorough search across the 6 pirate ships. Ultimately, they uncovered over 30 million berries and a plethora of gold and jewels. The bounty found aboard the two women's pirate vessel was particularly abundant, valued at no less than 100 million, prompting Li Wenjin to reflect on the undeniable affinity women have for gold and jewels. As they collected the treasures from the vessels, Li Wenjin caught sight of approaching ships in the distance. He promptly made his way back to the pineapple ship, preparing to meet the representatives from the Spring Chamber of Commerce alongside Nami. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man accompanied by dozens of guards boarded the pineapple ship and approached Li Wenjin, respectfully addressing him. "You must be Mr. Wenjin. I am Hojiadermo, the branch manager of the Spring Chamber of Commerce on Swar Island." Recognizing the man as merely a minor figure, Li Wenjin had little desire for extended conversation. He replied succinctly, "Mr. Hoji Adermo, shall we promptly attend to the matter of the transaction? Once completed, we intend to depart from Swar Island." Hoji Adermo nodded, directing his entourage to begin clearing the items from the 6 pirate ships while simultaneously apprehending the wanted criminals on board. The transaction process proved to be intricate and time-consuming, a task in which Li Wenjin had little interest. He entrusted all negotiation responsibilities to Nami while he ventured to another pirate ship, where he found an unmarked pirate, unconscious but still alive. He interrogated him regarding the presence of any other pirates on Swar Island. Among the 6 pirate ships, a portion of the crew remained incapacitated from battle, while the others had already jumped into the sea to escape. Li Wenjin's interrogation proved remarkably fruitful. He had ascertained that there were indeed a few pirates remaining on SWO Island, though they were mere insignificant underlings whose capture would hardly be worth the effort. Thus, Li Wenjin resolved to depart SWO Island immediately upon the transaction's completion. As for the log posts, it required 3 full days to accumulate SWO Island's magnetic charge, a trivial matter for Li Wenjin, as he had already discovered fully charged log poses aboard all 6 pirate ships, allowing them to set sail without delay. Nami's negotiations with the Spring Trading Company lasted 3 hours, concluding by 5 in the afternoon. The transaction was finalized, yielding a sum exceeding 380 million berries. Li Wenjin had acquired 380 million taels, and with the addition of his original 40 million, he now had the opportunity to participate in the top-tier lottery 4 times. Chapter 66, System Level 2. On Swallow Island, there was no longer any need to linger. Li Wenjin prepared to set sail for the next island, the island of Gadamas, home to the Gadamas Palace. As he was getting ready to depart, Li Wenjin suddenly recalled the idea of purchasing 2 female pirates and immediately inquired of Nami, "Nami, have you sent those 2 female pirates away?" Nami, slapping her forehead, exclaimed, "Oh, I was so preoccupied with the trading matters that I completely forgot about them." Li Wenjin, feeling rather speechless, inquired, "Then where have you placed them?" Nami replied, "In the iron cell at the bottom of the ship, where the pirates are confined." "Let us go and take a look, lest anything untoward occur," suggested Li Wenjin. Upon finishing her words, Li Wenjin strode towards the iron cell located at the bottom of the pineapple ship. As soon as Li Wenjin and Nami entered the chamber of the iron cell, they were startled by the fiery glares of 2 furious women. However, they quickly regained their composure, for the cell was securely locked, rendering the 2 female pirates incapable of escaping. Li Wenjin remarked, "Do not gaze at me so fiercely. I shall promptly escort you back to Simo Island." The blonde-haired female pirate, her eyes filled with menace, fixed her stare upon Li Wenjin and inquired, "What has become of our treasure and pirate ship?" "Oh, they have undoubtedly been sold," Li Wenjin responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the blonde's expression immediately dulled, while the blue-haired woman burst into tears, leaving Li Wenjin utterly speechless. Li Wenjin nudged Nami and asked, "What should we do now? Should we still send them back to SWO Island?" Nami immediately shot him a glare and retorted, "Can't you see they're crying? Have you no humanity at all?" Li Wenjin felt speechless. "They want to cry? What is that to me? I have not provoked them." Nami shot Li Wenjin another glare. "You go outside first. I will have a proper talk with them." "Fine, just resolve it quickly. We still need to head to Gadamas Island," Li Wenjin replied before departing. Upon returning to her room, Li Wenjin eagerly began to draw lots. After 2 attempts at the top-tier draw, she heard the system's notification. Lottery consumption has reached 10 billion berries. The system has upgraded to level 2. To her delight, she discovered that the system could indeed be upgraded. She immediately wished to check for any changes, and as soon as the thought crossed her mind, the system provided a response. First, the probability of winning has increased from 1 in 10 to 1 in 5. Second, the chance of drawing a special item has risen from 1% to 5%. Li Wenjin was aware that these special items included equipment that does not add attributes, such as Chopper's ointment and the Joker's nose, among others. With the increase in lottery odds, Li Wenjin felt a surge of excitement. Now, drawing 10 times would yield 2 pieces of equipment. If the system could advance to level 3, she could even sell the surplus equipment and directly recoup her lost berries. Currently, at level 2, she could recover approximately 60 to 70% of her losses. At level 3, it would be a full 100%, and at level 4, it could rise to 120%. By then, Li Wenjin would no longer need to earn money. Selling equipment alone would bring her considerable wealth. Li Wenjin grew increasingly exhilarated, feeling as though he might drool in anticipation. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that he regained his composure, ready to proceed with the remaining 2 top-tier lotteries. The results revealed an animal-type devil fruit and a brown bear fruit. Upon drawing the animal-type devil fruit, an electric thrill coursed through him as he contemplated the possibility of wielding 2 devil fruits simultaneously, thereby harnessing the powers of both. Driven by this thought, he swiftly removed the least powerful weapon from his equipment, fixed his dual swords, and, with a heart full of excitement, donned the brown bear fruit. The successful activation of the brown bear fruit filled him with immense joy, and he immediately began to fantasize about the future, envisioning himself wielding 10 devil fruits and sweeping through the world with unstoppable might. Li Wenjin was in a reverie, only coming to his senses when someone knocked at the door. Upon recognizing Nami's voice, he hastily opened the door to welcome her inside. To his surprise, Nami immediately inquired, "Wenjin, have you already spent the money you just received?" Puzzled, Li Wenjin replied, "I spent it already. Is there a problem with that?" With a sigh, Nami responded helplessly, "Your actions are indeed swift. This time, we may have truly caused trouble." Li Wenjin was utterly perplexed by Nami's words. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Could you elucidate the matter a bit more clearly? You have left me utterly bewildered." Nami let out another sigh and recounted the conversation she had with the 2 female pirates to Li Wenjin. After hearing Nami's account, he too felt a sense of incredulity. The tale of the 2 female pirates unfolded as follows. Firstly, they were not pirates at all. They merely hoisted the pirate flag to instill fear in others, dissuading them from provoking their wrath. Secondly, their ship and treasure were the lifeblood of their entire village, and they had ventured forth with the precious items solely to procure essential supplies for their sustenance. Thirdly, the island they inhabited was not one of the Grand Line's 7 navigable routes, but rather a unique, magnetically barren isle akin to Daughter Island, accessible only to them. Lastly, if Li Wenjin were to seize their ship and treasure, the lives of the thousands in their village would be irrevocably jeopardized, effectively meaning that he would bring about the demise of their entire community. Li Wenjin never anticipated that capturing merely 2 female pirates would lead to such a debacle. With a hint of exasperation, he inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we cast them into the sea and leave them to fend for themselves?" Nami, visibly displeased, retorted, "Wenjin, do you possess any humanity? Hurry and return their ship and treasure." Li Wenjin was at a loss, feeling tears welling up. "There's nothing I can do about it. The money spent is like water thrown away, impossible to retrieve." Nami sighed helplessly. "Wait here for a moment. I will go and discuss the situation with them to see if I can offer any assistance." Li Wenjin nodded. "Then I shall entrust everything to you." As Nami departed the room, Li Wenjin shook his head in resignation, setting aside the matters concerning the 2 female pirates. He commenced experimenting with his newfound abilities, the powers bestowed by the brown bear fruit. Within a mere 5 seconds, Li Wenjin successfully completed the first stage of his transformation into humanoid form. This phase imparted upon him a noticeable augmentation of strength, estimated at around 500 points. Upon concluding the first stage of experimentation, Li Wenjin proceeded to the second stage, transforming into his hybrid beast form. This phase proved to be more challenging and unfamiliar, requiring him 5 minutes to accomplish. Once he attained his beast human transformation, he approached the mirror, gazing at his bear-like visage. An unexpected sense of adorableness washed over him. Yet he swiftly dismissed such a distasteful thought and began to assess the extent of his enhanced strength. The augmentation in his beast human form granted him an estimated increase of around 1,000 points in power, which uplifted his spirits considerably. Although he had sacrificed an equipment slot for his gear, he felt reassured that he had not compromised his strength. With the combined powers of the 2 fruits, he was confidently on par with the might of a Navy headquarters rear admiral, leaving Li Wenjin in high spirits. Chapter 67. Gaudy Moss Island. After completing the experiment with the second stage of the brown bear fruit's abilities, Li Wenjin initially intended to attempt the third stage transformation into an orc form. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the fruit's capabilities, he found himself utterly incapable of achieving the third stage metamorphosis. With the failure of this transformation, Li Wenjin began to experiment with his disintegration ability in his human-animal hybrid form. The disintegration ability proved to be remarkably effective, and within the confines of his room, Li Wenjin reveled in the experience, delighting in the ability to divide his body into dozens of segments, soaring about with glee. As Li Wenjin's bare head flew to the doorway of the room, the door swung open abruptly, and at that precise moment, Nami's gaze met Li Wenjin's. Upon spotting the bare head, Nami let out a piercing scream, exclaiming in terror, and immediately delivered a powerful punch that sent Li Wenjin's head flying, leaving him no opportunity to utter a word. As he was sent hurtling backwards, Li Wenjin had no choice but to revert his transformation and reassemble his fragmented body. Rising from the corner, he rubbed his face and exclaimed, "Dear, why did you hit me?" Having just delivered the punch, Nami felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. As the disintegrated form seemed to possess Li Wenjin's essence, she continued to observe him. And upon witnessing the bare head revert to Li Wenjin on the ground, Li Wenjin smiled and said, "That is my new ability, akin to Ram's, allowing me to transform into an animal." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's explanation, Nami retorted with irritation, "Are you out of your mind? Causing such nonsense in the room nearly gave me a heart attack." Li Wenjin was on the verge of tears, feeling that he could not express the injustice he had suffered, so he kept it bottled up inside. Nami, indifferent to his plight, declared, "Hyles and Jimbus, the two sisters, will remain aboard our ship. When we reach Gatama's island and have earned some money, we shall repay them. Do you understand? Are you referring to those two female pirates?" Li Wenjin inquired. "Indeed, that's the situation. When we pass Chiga Island, we will return them to their home island. Until then, they will accompany us. Chiga Island is the next island after Gatama's island, and not too far away." After a moment of contemplation, Li Wenjin replied, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. But how much do we owe them?" Nami considered briefly before responding. "They require supplies for living. Simply provide them with provisions sufficient for 1,000 people for 2 years. The cost of food would not be exorbitant, which pleased Li Wenjin greatly. He readily agreed, saying, "Then it shall be arranged. I will have the Spring Commerce Guild prepare the food." Nami nodded in approval. "That is best. Jimbus and the others have been wandering from island to island due to their lack of access to food supplies. Now that you have a channel to procure provisions, it serves as a means to rectify the error committed against them." "But what does that have to do with me? I was unaware that they were counterfeit pirates." Li Wenjin murmured softly. Nami shot him a glare. "What did you just say?" No, I didn't say anything." Li Wenjin hastily waved his hands in defense. Nami scoffed. "Tonight, I shall speak with the two sisters. You can sleep by yourself." Li Wenjin, with a lackluster demeanor, murmured, "Do as you wish. I will have Black Cat set sail first." Once Nami departed, Li Wenjin ascended to the deck and handed the record pointer for Gatama's island to Black Cat, instructing them to steer towards the kingdom of Gatama's. Gatama's island, an entire territory of the Gatama's kingdom, is a vibrant locale renowned for its abundant production of a unique gray stone, reputed to enhance the durability of weaponry. This allure draws numerous merchants to Gatama's island for procurement, further augmenting its prosperity. However, it is essential to note that while it flourishes, its affluence is comparable to that of the Rajikav kingdom, falling short of the scale of nations like Alabasta, which boast populations of 4 to 5 million. The combined populace of the three islands within the Gatama's kingdom is merely around 500,000. The journey to Gatama's island would take 3 days. And during this time aboard the Pineapple, Li Wenjin found his experience quite agreeable, particularly regarding the culinary offerings. Sisters Hylasai and Jinbizi, both culinary virtuosos, delighted him, prompting him to delegate the cooking duties entirely to them. Although the sisters harbored a disdain for Li Wenjin, they had no choice but to prepare meals for him, as they relied on him for provisions and safe passage back to their homeland. The sisters' prowess was akin to that of a lieutenant commander in the Navy, surpassing that of Duman and Ram. Should they express an interest in joining the Pineapple, Li Wenjin would be quite pleased. Yet, it seemed they had no intention of joining, frequently casting disdainful glances at him, only to exhibit joviality in the presence of Nami. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, at 4 o'clock, the Pineapple successfully entered the Gatama's waters. By this time, Li Wenjin's vessel had transformed into 2, a consequence of encountering a pirate crew intent on robbery during their voyage. Initially, Li Wenjin intended to confront them himself. However, Hylasai and Jinbizi appeared eager to unleash their pent-up frustration, launching a fervent assault on the pirate crew, effectively incapacitating them. This enabled Li Wenjin to effortlessly acquire 5 million berries and capture a bounty of 26 million on a wanted criminal. The fate of the enemy's ship and goods would be determined once sold. Upon arriving at Gatama's port, the Pineapple discovered at least 50 vessels docked, including a dozen pirate ships, which brought Li Wenjin immense satisfaction. At the port, the head of the Gatama's branch of the Spring Commerce Guild awaited him, extending a warm invitation for Li Wenjin to rest at the branch. Nonetheless, he ultimately declined the offer, as they intended to investigate the pirate situation on Gatama's island under the cover of night. Li Wenjin retained only the two sisters and Nami, entrusting them with the task of negotiating with the Spring Chamber of Commerce regarding the acquisition of a pirate ship and procuring provisions. At this point, Li Wenjin had surmised that Audi Shoin was undoubtedly not an ordinary figure within the Spring Chamber of Commerce, as the president of the Gadamas branch had bestowed upon him a VIP card, granting him the privilege of direct access to the benefits of VIP status whenever he encountered members of the Spring Chamber, thus eliminating the need to contact Audi Shoin for minor matters. Li Wenjin understood that this exclusive VIP card was undoubtedly a gift from Audi Shoin. It was likely a gesture to alleviate the incessant calls he made to Audi Shoin over trivial matters. Thus, Audi Shoin generously bestowed a VIP card upon Li Wenjin to spare himself from constant disturbances. Chapter 68. On Kadima's Island 2 at the port of Kadimas. Li Wenjin bid farewell to Nami and the others, then set off with the Black Cats to seek information at the taverns. Naturally, the primary informants were the 3 Black Cats, while Li Wenjin merely played a supporting role. Kadima's Island is home solely to the grand city of Kadimas, devoid of any other towns, thus encompassing a vast expanse within the royal city. While wandering through the royal city, Li Wenjin and his companions learned that there were over a dozen renowned taverns within its walls. This revelation compelled them to split up. If they were to travel as a group of 4, it was likely they would not manage to visit even a single tavern in one evening. Thus, they separated at the heart of the royal city, each venturing off in a different direction to gather information. Li Wenjin headed east, his first destination being the Golden Bean Tavern, a rather unremarkable establishment by all accounts. As for the specifics, he would have to investigate them himself. The royal capital boasted more upscale bars, but Li Wenjin doubted pirates would frequent such places. Those high-end venues catered to nobles and the wealthy, an environment utterly incompatible with the rough-and-tumble world of pirates. They had no desire to subject themselves to such pretentious atmospheres, nor would those exclusive bars likely permit their entry. Upon entering the Golden Bean Tavern, no one paid Li Wenjin any heed. His reputation in the Grand Line was negligible. Even though he had captured numerous pirates in Rejekafu and SWO Island, word had yet to spread this far. The lack of attention suited him just fine. He found a seat, ordered food and drink, and began observing the tavern's patrons, searching for any wanted criminals or overhearing useful intelligence. Half an hour later, Li Wenjin departed. The tavern housed no fugitives, only ordinary citizens. However, he did glean information about 3 notorious pirate crews operating in Gadamas Island: Golden Tiger Pirates, bounty of 60 million berries; Daika Pirates, bounty of 5 million berries; Jean Pirates, bounty of 52 million berries. Among them, the Golden Tiger Pirates piqued his interest, not because of their bounty, but because of the crew they had captured en route to Gadamas Island, the Silver Tiger Pirates. Golden Tiger Pirates, Silver Tiger Pirates. The names alone suggested a connection, one Li Wenjin found too conspicuous to dismiss as mere coincidence. Thus, his focus sharpened on the Golden Tigers. Leaving the Golden Bean Tavern, he visited 2 more bars, gathering intelligence until the early hours before returning to the Pineapple. By then, it was time to reconvene with Black Cat and the others, as prearranged. Aboard the ship, Nami and the twins had already retired. Li Wenjin and Black Cat convened in the meeting room to discuss their findings. 1. Bounty distribution on Gadamas Island. Only 3 pirates boasted bounties exceeding 50 million berries. 10 fell within the 10 to 50 million range. Those below 10 million were far too numerous to pursue effectively. 2. The Silver Tiger connection. The captain of the Silver Tiger Pirates, whom they had captured, was the younger brother of the Golden Tiger's leader. Since the Silver Tiger had been seized and sold in Gadamas, the Golden Tigers were likely aware of Li Wenjin's involvement. Retaliation was probable in the coming days. 3. Magnetic storage duration. Gadamas Island's magnetic field required 5 days to log. The Jean and Daika crews planned to depart in 2 days. Delaying further would allow them to slip away. The intelligence left Li Wenjin both exhilarated and vexed, while the rising bounties closer to Sabaody Archipelago signaled greater rewards. Confronting all 3 major crews simultaneously posed a logistical challenge. The primary dilemma lay in manpower. Aboard the Pineapple, only Li Wenjin and Black Cat could reliably engage pirates of such caliber. The others still lacked the necessary prowess, necessitating a staggered approach. After a prolonged silence in the office, Li Wenjin turned to Black Cat. Are all 3 crews operating in the same vicinity? Black Cat shook his head. The 3 major crews are roughly equal in strength and mutual disdain. They don't operate together. Li Wenjin finally wore a smile. This is quite satisfactory. We can lure them out separately. The Black Cat remarked, young master, when dealing with the Jahan pirate crew and the Daika pirate crew. It would be prudent to let one of them go. This would simplify our efforts considerably. Li Wenjin furrowed his brow upon hearing the suggestion to let one go. After all, that was a sum of 50 million berries, and he was reluctant to acquiesce. Pray, elucidate your reasoning. Young master, the next island we approach is Chiga Island, where the magnetic storage duration is a mere 7 days. It would be prudent for us to await our arrival at the next island before confronting them. What distinguishes Chiga Island? Why must we engage them there? Young master, Chiga Island is home to but a small village, and the entirety of the island is predominantly inhabited by pirates. Engaging them there would draw no attention to our actions. Li Wenjin was quite astonished. Was it not said that the first route of the Great Sea Road consists of relatively safe pathways? How could a pirate island emerge? The Black Cat replied, Young master, among the 9 islands of the first route, there are 2 minor islands. Due to the sparse population on these islands, whatever the pirates engage in there goes unnoticed. Li Wenjin comprehended the implications of the Black Cat, although the world government ostensibly safeguards civilians. It is likely that they would disregard small islands with merely a few hundred inhabitants. It could also be asserted that those 2 islands serve as battlegrounds for pirates to engage in their relentless conflicts. Li Wenjin fell into a moment of silence before suggesting, Then we should allow that pirate crew to depart. The Black Cat pondered for a while and replied, I have heard that the captain of the Jean pirate crew is remarkably composed and not easily provoked. It would be wise to let the Jean pirate crew go first. Li Wenjin nodded and said, Let us commence our endeavors tomorrow. We must swiftly resolve the matters concerning Gaudy Moss Island and proceed to Chiga Island. Li Wenjin's thoughts turned to the island of Kika, where he could freely capture pirates, and a thrill of excitement began to stir within him. The current situation, where apprehending a pirate required endless considerations and constraints, had already soured his mood considerably. With the decision made to confront the pirates of Gadamas Island the following day, Li Wenjin retired early to rest and replenish his energy, preparing for the impending battle. After a night of rest, Li Wenjin awoke refreshed and invigorated. By 9 in the morning, he had gathered all his members in the conference room to strategize on how to deal with the pirate crews infesting the island. Chapter 69. Jackie K. Inside the Pineapple's conference room, Li Wenjin convened with his crew, deliberating on how to capture both major and minor wanted criminals simultaneously. After thorough discussion, they resolved to divide their forces. Dooman and Ram would handle pirates with bounties below 20 million berries. Nami, the twin sisters, and Black Cat would target those with bounties between 20 and 40 million. Li Wenjin alone would take on pirate crews with bounties exceeding 40 million on Gadamas Island. Aside from the 3 major pirate crews with bounties surpassing 50 million, only the K pirates, with a bounty of 44 million, stood out. The rest were all below 30 million. Initially, Hyles and Jinbizi were reluctant to assist Li Wenjin. However, he enticed them with the promise of additional provisions if they complied, leaving them no choice but to grudgingly obey. As the strategy meeting concluded, Li Wenjin, pleased with the plan, was about to dismiss everyone and set the operation into motion. You inside, get out here. Before Li Wenjin could finish speaking, a furious roar echoed from outside, a voice all too familiar. Swiftly, Li Wenjin and his companions hurried toward the bow of the ship. Gazing at the crowd gathered along the shore, his brow furrowed instantly, for there stood Silver Tiger, the wanted criminal he had sold to the Spring Trading Company, now glaring back at him once more. Li Wenjin now pondered whether Jean Hu had attacked the Spring Chamber of Commerce to rescue his brother. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that if Jean Hu were bold enough to stir trouble, he would not be present at the port, but would have long since fled. The only scenario Li Wenjin could conceive was that Jean Hu might have resorted to monetary means to secure his brother's release. After all, the Spring Chamber of Commerce, being a business entity, would seize any opportunity for profit. Although Li Wenjin felt a twinge of displeasure at the actions of the Spring Chamber of Commerce, he recognized that he had no grounds to object, as their affairs were not intrinsically linked to him. At the port, in Hu, upon seeing the formidable presence of Hylasai and Jinbizi behind Li Wenjin, erupted in anger, shouting at Li Wenjin, Hand over those 2 women, and I shall spare your lives today. Li Wenjin regained his composure and cast a disdainful glance at In Hu, remarking, A vanquished foe dares to be so arrogant. Truly, he is oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, In Hu was immediately incensed and attempted to ascend the pineapple, intent on exacting revenge on Li Wenjin and his companions. However, his brother, Jean Hu, swiftly seized him and flung him back behind him. Having quelled the unruly In Hu, Jean Hu turned to Li Wenjin aboard the pineapple and declared, Although my brother lacks merit, he remains my kin. This afternoon at 5, I shall await you at the gravel pit outside the East City. I trust you will not flee, for should you do so, I will pursue you relentlessly. Jean Hu's tone was remarkably calm, Yet beneath that tranquility lay an air of confidence, as if he could easily dispatch Li Wenjin, which greatly irked Li Wenjin. He retorted, "I shall arrive punctually, but know this, you are merely a commodity to be exchanged for a bounty." Jin Hu, with a piercing gaze, scrutinized Li Wenjin before departing the port with his subordinates. As they left, Haimao turned to Li Wenjin and inquired, "Young master, what shall we do now? Should we alter our plans?" Li Wenjin fell silent for a moment and then said, "You should proceed according to the plan. I will handle the matter concerning Jin Hu on my own." Li Wenjin's prowess was met with considerable trust from the Black Cat crew. Since he asserted that he could handle the situation alone, they refrained from meddling further, opting instead to gather their belongings and depart from the Pineapple, seeking their own adversaries. As the crew of the Pineapple took their leave, Li Wenjin made his way toward the Modest and where the Chi pirates resided, determined to eliminate them before his impending confrontation with Jin Hu in 7 hours' time. The establishment where the Chi pirates lodged was far from luxurious. It was merely a humble and tucked away in a secluded alley. After all, the kingdom of Gadamas held a disdain for pirates, and ordinary residents harbored a deep-seated fear of them. Thus, in the initial leg of their voyage along the Grand Line, pirates were not particularly well received. This apprehension stemmed from the presence of certain unruly pirates who brazenly flouted the rules, causing harm to the local populace, leaving ordinary citizens in a state of perpetual dread towards these marauders. Upon entering the inn's lobby, Li Wenjin immediately spotted several pirates engaged in conversation. Although he did not see Captain Chi among them, he was disinclined to waste time searching for him. Instead, he approached the trio of chatting pirates and inquired, "Are you members of the Chi pirates?" The 3 pirates turned to face him, visibly irked, and one of them retorted, "Who are you, kid? What do you want with us?" Li Wenjin directly produced the bounty notice for the Chi pirate crew, stating, "Jiechi Chi, with a bounty of 44 million. I have come to capture him and claim the reward. You may return and inform your leader that I will wait here for him for 10 minutes. Should he fail to arrive within that time, I shall regard him as a coward." The 3 pirates, upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, felt as though their very lungs would explode with rage and were ready to confront him. "Cease this at once. If you act now, our Chi pirate crew will truly be labeled as cowards." Li Wenjin turned around and discovered that the speaker was none other than the captain of the Chi pirate crew, Chi himself. It appeared he had arrived earlier and overheard the conversation between Li Wenjin and his subordinate. "Captain, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant," said Xinjia. "Enough of that. Since they have come to our doorstep, let us measure our strength against the Chi pirate crew." Chi replied with remarkable composure, devoid of any fear or arrogance. This demeanor intrigued Li Wenjin, making him perceive Chi as somewhat different from the other pirates. Li Wenjin remarked, "You are quite an intriguing individual. Rest assured, I have no interest in your crew. My focus is solely on you." Jack K smiled in response, saying, "I am truly grateful for that." He continued, "I shan't waste words. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Since you have agreed to engage in battle, kindly lead the way, lest you suspect I am laying an ambush." Jack K, taken aback, glanced at Li Wenjin before nodding and saying, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Please follow me." Under Jack K's guidance, Li Wenjin exited the inn, meandering through narrow alleys and traversing several streets, ultimately arriving at a vast expanse of verdant grass. However, it was evident that behind Li Wenjin and Jack K, there were not only members of the K pirate crew, but also a throng of curious pirates and local residents. Li Wenjin glanced at the pirates who had followed him and noticed that among them were 3 individuals he had seen on the wanted list the previous night. However, they were merely minor characters, each only worth a few million. Chapter 70. Silver Island. Li Wenjin harbored no interest in minor roles. His intention was to eliminate Jackie Kuei first before apprehending the 3 petty pirates. In the midst of the open grassland, Jackie Kuei addressed Li Wenjin, saying, "Let us resolve our issues here." Li Wenjin surveyed his surroundings, which were vast and desolate. Realizing that it would take him 5 or 6 minutes to return to the town, he nodded and said, "This place is quite suitable. Let us resolve the matter here." Upon concluding his words, Li Wenjin harnessed the powers of the brown bear devil fruit, transforming into his hybrid human-beast form. With bare hands, he charged towards Jack K. This time, Li Wenjin resolved to familiarize himself with the combat capabilities of the brown bear fruit, refraining from utilizing other fruit abilities. Jack K. Upon witnessing Li Wenjin's transformation, furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the formidable strength endowed by the devil fruits, particularly those of powerful bear-like creatures. Instantly, he He drew his twin blades, fully concentrating on confronting Li Wenjin. After transforming, Li Wenjin launched a fierce charge at Jackie Qi, intent on sending him flying. Jackie, recognizing the futility of confronting Li head-on due to his own inferior strength, chose to evade the assault and seek an opportunity to counterattack. His strategy was predicated on his understanding that his agility could outmaneuver the clumsy bear-like opponent. However, much to his astonishment, Jackie soon found that despite Li's bear-like form, he exhibited remarkable agility surpassing his own. Just as he dodged the charge from the brown bear, Li executed a swift turn and landed a powerful punch on Jackie's left-handed weapon, sending it flying. Stumbling back 2 steps, Jackie swiftly aimed a strike with his right hand towards Li's paw, hoping to compel him to retract his hand while he attempted to reclaim his lost blade. Unfortunately, Jackie misjudged once more. Li did not withdraw, but instead seized the hilt of his weapon, preventing Jackie from retrieving it. In a swift motion, the other paw struck towards Jackie's chest, forcing him to relinquish the blade and retreat. Within a mere minute, Jackie found himself disarmed and resorted to dodging and evading with his body, illustrating that he was utterly outmatched by Li. Jackie's lack of prowess rendered him incapable of testing the limits of his brown bear fruit, and after 2 minutes of their entanglement, Li grew weary. He utilized the shave technique to appear beside Jackie and delivered a powerful kick that sent him. Li Wenjin abruptly departed because he had noticed the 3 wanted criminals among the onlookers attempting to flee, and thus immediately gave chase. His sudden pursuit sent the spectators scattering in panic toward the town. With Li Wenjin's agility exceeding 2,000 points, the 3 fugitives stood no chance of escape. In a mere 2 minutes, he returned, hauling them back to Jackie Qi's side. Li Wenjin harbored absolute confidence in his speed. He believed that aside from Kizaru and those capable of flight, none could surpass his swiftness. On foot, his pace dwarfed that of ordinary men by at least 5-fold, not to mention his ability to take to the skies for brief periods. Jackie Qi, though injured and supported by others, remained composed as he observed Li Wenjin's return with the captives. Your strength surpasses mine, he admitted calmly. I concede defeat without complaint. I have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? Li Wenjin, having successfully apprehended 3 wanted criminals, felt rather pleased and turned to Jack K. He said, if you have something to say, please do so. Jack K. gestured to his crewmate, saying, Shinjia, present the item for him to see. Shinjia, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Captain, we fought valiantly to retrieve this. Jack K. replied sternly, this is a direct order from the captain. You must present it immediately. With a firm stamp of his foot, Shinjia retrieved a map from his pocket and handed it over to Jack K. Li Wenjin was filled with curiosity, pondering what Jack Qi intended to convey with a mere map. Upon acquiring the map, Jack Qi promptly declared, if you are willing to spare us, I can present you with this map of Silver Island along with the accompanying navigational records. Li Wenjin furrowed his brows, inquiring, what is Silver Island? Jack K. was taken aback, exclaiming, you actually do not know about Silver Island? Li Wenjin shook his head, saying, I have never heard of it. What a country bumpkin. Shinjia suddenly whispered. Li Wenjin immediately turned his gaze towards Xinjia, intending to teach him a lesson for daring to call him a country bumpkin, displaying a blatant disregard for his own safety. However, Jack Qi stepped in front of Xinjia, imploring, might you show mercy, my esteemed sir, and spare my brother this once? Li Wenjin cast a sidelong glance at Xinjia and said to Jackie Clay, this is a singular occasion. Consider it a warning. Should it happen again, do not hold me accountable. Jackie Clay replied, rest assured, Your Excellency, there shall be no second instance. Li Wenjin grew somewhat impatient, eager to claim the bounty on the fugitives. He curtly demanded, hurry up and tell me about Silver Island. If your information doesn't satisfy me, don't expect any mercy. Jackie Logue nodded and began recounting the tale of Silver Island, detailing how they had obtained the map and the entire sequence of events. After hearing the story, Li Wenjin accepted the map from Jackie Coy, seized another pirate's Silver Island log pose, and hoisted the 3 wanted criminals over his shoulder before departing from Jackie Coy's presence. The mystery of Silver Island intrigued Li Wenjin deeply, compelling him to spare Jackie Coy in exchange for the map and the island's log pose. Li Wenjin and Jack K. Qi both hold an unwavering belief in each other's integrity and reliability, for they are keenly aware of one another's character. Thus, their transactions proceed with remarkable ease. Chapter 71. The Golden Tiger pirate crew. Li Wenjin delivered 3 small fugitives to the Spring Chamber of Commerce in exchange for Bailey, and by that time, the news of his victory over Jackie Coy had already spread throughout Gaudimas Island. At the stronghold of the Golden Tiger pirate crew, a pirate reported to the captain, Captain, I witnessed Jackie Coy being defeated with my own eyes. Golden Tiger furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before asking, what became of Jackie Coy? The pirate hesitated, saying, due to that bounty hunter suddenly trying to capture the onlookers, I had no choice but to flee, so I am unaware of the specifics. However, I did hear that Jackie Coy ultimately survived and was not taken away. Golden Tiger silently contemplated. Li Wenjin possessed the Bear Devil fruit and was capable of defeating the bounty of 44 million Jackie Coy in just 2 minutes, indicating Li Wenjin's formidable strength. Nevertheless, Jackie Coy's survival suggested that Li Wenjin's prowess was not overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, given the current circumstances, it would indeed be challenging for Jackie Coy to eliminate Li Wenjin. The details regarding Li Wenjin's dealings with Jackie Coy were known solely to him and the members of the Coy pirate crew. The Golden Tiger pirate crew remained oblivious, as matters involving trading treasure for life are hardly pleasant to discuss, and the Coy crew members would certainly not divulge such information. After much contemplation, Golden Tiger turned to his brother Silver Tiger and instructed, you must immediately seek out all the pirate crews in Loguetown town and inform them that I, Golden Tiger, require their assistance. Silver Tiger, filled with excitement, exclaimed, brother, are we going to besiege that bounty hunter? Golden Tiger shot him a glare and replied, isn't this mess of yours? Go handle this matter at once. To be cautious, I shall personally invite the Jean pirate crew and the Daika pirate crew. Upon hearing Golden Tiger's words, Silver Tiger grew even more exhilarated. With the 3 major pirate crews uniting against the bounty hunter, he was certain his vendetta would be avenged. He dashed out, eager to rally all the pirates of Loguetown Island to instill fear in that infuriating bounty hunter. Li Wenjin was unaware that a transaction with Jackie Chi would alter his circumstances with the Golden Tiger pirate crew. However, this unforeseen turn of events might bring him greater joy, for it meant he would not have to wait until reaching Chijia Island to confront the Jian pirate crew. Upon exiting the Spring Commerce Association at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wenjin had initially intended to seize the opportunity to apprehend a couple of pirates. Yet, shortly after leaving the establishment, he was approached by Black Cat and Nami. Why have you returned? Were you not instructed to continue pursuing the bounty criminals? Li Wenjin inquired. Visibly astonished, Nami shot him a glance and replied, pursue them? Not a chance. All the pirate crews on Loguetown Island have been summoned by the Golden Tiger pirate crew, and they are planning to unite against you. Li Wenjin was pleasantly surprised. Such wonderful news is truly unexpected. Nami smirked and replied, I knew you would react this way. Li Wenjin said directly, tell me the details of the situation. Nami remained silent, while Black Cat recounted the information they had gathered during their pirate hunt, explaining it carefully to Li Wenjin. After listening to the introduction from the Black Cat, Li Wenjin, filled with curiosity, remarked, isn't it a bit reckless for this Golden Tiger to gather so many people, fearing that we might flee? The Black Cat shook his head and replied, young master, there have always been members of the Golden Tiger pirates monitoring the vicinity of our pineapple ship. Should we attempt to escape? They are fully capable of pursuing us by sea, and in such an environment, they would be equally equipped to deal with us. Li Wenjin pondered for a moment and said, then let us remain here at the Spring Chamber of Commerce until 4 in the afternoon, after which we shall proceed to the designated battleground to confront Golden Tiger. Having concluded their discussion, the 7 individuals settled in the Grand Hall of the Spring Chamber's headquarters, resting as they awaited the impending clash with the Golden Tiger pirates. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was 4:50 p.m. The group spent 10 minutes returning to the harbor, followed by 40 minutes navigating their vessel to the predetermined dual location with Golden Tiger. The ship's departure required 20 minutes of preparation, meaning their actual voyage lasted merely 20 minutes. Most notably, as they set sail, 3 or 4 pirate ships trailed closely behind, seemingly positioned to prevent any attempt at escape. The agreed-upon battleground lay along a coastal stretch approximately 10 kilometers from the port of Loguetown. The shoreline was once adorned with vast expanses of lush greenery and delicate wildflowers. Yet now, those blossoms and grasses lay trampled beyond recognition beneath the boots of hundreds of pirates, the once beautiful meadow utterly ravaged. Li Wenjin couldn't help but sigh at the tragic desecration of the beautiful spring island of Loguetown by a group of scoundrels. He was determined to mete out punishment, ensuring they would repent for their crimes within the confines of the naval prison. Though his words sounded noble in truth, Li Wenjin merely sought to capture these pirates and claim their bounties, undeterred by the menacing glares of 300 to 400 pirates. Li Wenjin and his 6 companions strolled leisurely onto the grassy field to confront Jinhu and his men. With an air of arrogance, Li Wenjin was the first to speak. Jinhu, it seems I must thank you. I had initially thought rounding up all the wanted criminals on Gatama's island would be troublesome. But you've conveniently gathered them for me. You've saved me a great deal of time. Damn, this brat-ass got some nerve. Jinhu. Let me deal with him first. King's Daika, captain of the Daika pirates, couldn't he contain his fury and cursed aloud, itching to challenge Li Wenjin immediately. His outburst stirred a wave of murmurs among the other pirates, their eyes burning with indignation as they glared at Li Wenjin and his group. Amid the rising clamor, Jinhu roared, "Silence." The pirates fell quiet under his command, and Jinhu turned to King's Daika. "Captain Daika, it is our Jinhu pirates who issued the challenge. Allow us to face him first." With a displeased scoff, King's Daika reluctantly yielded. The truth was undeniable. Jinhu was stronger, and thus, his words carried weight. Had it not been for this fact, King's Daika wouldn't he have bothered assisting him today. Once the matter was settled, Jinhu led his 60-strong crew forward. Stopping before Li Wenjin. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and beg for forgiveness, hand over those 2 women. And I might just let you leave here alive today." Li Wenjin felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction with Jinhu's procrastination. He was acutely aware that if darkness fell, many of the wanted criminals might escape. Thus, he was disinclined to entertain Jinhu's idle chatter. He turned directly to the black cats behind him and instructed, "You should first eliminate the weaker ones. I will handle Jinhu and his crew." Upon the conclusion of Li Wenjin's words, the 2 gunmen, the Black Cat and Dooman, promptly drew their firearms and eliminated 2 pirates from the Golden Tiger pirate crew. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Tiger commanded them to kill. And then they charged towards Li Wenjin. Chapter 72. The Reversal Fruit. The battle between Li Wenjin and the Golden Tiger pirate crew has commenced. Yet Li Wenjin refrains from unleashing his full power, merely transforming into a brown bear hybrid, entangled in a fierce struggle with Golden Tiger. Li Wenjin's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to delay Jinhu, allowing the Black Cat and his companions to eliminate more pirates. This strategy would afford them a more manageable situation when the true chaos of battle commenced, and it would also reduce the number of pirates that might escape. Observing his subordinates being systematically defeated by Li Wenjin and his allies, Jinhu transformed into a formidable hybrid of man and beast. Utilizing the powers of the cat fruit, yellow tiger form, and unleashed his full strength to engage in combat against Li Wenjin. Li Wenjin and Jinhu both belong to the category of power fighters, engaging in a fierce battle where each strike lands with force, neither yielding to the other. However, Li Wenjin feigns exerting his full strength, while Jinhu genuinely does. After 5 minutes of grappling with Li Wenjin, Jinhu realizes that he cannot continue in this manner, as half of his crew has already perished. Thus, while battling Li Wenjin, he calls out to his pirate crew behind him, urging, "Brothers of the pirate crew, let's slay them together. I, Jinhu, promise that I will fulfill the conditions I have set for you." At Jinhu's shout, the watching pirates erupt in a chorus of battle cries and rush towards Li Wenjin and his companions. Amidst this charge, Li Wenjin notices that the Jian pirate crew appears to be motionless. In the chaos of combat, he has no time to concern himself with them. As long as they do not flee, he will not be foolish enough to engage them. For now, Li Wenjin's focus is on battling Jinhu and Daika. To avoid revealing too much of his strength, he draws his golden staff to fight against the 2 pirates. Jinhu fights barehanded, while Daika wields a large machete. Albeit his swordsmanship is evidently lacking, Daika relies more on his formidable physical strength to launch attacks, with the machete merely amplifying his damage and extending his reach. While engaged with Jinhu and Daika, Li Wenjin steals glances at Nami and the others, discovering that they have gathered together and are managing to withstand their adversaries' assaults. The strength of Nami and her companions is at least above a bounty of 30 million, allowing them to hold their ground against the numerous low-ranking foes. Moreover, there are no opponents among them with bounties exceeding 30 million, ensuring that Nami and her team can maintain their position, at least without risking their lives. The battle continues for 15 minutes, resulting in over 100 pirates lying defeated on the ground. Though these are merely the minor thugs, those with bounties remain largely unscathed, suffering little more than injuries. This outcome is deliberately orchestrated by Li Wenjin and his allies, as they aim to first eliminate the ordinary pirates before confronting the bountied criminals. This strategy ensures that when the pirates inevitably panic and flee, Li Wenjin and his team can accurately identify the bountied offenders, preventing them from escaping amidst the crowd. As the prolonged struggle persists, Jinhu grows increasingly impatient. He shouts towards Jian, who has been watching without intervening, "Jian, I did not invite you to merely spectate. Why do you not come and assist?" Despite Jinhu's repeated calls, Jian remains unmoved, contemplating the situation. After approximately 5 minutes, Jian unexpectedly orders his crew to retreat, leaving all present on the battlefield in astonishment. Li Wenjin observed the fleeing Jian and then glanced at the remaining 150 pirates. With a sigh, he summoned his full strength, unleashing an all-out offensive, disregarding the attacks from Jin Hu and Daika. With his firepower unleashed, neither Daika nor Jin Hu stood a chance against Li Wenjin. Daika, reveling in his moment of triumph after cleaving Li Wenjin in half, was abruptly struck unconscious by the upper half of Li Wenjin wielding a golden staff. Witnessing this, Jin Hu was utterly bewildered, for he had never heard of an animal-type devil fruit user surviving being sliced in two. While he stood in shock, Li Wenjin delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. Although Jin Hu suffered grave injuries, his animal-type devil fruit's remarkable regenerative abilities enabled him to rise again. Upon regaining his footing, he fled towards the direction of Gadi Ma City. Both Jin Hu and Jian were making their escape in the same direction, allowing Li Wenjin to utilize a series of rapid movements to appear directly behind Jin Hu, delivering a relentless barrage of 5 strikes that left him bloodied and unconscious. Having dealt with Jin Hu, Li Wenjin employed the moonstep technique, soaring ahead to intercept Jian's pirate crew, blocking their path. As Jian's crew beheld Li Wenjin descending from the sky, they halted in their tracks. Jian, wearing a wary expression, inquired, "We have not caused you any harm, have we? Might you consider sparing us?" Li Wenjin was indeed pressed for time. There was no opportunity to engage in idle chatter with Jian and the others. If too much time were to pass, Jin Hu might awaken, for the recovery of animal-type beings is remarkably swift. Although Jin Hu had yet to awaken, it was certain that he would regain consciousness within half an hour. Upon seeing Li Wenjin, Jian wasted no time and launched an immediate attack. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Everyone, scatter and flee. Do not return to the port." Jian's words caused Li Wenjin to regard him with newfound respect. Truly, as one renowned for his remarkable composure, Jian's judgment was astute, recognizing that retreating to the port was a path devoid of survival. Li Wenjin's sole objective was Jian. The other pirates fleeing held no significance for him. However, it was evident that Jian had 5 or 6 staunch loyalists who refused to abandon his side, joining forces to confront Li Wenjin. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded before Li Wenjin's eyes. After knocking 2 pirates away who were protecting Jian, he aimed his golden staff at Jian, only to find that Jian did not evade the attack, but instead braced himself against the strike, absorbing the impact of Li Wenjin's golden staff with his body. Consequently, Li Wenjin was thrust back by a tremendous force, staggering a full meter. The power of a devil fruit was the first thought that crossed Li Wenjin's mind. Thus, he launched another assault on Jian, eager to ascertain if Jian truly possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user. After dispatching the remaining pirates surrounding Jian once more, his staff struck Jian's body again, resulting in Li Wenjin being sent flying once more. This revelation confirmed to Li Wenjin that Jian was undoubtedly a devil fruit user. Jian's devil fruit appeared to be one that reflected power, as Li Wenjin sensed that the force he exerted was equivalent to the force that repelled him. Li Wenjin harbored no concern about being unable to defeat Jian, for although Jian's devil fruit abilities were formidable, his body bore the brunt of certain repercussions. It appeared that Jian's rebound power had its limits. Under the weight of Li Wenjin's overwhelming assault, blood trickled from the corner of Jian's mouth. Chapter 73. The deal. Jian's devil fruit was indeed powerful, yet his mastery over it remained insufficient. With Li Wenjin's might, he could only withstand 10 strikes before succumbing to unconsciousness. Defeating Jian cost Li Wenjin a mere 5 minutes, after which he hoisted Jian and soared back towards Nami, eager to ascertain the situation. Upon returning to the battlefield, most pirates had fled, leaving only a handful of bounty criminals entangled with Nami and her companions, unable to escape in time. Time was of the essence, as several bounty criminals had already made their escape. Li Wenjin, no longer inclined to show leniency towards the pirates, swiftly dispatched those entangled with Nami, commanding Black Cat and Duman to set sail back to the port and intercept the fleeing pirate ships. Nami, Halis, and Jinbizi were tasked with tidying up the battlefield, while Ram was sent to notify the Spring Chamber of Commerce to come and collect the wanted criminals. Li Wenjin then pursued the fleeing bounty criminals. The wanted criminals aimed to escape back to Gatama's city, which would require at least an hour. Li Wenjin had ample time to hunt them down, and ultimately, he subdued each one, dragging them back to the battlefield. An hour passed, and Li Wenjin ceased his pursuit. Although a few criminals managed to return to Gatama's city, he was indifferent, having already secured the most significant prize. The smaller fish could escape as they pleased. Returning to the vicinity of the battlefield, Li Wenjin delivered another strike to ensure the remaining criminals remained subdued, while the animal-type devil fruit user, Jin Hu, was already on the brink of collapse, requiring at least a day to recuperate. Nami, Jinbizi, and Hallies were exuberantly calculating their potential earnings in berries. Their excitement stemmed from Li Wenjin's promise to allocate 30% of the bounty for purchasing provisions to return home. And upon realizing their haul amounted to 400 million berries, their joy was palpable. Moreover, the thought of sharing in the spoils from the pirate ship further heightened their elation, and they animatedly expressed their gratitude to Nami, which left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat bemused. For they ought to be thanking him instead. As Li Wenjin rested near the battlefield, he observed some pirates, still alive, awakening and stealthily attempting to escape, which elicited a chuckle from him. Those individuals bore no bounty, and he had no inclination to pursue them, even if they rose to flee. He would not be inclined to chase after them. After waiting another half an hour, Li Wenjin noticed Ram approaching with over 30 members from the Spring Chamber of Commerce. Upon arrival, the branch leader, Greif Garcia, promptly directed his subordinates to collect the wanted criminals. He then approached Li Wenjin and respectfully remarked, "Mr. Wenjin, your prowess is truly remarkable. To have obliterated the 3 most formidable pirate crews of Gadamas Island is indeed admirable." Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, "These matters are trivial. You should focus on those fugitives instead. There are 2 individuals who possess the powers of devil fruits. It would be wise for you to exercise caution." Garcia responded, "Mr. Wenjin must be referring to Jin Hu and Jian. Rest assured, Mr. Wenjin, we have already prepared sea-stone handcuffs. They will not escape." Li Wenjin was quite astonished. "Your Chamber of Commerce even has sea tower stone handcuffs. Could you possibly spare me a pair?" Garcia pondered for a moment and replied, "Originally, we do not sell the sea tower stone handcuffs. However, since Mr. Wenjin is our esteemed guest, we shall indeed grant him a pair." Li Wenjin said with satisfaction, "How much for a pair?" Garcia shook his head and replied, "They are complimentary for Mr. Wenjin. We merely hope that Mr. Wenjin will lend us his support in our endeavors." Li Wenjin understood that the Spring Chamber of Commerce valued his capabilities and sought to court him. Therefore, he decided to be candid and replied, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Garcia smiled and said, "Mr. Wenjin, you are truly gracious." Li Wenjin and Garcia engaged in casual conversation regarding the trade of pirate ships and the procurement of provisions, awaiting Nami and the staff of Spring Commerce to complete their verification of the wanted criminals before concluding their discussion. Once the matter of the wanted criminals was settled, Li Wenjin and his companions, along with the representatives from Spring Commerce, boarded the pineapple ship to return to the port of Gadamas City. Preparing for the transaction involving the pirate vessels, Black Cat and Duman had returned earlier by piloting the pirate ship that had followed the pineapple ship to the battleground, leaving the pineapple ship anchored by the shore. By the time they arrived at Gadamas port, night had fully descended. However, the darkness did not hinder the negotiations between Li Wenjin and Spring Commerce. While Nami and the other 2 women busied themselves with the Spring Commerce representatives aboard the pirate ship, Li Wenjin took the opportunity to inquire with Black Cat about his return to the port. When Black Cat and Duman had returned to the port, the crew members guarding the pirate ships remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Seizing the advantage, Black Cat and Duman swiftly subdued the pirates on watch, rendering them unconscious as they awaited Li Wenjin's return. The skirmish on the deck of the pirate ship had been brief and discreet, escaping the notice of the port's residents. It was only when fleeing pirates attempted to commandeer a vessel that Black Cat intervened, brandishing his firearm as a warning. The sound of gunfire inevitably drew attention. Yet with no civilians harmed, the incident went unchallenged. Nevertheless, Li Wenjin and his crew were likely now blacklisted by the Kingdom of Gadamas, ensuring heightened scrutiny upon any future visits. Black Cat's account left Li Wenjin with a lingering concern. Should they proceed to Chica Island and beyond, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, possibly even facing expulsion. In such an event, Li Wenjin would have no choice but to seek assistance from Smoker. Unbeknownst to Li Wenjin, his worries had already been alleviated by Audi Cheyenne of Spring Commerce. Audi Cheyenne had instructed all branch offices to monitor Li Wenjin's movements, and upon learning of his clash with the Golden Tiger pirates, Garcia, the branch manager in Gadamas, promptly relayed the news. Acting swiftly, Audi Cheyenne directed Garcia to smooth over the aftermath, hence why the port guards had not intervened after Black Cat's gunfire. Garcia's decision to gift Li Wenjin 2 pairs of sea-stone gloves further underscored Audi Cheyenne's vested interest in him. Chapter 74. Chica Island. Though the prospect of expulsion troubled Li Wenjin momentarily, he dismissed it, reassured by Smoker's backing as a reliable contingency. Anticipating prolonged negotiations with Spring Commerce, Li Wenjin instructed Black Cat and Dooman to rest, allowing them to take charge of the ships once the transactions concluded, while Nami and the others could recuperate. Li Wenjin remained present throughout the bargaining, observing as Nami and her companions finalized the deals with Spring Commerce. The discussion stretched into the early hours before concluding, though procuring provisions for Horus and Anbais proved far more tedious, lasting until 10 the following morning. Horus and Anbais now possessed a ship laden with enough supplies to sustain their island's modest population of 1,000 for a decade. Given that their homeland did not face perpetual scarcity, the 200 million berry worth of provisions might even last longer. At 10 o'clock, as they bid farewell to Garcia and Gadamas, Li Wenjin inquired, "Mr. Garcia, does Spring Commerce maintain a branch in Chica Island?" Garcia shook his head. "Chica Island lacks even a proper town. Spring Commerce has no presence there." The response disheartened Li Wenjin, who had hoped to offload captured pirates to Spring Commerce rather than transport them to the Kingdom of Glamour. Now, he could only pray that the kingdom's guards would not expel him, lest he be forced to rely on Smoker once more. Noticing Li Wenjin's dismay, Garcia offered a solution with a smile. "Mr. Wenjin, a Spring Commerce shipment will depart for the Kingdom of Glamour in 2 days. If you resolve matters on Chica Island within that time frame, our vessel can collect your cargo when it passes by." The implication was clear. Li Wenjin had 2 days to eliminate the pirates on Chica Island, after which Spring Commerce would take custody of the wanted criminals, their ships, and their plunder. "Then I thank you for your assistance, Mr. Garcia," Li Wenjin replied, relieved. With this arrangement, he could bypass the Kingdom of Glamour entirely, proceeding directly to the next island to continue his pirate hunting endeavors without troubling Smoker. With the matter settled, Li Wenjin bid Garcia farewell once more and boarded the pineapple ship. Setting sail for Chica Island, Black Cat manned the pineapple ship, while Dooman piloted the supply vessel for Horus and Anbais, embarking on 3 uneventful days at sea. The voyage to Chica Island proceeded without incident, and upon reaching its waters, the time came for Horus and her sister to part ways with Li Wenjin's crew. Aboard the pineapple ship, the gentle Horus clung to Nami, tears streaming as they exchanged farewells. In contrast, the spirited Anbais approached Li Wenjin directly. "Mr. Wenjin, thank you for your kindness these past days and for the provisions you've provided." Li Wenjin remarked, "In this matter, we share the blame. There is no need for your gratitude." Jean Beezy shook her head and replied, "Mr. Wenjin, please do not be modest. Were it not for your efforts in procuring grain for us, we would not have been able to acquire such a substantial amount, even if we had the funds. Moreover, Mr. Wenjin, you have saved our lives." Li Wenjin smiled and said, "I graciously accept your gratitude. I hope you all can return to the island and lead a fulfilling life, steering clear of the pirate's path." Jean Beezy immediately rolled her eyes at Li Wenjin and retorted, "We certainly did not choose to become pirates of our own volition." "Ha ha ha." Li Wenjin suddenly burst into laughter and said to Jean Beezy, "Take good care of yourselves, you 2 sisters." After spending half an hour on the pineapple, Jean Beezy and Hylasai bid farewell to Li Wenjin and Nami, setting sail back toward their island, while the pineapple continued its journey toward Chica Island. In Li Wenjin's heart, he truly wished to keep the 2 sisters with him, for their culinary skills were exceptional and their combat abilities formidable. Equipped with proper gear by Li Wenjin, they would undoubtedly surpass even the Black Cat in strength. Alas, the sisters had their own affairs to attend to and could not possibly set sail with them, leaving Li Wenjin with nothing but a sigh of regret. Chigia Island was a tiny speck of land, even smaller than Little Garden, inhabited by merely 100 or so residents. Yet these were no ordinary folk. They were retired pirates who had settled down to run shops, passing their idle retirement days in conversation with fellow buccaneers. Such a minuscule island lay beneath the notice of the world government, leaving it almost entirely populated by pirates. Even if Li Wenjin stirred up chaos here, no one would lift a finger to intervene. As the pineapple ship approached Chigia Island, dozens of pirate vessels came into view along the coastline, igniting Li Wenjin's excitement. He immediately instructed Nami to identify which crews these were and determine their bounties. Armed with bounty posters and a telescope, Nami scrutinized the flags on the pirate ships long before docking. By the time the pineapple ship reached shore, she had cataloged every pirate crew on the island, only for the results to leave Li Wenjin deeply disappointed. The highest bounty on Chigia Island belonged to the Iron Fist pirates, a meager 36 million berries. What irked him most was their audacity in adopting such a name. Had Vice Admiral Garp learned of it, one could only wonder if he would be incensed. Noticing Li Wenjin's dismay, Nami reassured him, "Wenjin, This is just a small outpost. High bounty pirates likely gather at Glorious Kingdom, where the first and second routes of the Grand Line converge. Once we deal with the pirates here, we can head there next. Li Wenjin sighed. These are merely ordinary characters. I shall leave their resolution to you. This will serve as an opportunity for your training. However, do not act too hastily, lest we find ourselves without a place to confine them. We shall proceed tomorrow at noon, so that when the Spring Trade Association passes by in the evening, we can directly hand over both the supplies and the pirates for their handling. Nami immediately responded with a smile. Then it is settled. Let us first explore the island and see if we can gather some intelligence on the Radiant Kingdom. The pineapple ship docked at Chigo Island, where Black Cat and the others roamed leisurely, while Li Wenjin remained aboard, diligently honing his abilities with the brown bear fruit, aspiring to swiftly master the third stage of the Zoan transformation. Chapter 75. Chiga Island 2 on the pineapple ship. As Li Wenjin trained until 7 in the evening, Nami and Black Cat returned, with Black Cat carrying a pirate in hand. Li Wenjin pointed at the pirate captured by the Black Cat and remarked, "This fellow seems to be a wanted criminal. How did you manage to apprehend him? Were we not supposed to wait until tomorrow to take action?" The Black Cat remained silent, but Nami, visibly irritated, interjected, "Do you have any objections?" I have no objections," Li Wenjin quickly responded, catching the Black Cat's meaningful glance. Nami huffed dismissively, "I'm going back to rest." Once Nami departed, Li Wenjin hurriedly inquired of the Black Cat, "What's wrong with her? She appears quite upset." The Black Cat awkwardly explained, "This rascal attempted to flirt with the lady and ended up receiving a sound beating from her, so I decided to bring him back." Li Wenjin was instantly filled with rage. How dare they bully even his wife? They truly did not know the consequences of their actions. Li Wenjin decisively commanded, "Teach him a proper lesson. Just leave him enough breath to exchange for the bounty." "I know what to do, master," replied the Black Cat as it took the pirate away. Li Wenjin Jiuyong inquired of Ram and Duman, "Have you managed to gather any information regarding the Radiant Kingdom?" Duman responded, "We have only acquired some ordinary news. We have yet to uncover anything of significance." Li Wenjin said, "Please, do share." Duman began recounting tales of the Radiant Kingdom. Firstly, the Radiant Kingdom serves as the intersection of the first and second routes of the Grand Line, resulting in a considerable number of pirates inhabiting its waters. Secondly, akin in size to Alabasta, the Radiant Kingdom is renowned for its abundant production of exquisite garments, hence its illustrious title. The world government occasionally procures clothing from the Radiant Kingdom, coupled with trade from merchants of various nations, which contributes to the kingdom's remarkable prosperity. Thirdly, the magnetic reserve period of the Radiant Kingdom spans a full 20 days, compelling many pirates to linger within its borders. However, they are only permitted to reside in the remote town of Elm, as the world's aristocracy frequently visits the kingdom. To prevent any disturbances from pirates towards the nobility, they are restricted to landing solely in Elm. Of paramount importance, the Navy has established a branch in the Radiant Kingdom, overseen by Rear Admiral Longmaki, a staunch supporter of Admiral Akainu. Longmaki, known for his uncompromising demeanor, would undoubtedly crush anyone daring to cause trouble within the kingdom. After hearing about the Radiant Kingdom, Li Wenjin sensed the potential complications and contemplated whether it might be wiser to bypass the kingdom entirely and proceed to the next island. Ultimately, he remained undecided about leaving the Radiant Kingdom outright, instead wishing to visit Elm to ascertain the true situation before making his final decision. After dining on the dinner brought back by the Black Cat crew, Li Wenjin went to Nami's room to engage in heartfelt conversation, hoping to uplift her spirits before returning to his own quarters to rest. The following morning, the crew of the Pineapple did not disembark at Chigo Island, finding little of interest to explore, and thus remained aboard, awaiting the arrival of noon. At 11 o'clock, while Li Wenjin was training on the deck, he suddenly spotted a pirate ship attempting to flee, which soured his mood considerably. Those pirate vessels were his assets, and the audacity of their departure was intolerable. He called out to the Black Cat crew, "Gather around." The Black Cat, Duman, Ram, and Nami swiftly approached Li Wenjin. Nami inquired, "Wenjin, what do you need us for?" Li Wenjin pointed at the pirates boarding the ship and remarked, "There is still an hour left. We need not wait any longer. You should head to the island and apprehend those pirates. I will take responsibility here at the port to prevent any pirates attempting to flee." Li Wenjin had already issued his orders, prompting the Black Cat and his crew to disembark and rush towards the village at the port. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin gracefully leaped onto the vessel of the pirate crew attempting to escape. The Iron Sword pirate crew, under the command of Captain Iron Sword, had awaited 5 long days at Chiga Island for their recording pointer to fully charge with magnetic energy. As soon as this occurred, he promptly commanded his crew to set sail for the Radiant Kingdom. However, just as the members of the Iron Sword pirate crew boarded their ship, they were met with the sight of Li Wenjin soaring onto their deck. This unexpected intrusion darkened Captain Iron Sword's countenance, prompting him to draw his weapon and confront Li Wenjin. "Who are you?" With a bounty of 21 million, Captain Iron Sword was merely a minor adversary, and Li Wenjin had no inclination to respond to his inquiry. Instead, he launched a powerful punch towards Iron Sword. The captain hastily raised his sword to block the blow. Yet Li Wenjin's fist bent the sword and struck him directly in the chest, sending Captain Iron Sword flying against the ship's railing, which shattered upon impact, nearly causing him to tumble into the sea. Li Wenjin's assault swiftly quelled the Iron Sword pirate crew, leaving no pirate daring to approach. He directly approached the captain of the Iron Sword crew, lifting the incapacitated leader and carrying him to the center of the deck. Addressing the members of the Iron Sword pirate crew, he declared, "This vessel now belongs to me. If you wish to avoid death, you had best disembark immediately." With the captain subdued, the remaining pirates scattered in disarray. A few loyal subordinates attempted to rescue their captain, but were swiftly rendered unconscious by Li Wenjin. Having dealt with the captain of the Iron Sword crew, Li Wenjin then heard the distant sounds of gunfire and combat emerging from the village port, indicating that He Mao and his crew had commenced their operation. Li Wenjin directly lifted the Iron Sword captain and flew to the ship nearest the harbor, waiting for the pirates attempting to flee. As for the pirate ships that already had crew aboard, if they tried to slip away unnoticed, Li Wenjin would swiftly fly over and eliminate them all. The fierce battle lasted only a little over an hour. The remaining time was spent with Black Cat and the others hunting down the fleeing bounty targets, while Ram had transformed into a porter, responsible for transporting the captured criminals to be imprisoned aboard the Pineapple. As for Li Wenjin, he stood firmly on the ship closest to the harbor, attacking any vessel that dared attempt an escape. Pirates who fled toward the port were merely warned with a sharp tempest kick, forcing them to scatter elsewhere. If any wanted criminals made it to the harbor, Li Wenjin showed no mercy, knocking them unconscious and waiting for Ram to return and haul them away for imprisonment. Among the pirate crews at the harbor, some had no bounties at all. But since they had the audacity to fly the Jolly Roger, Li Wenjin saw no reason to spare them. Their ships were promptly seized. Had they not flown the pirate flag, Li Wenjin would have left them alone. But since they did, he had every right to take their ships. After all, plundering pirate vessels was no crime. Chapter 76. The town of Elm. The pursuit and skirmishes continued until 4 in the afternoon, by which time Nami and the others had all returned to the Pineapple and begun looting the nearby pirate ships for supplies. As for the pirates who had escaped, Li Wenjin no longer pursued them. Chasing after such insignificant figures was a waste of time. On the shores of Chica Island's harbor, a crowd of onlookers, both curious townsfolk and stranded pirates, watched as Li Wenjin and his crew stripped the pirate ships bare. Some of the pirates still clung to the foolish hope that once the looting was over, they could reclaim their ships and sail back home, swearing off piracy forever. After all, the life of a pirate was far too wretched. Alas, their hopes were in vain. Before the plundering was even complete, 3 ships from the Spring Trading Company arrived, and the pirates could only watch in despair as their vessels were sold off, leaving them seething with helpless fury. The retired pirates who had lived on Chica Island for decades couldn't help but sigh. Never in their 50-odd years had they encountered someone as shameless as Li Wenjin. First, he captured their captains, then stole their supplies, and now he was selling off their very ships. As for the pirates who had lost their ships, their rage burned so fiercely they could have spat blood. They longed to tear Li Wenjin apart limb by limb, but lacking both the strength and the courage to oppose him, they could only curse his underhandedness in the depths of their hearts. Li Wenjin was indifferent to the thoughts of the pirates and residents. He was in remarkably high spirits. Although the bounties on the wanted criminals of Chujia Island were relatively low, their sheer number of ships promised a substantial profit. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Garcia from the Spring Merchant Association arrived aboard the Pineapple and addressed Li Wenjin, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Wenjin. You have once again made a considerable sum of berry. Indeed, congratulations to you as well. Have you not also profited?" Li Wenjin replied with a cheerful smile. Garcia shook his head in resignation. Were it not for Li Wenjin's status as the esteemed young master of Audi Shoin, he would not have undertaken such tasks for him. The profits from their regular business dealings far exceeded those from transactions with Li Wenjin, and the latter were fraught with complications. "Mr. Wenjin, now that the transaction is complete, we shall take our leave, as we must continue our journey to the Radiant Kingdom." Li Wenjin nodded, and said, "You may leave first. We still have matters to attend to." Once the Spring Chamber of Commerce departed, Li Wenjin instructed the Pineapple to set sail directly, retreating to his quarters to commence his lottery draws. On Kadima's island, he had amassed over 400 million berries without engaging in any draws. And this time, he earned over 500 million, totaling precisely enough for 10 premium lottery draws. With eager anticipation, he began the draws. Empty, 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 empty. And then he struck gold, Shank's white coat, a defensive boost of 500 points and an agility enhancement of 300 points. Empty, empty, empty. Next came Blackbeard's Blackfire uniform, a strength increase of 450 points along with a 3% rise in critical hit probability. Having acquired 2 pieces of equipment, Li Wenjin felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet he was faced with a dilemma. Should he prioritize offensive power or defensive strength? Ultimately, he chose to enhance his attack, equipping Blackbeard's fire uniform and setting aside Deo Bowman's dagger, while placing Shank's white coat in his system's backpack. In truth, Li Wenjin could have materialized Shank's coat and donned it, but he was aware that materialized equipment would suffer durability loss, and he was unwilling to squander a top-tier item. Should he accumulate an abundance of premium gear in the future, he would not hesitate to materialize them, but for now, he was reluctant to part with such a valuable piece. After completing the lottery, he glanced at the remaining 20 million berries and decided to conduct 2 more high-level draws. Initially, Li Wenjin aimed to acquire high-level equipment for Ram and Duman to bolster their strength, yet what he drew was miss. Valentine's Day Intermediate Set. Li Wenjin found himself torn between elation and disappointment, for the odds of acquiring the coveted set were rather slim. Yet, what he truly sought were superior armaments. He had no need for intermediate gear, as the crew of the Pineapple ship was already equipped with equipment of at least that caliber. Though somewhat resigned to his fate, Li Wenjin perused the attributes of the set. Mississippi Valentine's Day Yellow Earrings, Strength 40, Agility 40. Mississippi Valentine's Day Yellow Hat, Defense 70. Mississippi Valentine's Day Blue Coat, Defense 70. Mississippi Valentine's Day Yellow Skirt, Defense 70. Mississippi Valentine's Day White High Heels, Agility 70. Mississippi Valentine's Day White Gloves, Strength 40, Defense 40. Mississippi Valentine's Day Umbrella, Strength 70. Set attributes, Strength, Defense, and Agility, each 100. While the set's attributes were commendable, they remained of little utility, destined to languish in his system's inventory until a future opportunity arose for their use or, perhaps, for sale. With the lottery concluded and Bailey having exhausted his resources, Li Wenjin exited the chamber, making his way towards Nami's quarters, intending to engage her in conversation. However, upon reaching the threshold of her room, he was greeted by the faint sound of her gentle breathing. Li Wenjin understood that this indicated Nami had already fallen asleep. Reflecting on Nami's battles during the day and the negotiations that took place at night, Li Wenjin decided to return to his own quarters, not wishing to disturb Nami's rest. The Pineapple ship would take 4 days to depart from Chiga Island and reach Town. Nevertheless, Li Wenjin continued to train daily on the deck alongside Ram, honing their skills with the abilities granted by the Zoan-type Devil Fruit. On the 3rd morning after setting sail, while Li Wenjin was engaged in training on the deck, Duman, who was on lookout duty, suddenly shouted, "Captain, there is a ship behind us that appears to be pursuing us." Li Wenjin was taken aback. In the 2 days since their departure, they had not encountered a single vessel, and now, a ship was pursuing them. This piqued his curiosity immensely. He turned to the helmsman, the Black Cat, and instructed, "Bring the ship to a halt. I must discover who dares to chase us." Standing at the stern, Li Wenjin gradually discerned the silhouette of the approaching vessel. To his astonishment, it was the cargo ship he had gifted to Hylasai and Jinbizi, indicating that the 2 sisters were indeed the ones in pursuit. Without delay, he hurried back to Nami's quarters and called out, "Nami, it appears that the Hylasai sisters are coming. Hurry out and take a look." Immediately, sounds of movement emanated from Nami's room, and within a minute, she opened the door, visibly excited, exclaiming, "Are the Hylasai sisters really here? Their ship hasn't arrived yet. You should go to the stern and see for yourself." As soon as Li Wenjin finished speaking, Nami dashed out of the room, sprinting towards the stern of the ship, prompting Li Wenjin to hurriedly follow suit. Chapter 77. Town 2. On the Pineapple, Nami was soon joined by the sisters Hylasai and Jinbizi, who had pursued the Pineapple with the intention of joining its ranks as new members. The sisters were accompanied by their village chief, who had 3 reasons for their visit. First, the debt of gratitude owed to Li Wenjin for saving their lives. the warriors of Mugai Island must repay their benefactor. For failing to do so would render them unworthy of being called warriors. The villagers of Mugai Island are led by a stern matriarch, who has taken Hylasai and Jinbizi as her prized disciples. Her demeanor is rigid, and conversing with her can be quite taxing for Li Wenjin. The notion of warrior honor also perplexes Li Wenjin, who finds it astonishing that such a small, insignificant island would cling to such ideals. Li Wenjin now understands that at that time, the sisters Harries and Jinbis, with no surviving crew members, had no intention of fleeing. They were merely adhering to their own principles. Furthermore, the matters discussed upon their return to the island were all related to the pineapple ship, indicating their deep affection for it and their desire to embark on voyages alongside it. The village chief of Muggy Island could naturally perceive the sisters' sentiments and thus, in a straightforward manner, facilitated their return to the pineapple ship under the guise of gratitude. Moreover, the chief harbored his own ulterior motives. Although the crisis on Muggy Island had been averted, future threats could potentially arise. By sending Harries and Jinbis away now, he anticipated that when they grew stronger, they could offer assistance to Muggy Island. Once the chief had bid farewell to the sisters, they promptly set sail, leaving behind Nami and Harries engaged in lively conversation. Li Wenjin, disinterested in their affairs, allowed the Black Cat crew to continue their journey towards Elmtown. Half an hour after the pineapple ship had set sail again, Harries and Jinbis, having concluded their nostalgic exchange with Nami, approached the deck before Li Wenjin and formally declared, "Harries and Jinbis, at your service, Captain." The essence of their words signified their official allegiance to Li Wenjin. And any future betrayal would equate to a grave violation of a warrior's oath, an oath they regarded with utmost seriousness. Yet, in Li Wenjin's eyes, such solemn vows held little weight, for he deemed all warrior oaths to be mere fabrications. Li Wenjin pondered over some peculiar thoughts. Yet her lips still curled into a cheerful smile as she exclaimed, "We warmly welcome you to officially join the pineapple. From now on, the culinary responsibilities aboard our vessel shall rest upon your capable shoulders. Fear not, Captain, for we shall undoubtedly excel in our duties." The sisters responded with their customary solemnity, leaving Li Wenjin at a loss for words. Li Wenjin's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly recalled something of significance, that is, he could allocate the surplus equipment in his system backpack for the use of Hyles and Jinbizi. Li Wenjin directly produced the Miss Valentine's Day outfit, Daeberman's sword, and the dual swords of Huajin Bidas, declaring, "Since you have joined the pineapple, consider these items as gifts." Jinbis and Hybis, upon witnessing Li Wenjin conjure a set of women's clothing, instinctively recoiled, their expressions clearly conveying their fear of Li Wenjin's peculiar tastes. In response to the sisters' reactions, Li Wenjin felt a sense of helplessness and hurriedly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I have no penchant for women's clothing." However, Hylasai and Jinbis remained unconvinced, maintaining their distance from Li Wenjin. This prompted Li Wenjin to call out to Nami, who was snickering behind them, "Nami, come quickly and explain this to them." Nami burst into laughter before approaching to pull Hylasai and Jinbis aside, elucidating the origins and attributes of the equipment. Ultimately, the Miss Valentine's Day outfit and the dual swords of Huajin Bidas were donned by Hylasai, while Jinbis took up Daeberman's sword. With Hylasai and Jinbis outfitted, they immediately engaged in battle on the deck to test the strength of their new gear, leaving Li Wenjin and Ram with no space to practice their devil fruit abilities, forcing them to take a day of rest and allowing the deck to be occupied by the exuberant sisters and Nami. The arrival of new crew members reinvigorated the pineapple, with Nami and the sisters seemingly having an endless array of topics to discuss. For Li Wenjin and the others, this was advantageous as their daily meals began to transform into delightful feasts, sparing them from their usual rations. The pineapple did not hasten its journey to the Radiant Kingdom, pausing at sea for the night, which delayed their arrival by a full day. Upon docking at the port of the Radiant Kingdom, Li Wenjin and his companions faced no obstruction. Although uncertain of the circumstances, Li Wenjin felt a wave of relief, only to discover upon inquiry that they had not landed at the port of Irmai Town, but rather at the commercial port of the Radiant Kingdom. Back aboard the pineapple, Li Wenjin asked Nami, "Shall we proceed directly to Irmai Town, or rest here for a day before continuing?" Nami, gazing at the bustling streets and throngs of people at the port, excitedly replied, "Since we are already in the Radiant Kingdom, let's explore the shops." The thought of shopping in the Radiant Kingdom, which implied buying clothes, filled Li Wenjin with trepidation, prompting him to caution Nami, "Nami, I do not possess many berries. Perhaps we should forego the shopping excursion." Nami retorted, "Who said shopping must always involve purchases? Can I simply browse?" Li Wenjin was at a loss for words, as he truly did not wish to accompany Nami on her shopping excursion. It is well known that the land of glamour specializes in garment creation, boasting thousands of clothing stores. If Nami and her companions were to shop endlessly, it would spell disaster for Li Wenjin. Observing his expression, Nami, filled with discontent, exclaimed, "What's the matter? Do you not want to go shopping with me?" Li Wenjin managed a faint smile and replied, "How could that be? I truly enjoy shopping." Nami, visibly pleased, exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off immediately." Upon hearing Nami's words, Hali's and Jinbi's eyes sparkled with excitement as they promptly followed in Nami's footsteps. Meanwhile, the Black Cat, Ram, and Duman, with serious expressions, stated, "Captain, the Going Merry requires guardianship. We shall remain here to protect it." Li Wenjin cast a disdainful glance at the three shameless individuals and remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not compel you to accompany me." Naturally, Li Wenjin understood the thoughts of the three men. They simply wished to avoid enduring the same suffering alongside him. Li Wenjin did not compel them. With a cold huff, he followed Nami and the others, leaving behind the three men aboard the Pineapple, who wiped their brows in relief. Chapter 78. Loguetown. The commercial port of the Radiant Kingdom was undeniably bustling, teeming with extravagantly adorned women, their faces heavily made up. Among these women, there were indeed some beauties, yet the majority were middle-aged ladies. As for men on the streets, they were a rare sight. Most of them lingered near the port, resting and awaiting the return of their wives from shopping excursions. Li Wenjin also desired a respite at the port. However, Nami's penetrating gaze indicated that he must accompany her on a shopping expedition, which left him feeling quite helpless. In the town, a street stretching a kilometer was lined with various clothing boutiques, causing Nami, Hilasai, and Jinbi to beam with excitement, while Li Wenjin felt his legs weaken. After exchanging glances, the three women launched their assault on the clothing stores, marking the beginning of Li Wenjin's long and arduous day. Meanwhile, at the Navy Division of the Radiant Kingdom, Vice Admiral Long Miki was attentively listening to a report from a lieutenant colonel under his command. The colonel stated, "Vice Admiral Long Miki, the target of your interest has arrived in the Radiant Kingdom." Long Miki, absent-mindedly stroking the sapphire ring on his finger, calmly inquired about the target's whereabouts. The colonel replied, "They are currently at the commercial port, shopping with three women." As Long Miki pondered, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice before issuing an order, "Keep a close watch on their movements. If they attempt to leave the Radiant Kingdom, intervene. If they head to Loguetown, allow them passage." The colonel hesitated. "Vice Admiral, will we not face reprimand from the marshal for executing that plan?" Long Miki's expression turned serious. "Do you not believe those pirates deserve their fate?" "But Loguetown has many civilians," the colonel replied, his expression tinged with reluctance. Long Miki's gaze hardened, resolute as he declared, "As long as we can eliminate those pirates, some collateral damage is acceptable. I will ensure Navy soldiers infiltrate to protect Loguetown and minimize losses." With Long Miki's unwavering stance, the lieutenant colonel could only acquiesce. "I shall prepare immediately." Once the colonel departed, Long Miki's eyes sharpened. Recently, he had received intelligence from the kingdom of Gadamus, reporting a formidable bounty hunter named Li Wenjin who had eradicated pirates on 3 islands and was en route to the Radiant Kingdom. Long Miki saw an opportunity to utilize Li Wenjin to rid Loguetown of the pirates he despised. Although he was aware that Li Wenjin was the younger brother of Rear Admiral Smoker, it mattered little to him, as Smoker belonged to the faction of Admiral Akiji, who had a poor relationship with his superior, Admiral Akainu. Should Li Wenjin fall to the pirates, Long Miki was confident Smoker would not dare retaliate, and even if he did, he trusted Admiral Akainu would protect him. Unbeknownst to the exhausted Li Wenjin, who was utterly spent from shopping with Nami and the others, Vice Admiral Long Miki had set his sights on him, making his journey to Loguetown a perilous one. From noon until 8 in the evening, Nami and her companion spent a full 8 hours shopping, yet they purchased only 2 outfits each, totaling less than 1 million berries. As they returned to the Pineapple ship, Nami and the others were invigorated, while Li Wenjin felt more fatigued than if he had battled a formidable foe all day. Upon returning to the ship, Li Wenjin promptly announced their departure for Loguetown the following morning, deciding to rest at the port for the night. While he peacefully slumbered, Vice Admiral Long Miki's plan was set into motion. The pirate factions in Loguetown received word of a powerful bounty hunter approaching, intent on capturing them all. Another rumor circulated that the bounty hunter was an enemy of the Radiant Kingdom's royal family, should they manage to slay him. The kingdom would overlook the pirates' actions in Loguetown and offer a bounty of 100 million berries. The Radiant Kingdom further specified that from midnight until the bounty hunter was killed, the pirates could operate freely within the town, provided they did not harm civilians or damage Town. The four strongest pirate crews in Town were the Long-Eared Pirates, led by Christine with a bounty of 78 million berries, the Black Gold Pirates, led by Black Gold with a bounty of 72 million berries, the Lone Wolf Pirates, led by Owen Becky with a bounty of 72 million berries, and the Jess Pirates, led by Carol Jess with a bounty of 70 million berries. Upon receiving the news, the leaders of these pirate crews promptly commanded their subordinates to engage in combat on the streets of Town to test the veracity of the rumors regarding the Royal Guards in action. At 2 in the morning, regardless of the ruckus the pirates created in the streets, no one intervened, confirming the rumors for the pirates of Town. They began to gather in anticipation of the approaching bounty hunter, drawn by the allure of the 100 million berries. In truth, the assembled pirate crews consisted mainly of smaller factions, as the four major crews had no intention of uniting. They had confirmed the bounty hunter's party consisted of only 7 individuals and believed they could handle them individually. Their prideful nature also dissuaded them from forming an alliance, as the bounty of 100 million berries suggested the hunter's strength was likely not formidable. Town bustled with activity in the early hours, as pirates scurried about, eagerly awaiting dawn and the arrival of the bounty hunter to engage in a grand confrontation. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin and his companions remained in peaceful slumber, entirely unaware of the impending situation they would face, an assault from over 1,000 pirates united in Town. At precisely 7 in the morning, after a restful night aboard the pineapple ship, Li Wenjin, having enjoyed breakfast prepared by the two sisters, announced their departure towards Town. Town lay on the southern coast of the Radiant Kingdom, while the commercial port was situated on the northern coast, requiring a 2.5-hour journey for the pineapple ship to reach its destination. As the pineapple ship approached the port of Town, Li Wenjin found it peculiar that only a dozen pirate ships were anchored nearby, devoid of any merchant vessels. During his previous visits to other islands, he had always seen both merchant and pirate ships docked together, so the absence of merchant ships at Town struck him as odd. Despite his curiosity, Li Wenjin dismissed it, reasoning that the Radiant Kingdom had designated commercial ports, and it was not unusual for merchant ships to refrain from visiting Town. As they prepared to disembark at the port, Nami abruptly halted Li Wenjin, exclaiming, "Wenjin, look at those people on the dock. Their eyes do not resemble those of ordinary workers, but rather those of pirates." Li Wenjin swiftly turned around, casting his gaze towards the individuals along the coastal port. He immediately discerned that those present bore fierce expressions, their eyes glinting with malice. Upon noticing Li Wenjin's scrutiny, they promptly averted their gazes in an attempt to conceal their intentions. The situation grew increasingly peculiar, stirring a sense of unease within Li Wenjin. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to disembark and investigate further. "Nami, you and Helly's Jean Beezy shall remain aboard the vessel. The 4 of us will venture to the port to assess the circumstances." Li Wenjin decided to leave the 3 women aboard the pineapple, while the 4 men would venture to the port to assess the situation. Nami cast a glance at the workers on the shore, her expression serious as she cautioned, "You must be careful." Li Wenjin nodded, expressing, "I shall exercise caution." Li Wenjin, accompanied by the Black Cat and their companions, disembarked from the pineapple and had barely advanced 5 meters along the coastal port when he sensed that something was amiss, prompting him to halt his forward momentum immediately. Li Wenjin observed an unsettling situation. The pirates were retreating behind them, showing no intention to obstruct their advance. Even a fool could discern that something was amiss. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Wenjin promptly instructed Black Cat and the others, "You should return to the pineapple ship. I will provide cover from behind." Upon receiving the command, Black Cat and his companions immediately turned to head back to the pineapple ship. However, as they took their first step, a cacophony of gunfire erupted around them, forcing them to abandon their retreat. Within a mere 10 seconds, the entire workforce at the port had transformed into armed pirates, charging towards Li Wenjin and his group. Additionally, a multitude of pirates surged from the construction area towards the pineapple ship. Faced with this dire scenario, Li Wenjin could not afford to be careless, for he instinctively knew that the number of pirates advancing exceeded 500. Determined to diminish the threat along the coastline before the pirates from the construction area could close in, he unleashed the full force of his abilities, using the shave and gale foot techniques to attack the pirates at the shore. In just 5 minutes, a significant portion of the port's minions had been neutralized, yet the pirates from the construction area had now arrived, their numbers swelling to 5 times that of before. drawing closer to Li Wenjin and his allies. Li Wenjin, among the approaching pirates, there are numerous bounty criminals, some with rewards exceeding 50 million. Exercise caution. Nami's voice suddenly reached Li Wenjin's ears, prompting him to turn around and discover that Nami, Haliz, and Jimbis had already made their way to the port shoreline. "What are you doing here?" "I instructed you to remain on the ship," Li Wenjin said, a hint of irritation in his tone. "The pirates are coming. You should focus on them," Nami replied curtly, disregarding Li Wenjin's admonition as she and the two sisters prepared to confront the pirates. Li Wenjin understood that Nami and her companions merely wished to assist. However, during such perilous times, he remained reluctant to expose them to danger. Although the pirates at the port did not instill a sense of threat in him, Li Wenjin was acutely aware that given the considerable display of force, the current group of pirates was certainly not their full strength. The priority now was to eliminate the pirates on land. At this moment, Li Wenjin abandoned his previous resolve against killing wanted criminals and commenced a relentless campaign of slaughter. Any pirate struck by him stood little chance of survival. In his bare human form, Li Wenjin unleashed his full power. The ordinary pirates were utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow, while only those with bounties exceeding 20 million could endure his strikes. Nevertheless, Li Wenjin specifically targeted the more formidable pirates to prevent them from inflicting harm upon Nami and her friends. Within a mere 10 minutes, the number of those with bounties over 20 million that he had dispatched reached 12. Li Wenjin's formidable combat prowess instilled such fear in the hearts of ordinary pirates that they dared not approach him. Currently, he is engaged in battle with 3 notorious pirates, each boasting a bounty exceeding 50 million. They are as follows: the captain of the Kagi pirate crew, with a bounty of 56 million, wielding a spiked club; the captain of the dual pistol pirate crew, with a bounty of 54 million, armed with 2 handguns; and the captain of the wild wolf pirate crew, whose bounty stands at 52 million, a user of the dog fruit, gray wolf form, who employs his sharp claws as weapons. Despite facing these 3 formidable captains, Li Wenjin finds the confrontation manageable, thus refraining from revealing his disintegration ability. He reserves it for potentially stronger adversaries that may lie ahead in his path. Li Wenjin withstood the onslaught of the 3 pirate captains, while Nami and her companions only had to contend with a few minor henchmen, making their task considerably easier and far less perilous. With the assistance of Haimeo and Hylasai, they even began to overpower the pirates in the square. Haimeo and Hylasai now possessed the strength of a Marine headquarters colonel, making it exceedingly effortless to deal with those ordinary henchmen. As time gradually passed, more than half of the pirates at the harbor had perished, with some even beginning to flee. At this juncture, Li Wenjin no longer lingered with the 3 pirate captains. Li Wenjin braced himself resolutely, allowing Kaji's spiked club to strike his head, seizing the opportunity to swing his golden staff and shatter Kaji's leg. Ignoring the bullets fired by the dual-gun leader, he decisively struck down Kaji, who was kneeling on the ground. With Kaji slain, Li Wenjin sustained some injuries. For the assaults from both Kaji and the dual-gun leader were indeed formidable, and his defenses could not entirely negate their onslaughts. Upon the demise of their leader, the wolf pack leader and the dual-gun leader promptly fled. Li Wenjin pursued the nearest wolf pack leader, while he could only allow the dual-gun leader, who was attacking from a distance, to escape for the time being. Chapter 80. Encirclement and annihilation. The speed of the wolf pack leader was no match for Li Wenjin's, resulting in his capture. Li Wenjin unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon the wolf pack leader, ultimately leading to his demise. With the wolf pack leader dispatched, Li Wenjin turned his pursuit towards the dual-gun leader, who was now racing towards the confines of the architectural area. Li Wenjin furrowed his brow. If the dual-gun captain were to reach the building area, capturing him would become exceedingly difficult, as he could easily find a place to conceal himself. Thus, Li Wenjin quickened his pace in pursuit. Regrettably, just as he approached the building zone, the dual-gun captain had already darted inside, compelling Li Wenjin to halt and return to assist Nami and the others. Within a mere 5 minutes, the pirates in the square had been vanquished, leaving only the fleeing scoundrels and their lifeless bodies behind. However, before Li Wenjin and his companions could catch their breath, the 4 major pirate crews of Loguetown, accompanied by their crew members, advanced toward them. "Wenjin, exercise caution. The adversaries are all pirates with bounties exceeding 70 million, Nami exclaimed. Slightly out of breath and filled with concern, Li Wenjin turned to look at his 6 crew members. Apart from Black Cat, who showed no signs of fatigue, the other 5 all appeared thoroughly exhausted. After half an hour of continuous combat, Their weariness was hardly surprising. Li Wenjin fell silent, realizing that without another strategy, their endeavor might end in failure today. Though he could ensure his own survival, the fate of Nami and the other 5 remained uncertain. After a prolonged silence, Li Wenjin retrieved an apple from his system backpack and hurled it toward the 4 great pirate crews stationed 200 meters away. Initially, the 4 pirate crews had no intention of allying, but Li Wenjin's formidable combat prowess made it clear that none could defeat him alone. Thus, they ultimately united to confront the exhausted group of 7. The captain of the Black Gold Pirates, one of the 4 crews, spotted the ordinary apple flying toward them. Suspecting some trick, he immediately ordered his men to evade, fearing it might conceal an explosive or other hidden danger. Yet the apple merely struck the ground, shattering into pulp, plainly nothing more than a common fruit. Black Gold, seething with indignation, felt as though he had been made a fool. In a furious roar, he bellowed at Li Wenjin, "You bastard! Today, I'll tear you to pieces." Li Wenjin found himself in a state of exasperation. His attempts to utilize the poisonous apple possessed only a 50% success rate, often resulting in a cloud of toxic mist. Far from the playful interaction he intended with Heijin. Observing the dwindling uses of the poisonous apple, now reduced to 2, Li Wenjin sighed and retrieved another apple, hurling it once more in Heijin's direction. Heijin, already seething with rage, felt a surge of fury as he witnessed Li Wenjin's audacity in throwing yet another apple. He was consumed by the desire to reduce Li Wenjin to mere ashes. With a swift motion, he reached out and seized the incoming apple, applying tremendous pressure until it exploded in his grasp. Initially poised to unleash a torrent of curses upon Li Wenjin, he was abruptly taken aback. For the shattered apple transformed into a vast plume of green mist, enveloping all 4 pirate crews in its embrace. Li Wenjin, witnessing the success of the plan, turned directly to Nami and her 5 companions, instructing them, "You shall attack them in 1 minute. The fellow who has been poisoned will experience a significant reduction in strength over the course of 9 minutes. The 4 strongest among them will possess abilities akin to those of a standard Navy lieutenant, while the other pirates are likely weaker than mere soldiers." Nami, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Why did you not employ such a treasure sooner?" Li Wenjin sighed helplessly and said, "Do you think there's an abundance of those? I merely possess 1 remaining, and as you witnessed earlier, the probability of toxic mist manifesting is merely 50%. So that's how it is." Nami nodded in understanding. "Their strength will only diminish for 9 minutes. It would be prudent not to leave any survivors, lest they resume their assault once the duration elapses," Li Wenjin cautioned gravely. As Li Wenjin spoke, 40 seconds had already elapsed. Without any further delay, he addressed Nami and the others, saying, "Let us charge forward at once. By the time we reach them, the poisonous mist should have dissipated." Li Wenjin took the lead, charging toward the area shrouded in green mist. As he arrived before it, the mist dissipated precisely at that moment. However, the scene revealed after the mist's retreat left even Li Wenjin utterly bewildered. Most of the pirates lay sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated, while no more than 7 remained standing. Yet even these few wore expressions of sheer terror and dread. Li Wenjin instantly grasped the situation. The poisonous mist would reduce all 3 attributes by 1,000 points. Those whose attributes didn't even reach 1,000 would naturally lose all strength in their bodies, collapsing to the ground, utterly powerless. Contemplating this scenario, Li Wenjin's heart swelled with elation. He had initially assumed that those lacking the requisite 1,000 points would merely be reduced to ordinary individuals. Yet reality had surpassed his expectations, unfolding in a manner far more favorable than he had envisioned. As for the 7 adversaries still standing, Li Wenjin wasted no time with courtesy. Darting toward them, he delivered a single decisive blow to each with his staff, shattering their skulls and consigning them to eternal slumber. Meanwhile, the pirates sprawled helplessly on the ground were systematically rendered unconscious, one by one. Witnessing Li Wenjin's restraint in sparing lives, Nami and the others exhaled in relief. After all, slaughtering 300 to 400 defenseless individuals was a burden too heavy for their consciences to bear. 7 members of Li Wenjin were incapacitating the ordinary pirates. While on the rooftop of a building, Navy Vice Admiral Long Meichi observed them with a furrowed brow. Initially, Long Meichi had intended to wait for Li Wenjin and the pirates to mutually annihilate each other, or regardless of which side emerged victorious. He could exploit their crimes of ravaging the town to apprehend them all. This way, he could eradicate all the pirates without having to pay any bounty. However, at this moment, the recent apple attack by Li Wenjin has instilled a deep sense of caution within him. Should he rush out now to claim the glory, The notoriously stingy Li Wenjin might very well unleash an apple attack of his own upon the Navy, leading to a significant embarrassment for Long Miki. After much deliberation, Long Miki ultimately resolved to venture out and apprehend all the pirates. As for Li Wenjin, he would simply be awarded a bounty, considering that the funds are provided by the world government, not by Long Miki himself. Li Wenjin and his companions rendered all the pirates unconscious and sat down to rest, preparing to deal with the wanted criminals later. However, just 5 minutes into their respite, they noticed a large contingent of naval soldiers approaching, which immediately put Li Wenjin on high alert. Chapter 81. Rear Admiral Long Meichi. The arrival of the naval soldiers made Li Wenjin cautious. Yet the soldiers exhibited no intention of aggression, which eased his mind. At present, Li Wenjin's strength was insufficient, and he was reluctant to provoke the Navy. However, should these soldiers attempt to seize the wanted criminals he had worked hard to capture, Li Wenjin would not hesitate to confront them. Even the Navy would not deter him, as he could always turn to piracy if need be. Besides, being a pirate would allow him to plunder freely, potentially earning money more swiftly than capturing bountied criminals. Nevertheless, such a course of action did not align with Li Wenjin's character, rendering it a last resort. 2 minutes after the Navy's arrival, Rear Admiral Long Meichi approached Li Wenjin, amiably stating, "I am Rear Admiral Long Meichi of the Navy Department of the Glamorous Kingdom. You must be Li Wenjin. I have heard that you are the brother of Rear Admiral Smoker. Truly, a hero emerges from youth." Long Meichi's demeanor was cordial, prompting Li Wenjin to respond courteously rather than coldly. He replied directly, "I am unaware of what matters you wish to discuss, Rear Admiral." Long Meichi gestured towards the pirates lying on the ground and said, "I intend to take them back to the Navy Department. You have no objections, I trust?" Li Wenjin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Even if you are a Rear Admiral, you cannot seize my bounty." Long Meichi sighed inwardly. His previous words were a test for Li Wenjin. Had Li Wenjin hesitated or remained silent, he could have withheld the bounty. Now, with Li Wenjin's response, it became clear that he would never allow Long Meichi to take away the wanted criminal. The moniker of being a miserly and obstinate man was indeed fitting for Li Wenjin. Long Meichi chuckled and replied, "How could that be? We in the Navy will pay you the full amount for Bailey." Li Wenjin nodded in satisfaction and said to Nami, "My dear, please follow the naval soldiers and take note of all the wanted criminals we have defeated, so that we may claim the bounty later." Long Meichi, however, did not pay particular attention to Li Wenjin's words. Having already resolved to pay in berries, he would not withhold even a fraction from Li Wenjin. As this was his unwavering principle, he believed in following through on his commitments. Once Li Wenjin had arranged the matters, Long Meichi directly stated, "I shall leave the affairs here to others. Young brother, would you be interested in accompanying me to the Naval Division for a visit?" Li Wenjin shook his head and replied, "General, I must attend to other matters first. I need to deal with those pirate ships." Long Meichi was at a loss for words, casting a peculiar glance at Li Wenjin. He thought to himself how truly unconventional Li Wenjin was, prioritizing the collection of spoils over accepting his invitation. Li Wenjin was unwilling to go to the naval branch, and Rommel did not insist, "Since you still have matters to attend to, young friend, I shall take my leave first. The bounty will be sent to you." "Many thanks, Admiral," Li Wenjin replied, inwardly relieved that he wouldn't have to make the trip to the naval branch to collect the reward. Once Rommel had departed, Li Wenjin's expression darkened. The Navy's timely intervention was far too convenient. If anyone claimed that Rommel had nothing to do with the ambush, no one would believe it. At present, Li Wenjin lacked the strength to retaliate. Had he been powerful enough, he would have struck Rommel down then and there, making him understand the consequences of crossing him. Forcing himself to suppress his fury, he had maintained a polite facade while speaking with Rommel. Now, seething with frustration, he led Black Cat, Dooman, and ran back to the pirate ships docked at the harbor, hoping to scavenge some berries to soothe his simmering rage. Meanwhile, Nami, Hyles, and Jinbeizi had already finished verifying the wanted criminals within an hour and returned to the port to join Li Wenjin and the others in looting the pirate ships for supplies. As Li Wenjin was gathering supplies, he suddenly remembered the need to contact the Spring Chamber of Commerce. However, he was reluctant to make the journey to the branch in the Radiant Kingdom. Instead, he decided to call out Xiaoyin. "Is this Mr. Wenjin?" came the voice on the other end. "Yes, it is me, Boss Xiaoyin." There was a brief pause before Xiaoyin, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Mr. Wenjin, you aren't looking to sell me a wanted criminal or a pirate ship again, are you? Haven't I already given you a VIP card? You shouldn't keep bothering me with such trivial matters." "Well, you guessed correctly." "Ah, I knew it. Don't sigh, Boss Xiaoyin. This time, I have something valuable to sell you, which I assure you the Spring Chamber of Commerce will appreciate." "Let us hope so." Where are you now? I will send someone over to retrieve the goods. I am at the port of Loguetown. I have defeated 16 pirate crews, but the wanted criminals have already been taken by the Navy. You only need to come and collect the pirate ships. Mr. Wenjin, you are truly becoming more formidable. Just average, really. I suffered considerable losses this time. After exchanging pleasantries with Audi Xiaoan, Li Wenjin hung up the phone and resumed his efforts alongside Nami and the others to gather supplies. 2 hours later, Li Wenjin's mood, having served as bait, improved somewhat. After all, being a lure and acquiring over 900 million berries worth of treasure was a feat he could accept. Presently, he held only over 200 million berries, while the rest awaited the sale of gold and jewels to the Spring Chamber of Commerce, along with some bounty rewards for the wanted criminals. Upon returning to the pineapple ship, Li Wenjin addressed Nami and the others, saying, "You should rest for now. The representatives from the Spring Chamber of Commerce will arrive shortly, and Nami, you will the equipment Li Wenjin obtained includes Sugar's Crimson Bear Coat, Defense 80 Sugar's White Polka Dot Dress, Defense 80 Sugar's Slippers, Agility 80 Sugar's Crown, Defense 80 Sugar's Violet Candy, upon consumption. Grants 500 strength for 5 minutes. Usable 3 times. Jorah's Mermaid Skirt, Defense 70 Jorah's Pearl Necklace, Strength 50, Agility 50 Jorah's Pearl Bracelet, Strength 50. Defense 50 Jorah's High Heels, Agility 70 Jorah's Glasses, doubles visual range. Elmi's Pearl Necklace, Strength 80 Ice Witch's Pink Scarf, Defense 90 Rogue Knight's Crimson Headband, Defense 75 Sosha's Brown Coat, Defense 70 Sosha's Blade, Strength 80 Broca's Brown Round Hat, Defense 70 Ruby Bracelet, Strength 50. Agility 50 Ruby Ring, Strength 50, Defense 50 Ruby Earrings, Strength 50, Defense 50 Ruby Necklace, Strength 50, Agility 50. Upon concluding the lottery, Li Wenjin promptly stowed away the purple candies made of sugar while manifesting all the remaining equipment. He then approached Hales and Jeebus, casting the gear before them and stating, "Take a look. Feel free to select whatever suits you." Initially fatigued, the sisters Hales and Jeebus were invigorated by the sight of the array of equipment, eagerly rummaging through to find their ideal pieces. Ultimately, their selections comprised solely of jewelry, entirely disregarding the peculiar garments and adornments around them. Indeed, women possess an intrinsic appreciation for beauty. The two warriors were no exception. Although those bizarre pieces of gear would enhance their strength, they preferred to forego the augmentation of their power rather than don those outlandish outfits. Chapter 82. The transaction. The sisters Hales and Jeebus fortuitously claimed 9 pieces of mid-tier equipment, leaving Li Wenjin with the remaining 10 pieces, which he intended to reserve for the representatives of the Spring Trade Association. After a half-hour respite, the merchant ship of the Spring Trade Association arrived at the port of Loguetown. Li Wenjin promptly summoned Nami and her companions to engage with the Trade Association. 5 minutes later, Nami had already accompanied the staff of the Spring Trade Association to inventory the provisions aboard the pirate ship, leaving only the resplendent Palace and Carlos, the branch manager of the Spring Trade Association, to converse with Li Wenjin aboard the pineapple vessel. Li Wenjin placed 10 pieces of intermediate equipment on the table and addressed Carlos, saying, "Mr. Carlos, these 10 items are to be delivered to your employer, Audi Xiaoan. Please ensure they are safely received." Carlos observed the equipment laid out before him, garments clearly designed for young girls and peculiar outfits, and immediately felt a sense of unease. Suspicion crept into his mind. Could it be that their young master harbors an eccentric penchant for cross-dressing attire? Or is Li Wenjin himself a deviant, deliberately mocking their master? Recognizing the bewilderment on Carlos's face, a man oblivious to the enchanted properties of these items, Li Wenjin simply picked up Soxia's blade and handed it to him. "Mr. Carlos, try holding this sword," he suggested, relieved that the offered object was a weapon rather than one of the more questionable garments, sparing him potential embarrassment should anyone witness him handling women's or children's clothing. Carlos accepted the blade. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through his aged frame. The frail old man suddenly felt as though he could single-handedly overpower 10 adversaries. Stunned by this overwhelming sensation, he stood frozen, utterly speechless. Li Wenjin did not rouse Carlos. Instead, he patiently awaited Carlos's awakening. Though Carlos was in his 40s and taken aback by the surge of strength, he quickly regained his composure and, with a hint of excitement, inquired, "Mr. Wenjin, could you please enlighten me on what has transpired?" Li Wenjin did not hesitate and promptly conveyed the matter regarding the inherent attributes of the equipment to Carlos. After listening attentively, Carlos pondered for a moment before summoning a male assistant. The assistant, wearing a thoroughly aggrieved expression, was made to don several pieces of female armor imbued with defensive attributes. Carlos, wielding Sashia's blade, struck towards the assistant's waist, causing the already beleaguered individual to faint from shock, thus rendering Carlos's strike utterly ineffective. Observing the male assistant sprawled on the ground, unconscious, Carlos felt a twinge of exasperation and turned to Li Wenjin, inquiring, "Mr. Wenjin, now that he has fainted, would there be any repercussions if I were to strike him again?" Li Wenjin, having witnessed the earlier events, struggled to suppress a laugh, but Carlos's serious demeanor restrained him. However, upon being asked, Li Wenjin could no longer contain his amusement. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Carlos, feel free to proceed. The assistant will come to no harm." Carlos chose to disregard Li Wenjin's laughter, his mind solely focused on the matter of the equipment's attributes. After Li Wenjin assured him that no harm would come to the assistant, he swung his blade down towards the unconscious figure, only to discover that his strike failed to even tear the assistant's clothing. Stunned for a moment, he swung thrice more, yet the assistant remained unscathed. This revelation thrilled Carlos. As Li Wenjin was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation with Carlos, as the latter was merely a minor character with whom he would not have significant interactions. His current intention was to inquire with the naval officers at the port regarding the arrival of his bounty. In Town, the entire pirate presence had been thoroughly eradicated by Rear Admiral Longmiki, leaving the town somewhat desolate and devoid of any lively atmosphere. Presently, the residents were confined within their homes by naval soldiers, awaiting the completion of searches for pirates throughout the town before they could venture outside. Li Wenjin inquired of a soldier and located a naval colonel who was directing the search. He posed questions regarding the bounty to the colonel, who was familiar with Li Wenjin. The colonel had witnessed Li Wenjin's battle with the pirates earlier that morning and, alongside Admiral Longmiki, had refrained from taking action against him. The colonel responded courteously to Li Wenjin's inquiry, stating that the bounty would be delivered to him by 4 o'clock that afternoon. Satisfied with the confirmation of the bounty, Li Wenjin returned to the Pineapple, where he joined Nami and the others to address matters concerning the pirate ship and its supplies. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, aboard the Pineapple, Li Wenjin had received the bounty from the naval soldiers, along with the trading funds from the Spring Trading Company. After completing the transaction with the Spring Trading Company, Nami, Ilasai, and Jinbizi were exhausted and retreated to the cabin to rest. Duman and Ram, too fatigued from the battle, had already fallen asleep on the deck. At that moment, the only two awake aboard the Pineapple were Li Wenjin and Black Cat. Standing at the bow of the Pineapple and gazing at Town, Li Wenjin said to Black Cat, "Let us depart from here at once and head directly to the next island, Pom Pom Island." "Master, is there truly a need for such haste?" Black Cat inquired, somewhat puzzled. Li Wenjin, with a piercing gaze, looked towards the small town of Elm and said, "This time, we have been compromised by Longmiki's design, leading to the exposure of our identities. Soon, our actions will be known, and before the news spreads across the Grand Line, it would be prudent for us to cleanse the first route and the subsequent 3 islands. By then, our identities will no longer matter." Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, the Black Cat immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he returned to hoist the anchor and set sail alongside Li Wenjin towards Bounce Island. As for Li Wenjin, the navigational pointer used to reach Bounce Island was, of course, acquired from a pirate ship, already imbued with magnetic properties. Chapter 83, Bounce Island. Bounce Island is a diminutive winter isle, perpetually cloaked in ice and frequently adorned with drifting flecks of snow that land upon its hardened surface. The snowflakes that descend onto the icy ground tend to bounce a couple of times upon impact, colliding with one another to create a unique spectacle, reminiscent of countless small marbles incessantly leaping and colliding on the frozen expanse. The island derives its name from this extraordinary phenomenon. On Bounce Island, there exists but a humble village. Due to the frigid climate, few pirates are inclined to linger for extended periods on its shores. Those who do remain are merely waiting for the magnetic storage of their navigational pointers to conclude within 3 days, after which they will promptly depart. As the Pineapple ship approached the waters surrounding Bounce Island, it encountered a pristine, cloud-strewn sky, where snowflakes were gently falling and playfully bouncing on the ship's deck, creating an undeniably charming scene. Li Wenjin and his companions, clad in thick, plush coats, stood on the deck, gazing upon the approaching Pompong Island. Upon reaching the harbor of Pompong Island, they beheld a modest pirate vessel and inquired with Nami regarding the bounty of its crew, only to discover it belonged to an obscure individual, one who had never graced the wanted list. As the Pineapple ship docked at the harbor, Li Wenjin observed the desolate surroundings with not a single soul in sight, deepening his disappointment in Pompong Island. once anchored along the coast. Li Wenjin instructed the Black Cat to remain aboard as he and the others ventured a mile towards the village near the harbor to seek any records or pointers regarding a route to the next island. Li Wenjin was not keen on spending 3 days in this desolate place, fearing that he might perish from boredom. Thus, he sought a well-stored magnetic recording pointer to facilitate his departure from the wretched Pengping Island. Upon stepping onto the island, Li Wenjin cautiously navigated the transparent, icy ground, each step taken with utmost care to avoid slipping. The port was a kilometer away from the village, and it took them 20 minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the entrance of the village, Li Wenjin was met with a deserted sight. Houses with tightly shut doors and windows, and not a single passerby in sight. As if everyone were sheltered indoors from the biting cold. However, amidst the stillness, a small sign advertising a modest establishment caught their attention. Although Li Wenjin could not decipher the text on the sign, the smoke billowing from the chimney suggested that it might be an inn or restaurant. Consequently, the group made their way toward the smoke-emitting building. The Pengpeng Village Inn, aptly named after the village itself, welcomed them as they pushed open the unlatched door and entered the lobby. A crackling fireplace cast warmth throughout the room, where 8 guests were gathered. Li Wenjin instantly recognized them as crew members from the pirate ship at the port, as one man wore clothing adorned with the same emblem as the ship's flag. "Esteemed guests, do you require lodging or a meal?" inquired the innkeeper, warmly approaching Li Wenjin and his companions. Li Wenjin surveyed the situation in the hotel lobby before responding to the proprietor, "Let us dine first. Please prepare some food." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper promptly escorted Li Wenjin and his companions to a table situated near the fireplace, then returned to prepare a meal. The innkeeper did not inquire about Li Wenjin's preferences, as his humble establishment offered only 3 types of food, rendering a menu unnecessary. While the innkeeper directed his staff to prepare the meal, Li Wenjin turned his attention to the 8 pirates seated opposite him and remarked, "The pirate ship at the port must belong to you." The man dressed in garments adorned with the same insignia as the pirate flag furrowed his brow upon hearing Li Wenjin's accusatory tone and replied, "Who are you? And why should I answer your questions?" Li Wenjin spoke softly, "You may choose not to respond, but I shall ensure that you cannot set sail." The 8 pirates cast furious glares at Li Wenjin. One of them, filled with ire, stood up and declared, "Captain Rant, I must teach him a lesson." Captain Rant, the man garbed in clothing resembling a pirate flag, heard his subordinate's intention to confront Li Wenjin and promptly intervened, stating, "Xiaoqi, do not instigate trouble within the inn. It would not bode well for us if we cause any damage." Xiaoqi huffed in annoyance, "Then I shall take it outside to settle this. Surely that is permissible." Captain Rant cautioned, "Xiaoqi, refrain from causing a ruckus. We are to attend the gathering at Jamon Island. If we provoke a conflict now, we will be unable to participate in the pirate assembly." Rant's words caused Xiaoqi to hesitate, ultimately retorting, "Were it not for our commitment to the pirate gathering, I would certainly defeat these scoundrels right here." Intrigued by the notion of a pirate gathering, Li Wenjin inquired once more, "What exactly is this pirate assembly you speak of?" However, Rant and his crew disregarded him, engrossed in their food and conversation, which irked Li Wenjin. He contemplated confronting them directly to interrogate the 8 pirates. In his mind, Li Wenjin thought, after all, there is only one pirate crew on Pom-Pom Island. Any trouble could be swiftly resolved, and at worst, he would pay a small sum to the innkeeper. As Li Wenjin was about to rise, the innkeeper sensed that the situation was amiss and hurried to their side, saying, "Esteemed guest, if you wish to learn about the pirate convention, I possess some knowledge on the matter. Allow me to enlighten you." Li Wenjin resumed his seat and addressed the innkeeper, "Since you are aware, do share with us. I shall compensate you for your troubles." "No need for that." The innkeeper replied, "You shall learn of the pirate conference upon your arrival at Gaiman Island. Let me recount the tale." With that, the innkeeper began to narrate the events surrounding the pirate conference. The origin of the matter lay in Gaiman Island, where the White Feather pirate crew, with a bounty of 120 million, sought vengeance for the annihilation of their brother's Black Feather pirate crew at the hands of a bounty hunter. The lone survivor, the leader of the Black Feather crew, returned gravely injured to Gaiman Island. Naturally, the White Feather crew was determined to avenge their kin and commenced an investigation into the bounty hunter. They procured alarming intelligence from the black market, revealing the hunter's formidable prowess, having captured 4 pirates with a bounty of 70 million, alongside an unfathomable number of others. Furthermore, this bounty hunter was described as exceedingly despicable, not only capturing the bountied pirates but also seizing their treasures and ships, resulting in a staggering loss of over 50 pirate crews along the Grand Line's primary route. Upon receiving this news, the captain of the White Feather crew swiftly disseminated the information throughout Gaiman Island, rallying the local pirates to unite against the vile bounty hunter. The scarcity of pirate crews on Pong Pong Island was attributed to their acceptance of the White Feather crew's invitation to join the effort against the bounty hunter at Gaiman Island. Chapter 84. Gaiman Island. Li Wenjin listened to the innkeeper's account with a dark expression, for the despicable bounty hunter described was none other than himself. Naturally, being insulted by a stranger left him in a foul mood. What exacerbated his frustration was the realization that the troubles he faced stemmed from the Black Feather crew's captain, whom he had previously rescued alongside Hylasai and Jinbizi. After concluding his tale of the pirate conference, the innkeeper departed. Hylasai and Jinbizi exchanged apologetic glances with Li Wenjin, fully aware that they bore a share of the responsibility for the ensuing chaos. Nami, visibly concerned, remarked, "Wenjin, this situation appears dire. Gaiman Island is a haven for pirates. Who knows how many may converge there? It could very well exceed the number encountered in Loguetown." Li Wenjin shook his head and said, "Since we've already obtained the information in advance, we must seize the initiative and eliminate all the pirates on Gaiman Island in one fell swoop." Nami was utterly speechless, completely baffled by Li Wenjin's reckless mindset. At a time like this, avoiding conflict should have been the priority, yet he insisted on charging headlong into danger. With a throbbing headache, Nami sighed, "Wenjin, can't you just behave for once? If we keep doing things like this, we're bound to run into serious trouble sooner or later." "Don't worry, Nami," Li Wenjin reassured her, his voice tinged with excitement as a cunning idea took shape in his mind. "This time, we won't confront them directly, we'll strike from the shadows and settle this matter with stealth." Nami's headache only worsened, leaving her at a loss for words. In the end, she could only exhale wearily and murmur, "I just hope your plan goes smoothly." Li Wenjin smiled and said, "Nami, rest assured. The fact that Baiyu is aware of my triumph over 4 pirates with a bounty of 7,000 indicates that he is rallying a multitude of pirates against us, which only suggests his inadequacy in confronting me. Our chances of victory remain quite substantial." Nami cautioned Li Wenjin. "The pirates of Jiamen Island are not solely represented by Baiyu. There may well be those even stronger than him. To exercise caution in the end," Li Wenjin assured. "You need not worry about this, my dear wife. I shall not allow them to conspire against me. Instead, I will address each of them individually. Allow me to share my plan with you now." As Li Wenjin dined, he spoke of strategies regarding the upcoming pirate convention. Meanwhile, the 8 pirates seated nearby were drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling, too fearful to rise and exit the inn. At the entrance, Duman toyed with his firearm, his gaze intently fixed upon them. The innkeeper, positioned at a distance from Li Wenjin and his companions, remained oblivious to their conversation, merely observing the immobile pirates with curiosity. However, as long as no disturbances arose, he had little inclination to intervene. Half an hour later, having finished his meal, Li Wenjin approached the 8 pirates, his tone remarkably calm as he remarked, "I hear you all intend to participate in the pirate convention." Terrified, Lant fervently shook his head, exclaiming, No, we were merely jesting. We are an obscure pirate crew and would not be invited to such an event." Li Wenjin let out a cold snort. "How much longer will it take for your recording pointer to be filled with magnetic energy?" In an instant, Lant took out a recording pointer from his bosom and handed it to Li Wenjin. "My lord, this recording pointer will be fully charged with magnetic energy by dawn tonight." Li Wenjin took the recording pointer, tossed it in his hand a couple of times, and glanced sideways at Lant, saying, "Do you still wish to attend the pirate conference? I can take you to witness it." Lant's face turned ashen, and he shook his head repeatedly, stammering, "My lord, we do not wish to participate in the pirate conference." Li Wenjin observed the 8 feeble pirates before him and felt that his intimidation had been sufficiently effective. He stated directly, "I will be taking your ship. And I trust there will be no objections." "We have no objections, none at all," they replied. Rant felt a sense of relief. He understood that the departure of the pirates with their ship meant they would not be killed, but merely confined on Pong Pong Island. Thus, their lives were spared. As for the pirate ship, Rant had resolved to abandon the life of piracy, realizing how terrifying it truly was. With the ship now gone, he chose to return home, vowing never to venture out again. Li Wenjin's plan to massacre the pirates on Gate Island was well understood by Rant, and the prospect of slaughtering thousands of pirates had thoroughly terrified him, extinguishing any dreams he had of a life as a pirate. Li Wenjin was not afraid of Lant and his group exposing their plan, because their scheme would be completed in a single night. Without a ship, Lant and his companions had no means of reaching Gaiman Island.
As for using a din-din mushy to send a message, Li Wenjin highly doubted that such a device would exist in a destitute place like Pumping Island. Li Wenjin entered the pom-pom inn at 3 in the afternoon. They still had to wait for 9 hours before departing Pom-Pom Island to confront the pirate conference at Gammon Island. In the inn's lobby, the only sound was the crackling of wood in the fireplace. 8 pirates sat motionless in the hall, paralyzed by fear, while Li Wenjin and his companions merely closed their eyes in contemplation. As time slowly passed, at 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Wenjin approached the innkeeper to settle their bill and bid farewell, making their way towards the harbor where the pineapple ship was docked. As Li Wenjin and his companions departed, half of the members of the Lamp pirate crew promptly collapsed onto the ground, stretching their legs before hastily rushing to the restroom. After enduring 7 long hours without so much as a movement, the urgency of such a basic need was overwhelming. The fear of being mistaken for attempting to flee made the situation all the more dire. They had been holding it in for an extensive period. Li Wenjin had no intention of involving himself with the affairs of the Lamp pirate crew. Upon returning to the pineapple, he instructed Black Cat and Ram to scavenge the provisions aboard the pirate ship before sinking it into the depths of the ocean. The Lamp pirate ship was merely a small vessel, worth at most 2 to 3 million if sold. Li Wenjin's current endeavor was to pursue grander ambitions, one that required additional manpower, even if it meant commandeering a dilapidated ship. While Black Cat and the others busied themselves with pillaging the pirate ship, Li Wenjin retreated to his quarters to utilize the berries he had earned in the Radiant Kingdom for a chance at the lottery. Hoping to bolster his strength by the time they reached Gammon Island, Li Wenjin possessed a fortune of 860 million belly. Upon returning to his room, he immediately indulged in 8 rounds of premium draws. Blank, 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 Blackbeard's emerald pearl necklace, for 100 strength, for 100 agility, blank, Charlotte Leanlean's hilted blade, for 150 strength. 3 critical strike chance, blank, blank. Obtaining 2 pieces of equipment left Li Wenjin fairly satisfied. However, the matter of the weapon's critical strike enhancement still eluded his comprehension. The adversaries he had encountered thus far had not lasted more than 10 moves under his assault, leaving him uncertain whether the critical strike effect had ever been triggered. During combat, Li Wenjin prioritized evading attacks to preserve his equipment's durability, resorting to blocking only when evasion was impossible. Consequently, his offensive engagements were infrequent. And when he did strike, his foes were swiftly dispatched within 2 or 3 moves. This efficiency had yet to allow his critical strike ability to manifest. Chapter 85, Gammon Island. 2. Li Wenjin gazed at the 2 new pieces of equipment alongside the white shirt of Shanks, which he had retained in his system backpack, providing an additional 500 points in defense and 300 points in agility. He promptly removed the 5-piece set of Vice Admiral gear from his system equipment bar, equipping the 3 new items instead. As for the Vice Admiral set, Li Wenjin intended to gift it to Black Cat, enabling her to unleash greater prowess during the pirate tournament. Concerning his own loss of 2 pieces of equipment, Li Wenjin remained unfazed, for donning the 3 new items ensured that his overall strength remained largely unaffected. Currently, Li Wenjin's attributes stood as follows: Strength, 3,950 points. Defense, 1,870 points. Agility, 2,180 points. Critical hit, 11. His pure strength was now comparable to that of a Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters. And with the abilities granted by 2 types of devil fruits, he no longer feared adversaries of that caliber. With over 60 million berries remaining, Li Wenjin contemplated and decided to engage in 6 high-level draws, aiming to acquire a piece of advanced equipment to temporarily fill the 2 vacant slots in his system. Empty. Empty, empty, empty. Yellow Belt of Jesus Cloth. Defense 280 points. Navy 6 Styles Training Notes. One-time use. Li Wenjin was filled with joy. Having won the lottery twice out of 6 attempts, he had also acquired a training manual for the Navy's 6 styles, which he could conveniently present to Nami. Due to her aversion to peculiar equipment, Nami's strength on the Thousand Sunny was only slightly superior to that of Luffy and Usopp. By mastering the Navy's 6 styles, her self-defense capabilities would undoubtedly increase significantly. As for Jesus Burgess's golden belt, Li Wenjin intended to wear it temporarily, planning to bestow it upon other members of the Thousand Sunny once he obtained superior gear. Upon the conclusion of the lottery, Li Wenjin promptly departed the room and approached Nami's quarters, knocking gently on the door. "Nami, are you there?" he inquired. "Come in," Nami's voice responded from within. Upon entering her room, he found Nami seated by the bed, engrossed in a nautical tome. Li Wenjin walked over and handed her the manual for the Navy's 6 styles, saying, "Nami, just read through the text on this. Curiously, Nami took the concise note, comprised of merely a few dozen words, and remarked, "What is this?" Before she could finish her sentence, an overwhelming sensation washed over her, as if she were absorbing knowledge, leaving her momentarily stunned. Li Wenjin understood that when Nami had glanced at the training notes earlier, she had already comprehended the words inscribed within. This enabled her to instinctively master the Navy's 6 styles, which was the reason for her momentary astonishment. Li Wenjin did not disturb Nami, allowing her to awaken on her own. After a considerable time, Nami, upon regaining consciousness, joyfully exclaimed, "It seems I have mastered the 6 powers of the Navy." Li Wenjin remarked, "You have indeed mastered the Navy's 6 styles, yet diligent practice is essential for complete proficiency." Nami, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I shall go try the Navy's 6 styles on the deck." Without hesitation, she dashed away, prompting Li Wenjin to follow her to the deck, where he would share his insights on the techniques he had acquired. On the deck of the Pineapple, after an hour of instruction, they serendipitously encountered the Black Cat returning from a mission against the Ramp Pirates. Li Wenjin then encouraged Nami to practice independently and approached the Black Cat, inquiring, "Have the matters been resolved?" The Black Cat nodded in response, "Young master, the Ramp Pirates are exceedingly impoverished. Their resources are scarce. With only a little over 300,000 berries remaining, their ship has now been sunk to the depths of the sea." Li Wenjin contemplated and said, "Let us embark at once. The recording pointer has successfully stored the magnetic data." The Black Cat replied, "Then I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately." Li Wenjin nodded and said, "When the Pineapple sets sail, come to my room. I have something for you." After concluding matters with the Black Cat, Li Wenjin returned to his chamber, materializing the 5-piece set of the Naval Vice Admiral. He then pondered over how to handle this array of equipment within the confines of his room. Li Wenjin's concern was not for whom the naval uniform would fit, but rather the strikingly conspicuous nature of the attire. He feared that should the Navy discover a non-admiral donning the garb of a naval officer, trouble would surely ensue. After considerable contemplation, Li Wenjin conceived a clever plan and sought materials aboard the Pineapple. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a can of squid ink. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Wenjin employed the squid ink to dye the entire naval uniform black. Satisfied with his handiwork, he hung the garment to dry, awaiting the ink to set before presenting the 5-piece Admiral's ensemble to the Black Cat. Li Wenjin knew that the squid ink would not provide a permanent solution for dyeing the naval attire, yet he was unconcerned, for he intended to procure proper dye once they reached the city, thus resolving the matter of the Admiral's uniform. Half an hour into the Pineapple's voyage, the Black Cat arrived at Li Wenjin's room, whereupon he entrusted her with the 5-piece Admiral's set and instructed her to pass any surplus equipment to Ram. The Black Cat was already outfitted in high-grade gear, while Ram possessed mid-tier equipment, making the exchange beneficial for both, enhancing their respective strengths. With the equipment situation resolved, Li Wenjin dedicated his time to training with Nami in the 6 styles of the Navy, eagerly anticipating their arrival at Gaiman Island. Gaiman Island is a small isle, the 8th in the first line of the Grand Line, and one of 2 islands devoid of governmental oversight, the other being Chiga Island. Both are renowned havens for pirates. Beyond Gaiman Island lies Yakikichi Island, the Devil's Triangle, and the Sabaody Archipelago, indicating that they were not far from the latter. Gaiman Island is also a lush, forested autumn isle, a locale perfectly suited for the ambush strategy Li Wenjin had devised. Li Wenjin's strategy was to refrain from directly approaching Jamon Island upon entering its vicinity. Instead, he planned to wait until darkness fell and then land on an uninhabited shore. Once on Jamon Island, they would launch a surprise attack on the pirate encampment under the cover of night, aiming to significantly reduce the enemy's numbers. As dawn broke the following day, Li Wenjin intended to unleash a full-scale assault to annihilate the entire island, seeking vengeance on the pirates who sought his life. Presently, Li Wenjin harbored no concerns about the possibility of not receiving the full bounty for eliminating the wanted criminals. Unlike the East Blue, the Grand Line's bounties often pertained to individuals whose fates were of little consequence, with only a select few pirates requiring capture alive. This time, the White Feather Pirates had rallied several pirate crews to pursue Li Wenjin's demise, but he would show no mercy to those who sought his life. He resolved to eradicate every pirate on the island, leaving no survivors. Of course, this was merely Li Wenjin's internal contemplation, as the number of pirates on Jamon Island could exceed 2,000, making it implausible for the 7 of them to eliminate them all. Chapter 86. Jamon Island 3. The Pineapple arrived in the waters surrounding Jamon Island at 10 o'clock in the morning 3 days later. Since they intended to wait until evening to commence their operation, the Pineapple found a secluded area to rest and rejuvenate for their nocturnal endeavors. Li Wenjin now feels a sense of relief, as he received information about the pirate conference early. Had he followed his previous plan to dock at Jamon Island, they would likely have encountered dangers far greater than those in Town. His fortunate early awareness of the pirate conference can indeed be deemed a stroke of luck. After resting throughout the day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the Pineapple ship set sail towards Jamon Island. Li Wenjin and the Black Cat scanned the surroundings with binoculars while walking, ensuring that the Pineapple ship would not cross paths with any other pirate crews. After 2 full hours, the Pineapple ship finally reached the shore, nestled among a thicket of brambles. Li Wenjin utilized the moonwalk technique to transport all members, except for Nami, in batches to a bramble-free area. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and the 7 of them stealthily ventured into the depths of the forest. Half an hour later, they stumbled upon the first pirate camp, which consisted of approximately 30 members belonging to the Rager pirate crew, boasting a bounty of 54 million. Through Nami's binoculars, they observed that the Rager crew was not resting. Instead, they were gathered around a bonfire, engaging in lively conversation. This left Li Wenjin and his companions, hidden within the forest, hesitant to act, for they realized they were ill-equipped to take on over 30 pirates in a single confrontation. Furthermore, Nami noted that there were no other pirate camps in close proximity to the Rager crew's location. Li Wenjin contemplated that if there were no other pirate crews in the vicinity, he could effortlessly eliminate them without drawing any attention. Nami lowered her telescope and shook her head in resignation, suggesting, "Let us wait until dawn to act. There are still 4 pirate crews nearby. We should first deal with these 4 smaller crews before confronting the Reggie pirates." Li Wenjin inquired curiously, "Are the surrounding pirate crews weaker than the Roger pirates?" Nami replied, "Indeed, the other 4 pirate crews have bounties that do not exceed 30 million. Li Wenjin inquired once more, "Are there only those 4 pirate crews near the Reggie pirates?" Nami replied, "Within a kilometer radius, there are merely 5 bonfires, indicating that only these 5 pirate crews are present. As for those at a greater distance, I cannot discern them due to the obstruction of trees." Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, "It matters little. We cannot see one another, nor can they see us." Which is rather fortuitous. The 7 of them, nestled within the forest, decided to commence their assault on the pirate crew, resting in place until the moment their adversaries were also at rest. At midnight, the forest was enveloped in a haunting stillness, broken only by the whispering wind and the rustling of branches and leaves, imbuing the atmosphere with an air of mystery. Nearby, 5 campfires flickered like spectral flames, swaying gently in the breeze. At that moment, Li Wenjin turned to Nami and inquired, "The time is ripe. Shall we proceed with our endeavor? Let us strive to maintain silence, and should we encounter an insurmountable obstacle, retreat at once and allow me to handle it." The other 6 members of the Pineapple crew nodded in unison, affirming, "Understood. Let us commence our journey." At Li Wenjin's command, the 7 stealthily advanced toward the first pirate crew's location, whose members were currently resting by the campfire. Upon reaching the vicinity of the flames, Li pointed toward the pirate captain with a 22 million bounty, signaling that he would handle that target while the others dealt with the remaining brigands. Once their assignments were settled, Li unsheathed his golden staff, running his fingers along its gleaming surface with solemn reverence. "Tonight," he murmured with quiet resolve, "you shall drink deep of crimson once more." Prepared for battle, Li surged forward first, vanishing with a Soru before materializing beside the 22 million belly pirate. A single devastating strike shattered the fugitive's skull, splattering brain matter in a gruesome instant. With one bounty claimed, Li swiftly turned to silence the other pirates, who had barely opened their eyes in shock before meeting their demise. Though 30-odd pirates could not be eliminated without some noise, the howling winds of the night muffled the sporadic cries well enough to avoid detection. After dispatching the first crew, Li and his team wasted no time, charging toward the next pirate bands to eliminate them before they could rouse to full alertness. The second and third crews fell just as smoothly, but by the time they reached the fourth, the enemy had already awakened, though still disoriented about the unfolding chaos. At this point, stealth was abandoned. The 7 warriors cut down the 20-some pirates before them in open combat, then turned their blades toward the Ledger pirates with relentless momentum. In merely 10 minutes, Li Wenjin and his companions managed to vanquish 4 pirate crews. However, that brief span was sufficient for the Reggie pirate crew to ready themselves. The harrowing cries of the 4th pirate crew's members served as a stark warning. Had they remained oblivious to the oncoming threat, the Reggie pirate crew would not have survived this long. Reggie, a master swordsman wielding dual blades, promptly summoned his crew to gather near the campfire upon learning of the impending assault, ensuring they would be shielded from a surprise attack by the enemy. Li Wenjin and his companions had no intention of launching a surprise attack. As they charged towards the campfire of the Legia pirate crew, they immediately unleashed their assault, offering no opportunity for dialogue. Legia, upon witnessing the 7-masked figures approach with hostility, felt no inclination to engage in conversation. It was evident that their intentions were lethal. The reason Li Wenjin and his comrades wore masks was that their identities had already been exposed. Confronting Legia directly might have led him to recognize them, causing him to flee in terror. Li Wenjin's adversary was none other than Legia, who wielded dual swords with formidable sword energy. However, with merely 2 strikes, Li Wenjin sent Legia hurtling backward, causing him to expel a copious amount of blood. As Legia staggered to his feet, he attempted to flee. Yet, Li Wenjin was resolute in not granting him the opportunity, for he had plans to ambush other camps. Should Legia escape, their meticulously crafted ambush would be utterly thwarted. As long as Legia could be dealt with swiftly, the remaining pirate crews would merely be on heightened alert, allowing Li Wenjin and his comrades to continue their assault. Despite Legia's speed, he could not outpace Li Wenjin, who closed the distance in a mere 5 seconds, delivering 5 decisive blows that extinguished Legia's life. With great urgency, Li Wenjin returned to the vicinity of the campfire, efficiently dispatching the remaining pirates. Within a span of 15 minutes, 158 pirates had been vanquished by Li Wenjin and his team. Turning to Nami and the others, he declared, "Let us depart and seek out other pirate crews to confront. Let us endeavor to eliminate as many as possible before nightfall." Chapter 87. Gaiman Island. For Li Wenjin and his companions discovered the location of the second pirate gathering, situated merely 2 kilometers from the Legia pirate group's encampment. The members of the pirate crew remained in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to their presence. Seizing the opportunity, they proceeded without hesitation. Adhering to their previous strategy of first dealing with the feebler pirate factions before confronting the formidable Shuangjia pirate group, which had a bounty of 57 million. This second gathering comprised 6 pirate crews, and as they dispatched the 4th, the 5th crew had already allied with the Shuangjia. The confrontation with the Shuangjia was akin to that with the Legia, characterized by direct and unyielding combat. However, the Shuangjia proved to be significantly less challenging, as their strength relied on cooperative tactics between their 2 captains. Regrettably, their individual prowess was rather lacking, allowing Li Wenjin to overcome them with mere strikes. With the second pirate gathering dealt with, Li Wenjin and his group swiftly sought out the 3rd gathering for a surprise assault. Upon vanquishing the 3rd crew, which bore a bounty of 64 million, Li Wenjin captured their captain to extract information, yielding a piece of news that greatly pleased him. Approximately 3,000 pirates had indeed congregated at Gaiman Island, with the most formidable being Bayou Pirate Group, 120 million bounty; Taiatui Pirate Group, 94 million bounty; Jianfu Pirate Group, 86 million bounty; Mianhua Pirate Group, 84 million bounty. The sheer number of pirates on Gaiman Island rendered the villages too cramped, compelling the 4 major pirate factions to occupy the village for rest, while the remaining crews retreated to the forests. Within the woods, those with bounties ranging from 50 to 80 million could not rest in proximity to one another, as many bore long-standing grudges. Consequently, they opted to lead their own trusted crews to find secluded resting spots, thereby avoiding encounters with others, lest the pirate alliance be jeopardized before Li Wenjin, the bounty hunter, could arrive. Li Wenjin and his companions eliminated 3 pirate strongholds, yet no one came to investigate. This indifference stemmed from their mutual disconnection. Even if one party encountered difficulties, the others were disinclined to intervene. Upon receiving such news, Li Wenjin's enthusiasm soared, and he resolved to eliminate all 7 pirate gathering points outside the village before nightfall. As of now, Li Wenjin and his companions had already neutralized 3 of these locations, leaving 4 pirate dens yet to be dealt with. The clock read 2 in the morning, granting them 4 additional hours to address the remaining pirate strongholds. Armed with intelligence gathered in preparation, Li Wenjin and his team grew increasingly audacious in their approach. Should their stealth tactics be uncovered, they would swiftly transition to a direct assault, efficiently dispatching the pirate crews. However, at 4:40 a.m., while dismantling the 6th pirate gathering point, Li Wenjin began to feel a sense of trepidation, as the 7th pirate stronghold was alarmingly close to the village on Gaiman Island. If they initiated an attack now, the pirates within the village would undoubtedly detect the disturbance in the forest. Li Wenjin now yearns for the might of the Conqueror's haki, for its formidable power is undeniably effective against mere fodder. Unlike his current predicament, where he is overwhelmed, tirelessly dealing with over 1,000 insignificant pirates. Li Wenjin and his companions stood at the forest surrounding the 7th pirate gathering point, observing the site where they noted the presence of pirates already patrolling. It appeared that the pirates had indeed sensed something amiss within the woods. In truth, during their encounter at the 6th gathering point, Li Wenjin had already discerned that the adversaries seemed to be prepared. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Li Wenjin and his group, their preparations were rendered utterly futile. "Wenjin, what shall we do about this 7th pirate gathering point?" Nami inquired, her gaze fixed on the alerting pirates. Her expression reflecting a degree of uncertainty as she sought Li Wenjin's counsel on the matter. Li Wenjin fell silent for a moment before producing 3 purple candies made of sugar, which would enhance attack power by 500 points for a duration of 5 minutes. He handed one to Nami, Lam, and Duman, stating, "I am preparing to launch a strong assault on the 7th stronghold. These candies will augment your strength. But the time is limited to 5 minutes. You must seize the opportunity to utilize them wisely." Nami and her companions immediately understood Li Wenjin's intention to bolster their capabilities and assist him in eliminating all the pirates at the 7th stronghold before the white feather pirates from the village could arrive. After resting in the woods for 10 minutes and regaining some stamina, Li Wenjin led the charge toward the 7th stronghold. The pirates at the stronghold had already braced themselves for an attack. Thus, Li Wenjin had no choice but to rely on his formidable assault to scatter them before confronting them individually. However, just as he dispatched 15 minor foes, a powerful kick struck toward him, compelling him to block the assault with his staff. The assailant was none other than the captain of the Iron Leg Pirates, with a bounty of 94 million. Upon hearing Nami's voice calling out to him, Li Wenjin immediately transformed into a hybrid form of the brown bear fruit and engaged in combat with Captain Ironleg. The captain, having sensed something amiss in the forest, had arrived at the nearest gathering place to the village to ascertain the situation. However, just as he was conversing with the leader of the gathering for less than 10 minutes, he was startled by the sounds of battle emanating from outside the tent. Without hesitation, he rushed out to confront the masked assailant, who was ruthlessly slaughtering without restraint. What Captain Ironleg did not anticipate was the overwhelming strength of his adversary, who suddenly morphed into a bare human form, thereby amplifying their power significantly. Alone, he found himself incapable of fending off the masked figure. To his further dismay, the assailant's speed far exceeded his own, leaving him with no option but to evade and dodge, desperately trying to avoid being struck. Initially, Captain Ironleg had hoped for assistance from the surrounding pirates, but upon a quick glance, he realized that among the entire camp, only Captain Anda, leader of the 7th gathering, with a bounty of 70 million berries, was engaged with one masked assailant. The other pirates were preoccupied, being pursued by 5 additional masked figures, leaving them with no time to come to his aid. Li Wenjin felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Nami mention that the person before him was the Ironleg captain. If he could eliminate this formidable foe, it would alleviate a quarter of the pressure he faced when confronting the white feather pirate crew. Thus, as he confronted the Ironleg captain, he swiftly unleashed the powers of his devil fruit, aiming to swiftly vanquish the captain. However, the Ironleg captain proved to be a worthy adversary, making a quick resolution quite challenging. Chapter 88, Gaiman Island 5 in the village of Gaiman Island. Bayu had received news of disturbances in the forest. Yet, before he could investigate, he learned that the Ironleg captain had already gone to assess the situation, prompting him to refrain from venturing into the woods. Just 10 minutes later, the sounds of battle and cries of death echoed from outside the village, compelling him to seek out the pirate gathering nearby. As Bayu exited his quarters, he encountered the leader of the cotton pirate crew, who was also on his way to ascertain the situation. They decided to investigate together, making their way toward the pirate encampment. Meanwhile, as Bayu and the cotton captain approached the pirate stronghold, Li Wenjin and his 6 companions had already dispatched all the pirates at the 7th gathering point. Even the formidable Ironleg captain, who lay defeated at Li Wenjin's feet. In terms of strength, the Ironleg captain was comparable to a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, possessing an estimated power of around 2,500 points, marking him as a formidable pirate. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Li Wenjin, a bounty hunter whose strength surpassed his by a factor of 2, and thus he became yet another vanquished foe. As the 7th pirate gathering point was cleared, Li Wenjin spotted figures approaching from a distance and promptly summoned his comrades to prepare for the impending challenge. Bayu and the cotton captain, upon nearing the pirate encampment, were shocked to discover that the entire stronghold had been decimated. Bai Yu was almost overwhelmed by the impulse to transform and charge into the camp. However, he managed to restrain his emotions, instead commanding his subordinates to return to the village and gather all the pirates before proceeding with the cotton captain toward the pirate gathering. Upon entering the encampment, Bai Yu's gaze immediately fell upon the iron-leg captain, unconscious near a campfire, which weighed heavily upon his heart. The iron-leg captain was no ordinary foe. Even Bai Yu would find it no simple task to defeat him. The fact that he had been swiftly subdued by another indicated that this opponent was undoubtedly stronger. Confronted by 7 masked figures, Bai Yu's expression darkened. "Who are you?" At this point, the masks served little purpose. Li Wenjin removed his facial covering, revealing a cold smile as he addressed Bai Yu. "I trust you recognize me, Bai Yu." Upon seeing Li Wenjin's face, Bai Yu was struck with astonishment. You are the bounty hunter who injured my brother. How did you end up on Gaiman Island?" Li Wenjin nonchalantly wiped the blood from the golden staff with the mask he had removed from his face, stating with a calm demeanor, "Not only have I arrived, but I have also eliminated over 1,000 pirates in the forest. What can you possibly do to me?" Upon hearing his words, Captain Bai Yu and Captain Mianhua's expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately adopted a defensive stance. The sheer ferocity of Li Wenjin, having slain more than 1,000 pirates, indicated that he would not show mercy towards them either. Captain Mianhua and Captain Bai Yu had come with merely over 100 pirates, and Li Wenjin was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. After exchanging a few words with the two, he allowed Nami and the others a moment to rest. Now that they had recuperated, it was time to launch their attack. In response to Li Wenjin's sudden assault, neither Cotton Commander nor Bai Yu Commander displayed any signs of panic. They deftly evaded Li Wenjin's attack and simultaneously began their transformations. Bai Yu Commander's fruit ability. The bird fruit, white sparrow form, enabled him to take flight, while Cotton Commander's fruit ability allowed him to soften his body to withstand incoming attacks. Additionally, he could conjure white threads to ensnare his opponent. However, the threads possessed a lamentable lack of resilience and could be easily severed. Bai Yu Commander launched a direct aerial assault aimed at Li Wenjin's head, while Cotton Commander transformed his hands into white cotton threads, maneuvering them toward Li Wenjin's weapon in an attempt to entangle it. Faced with 2 formidable devil fruit users, Li Wenjin was left with no choice but to withstand their onslaught. Otherwise, vanquishing these 2 adversaries would likely prove to be a protracted endeavor. Li Wenjin wielded a golden staff, striking at the head of Commander Bai Yu, while the threads of cotton from Commander Mianhua wound around him. Unperturbed by this entanglement, he focused all his might on attacking Commander Bai Yu. Observing Li Wenjin becoming increasingly ensnared by the threads of Commander Mianhua, Commander Bai Yu had no choice but to engage in close combat with Li Wenjin, thereby creating an opportunity for Commander Mianhua to completely envelop Li Wenjin within his threads. The reason for Commander Bai Yu's proximity in battle was that if he chose to flee, Li Wenjin would undoubtedly pursue him, making it impossible for Commander Mianhua's threads to ensnare Li Wenjin. At this moment, Li Wenjin perceptively sensed the flexible assault of the cotton threads, which impeded his movements and rendered his joints somewhat sluggish during his attacks. Consequently, he transformed into a formidable bear-human hybrid, utilizing his immense strength to sever all the cotton threads binding him before resuming his onslaught against Captain Bai Yu. Observing Li Wenjin break free from the threads, Captain Bai Yu remained unfazed and continued to engage Li Wenjin in combat, fully aware that the cotton threads would automatically reattach once severed. He knew that once the threads enveloped Li Wenjin more densely, the latter would find it increasingly difficult to break free from their grasp. As 5 minutes elapsed, Li Wenjin had severely injured Captain Bai Yu, causing him to spit blood, while Li Wenjin himself became ensnared in thick layers of cotton threads that hindered his ability to strike with full force, rendering him incapable of extricating himself. At this moment, Li Wenjin's concern was not for himself, but rather for Nami and her companions who were engaged in battle with over 100 pirates. When he observed that the majority of these pirates had been vanquished, a sense of joy finally enveloped his heart. Li Wenjin had been engaging with Captain Bai Yu and Captain Mianhua for quite some time with 2 primary objectives in mind. Firstly, he aimed to inflict sufficient damage upon Captain Bai Yu to prevent him from fleeing during moments of crisis. Secondly, he sought to buy time for Nami and the others to deal with the 100 or so pirates. Now that both tasks had been accomplished, Captain Bai Yu was wounded and unlikely to fly far, and the majority of the pirates had been subdued. Li Wenjin decided it was time to end his game with the 2 pirate captains. Under the horrified gazes of Captain Mianyang and Captain Bai Yu, Li Wenjin activated his split ability, causing Captain Mianhua's threads to bind nothing but thin air. Simultaneously, his detached hands, gripping golden staffs, struck Captain Baiyu squarely on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. With the rest of his body swiftly reassembling itself and breaking free from the threads, Li Wenjin then employed Soro, instantly appearing beside Captain Mianhua before delivering a powerful kick that sent the captain flying. Chapter 89, Gaiman Island, 6. Li Wenjin sent the Cotton Regiment commander flying with a single strike, then immediately pursued the airborne figure. He unleashed another relentless barrage of blows upon the tumbling commander, continuing his violent assault until the once soft cotton body hardened under the brutal punishment. Only then did he finally cease his merciless attack. Li Wenjin relentlessly pummeled the cotton captain numerous times, because each strike merely landed upon an unnaturally pliant and yielding form, inflicting negligible harm. Only after repeated assaults did the cotton captain's body finally stiffen under the blows, prompting Li Wenjin to cease his brutal onslaught. Having dealt with the cotton captain, Li Wenjin strode toward the unconscious white feather captain and delivered another vicious strike to the head with his staff, ensuring the injury worsened. He could not afford leniency. White feather captain, as a Zoan-type ability user, possessed formidable regenerative capabilities. Surveying the now concluded battlefield, Li Wenjin called out to Nami, "Nami, come here." Exhausted and seated on the ground, Nami responded with palpable irritation, "What do you want? Can't you let me rest for a moment?" Li Wenjin quickly reassured her, saying, "I have an important matter for you to attend to. You can rest well once it is completed." Nami inquired, "What is it that you need me to do?" He replied, "I need you to return and navigate the Pineapple to the port of Yaman Island. The Black Cat will accompany you to prevent those pirates from escaping by sea." Nami expressed her concern. "There are still over 1,000 pirates coming from the village. Do you think the 5 of you can handle them?" Li Wenjin disdainfully remarked, "To me, there are no masters, only the insignificant. You two may return with peace of mind, and be sure to bring back Captain Heiyu and Captain Mianhua. Use the sea stone handcuffs aboard the ship to secure them properly." Nami attempted to interject, but Li Wenjin interrupted her, saying, "Hurry and leave. I can already see the pirates from the village approaching. If we don't swiftly seal off the port, they will escape by ship." Without further ado, Haimeo and Nami grasped the unconscious forms of Captain Baiyu and Captain Mianhua and hurriedly made their way into the depths of the forest. Li Wenjin and the remaining 4 members sat down to rest and recover their strength, awaiting the arrival of the pirates from below. The captain of the battle-axe pirates had been sound asleep when one of his subordinates abruptly woke him, informing him that Captains Baiyu and Cotton had summoned him to the mountain pirate stronghold. This greatly displeased him, as he despised being disturbed during his slumber. After reprimanding the subordinate who had roused him, Battle-Axe leisurely rose and made his way toward the forest hideout. However, he soon noticed that pirates from the entire village were all heading toward the same location in the forest. Intrigued, he led his men to the front, arriving first at the gathering point. When Battle-Axe laid eyes upon the pirate stronghold, he could scarcely believe what he saw. Scattered across the ground were 200 to 300 lifeless pirate corpses, and among them lay the unconscious captain of the Iron Leg Pirates, a man stronger than himself. Captains Baiyu and Cotton were nowhere to be seen. By the central bonfire, 5 individuals sat resting. Captain Battle-Axe did not approach Li Wenjin and his companions. Instead, with cautious wariness, he called out to them, "Who in the world are you people?" Li Wenjin turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at the Battle-Axe captain, remarking with icy disdain, "Weren't you planning to deal with me? How ironic that you don't even recognize your adversary." The Battle-Axe captain's countenance immediately darkened with dread. Such brazen admission could only mean that the White Feather and Cotton captains had likely been eliminated, rendering this man utterly unafraid of confronting a mere pirate captain alone. As this realization struck, the Battle-Axe captain swiftly pivoted toward his crew and barked, "Retreat to the harbor at once." His command was abruptly cut short when something whizzed toward the back of his skull. Instinctively, he ducked, and the object sailed over his head, landing squarely upon the crown of a pirate standing before him. Frowning, the Battle-Axe captain scrutinized the projectile, nothing more than an apple. Some lunatic must have hurled it, he thought dismissively. Shaking off the absurdity, he refocused on ordering his men to withdraw. But before he could speak, the apple resting atop the pirate's head suddenly exploded with a muffled pop, releasing a billowing cloud of emerald-hued smoke. The sight of the verdant mist triggered 2 immediate thoughts in the Battle-Axe captain's mind: poison gas and escape. Yet the moment he attempted to flee, his limbs grew leaden, his strength sapped. Each step became a laborious effort, his movements sluggish as if wading through tar. A sinking certainty gripped him. He was already doomed. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin, the one who had tossed the apple, was exhilarated. He had merely hoped for luck. After all, the toxin's activation was but a 50-50 chance, yet fortune had favored him. Turning to his four companions, he commanded with sharp urgency, "Strike in 1 minute." Understood? Having witnessed the apple's venomous potency before, Hylasai, Jinbizi, and the other two needed no further explanation. They rose in unison, poised to attack the instant the toxic mist dissipated. Li Wenjin was exceedingly satisfied. Initially, he intended to take matters into his own hands, but now, with Hylasai and her team addressing the issue, he felt at ease. Thus, he rose and approached the leader of the Iron Legs. Li Wenjin, gripping the iron-legged captain in his hand, prepared to seize the battle-axe captain once the poisonous mist dissipated. With both captains in his grasp, he intended to head to the harbor, ensuring no one would dare approach it thereafter. Li Wenjin planned to discard the battle-axe and iron-legged captains at the harbor as a warning to fleeing pirates, deterring them from nearing the port. This would allow him to claim the pirate ships anchored there as his own. As the emerald mist cleared, Li Wenjin called out to Hyles and the others. "Leave the rest to you. I must hasten to the harbor," with a smile. Upon finishing his words, Li Wenjin swiftly soared towards the leisurely retreating Axe Brigade commander, delivering a decisive blow that rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, he grasped the iron-legged captain with his left hand and hoisted the Axe Brigade commander with his right, propelling himself towards the harbor of Yamen Island. As Li Wenjin alighted in the village of Yamen, the morning sun's rays enveloped him, casting a radiant glow that made him appear almost ethereal. The pirates of Yamen village looked on in awe and trepidation at the sight before them. Li Wenjin had no time to ponder the thoughts of those pirates. He descended at the village entrance and swiftly dispatched the pirates within the village, one by one, gradually making his way toward the port. Although Li Wenjin had considered using the moonwalk to reach the port, the overwhelming number of pirates in the village necessitated a thorough clearing. Otherwise, Hyles and the others might face obstacles. Furthermore, while airborne, he noticed no pirate ships attempting to flee from the port, prompting him to first eliminate the pirates within the village. Chapter 90. Yamen Island. After 10 minutes of clearing the village of pirates, Li Wenjin was compelled to head toward the port, as a multitude of pirates was rushing there to board the ships and escape Yamen Island. Those pirate ships were now under Li Wenjin's control, and he had no intention of letting the pirates abscond with them. Upon reaching the port, he swiftly incapacitated all the pirates nearby. After holding the port for an hour, Li Wenjin encountered pirates who were already on their ships, attempting to flee. However, before they could set sail, he swiftly dispatched them with ease. As for the pirates at the port, after eliminating over 30 of them, the remaining ones ceased their advance and turned to flee into the forest. An hour passed, during which Hyles and Jinbis were engaged in clearing the members of the pirate crew from the village, while Ram and Duman scoured the forest to apprehend the wanted criminals and bring them to the port. Nami and Black Cat held the fort at the port in Li Wenjin's stead, preventing the pirate crew from slipping away, while Li Wenjin pursued the fugitives who had fled into the forest, including Bayu's brother, Heiyu. The expanse of Yamen Island was not vast. Li Wenjin primarily searched the forest for hiding pirates, consuming a considerable amount of time. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally apprehended the fleeing Heiyu at sea, ensuring that all the escaping pirates from the forest met their end. Fortunately, Heiyu's fruit was merely an ordinary bird fruit of the black sparrow variety, which could not fly very far or fast. Had it been otherwise, Heiyu might have evaded capture once again. While pursuing Heiyu, Li Wenjin expended a significant amount of his stamina, as Heiyu, closely pursued, disregarded the limitations of his fruit's abilities and took to the sea in search of a glimmer of hope. To capture Heiyu, Li Wenjin had no choice but to continuously employ the moonwalk on the water, which drained his energy considerably, leaving him in a rather irritable mood. Li Wenjin was in a foul mood, and naturally, the outcome for Black Feather was not any better. He was swiftly reduced to a mere breath by Li Wenjin's wrath. As for the pirates who had been slain, Li Wenjin felt no sympathy whatsoever. The audacity of those pirates to participate in the encirclement of his pirate gathering was, in Li Wenjin's eyes, an unforgivable transgression. He had no intention of sparing them. Moreover, with 3 days to wait on Yamen Island, he was keen to eliminate any potential trouble from those pirates. The 3-day wait for Li Wenjin was not for the record pointer to fill the magnetic storage, but rather for the arrival of the Spring Chamber of Commerce to fulfill this transaction. Upon Li Wenjin's return to the Pineapple, the harbor's coastline had settled into a tranquil stillness, devoid of any pirate activity. This absence of turmoil significantly eased his spirits, prompting him to rest against the deck of the Pineapple. The 7 crew members aboard were also taking respite, while the villagers commenced an animated discussion about all matters concerning Li Wenjin. Among these villagers, there were indeed some pirates. However, they neither fled nor caused disturbances, and thus Li Wenjin chose to disregard them. During this encounter at Yaman Island, the bounty placed on Li Wenjin by the pirate crew exceeded an astonishing 1.5 billion, compounded by the presence of 3,000 ordinary pirates. Ultimately, only a mere fraction of them were likely to survive. Most crucially, Li Wenjin and his companions numbered merely 7, making it improbable to suppress the news of their exploits. It was entirely natural for the villagers to engage in conversation about the matter. Over the ensuing 2 days, Li Wenjin's task involved incapacitating the wanted criminals to prevent any unruly incidents, while his remaining hours were spent alongside Nami and the others, clearing out the pirate supplies. During this period, several vessels approached Shiman Island, but they were merely civilian ships, not pirate crews. Li Wenjin, who had initially hoped to stake out a pirate ship at Shiman Island, could only lament his unfortunate luck. On the morning of the 3rd day, ships from the Spring Merchant Association and a naval vessel arrived at Jaman Island, which piqued Li Wenjin's curiosity. He pondered whether any of the pirates he had captured were connected to a significant figure within the Navy. Standing on the deck of the Pineapple, he was astonished to see Audi Shuen, the rotund merchant, present on the deck of the Spring Merchant Association's ship, prompting his intrigue regarding Audi's purpose for visiting. After a brief interlude, Audi Shuen boarded the Pineapple and organized his staff to discuss trading matters with Nami, while he himself engaged in conversation with Li Wenjin on the deck. Audi Shuen remarked with a sense of awe, "Brother Wenjin, you have accomplished something truly remarkable this time." Li Wenjin understood that what Audi Shuen referred to was his eradication of the 3,000 pirates on Yaman Island. Li Wenjin shook his head and sighed, saying, "I cannot believe I have encountered such a situation. They insisted on killing me. I was merely acting in self-defense. I hope to never face such circumstances again." Audi Shoduin then chuckled and replied, "In the future, you will find it impossible to encounter such events, for those pirates will flee in terror at the mere sight of you." Li Wenjin furrowed his brow, expressing disbelief. "It can't be that exaggerated, can it?" Audi Shoen replied with unwavering certainty, "This is an undeniable fact. Consider the individuals you have eliminated this time. If those pirates dare to provoke you again, that would truly be a stroke of misfortune." Li Wenjin found himself at a loss for words. As a bounty hunter, without any pirates to capture, how could he possibly earn a living? The more he pondered, the more dismal his future appeared. Realizing that he would have to rely solely on luck to apprehend any pirates, with a heavy sigh, he turned to Audi Shoen and inquired, "Why have you come personally this time, and what is the situation regarding that naval ship?" Audi Shoen replied curtly, "The pirates you have captured are exceedingly formidable. Our Spring Trading Association cannot risk taking them on. It is far more prudent to let the Navy handle it." "Ah, my apologies. I truly did not foresee that," Li Wenjin responded. Li Wenjin almost forgot that the Spring Chamber of Commerce was merely a commercial organization, fundamentally distinct from armed forces like the Navy. The task of escorting 4 fugitives, each with a bounty exceeding 80 million, could indeed pose significant risks. Audi Shoen remarked, "Let us not dwell on the matter of wanted criminals. I have come to discuss the equipment." Li Wenjin replied directly, "If you seek to procure equipment from me, I regret to inform you that I have little to offer. I possess only 5 items at present." Audi Shoen inquired, "Are those items particularly challenging to produce?" Li Wenjin nodded decisively and remarked, "The equipment I provided you costs no less than 10 million each. Ponder on that." Audi Shoen sighed, expressing, "It seems my visit has been in vain. I had hoped to have discovered a promising project." Li Wenjin patted Aodi Shoen on the shoulder and remarked, "Those weapons would certainly augment the strength of our Spring Chamber of Commerce. That would be quite beneficial, wouldn't it?" Aodi Shoen nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak the truth. In the future, if there are any more weapons available, do sell them to our Spring Chamber of Commerce." Li Wenjin smiled and said, "Then let us settle on this decision. I happen to have 5 pieces of equipment here, and I shall sell them all to you this time." Chapter 91, Alabasta. Li Wenjin and Audi Shoen's attempt to negotiate equipment fell through, so they conversed about other matters aboard the Pineapple, awaiting Nami, the Spring Chamber of Commerce, and the Navy to finalize all transactions. The speed of this transaction was remarkably swift, as Nami and her companions had meticulously accounted for the goods within just 2 days. The Spring Chamber of Commerce and the Navy merely needed to verify the details to conclude the deal, resulting in the transaction being completed in a mere 3 hours. Upon the completion of the deal, as Audi Shoin took his leave from Li Wenjin aboard the Pineapple, he remarked, "Mr. Wenjin, it would be advisable for you to head directly to the Sabaody archipelago." Li Wenjin was quite taken aback. "Am I not supposed to pass by another island? How could we head directly to the Sabaody archipelago?" Audi Shoin chuckled as he replied, "Mr. Wenjin, the actions you undertook in the Rejekachev Kingdom and the Enchanting Kingdom have been reported to the world government by both nations. I fear that at the next island, you may be deemed an unwelcome individual, potentially barred from disembarking." Li Wenjin inwardly cursed the individuals from both countries for their triviality in lodging such complaints. It was utterly outrageous. "Oh well, I understand what I must do. You need not concern yourself with my affairs," Li Wenjin sighed. Audi Shoin nodded. "Then we shall take our leave, Mr. Wenjin." Li Wenjin stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the naval warships and the spring chamber as they departed. He remained at the forefront, pondering his next course of action. "Wenjin, what's the matter? Should we not leave this place now?" After 20 minutes of contemplation, he was roused from his thoughts by Nami's voice. As he turned to face her, a realization struck him. It was time to meet Robin. For his strength had now reached a level sufficient to contend with Crocodile. With clarity in his mind, Li Wenjin joyfully swept Nami into his arms and twirled her around the deck, planting a kiss on her lips as he declared, "We shall set sail for Alabasta at once." Nami wiped away the remnants of his kiss from her face and retorted with playful annoyance, "If we're departing, then let us just go. What else with your antics?" She then dashed back to converse with Hyles and the others, while Li Wenjin organized the Black Cat crew to head towards Alabasta. Once the Pineapple ship set sail, he retreated to his quarters to indulge in a lottery with his recently acquired 276,500,000 berries. Upon entering his room, Li Wenjin opted for 10 draws from the premium lottery. Empty, 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 empty. Blackbeard's white pearl bracelet. 500 defense, 300 strength, empty. Charlotte Lean's white cloak. 400 defense, 400 agility, empty, empty. Securing 2 pieces of equipment worth 1 billion berries, Li Wenjin deemed his luck quite favorable. He promptly removed the yellow belt of Jesus Burgess and donned the 2 new items, thus filling his system's equipment inventory to a total of 10 pieces. Li Wenjin was in high spirits and decided to embark on the second round of 10 prestigious draws. Empty, empty, empty. Cannon fruit, which allows one to transform body parts into various cannonballs for launch. Empty, empty, empty. Shank slippers, agility 500 points, strength 300 points. Empty. Having drawn a devil fruit, Li Wenjin felt quite satisfied, considering it a relatively powerful specimen. He now comprehended that within the system's lottery, devil fruits were essentially top-tier equipment and not particularly unique items. As for the cannon fruit, he intended not to utilize it himself, but rather gift it to the sharpshooter, Dooman, aboard the Pineapple ship, as this devil fruit would enable him to showcase his capabilities, alleviating his envy of Ram's possession of a devil fruit. With over 700 million berries remaining, Li Wenjin pondered for a moment before opting for another 5 prestigious draws. Empty, empty, empty. Kaido's black boots, defense 500 points, strength 300 points. Empty. Upon concluding this round of draws, Li Wenjin decided against further participation and began to organize all the equipment he possessed. Ultimately, he arranged the distribution of equipment as follows. In the system's equipment slot, 10 items were designated. Shank's Western Sword, strength 500 points, critical hit 5. Shank's Black Cloak, defense 400 points, agility 400 points. Shank's White Shirt, defense 500 points, agility 300 points. Shank's Slippers, agility 500 points, strength 300 points. Charlotte Lean's White Cloak, defense 400 points, agility 400 points. Charlotte Lean's Hatchet, strength 450 points, critical hit 3. Kaido's Black Boots, defense 500 points, strength 300 points. Blackbeard's Fire Control, strength 450 points, critical hit 3. Shatterfruit, Bear Fruit, Brown Bear Form. In addition, the 10 pieces of equipment worn on his body included Blackbeard's Green Pearl Necklace, strength 400 points, agility 400 points. Blackbeard's White Pearl Bracelet, defense 500 points, strength 300 points. Enel's Golden Staff, strength 260 points. Enel's Golden Gauntlets, strength 200 points, defense 200 points. Enel's Golden Anklet, strength 200 points, agility 200 points. Inel's golden toe ring, agility 300 points. Inel's golden earrings, strength 300 points. Inel's complete golden set, increases strength, agility, and defense by 500 points each. Jesus Burgess pearl necklace, strength 260 points. Sapphire ring, strength 160 points. Akainu's black gloves, strength 150 points, defense 150 points. Li Wenjin's updated attributes now stood at strength 4,730 points, agility 2,700 points, defense 3,000 points, critical hit 11. After adjusting his equipment, Li Wenjin took the 3 surplus items and the cannon fruit, exiting the room to find Nami, instructing her to distribute the 3 items to the sisters, Hylies. As for the cannon fruit, Li Wenjin personally delivered it to Duman, who was stationed at the lookout, surveying the distant horizon. Duman had long envied Ram's devil fruit abilities, and upon seeing Li Wenjin approach with a devil fruit in hand, he was instantly elated. "Captain, is this devil fruit meant for me?" Li Wenjin smiled and said, "This is the shell fruit, which perfectly aligns with your combat style. If you consume it, you should be able to significantly enhance your strength." Upon hearing that it was the shell fruit, Duman promptly picked it up and took a bite, only to grimace in discomfort and retch nearby. 10 minutes later, on the deck at the bow of the ship, Li Wenjin addressed Duman, "Your devil fruit abilities require immense physical stamina to unleash their full potential. Starting tomorrow, you must work on building your endurance. I will supervise you closely, and should you become lax, do not blame me for my harshness." Duman's shell fruit was indeed powerful, at least surpassing his brown bear fruit. However, launching cannonballs necessitated substantial physical strength to achieve maximum impact. Thus, it was imperative for Li Wenjin to ensure Duman's stamina increased. Chapter 92, Canola Flower. The pineapple ship gradually set sail towards Alabasta. Li Wenjin took it upon himself to train Duman and Ram daily, honing their devil fruit abilities while concurrently bolstering his own strength. Li Wenjin had a rough understanding of his capabilities. He was slightly stronger than a rear admiral of the Navy, yet still significantly weaker than an admiral. To navigate the world of One Piece freely, one must possess the strength of an admiral, as otherwise, every endeavor would be fraught with hesitation. To act with impunity in the realm of One Piece, one must wield power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Regrettably, Li Wenjin still found himself quite distant from that level. During Li Wenjin's journey to Alabasta, his name began to echo throughout the Grand Line, becoming known to nearly all pirates who feared encountering him, lest they be stripped of everything. The Fleet Admiral Sengoku, having heard of Li Wenjin and recognizing him as a friend of Tina and Smoker, summoned Smoker for further inquiries. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku regarded Smoker and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Li Wenjin?" Uncertain of Sengoku's intentions, Smoker provided a rather conventional response. "Aside from his fondness for berries, he seems to be a decent person. Perhaps a good one." Sengoku remained silent for a moment before proposing, "What do you think about recruiting him into the Navy?" Realizing that Sengoku was interested in Li Wenjin's strength, Smoker felt a sense of relief. Reflecting on Li Wenjin's obsession with berries, Smoker shook his head and replied, "Admiral, I once extended an invitation to him, but he declined, citing the Navy's meager salary." Sengoku expressed mild surprise but refrained from further comment, acknowledging that such individuals, who value wealth over power, exist in abundance. After a brief pause, Sengoku instructed Smoker, "You may return now. Keep an eye on Li Wenjin. We may require his assistance in the future." Smoker was taken aback. "Admiral, do we truly need that young man's help?" Sengoku calmly stated, "In just over 2 years, Li Wenjin has transformed from an ordinary individual to someone capable of defeating a pirate coalition of 3,000. His rapid growth suggests he may become even more formidable. Given your rapport with him, he may prove beneficial to us at some point." This left Smoker in silence, for he recognized the truth in Sengoku's words. Li Wenjin's prowess had indeed surpassed his own. Smoker had been diligently training during this time, motivated not to be outdone by someone younger. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker affirmed, "I will maintain contact with him, Admiral." Sengoku said no more, allowing Smoker to exit the office as he resumed his naval duties. Understanding that while Li Wenjin was impressive, he was not yet a priority. The 4 emperors of the New World regarded Li Wenjin with disdain, confident that if he dared to enter their territory, they would swiftly demonstrate the perils of the New World. However, at present, they had no inclination to pursue trouble with him. After 10 days at sea, Li Wenjin finally grasped the burdens of fame. The pirate crews he encountered fled at the first sight of him, denying him any chance of capture, which left him quite frustrated. His current intention was to enhance the pineapple ship's speed, enabling them to pursue any pirate crews they might encounter. For now, he was resigned to letting the pirates slip away, for even a pursuit would be futile. In the waters of Alabasta, as the pineapple ship traversed the calm sea, Li Wenjin's spirits lifted, and he eagerly scanned the horizon, causing the ship's crew to regard him with curiosity. "Wenjin, what's the matter? You seem a bit off," Nami approached, concerned by his exuberance. Her question left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat exasperated, as he could hardly admit he was here in search of women. If he were to say such a thing, Nami would likely make his life miserable. Instead, he cleared his throat and remarked, "I recently received highly confidential information regarding a super mysterious organization in Alabasta. I'm here to investigate." Nami scrutinized Li Wenjin's face for a full 2 minutes before suddenly exclaiming, "You're lying. You're definitely not here to investigate any organization." Li Wenjin, feeling quite speechless, remarked, "Then what do you expect me to come here for?" "This is my first time in Alabasta." Nami, with unwavering conviction, asserted, "Your presence here is undoubtedly related to women." Li Wenjin was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Utterly astonished by Nami's conjecture, pondering whether women possess an innate sense of intuition. After a moment of bewilderment, he embraced Nami and declared, "How could that be? Am I not right here with you? Why would I seek the company of any other woman?" Nami wriggled free from Li Wenjin's embrace, letting out a haughty snort as she retorted, "The expression on your face just now mirrored the one you wore when you found me. You cannot deceive me. It is utterly impossible." Li Wenjin felt an immediate sense of embarrassment. The flaw lay right here, rendering him speechless. He could only continue to hold Nami's hand, engaging her in ceaseless conversation to soothe her emotions. Unfortunately, his attempts at comfort appeared fruitless, for Nami had resolutely decided that for the next fortnight, Li Wenjin was forbidden from entering her quarters, a decree that left him feeling quite helpless. As Nami conversed with Hyles and the others, Li Wenjin breathed a sigh of relief. Nami's promise to ignore him for 2 weeks indicated that the situation, while serious, was not beyond repair, allowing him the opportunity to gradually comfort her. Upon returning to the bow of the ship, Li Wenjin noticed that Alabasta was now within close proximity. In just 20 minutes, they would reach its shores. However, it seemed that they were not yet at a port and would need to seek a place to dock. As they arrived at Alabasta's coastline, the Pineapple sailed along the shoreline. After an hour of navigation, Li Wenjin beheld the bustling Alabasta port, where several dozen merchant vessels were anchored, yet not a single pirate ship was in sight. The absence of pirate vessels at Alabasta's port did not imply that pirates were non-existent. Rather, it was due to the nature of the Grand Line. Only the route Li Wenjin had recently traversed permitted pirates to dock freely, while the other 6 routes strictly forbade such harboring, forcing pirate ships to seek alternative coasts. Chapter 93. Rainy Grounds. The Pineapple docked at the Canola Flower Port, where Li Wenjin left Duman to guard the ship, while the others accompanied him to the town near the port for some leisure. After 10 days at sea, the crew felt a tinge of boredom, and naturally, they were eager to explore the town. The 6 who entered the small port town did not act as a single unit. Nami, Hyles, and Jeebus set out for shopping, while Li Wenjin, Black Cat, and Ram headed to the nearest tavern to inquire about news from Alabasta. The quaint town of Canola Flower was not large, with only 2 taverns to choose from. They opted for the more crowded establishment and settled into rest. As a formidable figure, Li Wenjin refrained from personally gathering intelligence. Instead, he listened to the conversations of the patrons around him, while Black Cat and Ram mingled to extract information. Meanwhile, at the Rainy Grounds Casino, Crocodile received news that the bounty hunter Li Wenjin had arrived in Alabasta. This revelation plunged Crocodile into contemplation. His plan to subvert Alabasta was still in its preliminary stages, requiring a significant influx of recruits. If Li Wenjin could be persuaded to join his scheme, the likelihood of success would multiply significantly. More importantly, Li Wenjin had connections at the Navy headquarters, enabling him to obtain intelligence about naval movements, a prospect that greatly intrigued Crocodile. Crocodile's current dilemma was how to entice Li Wenjin to join their ranks without revealing his ultimate secret plan. He needed to ponder this matter carefully. In truth, Crocodile was not concerned about Li Wenjin's potential refusal to join the Baroque works. Rather, he feared that Li Wenjin might uncover his quest for the Pluton. Crocodile was convinced that Li Wenjin would indeed join Baroque works, knowing that the latter was motivated by greed and would not turn down a lucrative offer. Little did he realize that Li Wenjin had come specifically to confront him, making any potential agreement impossible. Crocodile's recruitment efforts were thwarted before they even commenced. After much deliberation, Crocodile ultimately decided against immediately inviting Li Wenjin to join Baroque works, opting instead to monitor him for the time being. After spending 2 hours in the tavern, Li Wenjin and his companions only gleaned some mundane information. Alabasta had not seen rain for a year. The princess had not made an appearance in 3 months. And certain areas were beginning to experience insurgent activity. Crocodile had also dealt with several pirates, among other commonplace tidbits. For Li Wenjin, who was well-versed in the overarching narrative, these insights provided a glimpse into Alabasta's current state. Crocodile's idealistic plans for Alabasta had reached a midpoint, necessitating a period of stealthy development. Meanwhile, Princess Vivi had sensed something amiss and secretly infiltrated Baroque Works to investigate their activities, likely 3 months prior. However, this information was of little use to Li Wenjin, as he sought knowledge of Robin's whereabouts rather than trivialities. Consequently, he resolved to personally visit Crocodile's lair to ascertain if Robin was indeed in the rainy grounds. With his decision made, Li Wenjin lost interest in lingering at the tavern and returned directly to the pineapple to rest, awaiting the return of Nami and the others before setting off for the rainy grounds. At 6 in the evening, Nami and her companions returned to the pineapple, exuberantly brandishing an array of purchases. Without delay, Li Wenjin commanded Black Cat to set sail towards the nearest coastline of the rainy grounds. Li Wenjin examined the map of Alabasta and discovered that the nearest coastline to Rain Base would require a 4-hour journey. He then retreated to his quarters to rest, anticipating the evening when they would disembark and proceed directly to Rain Base. Sailing along the coastline for 4 hours, the pineapple ship eventually located a suitable landing spot. Li Wenjin summoned all 6 crew members and addressed them. "We are now bound for Rain Base in Alabasta, the territory of the notorious crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea. Our purpose for this journey is merely to assess the situation. Should any of you wish to abstain from this venture, you may remain here to rest. We shall return to this spot before nightfall tomorrow." Nami, stifling a yawn, stepped forward and declared, "I shall not be joining you. I'm exhausted from my daytime explorations and need a proper rest this evening." With Nami opting out, Jinbi and Carrot promptly voiced their agreement. "Captain, we will stay behind to keep Nami company." Li Wenjin's heart was secretly rejoicing at this moment. He deliberately avoided mentioning that Rain Base was a city of casinos, fearing that Nami might become intrigued and insist on accompanying them. Had she done so, his true intention of seeking Robin would undoubtedly have been exposed. Now that Nami showed no interest in going, Li Wenjin felt an immediate lightness in his spirit, free to proceed according to his own designs without hindrance. Li Wenjin feigned calmness and said, "You 3 shall remain behind. I will join He Mao and the others to venture into Rain City." Once the arrangements were made, the 4 men of the pineapple ship departed directly, heading towards Rain City. On the pineapple, Hylasai curiously inquired of Nami, "Nami, I've heard that Rain City is a bustling metropolis. Why don't we go and explore?" Nami shook her head helplessly and replied, "Wenjin does not wish for us to go, so why should we intrude?" Hylasai, astonished, responded, "How do you know the captain does not want us to go? I didn't hear him say anything." Nami gazed back towards the direction where Li Wenjin and the others had departed, her eyes shimmering with emotion, and sighed. "You 2 warriors cannot comprehend the heart of a man." Nami was acutely aware that Li Wenjin had come to Alabasta in search of a woman. Although he had never explicitly stated this, Nami, who had been accompanying him for over a year, could surmise his MUC. Although Li Wenjin had anticipated that Crocodile would discover his arrival, he was taken aback by Crocodile's direct invitation to meet him. Intrigued by the purpose of Crocodile's summons, Li Wenjin addressed the suited man, stating, "Lead the way. I am eager to meet your boss." Under the guidance of the suited man, Li Wenjin and his companions entered the casino within the rain-drenched venue, where he was greeted by the sight of gambling tables overflowing with berries, undoubtedly amounting to no less than 200 million. In a fleeting moment, Li Wenjin entertained the thought that being a pirate might not be so undesirable. He could easily seize the entire cache of berries from the casino and thus secure a fortune. However, he quickly dismissed the notion of piracy. He had no desire to live as a fugitive, hunted like a wild dog by the Navy. Had his strength matched that of the 4 emperors, he might have considered embracing the pirate life without fear of pursuit. As the suited man led them, Black Cat and his companions were assigned to rest in a room on the 2nd floor, though they were quite discontent with the arrangement. Nonetheless, under Li Wenjin's guidance, they complied and settled down. Li Wenjin felt a twinge of annoyance at Crocodile's behavior, which seemed to diminish his status, making him appear as a mere client seeking an audience with the boss. If it weren't for the lack of news regarding Robin, he would have relished the thought of besting Crocodile. Presently, while Li Wenjin's power might not suffice to confront an admiral of the Navy, he was confident in his ability to escape. Moreover, he held no fear of a mere warlord like Crocodile. Li Wenjin arrived at Crocodile's office door. A well-dressed man reported to Crocodile inside the room. Then Li Wenjin directly opened the door and sat down in the chair opposite Crocodile's desk with a detached expression. He stated, "What do you want from me? I have nothing to do with you, one of the 7 warlords. If it weren't for the fact that there is no bounty on your head, I would eliminate you right here." Crocodile furrowed his brow. Li Wenjin's arrogance infuriated him, making him wish to drain the life out of him. However, before understanding Li Wenjin's intentions, Crocodile suppressed his anger and replied, "Young man, you should recognize your place. The trash you apprehend is on an entirely different level from me." Li Wenjin disdainfully remarked, "I do not share your sentiment." Crocodile felt as though his lungs might burst from anger. Li Wenjin's arrogance was utterly infuriating. Previously, he had contemplated how to subdue Li Wenjin, but that thought had been swiftly dismissed. Now, he yearned to expel Li Wenjin at once. Consequently, Crocodile refrained from engaging in further meaningless dialogue with Li Wenjin and, in a brusque tone, stated, "What brings you, a bounty hunter, to this rain-soaked land? Your presence is unwelcome here. I request that you leave immediately." Li Wenjin stood up abruptly, slamming his palm onto the desk with a provocative air. "Do you think you are the king of Alabasta, able to dismiss anyone at your whim?" Crocodile, now visibly infuriated, felt his composure fraying. He had resolved to teach Li Wenjin a stern lesson, disregarding the fact that he was Smoker's brother. As long as he did not kill Li Wenjin, he doubted the Navy headquarters would trouble him over this one individual. Crocodile's expression turned icy, and he declared, "Boy, do you dare to step outside and fight me? Today, I'll show you what it truly means to be a person." Li Wenjin was taken aback as he gazed at Crocodile. He had not anticipated that Crocodile would be so impatient. He had assumed that Crocodile would merely expel him in pursuit of his own plans for an idyllic realm. Now, with Crocodile challenging him to a duel, Li Wenjin found himself hesitating, for he had not brought any water, which could pose a significant challenge in dealing with Crocodile. Observing the uncertainty etched on Li Wenjin's face, Crocodile smirked coldly to himself. Indeed, he was merely a fledgling who, upon hearing of a battle, was frightened into retreat. Thus, he provocatively remarked with a sneer, "What is the matter, boy? Are you afraid? If you admit your mistake, I might just let you off the hook." Li Wenjin felt a twinge of irritation. He merely believed that lacking water would pose some difficulty in dealing with Crocodile. However, it was not as if he was incapable of confronting Crocodile. Thus, he scoffed lightly and declared, "Today, I am eager to witness the true extent of your strength as one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Li Wenjin, in his lack of appreciation, drew a cold huff from Crocodile. "I shall await you outside the East City. I trust you will not flee," he declared. With that, Crocodile transformed into a swirl of sand and soared through the window. Meanwhile, Li Wenjin felt a surge of joy, for Crocodile's departure granted him the opportunity to procure a bottle of water. Li Wenjin returned to the 2nd floor, to the room occupied by Black Cat and the others, intending to invite them to witness the power of the 7 warlords. However, upon arrival, he discovered that they were indulging in beers. Without hesitation, Li Wenjin took out 2 bottles of beer and tucked them under his arm, addressing Black Cat and the others, "Each of you, take 2 bottles of beer and follow me." Black Cat, initially inclined to inquire further, soon realized that Li Wenjin had already departed. Promptly, he and his companions, Ram and Duman, each grabbed 2 bottles of beer and hurried after Li Wenjin. Chapter 95, The Battle. Li Wenjin made his way to the 1st floor casino, where once again the sight of money on the gambling tables ignited within him a fleeting thought of theft. However, with the impending battle against Crocodile, he could not afford to dwell on such distractions. Stepping out of the casino, Li Wenjin swiftly headed towards the outskirts of the eastern city, utilizing the moonwalk technique to soar through the air, intent on engaging Crocodile in a formidable contest. Outside the eastern city, the illuminated streets of Rain City dispelled much of the darkness, casting a somewhat bright ambience. From his aerial vantage point, Li Wenjin was clearly visible to Crocodile. Familiar with the Navy's 6 styles, Crocodile was taken aback by Li Wenjin's mastery, for such techniques were typically reserved for the mid to high-ranking officers of the Navy. This revelation hinted at a certain closeness between Li Wenjin and the Navy, prompting a frown from Crocodile. Crocodile contemplated whether to temper his approach to avoid injuring Li Wenjin and jeopardizing his own significant plans. Yet, this thought was merely a fleeting notion, quickly vanishing from his mind. At present, Crocodile's sole desire was to teach that arrogant youth, Li Wenjin, a lesson. Li Wenjin halted 5 meters in front of Crocodile, drawing forth the golden staff from his back. He proclaimed to Crocodile, "I am fully prepared. I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess." Li Wenjin's arrogance increasingly infuriated Crocodile, who transformed his legs into sand and charged towards him. With his golden hook in hand, he aimed a vicious slash directly at Li Wenjin's chest. Li Wenjin observed Crocodile's iron hook attack and let out a cold snort. With a swift motion, he struck with his staff, sending the golden hook flying, making it clear to Crocodile that he was not worthy of engaging him in close combat. Forced to retreat, Crocodile realized that he was outmatched in raw strength. Consequently, he altered his approach, positioning himself 10 meters away from Li Wenjin, transforming his arm into a colossal blade of sand and launched it towards him. Desert Sword, Crocodile shouted. Li Wenjin observed Crocodile wielding the desert saber and promptly struck it with his golden staff, delivering a series of 5 blows that shattered the desert saber into fragments. Is your attack truly lacking, Mr. Warlord? Li Wenjin shattered the desert blade and mockingly directed his taunts at Crocodile. Infuriated, Crocodile found himself increasingly vexed by Li Wenjin's audacity to dismiss his attack so casually. In a fit of rage, he unleashed 4 successive desert blades towards Li Wenjin. Having previously encountered the desert blade, Li Wenjin found it considerably easier to counter, as he had discerned the precise points at which to disrupt the attack. Consequently, with 3 deft strikes of his staff, he dismantled each of Crocodile's 4 assaults. Frowning in realization that the desert blade was ineffective, Crocodile transformed his hands into 4 formidable sand blades, summoning an even more potent weapon, the sand diamond blade, and charged towards Li Wenjin with ferocity. Li Wenjin observed the oncoming assault of the desert diamond broadsword, acutely aware that with his current strength, he would be unable to disperse it. The speed and sharpness of the desert diamond broadsword's attack were evidently superior to that of the desert broadsword. Li Wenjin could see and hear the desert diamond blade in action as the sand whirled and rubbed together, emitting a high-pitched squeak, accompanied by the sparks generated from the friction. This indicated that Crocodile's desert diamond blade enhanced the rapid rotation and friction of the sand, rendering its attack swifter and more piercing, akin to the sharp tip of a power drill. Li Wenjin did not hesitate. He swiftly transformed into the brown bear hybrid form of the devil fruit, brandishing his golden staff once more, intent on dispersing Crocodile's assault. This time, Crocodile's strike evidently exceeded Li Wenjin's expectations. Although he managed to block the Desert King Kong saber, he was still forced back a distance of 5 meters. Upon witnessing Li Wenjin's transformation into the animal-type hybrid, Crocodile let out a chilling sneer and unleashed the Desert King Kong saber at him once again. Li Wenjin had already recognized the formidable power of the Desert Diamond Blade. Thus, he chose not to resist, but to evade it instead. However, just as he narrowly avoided the Desert Diamond Blade, a massive sword of sand emerged from the ground beneath his feet, aiming to pierce him. The appearance of the sand giant's sword was so abrupt that Li Wenjin had no time to dodge. He was compelled to block the massive sword with his golden staff, and, taking advantage of the sword's momentum, he soared into the air using the moonstep technique. Li Wenjin soared into the air, while Crocodile transformed into sand and ascended as well, relentlessly launching a barrage of miniature sand blades towards him. He even attempted to stealthily seize Li Wenjin's form with his right hand. Crocodile's right hand possessed the ability to drain the moisture from his adversaries upon contact, a fact well known to Li Wenjin. Consequently, he deftly evaded Crocodile's attempts, while choosing to withstand the onslaught of the tiny sand blades, which lacked the potency to breach his defenses. Li Wenjin allowed them to strike him without consequence. After entangling with Crocodile in the air for 2 minutes, Li Wenjin recognized the disadvantage of his aerial position and made a decisive plunge towards the ground. Sensing Li Wenjin's intent to escape, Crocodile pursued him from behind, aiming to intercept him. However, just as he closed the distance to within half a meter and reached out to grasp Li Wenjin, the latter suddenly pivoted and delivered a powerful punch to Crocodile's chest. Crocodile scoffed, disregarding the incoming blow, and persisted in his attempt to capture Li Wenjin. Intent on siphoning his vitality, he dismissed Li Wenjin's fist, confident that his sandy form would evade harm, and concentrated all his strength on seizing Li Wenjin's body. Yet, to Crocodile's astonishment, before his hand could make contact, Li Wenjin's form unexpectedly split in 2, leaving him grasping at nothingness. Before he could comprehend the anomaly, an excruciating pain surged through his chest, propelled by an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling away. Li Wenjin gazed at Crocodile, who lay on the ground, bloodied and unable to rise, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Just moments before, as he turned his back to Crocodile and fled towards the ground, he had sprinkled the wine he held onto his already clenched fist, seizing the fleeting moment when Crocodile approached from behind. He deftly evaded the attack from Crocodile's right hand using his ability, Shattered Fragmentation. In that brief instant of Crocodile's bewilderment, he summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch directly to Crocodile's chest. The execution of his battle plan was nothing short of flawless, and Li Wenjin found himself in high spirits. Although Crocodile had not yet perished, the prospect of him overcoming Li Wenjin seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 96. The Battle. Crocodile, though gravely injured, remained conscious and unyielding. Li Wenjin swiftly approached, eager to deliver a scathing taunt to his adversary. As Li Wenjin took a few steps forward, he suddenly beheld Crocodile transforming into a swirling mass of sand, charging towards him with a menacing intent. Crocodile had removed the hook from his left hand, revealing a poison barb aimed directly at Li Wenjin. The ferocity etched on Crocodile's face was unmistakable. He clearly sought to eliminate Li Wenjin, which incensed him greatly. Initially, Li Wenjin had no intention of vanquishing Crocodile, but with his life now at stake, he resolved to abandon any semblance of courtesy. He poured beer over his golden staff and launched an attack at Crocodile. Crocodile was truly beside himself with rage, unable to fathom being bested by an obscure youth. This humiliation was compounded by the memory of Whitebeard. Having already suffered defeat at his hands, the thought of succumbing to a mere junior was intolerable. He believed that unless he dispatched Li Wenjin, his aspirations of overcoming Whitebeard would remain forever unattainable. As for Li Wenjin's identity, Crocodile dismissed it entirely. A defeat to a younger opponent would render any future conquests meaningless, even if he were to locate the legendary ship, the Queen of the Underworld. When Crocodile became serious, he proved to be exceedingly formidable. Even with all his might, Li Wenjin struggled to land a blow, as Crocodile would preemptively transform his body into sand, evading the strikes. Fortunately, Crocodile was gravely injured and incapable of exerting his full strength, which allowed Li Wenjin to gradually suppress him. Crocodile showed no inclination to retreat, relentlessly launching attacks at Li Wenjin, even as his body neared its breaking point. His frenzied assaults created immense pressure for Li Wenjin. Had he possessed the ability to shatter, he would have certainly fallen victim to Crocodile's poisoned hook. Fortunately, a timely strike from Li Wenjin shattered the hook, alleviating some of his concerns during the confrontation. After 5 relentless minutes of assault, Crocodile had failed to inflict any harm on Li Wenjin. Instead, due to the escalating internal injuries he sustained, Crocodile's offensive power began to wane, leaving him increasingly unable to retaliate against Li Wenjin's advances. Just as victory seemed within Li Wenjin's grasp, Crocodile suddenly pulled back, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he bellowed, "You shall perish." Behold, the colossal sandstorm tornado. Li Wenjin watched as the tornado before Crocodile gradually expanded, and he immediately felt a pang of distress. Behind him lay the town of Rain Base, where Black Cat and the others were still stationed. If Crocodile were to unleash this colossal tornado attack, they would all be in grave danger. What infuriated Li Wenjin the most wasn't just Crocodile's intent to harm his subordinates, but the fact that despite having already lost, the man refused to concede defeat or flee. Instead, he was hellbent on causing trouble for Li Wenjin until the very end. When Crocodile summoned the massive sandstorm tornado, his body became immobile, proof that he no longer cared for his own life, determined only to make Li Wenjin suffer. Moreover, Crocodile must have known that Li Wenjin's subordinates were stationed in Rain Base, which was precisely why he directed the tornado toward it. It was as if Crocodile had anticipated that Li Wenjin would rush into the storm to save his allies. And so he poured his dying strength into unleashing the devastating whirlwind toward Rain Base. Well, Li Wenjin decided to oblige him. In an instant, he flashed beside the immobilized Crocodile with a series of rapid movements and delivered a crushing blow that sent the Warlord flying. However, by the time Crocodile was struck down, the sandstorm tornado was already mostly formed. It no longer required his control. It would continue to grow and surge relentlessly toward Rain Base on its own. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Li Wenjin seized the unconscious Crocodile and soared toward Rain Base with moonstep. He barely managed to outpace the monstrous tornado, scooping up Black Cat and the others before darting at full speed toward the left flank of the storm. The tornado's suction was terrifyingly powerful, and within its swirling winds, razor-sharp sand particles sliced through the air like blades. As Li Wenjin fled, countless grains of sand battered his body. Fortunately, his defenses were formidable enough to withstand the assault. Otherwise, he would have been left riddled with wounds. After a grueling escape from the storm's reach, Li Wenjin gently set Black Cat and the others down before turning to gaze at the colossal sandstorm now ravaging Rain Base. Sigh. Li Wenjin let out a resigned sigh. He was powerless to prevent the assault of the sandstorm tornado upon the Rain District. After all, his strength was not yet sufficient to withstand such natural calamities. Fortunately, the Rain District was comprised of sturdy stone edifices, which should mitigate the potential for significant casualties, bringing a sense of relief to Li Wenjin's heart. Had the gambling houses of the Rain District been destroyed, he would have incurred a substantial loss, rendering the confrontation with Clock utterly unworthy. The battle between Li Wenjin and Crocodile caused the durability of the equipment he carried to plummet by 5%, a staggering loss. To put it into perspective, over the entire previous year, the durability had only decreased by 2%. Now, a single fight had cost him 5%, leaving Li Wenjin utterly dismayed and frustrated. Now, Li Wenjin found himself contemplating seizing Crocodile's casino to recoup his losses. As he pondered the casino's potential, it dawned on him that gambling establishments were an exceptionally lucrative venture. By his estimation, Crocodile's casino likely generated a daily revenue of at least 10 million berries, translating to a staggering 300 million berries per month. Moreover, with Baroque Works tirelessly amassing wealth for Crocodile, the Warlord was practically swimming in gold, reaping immense profits every single day. At this thought, Li Wenjin suddenly realized that capturing Crocodile would be an exceedingly advantageous endeavor. By taking over Crocodile's influence, he could secure a monthly income of several hundred million. Most crucially, given Li Wenjin's current lack of profitable avenues, seizing Crocodile would serendipitously provide him with a lucrative source of revenue. Due to his overwhelming fame, Li Wenjin found that pirates would flee at the mere sight of him, leaving him with no means to capture large numbers of them for profit. Now, by taking over Crocodile's operations, he has fortuitously discovered a new lucrative venture. Chapter 97, The Casino. Li Wenjin was lost in thought, completely oblivious to the sandstorm and tornado. Immersed in his own fantasies about amassing wealth. Young master, wake up. The sandstorm has passed, the black cat remarked, somewhat exasperated. While Li Wenjin was gazing at the storm, the black cat initially believed that he was contemplating the tempest. However, it took a full 10 minutes after the whirlwind had swept through for him to realize that Li Wenjin was not paying attention to the storm at all. Thus, he hurriedly roused him from his reverie. Upon awakening, Li Wenjin glanced back at the black cat and then at the crocodile he held in his hand. He promptly issued a command to the black cat. Black cat, return to the pineapple ship immediately and bring back the sea stone handcuffs and transponder snail from the vessel. Also, summon Nami and the others. The black cat, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Young master, what do you intend to do now? Li Wenjin exclaimed with fervor. I intend to seize the casinos of Rainbase and make them profitable for me henceforth. Having made his decision, Li Wenjin no longer hesitated, resolving to eliminate Crocodile as a potential threat so he could smoothly take control of Rainbase gambling establishments. The black cat couldn't fathom Li Wenjin's thoughts, but since the order had been given, he promptly obeyed. After bidding farewell to Li Wenjin, he immediately returned to the pineapple ship. With the black cat gone, Li Wenjin, gripping Crocodile and accompanied by Ram and Duman, hastened back toward the casinos of Rainbase, determined to claim dominion over them all. As Li Wenjin and his companions departed, a woman emerged from the sand dunes 100 meters away, silently observing their retreating figures while contemplating her next course of action. She could scarcely fathom that the formidable warlord of the sea, Crocodile, had been vanquished by a mere youth, thrusting her into a quandary. Should she abandon Rainy Island and flee Alabasta, or should she seek an audience with Li Wenjin to ascertain the particulars of the situation? These two choices left her in a state of indecision. Ultimately, she resolved that she could not leave Alabasta without first uncovering its historical texts, prompting her desire to meet with Li Wenjin. However, prior to this encounter, she recognized the necessity of preparation, otherwise, as a wanted criminal. She risked being captured by Li Wenjin in exchange for the bounty on her head. The woman emerging from the sand was none other than Nico Robin, the very person Li Wenjin sought. She had been shadowing Crocodile all along, from the moment of their meeting at the casino to the point when Crocodile was defeated by Li Wenjin. She had been close enough to overhear even the final words exchanged between Li Wenjin and the Black Cat. Robin's willingness to approach Li Wenjin stemmed from her realization that he appeared poised to inherit Crocodile's power, prompting her to take a gamble and engage him in conversation. Now, with the strength of Baroque Works at her disposal, she was prepared to negotiate with Li Wenjin. When Li Wenjin returned to the entrance of the casino, dragging Crocodile behind him, he found the establishment firmly shuttered. It was likely a precautionary measure in response to the recent sandstorm tornado, prompting the casino to secure all its doors and windows. Li Wenjin strode forward with determination, forcefully kicking open the entrance of the casino. He turned to Duman and Ram and commanded, "You guard the front door, while you monitor the back. Anyone attempting to leave must be apprehended. Do you understand?" Duman and Ram eagerly responded, "Understood, Captain." Upon receiving their orders, they promptly set to work, while Li Wenjin grasped Crocodile and ventured into the depths of the casino. The staff and patrons, upon witnessing the door being flung open by Li Wenjin, were immediately struck silent by the sight of Crocodile in his grasp. Leaving them too fearful to utter a word, Li Wenjin was capable of dealing with even the formidable 7 warlords of the sea, who dared not oppose him. They stood in silence, observing how he would handle the situation. As he walked to the center of the casino hall, Li Wenjin addressed the hushed staff and patrons with a calm demeanor. From this moment forth, I am the master of this casino. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. As long as you remain compliant and stay here until 10 o'clock in the morning, I shall release you. The arrangement to release the guests and staff at 10 was deliberate, for Nami and her companions would arrive around that time, allowing Li Wenjin to entrust matters to her while he attended to his own responsibilities. Li Wenjin finished speaking and directly lifted Crocodile, making his way towards the boss's office on the 3rd floor, completely disregarding the guests and staff in the lobby. After Li Wenjin departed, no one in the casino's hall dared to leave, for Dooman stood guard at the entrance with a firearm. They could only whisper amongst themselves, discussing the shocking news of Crocodile's defeat. In the minds of both staff and patrons, Crocodile epitomized the mightiest figure in Alabasta. His downfall incited an insatiable curiosity that compelled them to converse. Furthermore, Crocodile was a warlord of the sea, sanctioned by the world government. And the combination of his 2 formidable identities heightened their intrigue regarding the fate of Li Wenjin. Would he be pursued by the world government, or would he emerge unscathed? Both outcomes seemed plausible. Unbeknownst to the murmurs in the casino hall, Li Wenjin, upon reaching the 3rd floor, scoured the vicinity for hidden mechanisms and secret passages, yet found nothing. He then descended to the 2nd floor to continue his search. In his recollection, the rainy day casino harbored concealed pathway. Li Wenjin was gripped by a profound fear that Crocodile might awaken and flee. Consequently, until the sea stone handcuffs were procured, he remained ever vigilant, prepared to accompany Crocodile at a moment's notice. Chapter 98. Robin in the rain-soaked casino. Nico Robin stealthily infiltrated the premises, intent on striking a deal with Li Wenjin. Utilizing the powers of her Hana Hananomi, she meticulously monitored his every move, seeking an opportune moment for their encounter. To her intrigue, Li Wenjin was engaged in a series of knocks and taps throughout the casino, evidently searching for hidden mechanisms and secret passages. This piqued Robin's curiosity. How did he know of the casino's concealed corridors, or was he merely experimenting aimlessly? As Li Wenjin pursued the hidden passage to a dead-end corridor, Robin sensed a fortuitous opportunity. She was aware of a trapdoor beneath the floor. Should Li Wenjin and his companions fall through, they would find themselves imprisoned in a sea stone cell. This would afford her the perfect chance to converse with him in safety. Once Li Wenjin had unwittingly tumbled into the trap, Robin emerged joyously from her hiding place, making her way toward the casino's clandestine base. In the sea stone cell, Li Wenjin sat quietly within the confines of the room, awaiting the arrival of the individual who would activate the switch. In truth, he could have utilized the moonwalk technique to escape the trap upon his descent. However, his curiosity about whether the person triggering the mechanism might be Nico Robin compelled him to refrain from fleeing, allowing himself to fall into the snare. Li Wenjin associates this with Nico Robin because, within the narrative of One Piece, this location has consistently been designated for Crocodile and Nico Robin. The other members of Baroque Works only became aware of the casino's secret base the day before the commencement of the Dreamland plan. Li Wenjin's conjecture proved accurate. Nearly 5 minutes after he fell into the sea stone cell, Nico Robin manifested before him. This occurrence stirred a wave of excitement within Li Wenjin, prompting him to deliver a decisive punch to Crocodile's head, lest the latter awaken abruptly and overhear his conversation with Nico Robin. Nico Robin, observing Li Wenjin, found him quite peculiar. Instead of exhibiting fear within the confines of the sea stone prison, he appeared exhilarated at her arrival, even going so far as to strike Crocodile. This behavior led her to ponder whether Li Wenjin might be of unsound mind. Nevertheless, intrigued by his odd demeanor, she approached the entrance of the sea stone cell and inquired, "You must be Li Wenjin, am I correct?" Li Wenjin nodded his head enthusiastically, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains, and joyfully inquired, "What brings you to me? The magnificent Robin?" Li Wenjin's response left Nico Robin utterly speechless. She was at a loss for how to continue the conversation with him. Despite being fully aware of her identity as a wanted criminal, Li Wenjin still referred to her as a great beauty, as if they were intimately acquainted. This led her to suspect that he might be attempting to deceive her into revealing the location of the Sea Prism Stone Prison. "My dear Beauty Robin, if you have something to say, Please do so without dawdling. Li Wenjin gazed at Nico Robin, remaining silent for an extended moment. He then urged her, Robin, upon regaining consciousness, glanced at Li Wenjin with curiosity and remarked, You are the one I have captured. Are you not afraid? I possess the ability to drown you in the sea. Li Wenjin shook his head and remarked, I know you wouldn't, for you are a truly good person. Nicole Robin, however, felt quite perplexed. After all, this was their first encounter, and yet Li Wenjin had the audacity to label her as a virtuous individual. Such a statement could only emanate from someone with a peculiar mindset. Faced with this seemingly irrational individual, she felt a twinge of frustration. Uncertain whether to confide in Li Wenjin about matters concerning the Baroque work society. As silence enveloped the moment, Li Wenjin persisted, saying, Beauty Robin, perhaps you could first release me. We have matters to discuss at length. Upon hearing his words, Robin furrowed her brow and retorted, So you intend to deceive me into unlocking your cell? You underestimate my intelligence. Such childish tricks will not work on me. Li Wenjin pointed at the iron cage embedded with sea stone and exclaimed in astonishment, You speak of this iron cage? I hold it in no regard whatsoever. I merely refrained from exerting effort to open it. Nico Robin pursed her lips into a faint smile and replied, Then by all means, demonstrate your prowess and emerge from it. This cage was specifically designed to contain villains of your ilk. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in sheer disbelief as she witnessed Li Wenjin effortlessly bending the iron bars apart and stepping out of the sea stone-lined prison. To Li Wenjin, such a cage, merely reinforced with sea stone, was of no consequence. Had the entire cell been constructed purely of sea stone, he would have been left with no choice but to remain imprisoned. Li Wenjin remarked, You see, I had already mentioned that this is of no use to me, and now it has wasted considerable effort. You ought to have opened the door sooner, Robin. At that moment, Robin's mind was consumed by a singular thought, whether the cell adorned with sea prism stones was authentic, or if the stones themselves were mere fakes. After all, how could Li Wenjin, a wielder of a devil fruit ability, come into contact with those sea prism stones? Lost in her thoughts, Robin approached the iron cell, reaching out to ascertain the genuineness of the sea prism stone enclosure. Do not touch it, came a warning. Li Wenjin's sudden shout jolted Robin back to awareness, but it was already too late. Robin's hand had made contact with the sea stone prison bars, causing her body to instantly weaken and collapse. Seeing Robin about to collapse, Li Wenjin swiftly dashed forward and caught her in his arms, preventing her from falling to the ground. This also freed Robin from the influence of the sea stone prison cell, allowing her strength to gradually return. Robin, with her vast experience, had merely lost her composure momentarily. Now regaining her senses, she instinctively struggled against being held by Li Wenjin. Sensing her resistance, he gently set her back on her feet so she could stand and speak properly. At this stage, Li Wenjin and Robin were not yet well acquainted, so he maintained a respectful distance. Had they known each other longer, he certainly wouldn't have let go so easily. Once standing firmly again, Robin calmly analyzed the situation. First, Li Wenjin likely had no intention of capturing her, as there had been ample opportunities to do so earlier, yet he had refrained. Second, he was clearly not foolish, but rather possessed formidable strength and fearlessness. As for his flirtatious remarks and embrace, Robin chose to overlook them for now. Third, Li Wenjin was an enigma, someone who had never visited the casino yet knew of its hidden chambers, and wielded devil fruit powers yet remained unaffected by sea stone. These three realizations led Nico Robin to conclude that it might be worthwhile to engage in a discussion with Li Wenjin, specifically about Baroque works. Chapter 99. Baroque works. Having sorted her thoughts, Robin turned to Li Wenjin and began, Li Wenjin, you. Before she could finish, he interrupted with a grin, Robin, my dear, you're being far too formal. Just call me Wenjin. Robin suppressed a sigh, thinking to herself that it was her being distant. It was Li Wenjin who was overly familiar. They hardly knew each other well enough for such informality. Nevertheless, recognizing her need for his assistance, she conceded, very well, Wenjin it is. Shall we now discuss the matter at hand? Li Wenjin immediately smiled and said, You must be referring to the Baroque workshop, right? Robin found herself at a loss for words, as it seemed that Li Wenjin had already anticipated everything she wished to express, leaving her uncertain about how to negotiate terms with him. After a moment of contemplation, Robin still could not comprehend what exactly Li Wenjin intended to pursue. With a sense of helplessness, she asked, What do you truly wish to accomplish? Li Wenjin stated quite candidly, Everything will remain as it is. You shall continue to oversee the Baroque Work Society and the casino. However, regarding matters pertaining to Alabasta, you are to cease all involvement, and instead focus on generating revenue and gathering intelligence. Li Wenjin, who was well aware of even the matters concerning Alabasta, made Robin realize that she truly possesses knowledge of all events. Thus, she directly stated, "Let those from the Baroque works take charge of earning money. They are unlikely to comply." Li Wenjin remarked, "You need not worry about this matter. I shall provide them with something they desire, compelling them to work on my behalf." Robin could hardly fathom what Li Wenjin could possibly offer to entice those unruly individuals, thus she directly inquired, "What exactly is it that you intend to offer?" Li Wenjin comprehended Robin's perplexity and directly removed the sapphire ring from his hand, tossing it to Robin with the words, "You shall understand once you wear it." Robin accepted the ring, examining it from various angles, but finding nothing remarkable. She then decided to slip it onto her finger, and immediately felt a surge of power flowing into her being. Astounded, she removed the ring and put it back on several times in succession, ultimately realizing that the ring bestowed upon her an augmentation of strength. Such an artifact would undoubtedly captivate the members of the Baroque workshop. Turning to Li Wenjin, Robin remarked, "I grasp your intention. However, those individuals are rather simplistic and physically robust. Entrusting them with the task of generating profit seems rather futile." Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, "Let those who possess the ability to earn make their fortune, while those who lack such capability can gather information and safeguard the earners. Is this not a splendid arrangement? Both parties stand to benefit." Robin, somewhat troubled, replied, "Implementing such a significant change all of a sudden may lead to the departure of some members." Li Wenjin declared, "My ambition is solely to amass wealth. Those who cannot contribute to this goal are inconsequential and may depart without hesitation. Furthermore, I intend to establish branches of our casinos across all the islands and cities along the Grand Line, thereby augmenting our profits." Robin gazed at Li Wenjin in speechless astonishment. Realizing that the rumors were indeed true, he was an insatiable money fanatic. After a moment of hesitation, Robin replied, "Your aspirations are indeed grand, yet the execution may prove to be quite challenging. We might require additional manpower." Li Wenjin smiled and said, "Let us take our time. For now, let us transform this rain-soaked casino into the grandest and most luxurious establishment along the Great Route." Robin sighed in resignation. "Do as you wish. After all, you are the boss now." Li Wenjin understood perfectly well that Robin was not motivated by profit, but rather by matters concerning the historical text. He spoke directly to Robin, saying, "I know you are in search of the historical text. I can share some information with you, but you must follow me from now on." Robin looked at Li Wenjin with astonishment. He seemed to be aware of her innermost thoughts, which filled her with trepidation. Did Li Wenjin possess the ability to read minds? Nevertheless, the tantalizing prospect of information regarding the historical text stirred something within Robin, prompting her to suppress her fear and inquire earnestly, "Do you truly know something about the historical text?" Li Wenjin nodded. "I only know part of the story. To uncover the entirety, one must venture to Raftel." Naturally, Robin was aware of the name Raftel, the final island in the New World, a place only the pirate King Roger had ever visited. "What exactly do you know?" Robin inquired, her excitement tinged with a hint of sorrow. The expression in her eyes, a blend of anticipation and melancholy, stirred a profound impulse in Li Wenjin to reveal everything. Yet, he restrained himself, fully aware that should he divulge the truth, Robin might recklessly pursue a journey to the New World, regardless of the peril it entailed. Li Wenjin reassured Robin, saying, "Our current strength is still insufficient, and knowing too much would not benefit us. When we are powerful enough, I will take you to uncover the truth of history." Not receiving the answer she sought, Robin grew furious and retorted, "You've already defeated Crocodile. How can you claim your strength isn't enough?" Li Wenjin shook her head, expressing her discontent. "Not enough, not nearly sufficient. We must possess the strength of the 4 emperors of the New World." Robin fell into silence, uncertain of the veracity of Li Wenjin's words. However, she recognized that Li Wenjin was the only one with knowledge of the true history willing to assist her. This compelled Robin to remain by Li Wenjin's side, gradually uncovering the secrets of history hidden within her words. With a sorrowful gaze, Robin looked at Li Wenjin and said, "I hope you do not deceive me. For if you do, I shall surely take your life." Li Wenjin resolutely replied, "If I deceive you, you may kill me. I shall not retaliate." For a moment, both Robin and Li Wenjin fell silent, but ultimately it was Li Wenjin who broke the stillness, discussing with Robin the changes in policy regarding the Baroque works. In the clandestine meeting room, they conversed for 2 hours, during which they temporarily altered the policies of Baroque works as follows. Firstly, Baroque Works would henceforth primarily focus on generating revenue and safeguarding Li Wenjin's casino from disturbances. Any potential future business endeavors would also be under the protection of Baroque Works. Secondly, the nature of Baroque Works would transform into an organization dedicated to bodyguarding, security, commerce, and intelligence gathering, with the name to be changed to Starry Works. Thirdly, the headquarters of Starry Works would be temporarily established at the Rainy Casino, and henceforth, Li Wenjin's specialized equipment would no longer be sold to outsiders, but rather retained at Rainy for the exclusive use of those who contribute to Starry Works. Contributions to Starry Works could include generating profits, defending its interests, gathering intelligence, and establishing outposts on other islands, among other endeavors that would strengthen the organization. Chapter 100. Starry Works. With the matters concerning Starry Works settled, Li Wenjin seized Crocodile and, accompanied by Robin, returned to the boss's office on the third floor of the casino. Upon entering the office, Robin pointed directly at Crocodile and inquired, "How do you intend to deal with him? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and should the Navy headquarters learn of your victory over him, it might lead to trouble." Li Wenjin replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I intend to keep his search for the Hades battleship confidential from the naval headquarters. Thus, I shall no longer be involved." Robin inquired, "What evidence do you possess to assert that he is indeed searching for Hades?" Li Wenjin gazed intently at Robin and inquired, "Is there truly no evidence on your end?" Robin, at a loss for words, realized that despite all the effort, she was still being urged to seek the evidence herself. The confident demeanor that Li Wenjin had displayed moments ago now appeared to be nothing more than a fade. With a sigh, Robin replied, "I shall provide you with a dossier." Li Wenjin was instantly elated, exclaiming that he knew there would be evidence of Crocodile's search for the king of the underworld. Robin, however, felt a sense of resignation, perceiving her new employer as somewhat unreliable. Yet, she had no choice but to follow Li Wenjin, feeling rather unfortunate in her circumstances. "I shall first attend to matters within the casino. It is rather inappropriate to leave the guests unattended, as it would tarnish the casino's reputation," she articulated with reason. Li Wenjin did not dispute her logic, but he inquired about the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Do you know where Crocodile's treasury is located?" Robin replied by tossing Li Wenjin a golden key, stating, "Within the cabinet to your left lies a small storeroom, where all of Crocodile's treasures are kept." With that, Robin exited the office to address the guests' concerns at the casino. As for whether Doman and the others would recognize Robin and impede her efforts, Li Wenjin reassured himself that he had gifted her the sapphire ring. Once she displayed it, Doman and the others would recognize the ring that Li Wenjin frequently wore, thus acknowledging her as one of their own. After Robin's departure, Li Wenjin hurriedly sought out the hidden treasury within the cabinet. He used the golden key to unlock the door of the small vault, and was immediately overwhelmed by the sight of piles of berries and dazzling heaps of gold, silver, and jewels, which ignited a surge of excitement within him. Once he regained his composure, he first transferred the berries into his system, amassing a staggering total of 356 billion berries. As for the remaining treasures of gold and silver, he estimated their worth to exceed 1 billion, which greatly elevated his spirits. Despite suffering a loss of 10 pieces of equipment with a durability reduction of 5% in the battle against Crocodile, the substantial gain of berries made it all worth it. Most importantly, he had discovered an alternative means of income, leading him to consider himself quite fortunate. Closing the small vault, Li Wenjin returned to his office chair, brimming with exhilaration, and promptly began to draw from the premium lottery 10 times. Empty, 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 empty. Dog fruit, mountain wolf form. Empty, Charlotte Cracker S advanced set. Empty, empty. Li Wenjin felt somewhat speechless. For the prizes he had drawn in this lottery were utterly useless to him, leaving him in a state of considerable frustration. The animal-type devil fruits, specifically the brown bear and gray wolf fruits, allowed him merely a single transformation each time. Thus, possessing 2 animal-type devil fruits proved to be of no value. He could only replace the brown bear fruit with a stronger variant should he acquire one in the future, while the gray wolf fruit would have to be temporarily stored away for later distribution to his subordinates. The advanced set of Sherlock Krieger included the pink right shoulder cloak, which provided an additional defense of 260 points, the pink right shoulder armor, also contributing 260 points to defense, the brown gloves, enhancing strength and defense by 200 points each, the pink breeches, adding another 260 points to defense, and the brown boots, which increased agility by 260 points. The long sword of Krieger augmented attack power by 280 points. The set's attributes offered a remarkable boost of 300 points each to strength, agility, and defense, along with the ability to summon 5 cookie soldiers. The strength of each cookie soldier was a mere fifth of the wearer's power, and once a cookie soldier was destroyed, it could only be resummoned after a span of 24 hours. This set of Sherlock Krieger indeed boasted impressive attributes and possessed unique qualities. However, it was regrettably of no use to Li Wenjin, as donning the Krieger set diminished his overall strength rather than enhancing it. Li Wenjin is currently contemplating the use of this set of equipment for Ram, as Ram possesses the cat fruit, jaguar form. Should he don this Krieger armor, his attributes would surely elevate to the strength of a rear admiral at the Navy headquarters, thus granting Li Wenjin an additional formidable fighter. With the combination of the Black Cat and Ram, Li Wenjin would possess 2 powerful combatants under his command, allowing him to approach his future endeavors with considerably more ease. Ordinary adversaries could be handled by the 2 of them. Regrettably, the Black Cat is utterly unwilling to consume the devil fruit. Had he been amenable, his strength would have surged to more than double its current prowess. After thoroughly examining the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, Li Wenjin proceeded to initiate 10 rounds of premium draws. Empty, 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 empty. Dr. Correa's medical notes. Empty, empty, empty. Kaido's gray trousers. Defense 500, agility 300, empty. Li Wenjin was rather pleased with the newly acquired items. The medical notes from Correa are a one-time use item, which Li Wenjin promptly decided to study himself, as acquiring a medical skill would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. After all, one can never anticipate when illness or injury might befall oneself or a friend. As for Kaido's gray trousers, he chose to set them aside for the time being, awaiting the opportunity to draw the complete set of Kaido's equipment, which might collectively offer attribute enhancements. Currently, Li Wenjin possesses only a collection of individual top-tier equipment, lacking a cohesive set that would confer additional attributes. It is imperative for him to accumulate a sufficient array of top-tier items to assemble a complete equipment set, thereby augmenting his own strength. Having already expended 2 billion berries, Li Wenjin refrained from further premium draws, as he intends to reserve some mid-tier equipment for the impending senior members of the Baroque works, illustrating the considerable advantages of joining the Tinstar works. During his discussion with Robin, Li Wenjin suggested that she gather all the members of the Baroque workshop to meet their new boss. Otherwise, the Tinstar Workshop would lack cohesion, as its members would be unaware of who their leader was. It is essential for them to understand whom they are working for, so that in the future, Li Wenjin can effectively direct them. Li Wenjin, with over 600 million bellies remaining, utilized 500 million bellies to partake in the intermediate lottery, obtaining more than 100 pieces of intermediate equipment, which overwhelmed his system's inventory capacity. Consequently, he was compelled to materialize the equipment and place it upon his desk as he continued to draw. As for the remaining over 100 million bellies, Li Wenjin opted to engage in the basic lottery, acquiring more than 300 pieces of low-level equipment. Li Wenjin gazed at the over 400 pieces of equipment on the table, nodding in satisfaction. With these resources at hand, the Tinstar Workshop could successfully navigate the complete transitional phase, ensuring that an abrupt policy change would not lead to the workshop's total collapse. Chapter 101. Tinstar Workshop 2. After equipping himself, Li Wenjin rested in the boss's office, gazing at the 4 special items and 2 unique pieces of equipment in his system backpack. These were obtained from the intermediate and basic draws, respectively. Smoker's smoke cigar. Inhaling from this cigar releases a dense fog spanning 500 meters, obscuring vision for all except the user. Duration, 10 minutes. Uses remaining, 3. Though it offers no offensive or debuff capabilities, this cigar proves excellent for ambushes and combat, prompting Li Wenjin to keep it on his person. Sugar's purple candy. Temporarily increases strength by 500 points for 5 minutes. Uses remaining, 3. This marked the second time Li Wenjin acquired such candy. The first batch had proven invaluable during the battle at Jamin Island. He resolved to retain this one as well. Notes on Soru, Navy's 6 powers. Shave grants mastery over the technique upon use. Single-use item. This intermediate tier reward suggested that each of the Navy's 6 powers was classified as mid-level equipment. Tekai, Navy's 6 powers. Iron Body bestows proficiency in the defensive technique upon activation. No further elaboration needed. Robin's Pink Apron, Defense 85. Robin's Pink High Heels, Agility 85. Despite their modest attributes, Li Wenjin deliberately kept these items, intending to tease Robin with them later. With the draws concluded, Li Wenjin remained in the office, contemplating the future of the Tinstar Syndicate. Phase 1. Transforming rain dinners into the safest, most luxurious, and renowned casino in the Grand Line. This endeavor demanded specialized talent, necessitating Robin's assistance in scouting suitable individuals. For now, she would oversee operations. Li Wenjin had already decided to transplant every casino game he recalled from Earth into the Syndicate's establishments. Phase 2. Recruiting elite combatants to safeguard the Syndicate's assets. Once a formidable force was assembled, they would establish branch casinos across other islands, accelerating revenue growth. For the time being, however, expansion remained confined to Alabasta until its gambling market was monopolized. Phase 3. Implementing a hierarchical ranking system to motivate members. The proposed structure ranged from 1-star Basic to 10-star Elite, with the latter enjoying full syndicate privileges. 1 to 4-star Standard members. 5 to 9-star Senior members. Typically assigned as branch managers or formidable guardians. Guardians, tasked with protecting syndicate branches. Managers, overseeing operations and revenue generation. Combat division, engaging external threats and intelligence gathering. This framework would undergo refinement over time. After 3 hours of deliberation, dawn broke. Robin, Ram, and Dooman entered the office, their eyes widening at the array of equipment strewn across the desk. Dooman, perplexed, inquired, "Boss, why have you laid out so much gear?" Li Wenjin did not answer the question. Instead, he directly took out Cracker's set of equipment and tossed it toward Ram, saying, "This set is for you. Put any extra gear you have on the table." Ram knew that if Li Wenjin was giving him equipment, it would undoubtedly be superior to what he currently wore. Excited, Ram took the set from Cracker and left the room to find a private place to change. After all, Robin was still present, and he couldn't very well strip down in front of her. Once Ram departed, Li Wenjin turned to Dooman and said, "The equipment here is all rather ordinary, nothing you'd find useful. You and Ram should head to the casino lobby and wait for Nami and the others. I need to speak with Miss Robin alone." Dooman nodded silently and swiftly exited the room, not wanting to intrude on their conversation. He understood perfectly well that Li Wenjin likely had romantic intentions toward Robin. Lingering would only invite harsh reprimands later aboard the Pineapple, so he made himself scarce. With only Li Wenjin and Robin remaining in the office, he smiled and said, "All the equipment here belongs to the Tinstar Workshop. Feel free to take whatever you need. No need to hold back." Robin, never one to refuse an opportunity to enhance her strength, immediately began sifting through the items on the desk. Like Nami and the others, she had little interest in the more bizarre-looking gear, opting instead for elegant accessories. As Robin made her selections, Li Wenjin retrieved 3 items from his personal collection: Robin's bodysuit, her pink high heels, and her pink apron, along with the Rokushiki technique Saru and Tekai. He handed them to her and said, "Here, take these as well." Hearing his words, Robin glanced up and froze at the sight of the items in his hands. Alarmed, she immediately looked down to check her own attire, relieved to find her bodysuit still intact. "Are you some kind of pervert, replicating my exact outfit?" she snapped, snatching the clothes from his grasp, her expression laced with irritation. Though inwardly delighted at having startled her, Li Wenjin maintained a wounded expression. "How is this my fault? I can't control what kind of equipment appears." "Humph. No matter what you say, it doesn't change the fact that you're a lecher," Robin retorted, fixing him with a piercing gaze that left no doubt she saw right through him. Li Wenjin felt a profound sense of helplessness. It seemed that his prank had yielded undesirable consequences. Promptly, he shifted the subject, gesturing towards the equipment on the table, and said, "Robin, you shall take charge of the equipment on this table. Henceforth, you will serve as the vice president of the Tinstar Work Society." Li Wenjin's words fell on deaf ears as Robin remained silent, utterly stunned. She had snatched from his grasp items containing the Marine's 6 powers techniques: shave and iron body. With merely a glance, she had mastered both skills, leaving her bewildered and struggling to comprehend. If all abilities in this world could be acquired so effortlessly, what purpose did her years of grueling training serve? This existential quandary consumed her thoughts. Chapter 102. Baroque Works 3 Lost in Her Days. Robin barely registered Li Wenjin striding forward, seizing her arm, and shaking her vigorously while calling her name thrice before she finally snapped back to reality. Regaining composure swiftly, a testament to her seasoned resilience, Robin steadied herself. Though shaken, she had weathered greater storms. Cool-headed once more, she turned to Li Wenjin and remarked, "You claim you'd entrust all these artifacts to my care. Aren't you afraid I might flee with them?" His reply was simple yet profound. "I trust you." Li Wenjin's calm words brought a flicker of warmth to Robin's heart. Over the past decade, she had encountered nothing but betrayal and bloodshed, Never had anyone spoken to her with such tenderness. Yet this fleeting moment was swiftly shattered when Li Wenjin declared with shameless audacity, "You are one of my 10 wives, and I trust you deeply." Robin was utterly speechless. It seemed Li Wenjin hadn't changed at all, still the same incorrigible lecher. The brief tenderness she had felt was now thoroughly ruined by his words, prompting her to shoot him a sharp glare. Regardless of Robin's thoughts, Li Wenjin had already made up his mind that Robin would not escape. Now, as Robin glared at him, he merely interpreted it as a playful display of affection. Robin, facing Li Wenjin, showed no reaction to his gaze, even wearing a smile. She could only lament Li Wenjin's thick skin and decided to refrain from mentioning anything about herself to avoid having him steer the conversation back to her. "Are these supplies all prepared for the development of the Tinstar Work Society?" Robin inquired, pointing to the equipment on the desk. Li Wenjin nodded and said, "You're absolutely right. All these resources are for your development. The distribution of the Tinstar Workshop's equipment is entirely up to your discretion. I also have a devil fruit here. Whoever you deem worthy of obtaining it, I shall grant them the fruit." Robin looked at Li Wenjin with surprise, never expecting him to possess something as rare as a devil fruit. Truly, he was a man of remarkable capability. Following him might indeed provide her with the opportunity to uncover the secrets of the poneglyphs. After a moment of silence, Robin ceased speaking with Li Wenjin and began meticulously sorting the equipment on the table, storing them neatly in the office cabinets. Garments, armor, weapons, jewelry, footwear, and accessories were all arranged in separate compartments with impeccable order. As Robin organized the equipment, Li Wenjin felt it inappropriate to rest and instead assisted her in categorizing and storing the items within the office cabinets. Once the task was completed, Robin turned to Li Wenjin and remarked, "These items are exceedingly valuable. It would be best to construct a treasury for their safekeeping to prevent theft." Li Wenjin responded nonchalantly, "You can handle these matters without needing to report such trivialities to me." Robin expressed his dissatisfaction. "Then what is the purpose of your role as a boss?" Li Wenjin confidently stated, "I will take care of everything." Robin was at a loss for words, as Li Wenjin's reasoning was so sound that she found it difficult to counter. This left her feeling as though she had plunged into an abyss of work from which she could never escape. After 5 minutes of simmering frustration, Robin exclaimed, "Are you trying to work me to death? Even a boss must contribute." Li Wenjin remarked, "Robin, you need not worry about exhausting yourself. Shortly, my other wife will arrive, and together you will manage the Tinstar Working Society." Robin felt that conversing with Li Wenjin seemed rather futile. She could only hope that the wife Li Wenjin mentioned would be a woman of considerable capability, for otherwise, she genuinely feared for her own well-being. As for Li Wenjin's claim that she was his wife, Robin chose to disregard that statement entirely. As their conversation meandered, it was around 10 in the morning when Nami arrived at the casino, accompanied by Helis and Jeanbus, to meet Li Wenjin and the elegant Robin. In the boss's office, Nami scrutinized Robin for quite some time, pondering whether the woman Li Wenjin desired might indeed be this striking figure. However, with Li Wenjin still present in the room, she hesitated to voice her curiosity. As for Robin's demeanor towards Nami, it was notably cordial. She did not underestimate the younger woman and greeted her warmly. Upon witnessing that all members of the Pineapple Brigade had gathered, Li Wenjin proceeded to handcuff Crocodile with sea-stone cuffs. He then instructed Ram and Doman to confine Crocodile in a deserted room for surveillance. Li Wenjin took such measures to prevent Crocodile from discovering Robin's defection to his side. If Crocodile were to be handed over to the Marines and started making reckless accusations, it would spell trouble for Li Wenjin. From this moment until the Marine headquarters arrives to take Crocodile away, Li Wenjin would not allow Crocodile to meet anyone, lest he uncover Li Wenjin's secrets and bring complications to the Tinstar Workshop. For the past 8 hours, Crocodile had suffered under Li Wenjin's relentless vigilance. Fearing Crocodile might regain consciousness, Li Wenjin struck him with a punch every half hour without fail. Once Ram and Doman escorted Crocodile away, Li Wenjin led Robin and Nami to the second-floor reception room. Meanwhile, Black Cat, Hyles, and Jinbizi were stationed in the casino to maintain order, ensuring no disturbances arose from the previous night's events. Robin had already managed the casino's affairs in the early hours, allowing operations to continue smoothly. Moreover, news of Crocodile's defeat at Li Wenjin's hands had drawn even more patrons in the morning, some to gamble, but most to inquire about the incident involving Crocodile. However, the majority of these visitors were preoccupied with Crocodile's fate rather than gambling. Thus, while the casino bustled with activity, few actually engaged in betting, as most were merely there for the spectacle. Inside the second-floor reception room, Li Wenjin gestured for Nami and Robin to sit before addressing them. You two should have a proper conversation. From now on, we are all allies. Robin, you should also brief Nami about the affairs of the Tinstar Workshop. Robin and Nami exchanged glances, neither speaking immediately. In the end, the more experienced Robin broke the silence, initiating a discussion with Nami about the Tinstar Workshop's operations. Li Wenjin, seeing that they had begun their conversation, contentedly took the den mushy and returned to the boss's office on the 3rd floor to contact Smoker at Marine headquarters. Bring. Once the call connected, Li Wenjin heard Smoker's bored tone. Wenjin, what is it this time? Big bro. I've got a bit of a troublesome situation and need your help. Go on. I'd like to know what kind of mess you've gotten yourself into now. Well, big bro, I accidentally took down Warlord Crocodile. I was thinking. Li Wenjin's words were abruptly cut off as a violent coughing fit erupted from Smog, followed by his furious roar. Do you think I am a general from the Warring States period? Can I possibly handle such a colossal matter? I advise you to flee swiftly, you wretched brat. You are truly infuriating me. Chapter 103. The Tinstar Workshop. For the conversation between Li Wenjin and Smog resumed under the soothing assurance of Li Wenjin. Smog calmed down and inquired. You mentioned discovering some information with Crocodile. What exactly is that information? Li Wenjin feigned excitement as he replied, according to the records and the documents. The ancient weapon Pluton is located in Alabasta. It appears Crocodile has been investigating this matter, though his current findings only indicate a connection between Pluton and the kingdom of Alabasta, with no other significant progress made. The transponder snail remained silent for a moment, until after 2 minutes, Smoker's stern voice finally came through. Wenjin, secure those documents properly. I will handle the rest. You must keep a close watch on Crocodile and await further instructions from me. Li Wenjin understood that Smoker was en route to inform Admiral Sengoku, which aligned perfectly with his own intentions. As long as Crocodile's nefarious interest in the Pluto warship was substantiated, Li Wenjin's elimination of Crocodile would incur no adverse repercussions. Perhaps the Navy would even bestow upon him a reward. Rest assured, big brother, I've already gravely injured Crocodile and have him shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. He certainly cannot escape. Your knack for stirring up trouble is impressive. You've compelled me to notify the higher-ups in the Navy about Crocodile. Just wait for my call and refrain from venturing anywhere. Understood, big brother. After the call concluded, Li Wenjin felt a sense of relief, while Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke, hastily making his way to Admiral Sengoku's office, drawing curious glances from passing Navy officers. It was uncommon for anyone in the Navy headquarters to travel in such a manner. Typically, one would merely walk briskly. Smoker's approach was a blatant violation of Navy regulations. Upon reaching the entrance to Admiral Sengoku's headquarters, he reverted to his corporeal form and proceeded towards the Admiral's office. Inside the office, Sengoku had already composed himself, awaiting Smoker's arrival. With his formidable observation haki, Sengoku sensed Smoker's urgency, though he was unaware of the specific reason for Smoker's rule-breaking flight. He recognized that the matter at hand must be of significant importance. As Smoker entered the office, he immediately reported, Admiral, Li Wenjin contacted me, stating that he has uncovered information regarding Warlord Crocodile's search for the Pluto warship, and he has already found some leads. Sengoku's brow furrowed at the mention of a warlord coveting the Pluto warship. This was indeed a grave concern. It was no wonder Smoker had flown over in haste. How did Li Wenjin ascertain that Crocodile was seeking the Pluto warship? Sengoku inquired. Smoker quickly explained. Li Wenjin heard rumors of Crocodile's suspicious activities and decided to investigate. He ended up confronting Crocodile, defeating him, and subsequently discovered documents related to Crocodile's search for the Pluto warship. Smoker strategically emphasized the Pluto warship to divert Sengoku's attention from the fact that Li Wenjin had bested Crocodile, but Sengoku was not so easily misled. He quickly discerned that Smoker was attempting to absolve Li Wenjin, realizing that it was likely Li Wenjin who had incapacitated Crocodile and, in a fortunate turn of events, stumbled upon evidence of Crocodile's wrongdoing. However, Sengoku had no intention of pursuing the matter of Li Wenjin's victory over Crocodile, as the issue of the Pluto warship took precedence. He chose to overlook Smoker's deception. What is Crocodile's current status, and where are the documents? Sengoku asked. Upon hearing Sengoku's lack of inquiry regarding Li Wenjin's actions, Smoker breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that Sengoku likely would not trouble Li Wenjin. I have ensured that Crocodile and the documents are secured, awaiting my further instructions. Smoker replied. Sengoku nodded. Wait here. I need to make a call to inform the world government about this matter. Smoker complied and waited in the office as Sengoku dialed the world government. This is Admiral Sengoku. Connect me to the Gorosei immediately. After a brief silence, a stern voice emerged from the receiver. Sengoku, what is the matter? Without hesitation, Sengoku conveyed the details regarding Li Wenjin, Crocodile, and the Pluto warship. Following his account, there was a 2-minute silence before the serious voice returned. Immediately retrieve Crocodile, revoke his title as a warlord, and confine him in Impel Down. Sengoku acknowledged. Understood. Once again, the stern voice inquired, who is this Li Wenjin? Smoker's concern grew as he feared the Gorosei might seek to trouble Li Wenjin. Glancing at Smoker, Sengoku replied, he is the brother of a rear admiral in our navy. The serious voice continued, why has he not joined the navy? Sengoku explained, Li Wenjin prefers to pursue profit and has become a bounty hunter. He has apprehended 500 wanted pirates, and the recent incident at Gaiman Island was orchestrated by him. The Gorosei seemed to connect the dots regarding Li Wenjin. So, he is the bounty hunter known as Iron Rooster from Gaiman Island? Indeed, Sengoku confirmed. After another moment of silence, the voice concluded, since he has some ties to the Navy, would he heed our summons? Sengoku considered the rumors surrounding Li Wenjin and the information he had gathered, responding. He would likely comply with ordinary requests, but for significant matters, he may require compensation to follow orders. The voice replied, a compliant warlord would benefit both the Navy and the world government. Extend an invitation for him to become the new warlord. Sengoku affirmed, I understand, and I will communicate this to him. Very well. Ensure Crocodile is captured swiftly, the voice instructed before the call ended. Sengoku turned to the bewildered Smoker, stating, you heard everything. I trust you know what you must do. Smoker could only nod mechanically, indicating his understanding of Sengoku's intent. Yet his mind remained in a state of disbelief regarding Li Wenjin's sudden elevation to warlord status. Chapter 104, Warlords. As Smoker exited the Admiral's office, he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. How had Li Wenjin ascended to the rank of warlord? It left him feeling rather astonished. In truth, Li Wenjin's promotion was not entirely unexpected. His reputation in the Grand Line was formidable, and with Crocodile's defeat, he possessed the requisite strength to assume such an esteemed title. Returning to his quarters, Smoker promptly contacted Li Wenjin. Wenjin, the situation with Crocodile has been resolved. Remain in Alabasta and do not leave. Admiral Kizaru will be coming to escort Crocodile away. In the office of the Rainy Day Casino, Li Wenjin had been anxiously awaiting Smoker's call. When the phone rang, he answered immediately, but Smoker's mention of Kizaru's arrival took him by surprise. A defeated and captured warlord should not necessitate the presence of an admiral. A mere vice admiral could handle such a situation. There must be more to this. Smoker, is there something else regarding Kizaru's visit? Li Wenjin directly inquired of Smoker, seeking to ascertain the true purpose behind Kizaru's visit. You are not mistaken. Kizaru has come to discuss your ascension as the new warlord of the sea. Smoker's response left Li Wenjin somewhat astonished. The notion of him becoming a warlord was rather unexpected, rendering Li Wenjin momentarily speechless. Li Wenjin soon regained consciousness and began to contemplate whether to accept the proposition of the 7 warlords. After all, this matter presented both advantages and disadvantages for him. The benefits included the potential to swiftly enhance the power of the Tinstar Work Society, thus allowing him to amass greater wealth. However, the drawbacks entailed a necessity to adhere to the orders of the Navy headquarters, which left Li Wenjin feeling somewhat displeased. Li Wenjin was still contemplating whether to join the 7 warlords when Smoker's voice reached him once more, saying, Wenjin, if you are inclined to join the 7 warlords, you could extort a sum from the world government. Smoker's words piqued Li Wenjin's interest, prompting him to inquire eagerly, what do you mean? Please elaborate. Smoker recounted the conversation between the 5 elders and Admiral Sengoku, clarifying that the world government was not lacking in berries. Rather, they were in dire need of obedient warlords. Smoker implied that if Li Wenjin were to join the 7 warlords, he could seize the opportunity to extort money from the world government. Contemplating this scenario, Li Wenjin exclaimed excitedly, brother, do you think if I demand 10 billion berries from the world government each year, would they comply? At that moment, Smoker's voice came through the transponder snail, sarcastically retorting, you can dream on. If the world government were to give you 5 billion berries, that would be considered an exorbitant offer. Li Wenjin felt somewhat helpless. He had thought that the sum of 10 billion was merely a trifling amount to the world government. Yet he did not anticipate their frugality. Li Wenjin sighed, 50 billion it is. As long as I can secure that amount, I would willingly join the 7 warlords of the sea. Li Wenjin's ambition was to amass a greater fortune in berries. He believed that as his power grew, he could choose whether or not to heed the Navy's commands. Should he wish to assist, he would, and if he preferred not to, he would simply decline, leaving the Navy powerless against him. Smoker's voice of reason echoed once more. Wenjin, I advise you to accept only half of the 50 billion. This way, should the world government assign you tasks that you do not wish to undertake, you could refuse. If you were to accept the full 50 billion, it is likely that you would be unable to turn down the missions they impose upon you. Smoker's words resonated with wisdom, and Li Wenjin reflected upon them, acknowledging that Smoker's perspective was indeed sagacious. This approach would allow him to leverage the title of Warlord of the Sea for profit while maintaining a degree of autonomy from the world government. After 5 minutes of contemplation, Li Wenjin responded to Smoker, Brother, if the world government is willing to offer 3 billion berries annually, I will agree to join the ranks of the warlords and undertake certain tasks on their behalf. Should they be unwilling? Then let them find others to fulfill the role of warlord. Smoker smiled and replied, I will promptly inform Admiral Sengoku. If the world government consents, I will relay their response to you. Li Wenjin said, Then I shall rely on you, dear brother. With the matter of the 7 warlords already settled, Li Wenjin inquired about another pressing issue that piqued his interest. Brother, when will Admiral Kizaru arrive? Smoker replied, Admiral Kizaru has yet to return to the Navy headquarters. Once he receives his appointment as a 7 warlord, he can reach Alabasta within a day. Li Wenjin remarked, I see now, I understand. Brother, you may carry on with your business. I too must attend to matters on my end. After ending the call, Li Wenjin contemplated the impending arrival of Kizaru and deemed it necessary to arrange for Robin to conceal herself, thereby avoiding any potential complications. In the conference room on the 2nd floor of the casino, when Li Wenjin arrived, Nami and Robin were still engrossed in discussions regarding the Tinstar studio. Hold on for a moment. You two. I have something to discuss with you, Li Wenjin said. Nami and Robin paused their conversation and turned their attention to him. The room fell silent as Li Wenjin stated directly, the matter concerning Crocodile has been resolved. The world government has extended an invitation for me to join the Shichibukai, and I have accepted. Tomorrow, Admiral Kizaru from the Navy headquarters will come to meet with me. So Robin, it would be prudent for you to avoid any encounters. Robin nodded decisively. I will leave Rain Base tonight and gather the members of Baroque Works. She was resolute, aware that remaining in Rain Base would render her vulnerable should Kizaru discover her presence. Departing in advance was the wisest course of action. Ning, how could you so suddenly join the Shichibukai? ISNT that a bit too swift. Nami expressed her astonishment at Li Wenjin's ascension to the Shichibukai, as she did not perceive him as fitting for such a role. She believed he was more suited to being a boss, one who does not have to heed others' commands. And indeed, Li Wenjin was a person who seldom followed orders. Li Wenjin smiled and said, The world government is willing to offer me 3 billion berries annually. How could I possibly refuse? Nami was momentarily speechless. No wonder Li Wenjin had agreed to become a warlord of the sea. It was all about the berries. Congratulations to you, Nami remarked dryly. With the title of warlord, the Tinstar Workshop will undoubtedly attract even more subordinates. Robin understood well that the prestige of a warlord was highly alluring. Now that Li Wenjin had assumed the position, recruiting new members for the Tinstar Workshop would undoubtedly proceed much more smoothly. Thus, she offered her congratulations as well. Chapter 105, Warlord of the Sea, Part 2. At Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku listened to Smoker's report and Li Wenjin's demand for an annual payment of 3 billion berries. Without much deliberation, he agreed to the terms. In Sengoku's eyes, the 3 billion berries per year would be covered by the world government, not the Marines. Moreover, the Marines would gain a powerful and compliant ally, an opportunity too advantageous to pass up. Furthermore, Sengoku had already investigated and discovered that Li Wenjin's wife, Tashiji, was a Marine lieutenant. This practically made him one of their own. He doubted Li Wenjin would dare oppose the Marines, knowing his wife's position, though somewhat underhanded. Sengoku saw no harm in leveraging Tashiji's situation. If Li Wenjin ever proved reluctant to cooperate, he could simply have Tashiji persuade him. He was confident Li Wenjin would eventually comply. After informing the 5 elders of the arrangement, they too readily consented. To them, money was merely a number, and 3 billion berries a year was hardly an exorbitant sum. With both the 5 elders and Fleet Admiral Sengoku in agreement, Li Wenjin's appointment as a warlord was all but finalized. All that remained was for Admiral Kizaru to return, after which he would be dispatched to Alabasta to complete the transaction. In the conference room on the 2nd floor of the Rain Dinners Casino, Li Wenjin, Nami, and Robin discussed matters concerning the Tinstar Workshop until 7 in the evening. After dinner, Robin bid farewell and departed Rain Base to rendezvous with Baroque Works. The moment Robin left the room, Nami immediately pinched Li Wenjin's waist, her expression fierce. "Explain this situation with Robin to me properly this time," she demanded. Although Li Wenjin's waist was not in pain, he feigned a grimace, exclaiming, "Nami, my dear wife, please release me at once. You are going to break my back." Nami scoffed, "Do not put on a show. Your waist does not truly hurt. Do you think I am unaware? Unless you clarify matters today, you shall not enter my room for 6 months." Li Wenjin sighed and said, "Then let me share her story with you. After you listen, I hope you will treat her with more kindness, for she is a sorrowful soul." Nami, feeling quite dissatisfied, retorted, "Hurry up and be more clear. Do not attempt to deceive me." Li Wenjin sighed once more and recounted the significant events of Robin's life to Nami. A full hour passed as Nami absorbed Robin's tale, leaving her uncertain about how to explain the situation to Dashki. She had promised Dashki to keep a watchful eye on Li Wenjin and to prevent him from attracting too many women. Both Nami and Dashki were aware of Li Wenjin's intention to take 10 wives, leading Dashki to suggest that they should do everything possible to deter him from courting other women, lest his future spouses exceed that number. Nami had initially intended to have a heartfelt conversation with Robin at an opportune moment, but upon learning of Robin's background, she realized that such a discussion was beyond her reach. For 2 decades, Robin had endured a life of flight, marked by betrayal, exploitation, and suffering. Now, having finally encountered Li Wenjin, a man who genuinely cared for her, Nami felt that driving Robin away would render her inhuman. A beast dawning, Li Wenjin approached the window, gazing at the beam of light outside. He was confident that Huang Yuan would see him and make his way to the 3rd-floor office. 20 seconds later, Huang Yuan's figure materialized in the office. Without exchanging pleasantries, he tossed an appointment letter to Li Wenjin and stated, "I am pressed for time. Please provide me with the information on Crocodile and Admiral Sengoku." Li Wenjin had no desire to engage further with Kizaru, for he was currently no match for the Admiral and lacked the standing to converse as equals. He refused to debase himself by speaking obsequiously. Crocodile lay unconscious in the office, having been subdued by Li Wenjin, while the Pluton documents remained securely tucked within his robes. Without ceremony, he surrendered both items to Kizaru. The Admiral stowed away the documents and hoisted Crocodile over his shoulder before addressing Li Wenjin with casual indifference. "Your requested items shall be delivered within 3 days. I take my leave now, as matters demand my attention elsewhere." Li Wenjin nodded directly and said, "Mr. Kizaru, please." Kizaru cast a glance at Li Wenjin and transformed into a beam of light, departing through the window. However, this time, his speed was evidently reduced, likely due to the presence of Crocodile. Li Wenjin had no time to concern himself with Kizaru's affairs. He returned to his desk and took a look at the appointment letter brought by Kizaru, eager to comprehend the powers conferred by the 7 warlords of the sea. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Wenjin had come to understand the privileges of the 7 warlords. In truth, these privileges held little substantial value. Ultimately, one still had to rely on their own strength. Without power, even if Li Wenjin engaged in piracy on the seas without legal repercussions, he would acquire little of worth. Moreover, he had no interest in robbery, as the pace of earning through theft was far too slow compared to the profits from operating a casino. Among the privileges of the 7 warlords, there was but one that Li Wenjin deemed significant: the exemption from taxes on any shop he established on the islands governed by the world government. This particular privilege was the one he found most beneficial. As for the obligations of the 7 warlords, they included assisting the Navy in combating the 4 emperors of the New World, along with a mandatory stipulation that the Navy headquarters could summon the 7 warlords for service once every 3 years. This compulsory summons implied an unavoidable obligation, yet a frequency of once every 3 years was not excessively burdensome. Chapter 106. The 7 Warlords 3. The tale of Li Wenjin's triumph over Crocodile has only just unfolded. Yet within a mere 2 days, the news has reverberated throughout the Grand Line and the New World, fueled by the multitude of witnesses who beheld the event. Moreover, on the day following the departure of Kizaru, the world government formally appointed Li Wenjin as the new warlord of the sea, propelling him to fame across the vast realm of pirates. In the East Blue village of Kokoyashi, Nami became anxious upon learning of Li Wenjin's ascension to the warlords. As she understood that these figures were notorious pirates, she feared that if Nami were to engage in conflict with Li Wenjin, it would lead to her unhappiness. Meanwhile, the ordinary residents and pirates of the East Blue could only marvel at Li Wenjin's prowess, as he had made a name for himself in less than 3 months since entering the Grand Line. Within the Whitebeard pirates, Marco presented the news of Li Wenjin's victory over Crocodile and his new title to Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard paid little heed to Li Wenjin, instead reminiscing about his own past battles with Crocodile. The red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, showed little interest in Li Wenjin, perceiving him merely as a pawn of the world government, fundamentally different from their own path. The crews of Kaido and Big Mom glanced at the news casually, indifferent to the identity of the warlords, viewing them as insignificant and unworthy of attention. The other 6 warlords expressed a modicum of interest in Li Wenjin's exploits, yet their concern lacked any tangible action. The pirates of the Grand Line, already apprehensive of Li Wenjin, now wished to avoid him even more, vowing not to traverse Alabasta in the future. Of course, a few reckless souls dared to challenge fate, hoping to test the waters, but they remained a minority, posing no real threat to Li Wenjin. In Alabasta, the residents harbored a sense of nostalgia for Crocodile, whom they regarded as a protector, now viewing Li Wenjin as a villain for having defeated him. Crocodile had long been seen as a hero in their eyes for slaying pirates and safeguarding civilians. At the Rain Dinners Casino, Li Wenjin remained indifferent to the opinions of others as he convened with members of the Baroque works in a private chamber. However, for individuals seemed to regard one another with disdain. These were Mr. Five, Mr. Valentine, Doman, and Hellies, whose mutual animosity stemmed from their identical attire, causing discomfort in their interactions. Hellies donned Miss Valentine's outfit, while Doman wore Mr. Five's ensemble. Were it not for Li Wenjin's presence as the new warlord, they might have already come to blows. Li Wenjin disregarded such trivial matters, for when the time came to distribute the equipment, the members of the Baroque works would naturally don their attribute-enhanced attire, resulting in a distinct appearance among the 4. The members of Baroque works, who were invited by Robin, included Mr. 1, Daz Bones, possessing the superhuman quick-slice fruit, partnered with Paula, who wields the superhuman thorn fruit, Mr. 2, Von Clay, endowed with the superhuman imitation fruit, Mr. 3, Galdino, who commands the superhuman candle fruit, alongside Miss Golden Week, Mr. 4, partnered with Miss Christmas, utilizing the animal mole fruit, Mr. 5, who possesses the superhuman explosion fruit, partnered with Miss Valentine, who wields the superhuman featherlight fruit, and Mr. 13, a talking sloth, partnered with Miss Friday, the flying vulture. Li Wenjin had specifically summoned Robin to bring along only the more formidable fighters this time, as he had no interest in meeting those of lesser combat prowess. As for the last 2 creatures, they were brought along due to their usefulness in delivering intelligence, allowing them to acquaint themselves with their new boss, Li Wenjin. Inside the secret meeting room, Li Wenjin addressed the members of Baroque Works directly. Your former boss has been defeated by me. I am now your new leader, and I presume you already know who I am. Mr. 2 Bon Curie responded, Of course, darling, we recognize you, the newly appointed Warlord of the Sea, Mr. Li Wenjin. But are you truly telling us that our former boss, Sir Crocodile, was defeated by you? Li Wenjin did not respond to Foam Kale's words, but addressed everyone directly. Since you all know me, I shall now announce that the Baroque Work Society will henceforth be renamed the Tinstar Work Society. The Vice President will elucidate the tasks that lie ahead. Robin, having prepared thoroughly, immediately distributed a document to each individual upon hearing Li Wenjin's declaration, stating, This document outlines the responsibilities of the Tinstar Work Society. You may freely choose your assignments. Half an hour later, Li Wenjin interrupted the discussions among the members of the Baroque Work Society, addressing them. If you have any objections, now is the time to voice them. Once you leave this place, you will adhere to the regulations of the Tinstar Work Society. Galdino inquired, Boss, what exactly are the rewards mentioned in the document? Li Wenjin had already arranged to bestow each of these senior members with 2 pieces of attribute-enhancing equipment. So he turned to Robin and said, Please bring out the gifts I have prepared for them, so they may experience the equipment's capabilities. Robin understood and instructed Dooman and Ram to deliver the prepared attribute-enhancing items to the Baroque Work Society members, urging them to don the equipment and test its effects. The gear Robin had prepared was designed to enhance strength, and upon wearing the equipment, the Baroque Work Society members immediately felt a surge of power, leaving them both astonished and intrigued, as they had never encountered such extraordinary apparatus before. Li Wenjin would not personally elucidate the matter of equipment. Instead, it was Robin who provided the explanation while Li Wenjin quietly awaited their composure. Upon learning that working for the Tinstars Guild would grant them access to superior equipment, the members of the Baroque Works were eager to join, as possessing such gear could amplify their strength by 1 or 2-fold. No fool would willingly forego such an advantage. Furthermore, the equipment was durable. Should they depart from the Tinstars Guild, they would have no means of acquiring it thereafter. Thus, even if they contemplated betrayal, they would have to weigh the consequences of losing their equipment. With the dissolution of Baroque Works, the Tinstars Guild officially emerged. heralding the rise of a new power under Li Wenjin, gradually beginning to exert its transformative influence upon the world. Chapter 107. Development. The operational objectives of the Ten Stars Guild had been firmly established, and Li Wenjin found himself at a loss. Bewildered by the two animal-type devil fruits in his possession, unsure of how to utilize them effectively. Currently, he had accumulated 3 surplus devil fruits. Yet he lacked the means to employ them, as he could not find any loyal subordinates. He resolved to wait until he discovered trustworthy companions before making any decisions. With a resigned sigh, Li Wenjin decided to spend his last 10 billion berries on a premium lottery, drawing 10 times. Empty, 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 empty. An orange pearl ring belonging to Blackbeard. Strength 400, Defense 400. Empty, empty, empty. A special set for Navy Vice Admirals. Strength, Agility, and Defense, each 500. Li Wenjin sighed softly. This time, the 30 billion belly had eluded him entirely. The only item of value that he required was the orange pearl ring belonging to Blackbeard. Just a few days prior, he had gifted his sapphire ring to Robin, and now he needed to replace that missing piece of equipment. As for the Admiral's exclusive set, he intended to present it to Helen. Currently, she was still wearing a mid-tier outfit, and it was the perfect moment for her to don the advanced set. Naturally, this Admiral's high-grade ensemble must be dyed a different color, much like Black Cat's attire, to avoid any misunderstandings from the Navy headquarters, lest they seek to trouble Li Wenjin, which would be quite undesirable. Li Wenjin once possessed a fortune of over 1 billion in gold and jewels, which could have been utilized for a grand lottery. Regrettably, those precious treasures were exchanged by Robin and Nami for monetary gain to expand the rainy casino. Thus, Li Wenjin now found himself in a state of destitution. Contemplating ways to amass wealth, he sat in his office for an extended period, ultimately realizing that he could not discern any immediate means of generating income. He considered venturing into the Grand Line to capture pirates, yet it seemed that pirates now evaded him, making it nearly impossible to apprehend them as he once did. He estimated that it would take him at least half a month to catch even a single pirate, rendering the endeavor unprofitable. Reflecting on the possibility of engaging in commerce, he recognized that he lacked the aptitude for business. Should he embark on such a venture, he would likely end up losing everything. At present, it appeared that his only option was to enhance his own abilities and then pursue pirates in the New World, where the pirates would not fear him and might even approach him with hostile intent. In considering the enhancement of his strength, the first thought that crossed his mind was to seek out the Dark King Rayleigh in the Sabaody archipelago to learn hockey, as he possessed a letter of introduction from Carocas, which he hoped would grant him some favor with Rayleigh. As he pondered, it became clear to Li Wenjin that seeking out Rayleigh to elevate his power was the only viable path to greater wealth. Other commercial endeavors were beyond his reach, and remaining in the rainy casino would be a futile expenditure of time. After a long period of contemplation, he was interrupted at 7 in the evening when Nami came to summon him for dinner. At that moment, Li Wenjin resolved that once Princess Vivi's matters were settled, he would journey to the Sabaody archipelago to learn hockey from Rayleigh. Once proficient in hockey, he intended to pass this knowledge on to his subordinates, thereby enhancing their abilities as well, which would ultimately allow Li Wenjin to profit even while at rest. As he followed Nami to the dining hall, he turned to her and said, "Dear, after dinner, please call Hyles and Jinbizi over. I have matters to discuss with them." Nami, intrigued by Li Wenjin's intentions regarding Jinbizi and Hyles, playfully remarked, "What business do you have with them? Surely you don't intend to propose to them as well?" Li Wenjin gazed at Nami with a sense of incredulity, feeling as though his virtuous persona had crumbled in her eyes, transforming into that of a lecher. Nami seemed to realize that her jest had gone too far, and quickly remedied the situation by stating, "I will inform them to come to your office." With Nami no longer jesting, Li Wenjin took the opportunity to share his intentions regarding the two sisters. Nami wholeheartedly agreed with his proposal, recognizing that it would be beneficial for Hyles and Jinbizi, while also allowing Li Wenjin to cultivate a loyal and dependable cadre of warriors. After dinner, Nami sought out Hyles and Jinbizi, while Li Wenjin returned to his office to await their arrival, preparing to discuss the recruitment of combat personnel. After a 20-minute wait, the sisters entered Li Wenjin's office and confidently took their seats opposite him, inquiring, "Captain, what do you need from us?" Hyles and Jinbizi had grown quite familiar with Li Wenjin, and thus felt at ease in his presence, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor. Li Wenjin had anticipated that when Nami sought out the two sisters, she would share the details with them. However, it appears that Nami divulged nothing. Consequently, Li Wenjin had no choice but to convey her thoughts herself. "I have summoned you here to request that you return to your hometown and bring back some warriors. We are currently in dire need of trustworthy subordinates, and I can only rely on your assistance." Chapter 108. Li Wenjin abruptly requested the two sisters to return home and bring back some warriors, which momentarily stunned them before they were overcome with immense joy. They knew that under Li Wenjin's leadership, their kin would never be mistreated. Jean Beezy promptly declared, "Captain, rest assured, I shall certainly bring back capable warriors to assist." Li Wenjin was exceedingly pleased. The warriors of Jinbi Island exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Should they be provided with a complete set of equipment, their fighting capabilities would undoubtedly soar. At that juncture, Li Wenjin would find herself in possession of a loyal cadre of highly skilled subordinates. As for the possibility of their defection, judging by Li Wenjin's understanding of Jinbi and Hylasai's dispositions, the likelihood of the warriors on their island betraying them was exceedingly low, for they adhered strictly to the code of conduct expected of warriors. Li Wenjin, in high spirits, took out the Navy Admiral's uniform and handed it to Hylasai, saying, "Hylasai, you should change into this outfit. Remember to paint over the Navy insignia, just like the Black Cat, to avoid any trouble with the Navy." Hylasai accepted the gear, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." She was delighted, as she no longer had to wear the identical outfit as Miss Valentine's Day. Their matching attire had led to mutual disdain, culminating in a confrontation, which Hylasai ultimately won. However, her mood remained rather displeased. As for Duman and Mr. Five, they had also engaged in competition, with Duman emerging victorious, as the power of the cannon fruit surpassed the explosive capabilities of the bomb fruit. Jimbus and Hibis, you shall depart tomorrow. I need you to return swiftly, warriors. In the near future, Li Wenjin plans to journey to the Sabaody archipelago, and he hopes that the sisters Harris and Jimbus will return with the group of warriors before his departure, allowing him to leave in peace. Jimbus cheerfully assures him, "Captain, rest assured, we shall return tomorrow without delay and bring them back." Both Jimbus and Harris are eager to reunite with their kin and assist in enhancing their strength, which fills them with even more enthusiasm and joy. On the following dawn, Harris and Jimbus bid farewell to Li Wenjin and Nami, setting sail on the Pineapple to return to their homeland. Li Wenjin harbors no concerns for their safety, as both sisters have attained the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, and with the Pineapple at their helm, they are unlikely to encounter any trouble. With the sisters gone, Nami and Robin turn their attention to managing the casino, while Li Wenjin, having no immediate tasks, exchanges the brown bear fruit for the seagull fruit, honing his mastery of the Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. The rainy casino is still in its nascent stages, and Nami and Robin find themselves exceedingly busy. They realize that a more leisurely pace will only be achievable once the casino enters a phase of positive circulation. After 2 days of rigorous training, Li Wenjin discerns a notable commonality in the training of Zoan-type devil fruits. His experience with the brown bear fruit proves invaluable in cultivating the abilities associated with the seagull fruit. In just 2 days, he adeptly masters the capabilities of the seagull fruit, though he recognizes that he must exert additional effort to perfect his flying prowess. This outcome brings Li Wenjin great satisfaction, as he anticipates eventually replacing the brown bear fruit with a more formidable variant. The training he undertakes with the brown bear fruit can be seamlessly applied to other Zoan-type fruits, thus preventing the need for a complete retraining should he decide to switch fruits, thereby conserving significant training time. Currently, Li Wenjin focuses on mastering the seagull fruit's abilities in preparation for a solo expedition to the Sabaody archipelago to seek out the Dark King Rayleigh. Utilizing the seagull fruit to traverse the distance will significantly reduce his travel time, allowing for a quicker arrival. After 10 days of training with the seagull fruit, Li Wenjin has become proficient in its flight capabilities and has uncovered another unique ability, the foresight of impending weather changes, such as impending rain or wind. When he transforms into a seagull, he can sense these shifts in advance. This ability is of paramount importance to Li Wenjin, as it aids him in evading hazardous weather conditions while flying, thereby greatly enhancing his safety. At the very least, he will not inadvertently find himself caught in a storm. However, he also discovers a weakness of the seagull fruit during his training, its lack of resilience, suggesting it is best suited for non-combat scenarios. Li Wenjin had never contemplated utilizing the seagull fruit in combat, as his training with it was solely for long-distance flight, rendering its defensive capabilities rather feeble. For him, this was hardly a weakness. After 10 days of rigorous training, Li Wenjin had become proficient in flying. He no longer required daily practice, merely engaging in occasional flights. However, on this particular day, he did not venture out to fly, for the Tinstar Work Society had relayed news that Princess Vivi had been located and was on her way to Rainy Land. Princess Vivi had infiltrated the Baroque Work Society for 3 months, aiming to uncover the identity of those undermining the Alabasta kingdom. Yet, due to her lack of strength, she found it exceedingly challenging to integrate into the upper echelons of the Baroque work society, which left her feeling anxious as the longer she took. The more perilous the situation for Alabasta became. Just a few days prior, she learned that the Baroque Work Society had suddenly rebranded itself as the Tinstar Work Society, leaving her perplexed about the developments. Regardless, her investigation had to persist. However, 3 days after the name change, she learned that rain had fallen across the entirety of Alabasta, a fact that bewildered her. The rebellion had initially arisen due to prolonged droughts, and now that rain had graced the land, the justification for the insurgents' uprising seemed to dissipate, prompting Princess Vivi to ponder whether to continue her inquiries into the Tinstar Work Society. In the midst of her internal conflict over 5 long days, the upper management of the Tinstar Work Society unexpectedly apprehended her and announced that their leader wished to meet her. Princess Vivi felt a surge of apprehension. She was uncertain of what awaited her in the presence of the Tinstar Work Society's boss, particularly as she sensed that her captors as Li Wenjin approached the door of the conference room. Princess Weiwei was already articulating her conjectures to Icolum. However, Li Wenjin chose to pause outside, eager to hear what Princess Weiwei had to say. Upon hearing the completion of her deductions, Li Wenjin was thoroughly impressed by Princess Weiwei's intellect, as she had astutely surmised the outcome with remarkable accuracy. Princess Weiwei, upon noticing Li Wenjin's presence, felt a surge of excitement, convinced that her suspicions were indeed correct. Should her assumptions prove true, the crisis in Alabasta would be entirely averted. Once her initial fervor subsided, Princess Weiwei quickly regained her composure, preparing to engage in a thoughtful discussion with Li Wenjin regarding the Baroque Work Agency, urging her esteemed Tinstar agency not to jeopardize the kingdom of Alabasta. Li Wenjin has been appointed as the new warlord of the Seven Seas. Should he commit malevolent acts in Alabasta, the kingdom would find it exceedingly challenging to confront him, for his strength is unparalleled, and there exists no one capable of thwarting him. Princess Vivi, of royal lineage, has had her identity unveiled and, no longer wishing to conceal her status, performed a noble greeting to Li Wenjin, stating, "Princess Vivi pays her respects to Mr. Li Wenjin, warlord of the Seven Seas." True to her royal upbringing, Princess Vivi exudes grace and decorum, which brings a sense of comfort to Li Wenjin. He gestures for her to take a seat, saying, "Please, everyone, have a seat. Let us discuss the matters concerning Alabasta." However, Princess Vivi, concerned that the Tinstar Work Society might threaten Alabasta as the Baroque works did, refrains from sitting down immediately and resolutely inquires, "Mr. Li Wenjin, I wish to know whether the Tinstar Work Society poses a danger to our peace in Alabasta, akin to the Baroque works." Princess Vivi, a woman willing to sacrifice for her kingdom, boldly poses such a question before Li Wenjin, aware that should he truly intend to disrupt Alabasta, her inquiry could very well cost her life. Li Wenjin approached Princess Vivi, stopping half a meter away, his gaze burning into her eyes as he declared, "Whether I will devastate Alabasta depends entirely on the outcome of our conversation today. Should I find myself dissatisfied, I shall prove far more ruthless than Crocodile ever was." The color drained from Princess Vivi's face, her composure shaken by his words. The Baroque works had already been a nightmare for her people. If the Tinstar's agency were even more merciless, the suffering of Alabasta's citizens would be unbearable. Amused by her pallid expression, Li Wenjin suppressed a smirk. His intention was merely to intimidate this naive princess, to shatter her illusion of invincibility and remind her that she was no omnipotent deity. After delivering his warning, he took a seat and gestured to the 2 chairs beside him. "Come, sit. Let us begin negotiations. If we can reach an agreement, I may even extend my assistance to the kingdom of Alabasta." Regaining her composure swiftly, Princess Vivi resolved to negotiate earnestly, determined to dissuade him from harming her homeland. Only then could she uphold her duty as the princess of Alabasta. She seated herself beside him and spoke without preamble. "Mr. Li Wenjin, what cooperation do you propose? The kingdom of Alabasta is willing to offer its support." Li Wenjin smiled without answering, directly handing a document to Princess Vivi. "This document outlines the work plan of the Baroque Work Society. Your Highness may peruse it at your leisure. Once you have finished, we can discuss other matters." Princess Vivi accepted the document and began to read the Baroque Work Society's report slowly. As she continued, her complexion grew increasingly pale. Upon finishing the entire plan, she felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. If the Baroque Work Society's plans were to be executed, the crisis facing Alabasta would not merely be a threat, but rather a harbinger of national ruin. Chapter 110, Vivi 3. After reviewing the Baroque Work Society's plan, Princess Vivi stood up and addressed Li Wenjin, saying, Mr. Wenjin, thank you for saving the kingdom of Alabasta. Her gratitude stemmed from her understanding that, by showing her the Baroque Work Society's plans, Li Wenjin was indicating that the Tinstar Work Society would not carry out such a scheme to overthrow the kingdom of Alabasta. After all, a plan that had already been exposed could not succeed in execution. This meant that Li Wenjin had entirely renounced the idea of overthrowing Alabasta, thereby safeguarding it from imminent peril. Li Wenjin replied with a smile, Princess Vivi, there is no need for formalities. With your keen intellect and the audacity to infiltrate the Baroque workshop, it is only a matter of time before you uncover this scheme. Princess Vivi shook her head with a wry smile. Mr. Wenjin, you need not flatter me. Even if I were to learn of this plan, I would lack the means to thwart it, and in the end, Alabasta would still suffer greatly. Li Wenjin chose not to continue discussing the Baroque workshop and promptly redirected the conversation, stating, the Baroque workshop is a matter of the past. Let us now speak of the Tinstar Workshop. Li Wenjin presented the plan of the Baroque workshop to Princess Vivi, which clearly demonstrated his earnest intention to collaborate with Alabasta. Princess Vivi, understanding the significance of this gesture, composed herself and replied, Please, Mr. Wenjin, speak plainly. We must ascertain what kind of assistance you require from us. Li Wenjin smiled and remarked, I believe Princess Vivi has heard tales of my endeavors. My every intention revolves around Belly. Thus my collaboration with Alabasta is inherently for the sake of Belly. Currently, I wish to discuss with the Kingdom of Alabasta the establishment of a port on the nearest coastline to Ray Base, enabling all guests of the Grand Line to come here to partake in gambling. Princess Vivi immediately furrowed her brow, questioning, Are you suggesting that pirates would also be permitted to gamble in Ray Base? Li Wenjin nodded affirmatively, expressing his intent. Princess Vivi found herself in a quandary. As this matter was beyond her jurisdiction, it necessitated the consensus of the entire royal family of Alabasta. After all, permitting pirates to enter Alabasta would pose significant risks to the kingdom. After much deliberation, Princess Vivi shook her head with a bittersweet smile and said, I cannot provide you with an answer regarding this matter. Only the King of Alabasta can offer you a response. Li Wenjin understood the apprehensions of Princess Vivi, and thus he spoke directly. I do not intend for the pirates to land at any other ports in Alabasta, but rather only at the ports near Ray Base. The pirates who land at other ports will still be apprehended by the Kingdom of Alabasta. If your kingdom agrees to this condition, I can ensure the protection of Alabasta by the entire Tinstar Guild, preventing other pirates from causing unrest in your realm. What do you think of that? Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words, Princess Vivi immediately began to contemplate the advantages and disadvantages that his proposal might bring to Alabasta. However, as she pondered, Calum, standing behind her, suddenly interjected, Princess, no amount of consideration on your part will suffice. It is better to leave this matter to the king. Awakening from her reverie, Princess Vivi quickly grasped Calum's implication that agreeing to Li Wenjin's terms would ultimately require her father's intervention, rendering her deliberations unnecessary. She replied, Mr. Wenjin, I must return to inform my father about this matter. I hope for your understanding. Li Wenjin was not surprised by her response, as he recognized that Princess Vivi was merely a bridge for communication between him and the King of Alabasta. You may return at your convenience, but I shall only wait 10 days. If I do not receive a response by then, I will take matters into my own hands against Alabasta, and you shall have no cause to blame me for the outcome. As Princess Vivi prepared to return to consult with her father, Li Wenjin did not hinder her. Yet he was rather blunt in giving Alabasta only 10 days to respond, to avoid any tactics of delay from their side. Li Wenjin granted Alabasta a mere 10 days. For after this brief interval, the sisters Hildegard and Beatrice would return. At that juncture, Li Wenjin would embark on a journey to the Shambodi Islands, unwilling to linger in the rain-soaked lands awaiting Alabasta's response, as he was indeed a man of great import. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's words and observing his earnest demeanor, Princess Vivi realized the gravity of the situation. Li Wenjin, in his pursuit of profit, was known to commandeer even the pirate ships of others. Should Alabasta dare to impede his endeavors, it was likely that the kingdom would find itself in perpetual unrest. With a serious expression, Princess Vivi declared, in 10 days, the Kingdom of Alabasta shall undoubtedly provide Mr. Wenjin with a satisfactory reply. Li Wenjin nodded in satisfaction, since the matter has been settled. I shall not escort you back to the palace. You may depart whenever you wish. Princess Vivi, eager to report the developments of the Tinstar Work Society to her father, took her leave alongside Calum. bidding farewell to Li Wenjin as they exited the rainy land en route to the capital of Alabasta. With Princess Vivi's departure, Li Wenjin began to contemplate a lucrative venture, one that could only be realized once he mastered the art of intimidation, thereby securing a substantial fortune in gold. Li Wenjin's aspiration for a vast treasure of gold pertains to the illustrious ship of gold on the Sky Island. Should Li Wenjin manage to seize it, garnering several hundred billion berries would be a trivial matter. However, the presence of Enel, the god of thunder, looms over Sky Island. Until Li Wenjin masters hockey, he possesses no confidence in confronting Enel, for the latter's prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Had it not been for the overwhelming protagonist aura surrounding Luffy, he would have been thoroughly defeated by Enel long ago. Even his immunity to electricity would not alter the outcome. Based on Li Wenjin's assessment, Enel's strength is at least on par with that of a formidable naval force, but due to the influence of Luffy's protagonist aura, his intelligence was forcibly diminished, leading to his eventual defeat at Luffy's hands. Li Wenjin can currently only focus on cultivating his formidable presence, engaging in a contest with Enel in the Sky Island, which will ensure that he is unable to defeat Enel while also allowing for a swift escape. In the ensuing 10 days, Li Wenjin has summoned Ram, Duman, and the Black Cat to train alongside him daily, enhancing their combat skills and their proficiency in utilizing their abilities. Li Wenjin's intention was to enhance the capabilities of the few individuals during his absence, ensuring the safety of the rainy casino. As for Nami and Robin, they devoted themselves daily to the affairs of the Tinstar Work Society, leaving them no time to learn combat skills under Li Wenjin's tutelage. For them to find leisure, at the very least, they would need to wait for 3 months. Chapter 111. Female warriors in the conference hall on the second floor of the rainy casino. A group of young women chattered incessantly, causing a throbbing headache for Li Wenjin. There were 50 women in the hall, all aged between 16 and 30. Warriors brought back by Harry's and Jimbis from their homeland. Initially, Li Wenjin had presumed that Harry's homeland must have male warriors, as he had observed men aboard the ship when the chieftain had sent Harry's and Jimbis to pursue the pineapple. Now, with 50 female warriors arriving and not a single male among them, Li Wenjin felt perplexed and could only ask Jimbis, "Is there truly no male warriors on your island?" Jimbis, with a hint of confusion, replied, "Indeed, there are male warriors, but they are merely auxiliary. The true warriors are the women. Is there something amiss with that?" As soon as Jimbis finished speaking, an idea seemed to strike her, and she turned to Li Wenjin with indignation, saying, "Do you look down upon us female warriors? They are the elite fighters of our island." Li Wenjin dared not utter any disparaging remarks about female warriors, for the women in the conference room were glaring at him. And should he dare to express disdain for women, he would likely find himself overwhelmed by a chorus of 50 enraged women. "No. How could I possibly look down upon female warriors? You two sisters serve under me, and I treat you both with equal fairness, do I not?" In response to Li Wenjin's explanation, the women who had been glaring at him turned away, resuming their conversations, causing Li Wenjin to break into a cold sweat. Li Wenjin sighed inwardly. Since the female warrior had already been delivered, returning her was out of the question. Resigned, he turned to Jean Beezy and said candidly, "I happen to possess 2 Zoan-type devil fruits. Initially, I intended them for male warriors, as women generally seem averse to transforming into beasts. My original plan was..." Before Li Wenjin could finish her words, Jean Beezy interrupted, conveying a sense of misunderstanding. "Captain," she stated, "neither Hai Lizi nor I consume devil fruits. For we have been trained in the combat techniques of our clan leader, which prohibit us from partaking in such fruits. However, other female warriors of lesser rank are permitted to consume them." Li Wenjin exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you implying that in order to become a disciple of your clan leader, one must refrain from consuming the devil fruit?" Jimbis nodded in affirmation, stating, "Throughout the generations, none of our island's clan leaders have partaken in the devil fruit, and neither may their disciples." Li Wenjin began to comprehend that the chieftains of Jinbi Island were likely apprehensive that if the chieftain consumed the devil fruit, she might neglect the cultivation of her innate powers. Consequently, the heritage of the island's female warriors could gradually fade into obscurity or even become utterly extinct. Therefore, they resolutely established a rule prohibiting the chieftain's lineage from partaking of the devil fruit. Meanwhile, the ordinary female warriors, unburdened by the concerns of preserving the island's martial legacy, were free to consume the devil fruit, as the transmission of combat skills was solely the responsibility of the chieftain's lineage. Li Wenjin paused for a moment before addressing Jean Beezy. Would the women of the Zoan-type devil fruit lineage be willing to consume them? After all, as women, they might not wish to transform into beasts. With a dismissive sneer, Jean Beezy retorted, "What preposterous logic is that? The warrior women of our island take immense pride in their strength. Consuming devil fruits would only enhance their power. Of course, they would be willing. Li Wenjin expressed her disdain, muttering to herself, I cannot believe they would consume the fruits of the caterpillar. Upon hearing Li Wenjin's musings, Jean Beezy, slightly irritated, retorted, do not deliberately provoke me. Recognizing that her words had crossed a line, Li Wenjin swiftly shifted the conversation, addressing Jean Beezy directly. At this moment, I possess 2 devil fruits. One is the mountain wolf fruit, and the other is the locust fruit. You may inquire among them who would be willing to partake, and I shall bestow the fruits upon them, rather than asking the women if they desired the devil fruits. Jean Beezy stood still in contemplation before calling out to the women in the conference room, Jean Kaishi, Jean Tussi, come here. Upon her command, 2 women in their 20s approached, inquiring, Sister Jean Beezy, what do you need from us? Without responding to them, Jean Beezy turned to Li Wenjin and said, let them consume the devil fruits. Although the 2 women were not exceptionally beautiful, they possessed a certain charm. Li Wenjin, feeling a pang of reluctance at the idea of giving them animal-type devil fruits, questioned again, are you truly certain? What if they come to regret their decision? Jean Beezy, growing impatient, replied, you need not worry about them. They will adapt quickly. Now, hasten to present the devil fruits. With Jean Beezy's insistence, Li Wenjin refrained from further discussion and promptly retrieved the 2 devil fruits, handing them to Jean Beezy while explaining their types. Jean Beezy took the fruits and immediately passed the mountain wolf fruit to Jean Kaishi and the locust fruit to Jean Tussi, urging them to consume them. Once they had ingested the devil fruits, they were swiftly whisked away by their sisters, who eagerly requested that Jean Kaishi and Jean Tussi demonstrate their newfound abilities. The 2 women, filled with delight, joyfully performed for their Li Wenjin found herself at a loss for words. Since these women did not seem to care for appearances and were willing to consume the animal-type devil fruits, she resolved that whenever she obtained a devil fruit in the future, she would share it with these female warriors. After all, this group of female warriors constituted Li Wenjin's first batch of loyal subordinates, and she naturally wished to enhance their strength. With the matter of the devil fruits settled, Li Wenjin turned to Jeebus and said, you should go to Robin to acquire the equipment these warriors need. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Jeebus understood that Li Wenjin actually had no pressing engagements. She merely preferred to avoid the company of a multitude of women. Thus, Jeebus did not impede Li Wenjin's departure and promptly escorted her away before proceeding to seek out Robin for the necessary equipment. Li Wenjin returned to the office on the 3rd floor and opened the safe where he kept his Bailey. He took out all the Bailey he had stored over the past 20 days to recharge the system. Li Wenjin did not wish to deposit all his berries into the system, but rather feared that the casino might require immediate funds, which he would be unable to provide, leading to potential complications. The berries deposited into the system cannot be withdrawn. Thus, Li Wenjin opted to store a portion of his berries in a safe, reserving them for emergencies at the UD Casino. Chapter 112, Transactions over the span of 23 days. The UD Casino generated a profit of 5 to 600 million berries for Li Wenjin. After paying a portion of the wages, he still retained over 300 million berries. This remarkable profit was largely attributable to Li Wenjin's triumph over Crocodile and his ascension as one of the new 7 warlords, which drew a substantial crowd to the casino, resulting in increased earnings. However, in Li Wenjin's perspective, this amount was not particularly substantial, considering he required 100 million berries for a single lottery draw, and the prospect of winning nothing with 300 million berries was quite plausible. Li Wenjin intended to utilize the 300 million berries for a mid-tier lottery, aiming to procure equipment for 50 female warriors to enhance their capabilities. To equip 50 female warriors, 500 pieces of equipment were necessary, and his 300 million berries were insufficient, compelling him to select some of the lower-tier equipment acquired previously. Ultimately, Li Wenjin drew 60 pieces of mid-tier equipment alongside 120 pieces of low-tier equipment, depleting his entire supply of berries, leaving him with a mere 70,000 berries. Among the items drawn, there were some special items, albeit of a mundane nature, such as Precision Dart, automatically hits the target upon thrown, with an attack power of 50 points. BZS Rice Ball, consuming it increases strength by 100 points for 10 minutes. Li Wenjin regarded these ordinary special items with disdain, opting to store them along with the equipment in the vault prepared by Robin, awaiting distribution to others. The vault was a newly constructed facility, repurposed from the dismantled sea stone iron prison by Robin, reinforced with sea stone to prevent the abilities of devil fruit users. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, Ram arrived at Li Wenjin's office to inform him that Princess Vivi of Alabasta had returned and was waiting for him in the conference room on the second floor. Upon receiving the news of Princess Vivi's return, Li Wenjin felt compelled to express his frustration. Despite her assurance of a 10-day time frame, she was obstinately late, which he found rather exasperating. With those thoughts in mind, Li Wenjin ascended to the second-floor conference room, where he encountered Princess Vivi alongside her guard, Belle, who had evidently escorted her by flight. Belle, known as the Guardian of Alabasta, possessed the bird fruit, falcon form, enabling him to carry individuals through the air. Upon seeing Li Wenjin, Princess Vivi rose and addressed him, stating, "Mr. Li Wenjin, we meet again." He hoped that Princess Vivi bore good news. Otherwise, this meeting could mark the beginning of enmity between them. Li Wenjin spoke as he walked over and seated himself beside Princess Weiwei. Li Wenjin's words evidently provoked Belle's ire, inciting him to seek trouble with Li Wenjin. However, before he could act, he was intercepted by Princess Vivi, who gestured for him to refrain from being impulsive. Once she had calmed Belle, Princess Vivi produced a document and handed it to Li Wenjin, stating, "This is a file from my father for Mr. Wenjin. If Mr. Wenjin is agreeable, Alabasta is willing to extend its assistance." Receiving the document, Li Wenjin first called out to Ram, instructing him to fetch Nami. Before he began to peruse the contents of the file, Li Wenjin's reason for seeking Nami's assistance was to have her examine whether there were any aspects of the documents that could be detrimental to them. After all, such matters fell within Nami's area of expertise. Li Wenjin was primarily responsible for overseeing the overall direction of the documents, while the intricacies required Nami's meticulous attention. Li Wenjin glanced over the contents of the document and discerned the matters proposed by Alabasta, which were as follows. First, Alabasta would not permit pirates to dock at any of its shores, except for those in Rain Base. Second, should Alabasta encounter formidable adversaries, it hopes that the Tinstar Guild could extend its assistance. Third, if the world government were to investigate the matter of pirates landing in Alabasta, the blame would be entirely shifted onto Li Wenjin, as Alabasta would assert that they were under his threat. Fourth, should gambling pirates from Rain Base cause disturbances in other cities of Alabasta, the Tinstar Guild would be responsible for resolving the situation, ensuring that the pirates do not wreak havoc in Alabasta. If Li Wenjin were to acquiesce to the aforementioned four conditions, Alabasta would be willing to assist him in expanding the scale of his casino and would also offer certain conveniences, such as establishing direct routes from other cities to Rain Base, among other matters. Having perused the document, Li Wenjin could not help but admire Ko Beulah, the wily fox, who had deftly shifted all the dangers onto him while eagerly capitalizing on any opportunity for gain. It was evident that Ko Beulah was biding his time, waiting for the expansion of the Rainy City Casino to draw the attention of the world government. Once that occurred,